The button, as it turned out, was made of blackened brass, and after poking at it for a few seconds and then rubbing her mandible against it to see what it felt like, Ray gave up on the button and returned to her space to avoid the attention that she was getting while out in the open. Once she's fully grown, I think that she will be more open about being outside, but for now, she is much more comfortable in places where she can camouflage herself, especially dark places. Karl explained. We won't force her out where she's uncomfortable then. The leader of the mage training agreed, while he rubbed Thor's head. One new and friendly pet was good enough for the teachers, but Rita had brought Karl here for an actual reason, and not just to talk about how his weekend went. Are you healed well enough to begin full training schedules again? The note said that there had been some mental damage, and there is no good way to quantify that. She asked very seriously. I feel better, but the only way to know for sure is to actually start training again and see if the pain returns. The 2 new spaces have advanced enough now that I am getting feedback from the pets, and not needing to constantly feed the spaces to keep them contained, so it should be all right. I'm not sure how much training I will be up for, though. I am going to need a lot of time to work on mental strength just to keep ahead of their growth rate. Karl explained. All right, then we can go to the morning classes as scheduled. The afternoon classes will be changed starting today, as the decision has been made that there is not enough training for your pets now that there are 3 of them. Sending Thor out to get his head rubbed is not officially training, no matter what the other professors tell you. Rita reminded him. What exactly they were going to teach Thor was a mystery to Karl, but as they finished their breakfast and headed for the training field for Hawk to practice, Rita got a much better idea. Thor is a growing boy, and he needs his exercise, so what we're going to do today is to have you sit and meditate while Hawk blocks the attacks, and I will bring some mages from the early ascended class who are working on barriers to help Thor practice his skills. As soon as he heard the word barrier, Thor's head perked up in the beast's face. He loved the barrier game, and it would be even better with more barriers. Won't that be a waste for the other students? Karl asked. A few of the nearby mages laughed and Rita shook her head. Taking full force awakened rank attacks repeatedly will burn through their mana faster than you might suspect. The goal is for them to keep the barriers up as long as possible, while Thor rampages through the field building up his muscles. Normally, they have the students from the awakened rank warrior classes smash at the barriers all afternoon. Setting them up for Thor won't be any different. But who is that? A new pet, I take it. The mage student beside Karl asked. Yeah, a lightning Sero that I just bonded. The teachers are all in love with him, and he adores the barrier game. Once you see him play, you will feel thankful that you got Hawk instead. Karl joked. The students got set up, and Hawk took to the sky for his daily training. It only took a few seconds for Rita to grab 4 of the students who were working on barriers, and to instruct them to set them up at different angles around the field, making a cube of sorts. Go, have fun. Karl instructed, and Thor ran out of the space at his best stumbling run, still a bit uncoordinated, in the way of newborn animals everywhere. But when his horns hit the first barrier, and it wavered slightly as he bounced away, the mages knew that this training would not be easy on them. There was no rhyme or reason to the attacks. He charged at whatever one he saw, as long as it wasn't the one beside him. That was too close to get a run at, and he wanted to run as much as possible. In actual combat, that would rarely be the case. They would sweep and spear with the horns to tear apart their enemies, but there was just something satisfying about charging at the glowing magical walls. The mages that were attacking the moving targets below Hawk had to work hard to pay attention and not laugh as Thor trumpeted happily, a long warbling note like a military war horn, and continued to charge at whatever barrier managed to come back up first. It had only taken him 20 minutes to smash them all, and the first break wasn't scheduled until the half-hour mark. But if they weren't up, he would wait until one was. The students could all see his disappointment when he had to wait, and that silent judgment that they weren't good enough to even be a long-term play toy to a monster like him was wearing on them. They had thought that the barriers they had made were exceptionally impressive, and they were a rank above him, but when there was no offensive power to deal with the threat, it didn't take long for him to smash through their mana reserves. The lightning barrier only stabilized his body and prevented him from breaking his horns. It had collapsed multiple times already, but even without it, a lightning Sarrow had incredible raw power. Thor lay down in the grass when the break was called, and a few of the warriors from the group of warriors that was training on the ascended barriers came over to get a better look. You know that technique has some merits. We use skills and swing our weapons, but he's basically throwing 100-kilo dinosaur coated in lightning at them. I bet if I grabbed John and swung him at the barrier, we could do even more damage. One of the boys laughed. Don't even think about it. Just be glad that they didn't send him to us to test our guard ability, because someone would have gotten seriously injured. The other boy laughed, while Thor panted in the grass, replenishing energy for the next round. He has to be tired, right? He's been running wild for half an hour. One of the ascended mage students asked. You would think so, but no. His natural recovery means that by the time the break is up he will be ready for another round of the barrier game, and you had better be ready to play, or he will be very disappointed. Karl informed them. Thor perked up at the mention of play, and the mages all groaned to themselves as they realized that trying to contain a monster was not as simple of a task as they had expected it to be. If it were an attack, they would have to keep the barrier up and attack at the same time, without letting the barrier fail, or they would be in trouble long before reinforcements could arrive. Thor was almost tired when the morning classes ended, and he returned to his space for lunch, but Hawk was having a glorious time. Without Karl there to take up half the work, he got to just freely attack anything that he wanted, and according to the students, he had an uncanny talent for picking off the ones that were actually going to hit the moving targets, while ignoring the ones that would miss. Even when they sent out a cluster of attacks, he would just knock a portion of them out and let the others fly past the target. It was incredibly energy efficient on his part, and it wouldn't have been possible with the stationary targets, as the mages would rarely miss those. They were even beginning to take note of who Hawk seemed to totally ignore because their aim was so bad. Those mages were going to have to improve quickly because the rest of the class wouldn't let a giant bird make a mockery of them forever without joining in on the fun. It was after lunch when things took a drastic change. Sergeant Rita, as well as the duo from the Bureau of Elite Development, had decided that martial arts training, now that he had sufficient proficiency to deal with minor threats without resorting to skills usage, was no longer the most efficient use of his time. Instead, the afternoon would be a group training exercise for Karl with the pets. Coaxing Ray to come out and play might be difficult, but today's practice was on the basics of working together against a target that was stronger than they were. It was a situation that would inevitably happen in the future, and with 3 of them in the team, they could now easily work on group tactics. We have enlisted a small group of volunteers, and they will be your targets today. The goal is to intercept the 3 infiltrators and disable them without seriously harming them. These are all guards, so they know how to fight, but they are all at the ascended rank, so you can't just go all out with the attacks like you did against Tank and the barriers. Alice was explaining. That got Hawk's attention, but Thor was disappointed. If he couldn't just smash them, it would be much less fun. But Hawk's explanation that these exercises were practice for being an adult was enough to get the growing young Sarrow on board. Ray considered the situation for a few moments, and then came out to climb up Karl's back and look at the battleground from relative safety. All right, everyone is on board. The targets are instructed to take it easy on you, but they will be attacking in your direction with actual attacks. They are wearing training armor, but they are not going to be magically shielded so that you can take them down naturally. I will step in if someone looks like they will be seriously injured. The mage instructed, while the volunteers smiled at the sight of Thor prancing around in the grass, eager to play. They got into position, out of sight around the corner of a building, with Karl as their target. They would try to grab him, as abductions by foreign agents were a real threat, while he and the beasts would work to prevent that. The idea was to give them limited response time, in as realistic of a scenario as they could concoct within the school grounds, which meant the volunteers were close, so that Karl didn't have large amounts of time to prepare. It didn't make much difference, though. The three beasts could communicate with each other, and since Hawk could see the attackers, as soon as the practice team was given the order to begin, and charged, the beasts were right on them. Thor held back on the full-force charge, and instead shielded himself with lightning against the lead warrior's slash, and then threw him into the air with a horn between the legs that had Alice, bringing up a barrier to soften his fall. Thor turned on the other two, who had raised their guard, to deal with Hawk's rend, while Ray had launched herself off Karl and hit the barrier at a tremendous speed, which allowed her clawed legs to tear right through it. She landed on one of the men's legs, and he panicked as he realized that she was a bloodbath spider, which let Hawk's attack hit him without resistance, pummeling him unconscious through his helmet. The last man didn't fare much better, as he could only parry Thor's attacks for the next second as the Cerro flailed its horns at him, and then Ray was there on his back, tearing into the armored coat with gleeful abandon. Break. That's a victory for the defense team. You know, you don't have to take down the strength of your defensive abilities, just the attacks. Alice announced. We didn't. The Hawk and the Spider combined tore through them faster than we could bring them back up. I've never seen a rending attack shatter a guard barrier like that. The winded man who had been pummeled on the back by Ray announced. The training that Hawk has gone through so far has done wonders for his attack strength, but Ray is a very fast learner, and her offensive adaptation innate ability makes deleting barriers a breeze. Just wait until she's fully grown. Barriers a rank above her won't even slow her down. Karl praised his shy teammate. Can we test that, so we can make a better strategy? The one who had been thrown into the air asked as he limped over, nursing an injury to the groin from Thor's horn, despite the armor. He stabbed his sword into the ground in front of him, and activated guard, which Ray took down almost instantly with a strike from her mandibles and both front legs in unison. The pure smugness of her attitude was clear to everyone, and Karl couldn't help but smile. Do you have a stronger defensive ability? He asked. No, we trained as covert bodyguards. We don't usually use powerful defensive abilities, but parries and sudden strikes. Maybe we should try the next one without the pets already deployed. It will be good training for everyone. He suggested. Also, that would give them a few more steps before they were noticed, and perhaps his testicles wouldn't have to meet the horn of a lightning Cerro again today. The team came at Karl again, spread out and sneaking up on him through the dorm building, with one even leaping out of the window. Now. Karl ordered the beasts, sending them into the battlefield. Hawk moved to intercept the flying target, while Ray spit out a large mass of web to trip another, and Thor went with his signature charge, throwing another man high into the air with a flick of his thick neck. The three of them crashed to the ground at the same second, and Rita blew her whistle. Karl, how did you know that they were coming? She demanded. A side effect of bonding Hawk. I have fantastic peripheral vision, and I can focus on any spot I can see without moving my head. I had all three of them located before they attacked. Karl explained. Then was it necessary to throw me again? One of the men wheezed, climbing to his knees. Thor had gotten the same target twice in a row. Although he didn't spear the man between the legs this time, the two upper horns made for an excellent tossing platform, and he had peaked well over 5 meters in the air. He didn't injure you this time. I mean, with the hit. The sudden stop at the end looks like it wasn't much fun. Karl amended. Are they aware of what is happening around you before you call them out? One of the men asked. Probably more than I am. I don't know how much they can actually see, but they do have a solid awareness of their surroundings. Karl explained. All right, so it's not easy to sneak up on you either. We should check on Agent A, he looks a bit rough. The wheezing man replied, referring to the one that Hawk had intercepted. Alice rushed over and noticed that the man was conscious, but having a deep moment of personal introspection as he stared at the sky and began to question his life choices. Is anything broken? I have healing potions from the witches, Alice offered. Just my pride. Can you fix that? He asked, and Alice noticed that there were 6 deep scratches in his training armor. Not only had Hawk knocked him out of the air, his attack had broken the man's guard and Hawk's claws tore up his armor before dropping him on the ground. It feels like we were the ones who got ambushed. The third man agreed, nursing a twisted ankle. Rita and Alice both sighed, but it was Rita who spoke first. I can already see that this will not be a viable training method in the long term. They already understand basic strategies and their response time is fast enough that it will be very challenging to actually ambush Karl even if they are resting. We will have to come up with another method of preparing them for combat. Ray gave her a pointed look, which the sergeant returned for a moment before shaking her head. Even I can tell what that look means. The only way to truly train for combat is to be in combat. Karl knows enough martial arts that he should be all right in a fight, but the academy wouldn't approve of putting you all in danger just to get better training results. She reminded the spider. Hawk would agree to let us go outside. Ray pouted. Hawk's mind became curious, and the spider beamed the mental version of a smile at him. If we were hunting outside, you could eat them after you killed them, she announced. This is not a democracy, majority rules don't win here, Karl informed them in his best stern tone. Ray had already found Hawk's weak point. As soon as she mentioned food, the wind-speed Hawk would be on board with whatever she wanted to do, and Thor would go along simply because that's where everyone else was going. You look like you're having an intense discussion, Alice noted as Karl talked to the beasts. They all want to go outside to train. I don't necessarily disagree with them, as our training options are limited here, but it is safe here, and safety in numbers is a good thing, Karl replied. Thor bobbed his head happily as he heard those reassuring words from the boss, and the instructors did their best not to laugh. They had been brutally bested by the lightning Cerro twice in as many hours. But still, it didn't feel like the creature was a threat, he was just too friendly. Let us discuss that for a few minutes. There are groups of students looking to go outside on missions, and we might allow you to lead one of them, as long as there is a second awakened rank or higher member, as you are still a first-year student and untested in the field, Alice explained, earning herself a glare from Rita. Daniel wisely sat at the back of the field, as he had been doing all day, and avoided drawing attention to himself as the two argued over the appropriate course of action. The student training missions were normally not dangerous, certainly no worse than the Goblin tribe had been, and Karl was much stronger now than he had been even that recently. With the addition of the 2 new pets, he alone would rampage through a Goblin tribe. Nothing that they could do would significantly injure a lightning Cerro unless they managed to swarm it and pin it down. That seemed unlikely with Hawk and Ray both in the fight, even if you didn't count Karl himself as a combat asset, as he would be mostly watching out for the other students. The outcome seemed inevitable, and after 20 minutes of discussion and a few tersely worded phone calls, the ladies returned with a smile on both of their faces. You will be allowed to lead an away mission. Student Dana will be going with you, along with 8 of the common grade first years. It is a herbal resource gathering mission in a lightly monitored area, and there will be emergency assistance available on a 10-minute helicopter ride, should you activate the emergency beacons, Sergeant Rita informed Karl. Understood, Sergeant. Thank you for this opportunity, Karl replied as seriously as he could while trying to ignore the excitement of his beasts. They were finally getting to somewhere that there might be mice, and Hawk was overjoyed at the prospect. The mission was to start the next morning, and they would be delivered by train to the location. There was no road near where they were going, but the train tracks ran only 20 kilometers from the location of the suspected magical resources. That would be close enough for them to hike in, and it would be up to Karl and Dana to make sure that the team didn't get lost. With Hawk on duty, that should be a simple matter, as he could see where they were going from above, so Karl didn't have too many concerns about the situation. There were also no reports of major beasts in the area, only some of the ever-present wild boars and a few small monsters that liked to live in the forest. That could become an issue for most teams, but it would be a great test for them, Karl thought. The small monsters were all common grade, and he could deal with them in a matter of seconds, but they would be a good opponent for the students who were still struggling with their early growth. Also, having Dana along with her pair of golems would be enough security against the larger creatures that very few things would dare to attack them. The golems didn't take much upkeep, and by now she should be able to get them to follow complex orders without much distraction from her other casting, which would make them excellent guards. They all called it an early day, as the supply train arrived at 3 in the morning, so that supplies would be sorted and ready for pickup by the time that everyone started to wake up. But that also meant that if you wanted to catch the train out, you had to be at the tracks by 3:30 in the morning, or 4 at the very latest if they were slow unloading. The train didn't wait for groups to come to them unless it was an urgent mission, so being on time was a major part of your responsibility. That was how Karl found himself waking Dana up at 2 in the morning, much to the protests of both herself and Ray, who was sleeping above her in the rafters of the gazebo. "It's time to go. I'm going to water the plants quickly, and then we need to grab breakfast and get on the train," Karl reminded her. Ray disappeared back into the web in her space, while Dana got up and ready. They both met their team at the cafeteria, with a lone night shift worker on staff for occasions such as this. But there weren't enough of them, they were still missing 2 people, and it was getting close to 3 in the morning. "Does anyone know what rooms the other 2 are in?" "We should go wake them up," Karl insisted. "I do. They're just a few doors down from me," one of the others agreed with a vicious smile that said she would enjoy waking them up much more than most. 3 students came back down 10 minutes later, and the girl who went to fetch them settled back down with her breakfast, while the 2 boys looked rather lost and half asleep. "Cook, can we get some food for them, and some lunches to go? We've got ration packs and the gear that the school provided, but I think a nice fresh sandwich would be better," Karl asked as he finished eating and got the last 2 stragglers settled. "I will get them something to go. The train is already here, so you should be going if you want to make it before they're unloaded," she reminded him with a smile, then handed over a tray full of brown bags, 2 of which were much larger. Dana worked to usher everyone out as they finished their meal, for the kilometer walk from the school grounds to the train stop on the ring around the academy. "Did anyone bring a light?" "I can't see a thing," one of the warriors complained as they left the academy grounds and began to walk down the road. Everyone looked to Karl, who was leading the group, and he shrugged. "Sorry, I forgot for a moment that I'm the only one who can see in the dark. I've got a flashlight in my pack, and there should be one in everyone else's as well." The packs were issued to them by the supply room, dropped off in their dorm after they were approved for the mission. So, they should have everything that the academy thought the student needed for the trip, as they weren't expected to plan out their whole gear set during their first year. One by one, the students brought out their flashlights and spun the cranks to charge the batteries. The academy knew that they would forget to bring spare batteries, so even the camping lantern that was in Karl's pack as team leader was powered by a hand crank charger. The lantern also had enough battery storage to charge the emergency phone, which served as their lifeline to civilization. 10 of you, then?" The train's usher asked with a gesture toward the passenger car. "Yes, sir. I've got the mission order right here," Karl replied. The man looked it over, then picked up a phone mounted to the wall and confirmed the drop-off location with the engineer. "All right, climb aboard and stow your bags in the overhead compartments. We have a few more stops before yours, so you won't be there until lunchtime." Karl settled into a seat at the front of the train car, where Dana promptly fell asleep on his arm, and the rest of the team did their best to get a few more hours of rest while they traveled the morning away. They napped, meditated, and played games until the conductor gave them the warning that they had 1 more hour before drop-off. That was when Karl decided it was time to get them all ready to move. All right, everyone, have your lunch early, use the washroom, double-check your gear, and make sure that you have your weapons ready. Not in your bag, but on your hip and available for use at a moment's notice. While it isn't likely that there will be monsters next to the stop, we will get off in the wilderness, and there won't be anyone there to clear the area, he warned them. Got it, the team agreed, while the conductor nodded in satisfaction to see that the team leader of this first-year mission was taking things seriously. Not all of them did, especially an easy mission like this one was supposed to be, but it always made his life easier if there were no injured students when the train stopped to pick them up again. The train pulled to a stop in the middle of nowhere, and the students rose to their feet. Good luck, young elites. Just flag down any train you see passing by in the other direction, and it will take you back to the academy, or close enough for you to walk in, the conductor explained. Got it. We will see you soon, Karl agreed, and led the others out the door. Dana brought up the rear of the group, making sure they were all off the train, and when Karl called out Hawk to scout for them, she called her pair of golems to guard the back of the pack. It was quiet out here, other than the sound of the train beginning to move again, but that didn't necessarily mean safe, just that they hadn't noticed any threats yet. The students were all incredibly nervous, flinching at every sound of their teammates moving in the long grass, but as Karl led them into the trees toward where they should find the magical plants they needed, they became almost petrified with fear. That couldn't be natural, they had been so excited a moment ago, but when Karl searched the area, he couldn't find a reason for it. The feeling seemed to fade quickly as they walked, until finally, one of them pointed out a small weed growing near the tree trunks. Terror weed. The pollen causes a mild reaction that causes a fear response. It's the plant's natural defense mechanism. Someone must have stepped on one in the grass, he explained. The students all felt a little foolish when that was mentioned. The first thing that the warriors learned was to watch where they put their feet. They needed a solid footing for their sword skills, so the ground under them was as important as the enemy. But someone had still stepped on a common toxic plant. Everyone, put your masks on. Who knows if there are other dangers like that in the area, and we don't need anyone poisoned on the first day of the trip. Do we have a healing class with us? He asked, while mentally going through the students' descriptions he was given. I can do a minor heal and a poison cleanse, the lone druid in the group mentioned. And I have healing potions, but we're here to get materials for more, one of the two witches added. Perfect. We will save the potions for as long as possible, as the warriors will mostly heal pretty quickly. As I discussed on the train, if we are attacked, fall back to form a ring, with the casters in the middle. No, that's not because they're weaker, but because they're squishy. The warriors are the shield, while the casters are the primary damage. The golems will back you up, and my beasts and I will range outside the defensive circle, Karl reminded them. He would have liked to actually practice the maneuver, but according to Hawk, the first plants that they were searching for should be only a few hundred meters away. There was another spot marked on the map, many kilometers away, but Hawk was certain that he had found them just up ahead. Once they got the first target, the mission could be considered a partial success, and everything that came afterwards would just bring them closer to completion. Definitely found it. Bright blue flowers shaped like shoes, Hawk informed Karl, with a mental impression of where they were. Keep an eye out for threats. I don't want you getting ambushed as you fly over. Hawk laughed a little at Karl's concern, as he was hundreds of meters above the trees, but he appreciated that his human cared enough to make sure he was safe. Karl adjusted their course, pretending to follow the map, and within minutes they were standing next to a field full of beautiful blue flowers. These are the ones, right? He asked. Yes, but everyone, please stay out of the clearing. Only 1 in 10 blossoms has the magical properties of the plant, the rest are all decoys. If someone breaks the wrong one, we will have come here for nothing, the witch pleaded. You heard her, stay here while the witches gather their ingredients. Hawk will be watching from above, and I will be right here at the edge of the clearing in case something is hiding in the flowers. The two witches moved delicately through the field, avoiding stepping on any of the flowers as they picked the ones they wanted. The plants weren't going without a fight, though. Multiple times, the witches stopped right as they were about to pluck and grabbed a different one, then continued on their way. Once they had a few dozen in total, they returned to the others with careful steps. That's enough. You can't pick too many, or you will kill the patch, and we hope to come back here again soon. The plants are smart, and when they sense that they're going to be damaged, they will pull their essence back to their roots, which renders the flowers worthless for potions. That's why we had to be so careful, the more outgoing of the two witches explained. All right, on to the next one, Karl agreed. It's not far, 100 meters south, Hawk informed him. The next should also have been much further, but if Hawk had found some that weren't on the map, that was even better, as their collection wouldn't remove a listed herb from the directory for the other students who wanted to do a mission near here. Hawk thinks that he has found another of our goals already. Move as silently as possible so that we don't disturb the wildlife, Karl reminded the others in a stage whisper. The students began to move, but a whistle from Hawk drew Karl's attention. He had seen something dangerous, and it was close. Everyone hold position, Hawk sees something, Karl whispered as he raised his hand in a gesture to stop. White cloth, 2 figures, running your direction. Possibly human, but maybe not, Hawk warned him. Humanoid monsters were rare, but poachers, aggressive hill folk, and foreign soldiers might not be. They didn't have enough information about the area's human population in the data to be certain. Karl's keen vision caught sight of the white cloth moving toward them at a run through the forest, a full second before he managed to associate the clothing with its most likely owner. Those are clergy robes. No more than 150 centimeters tall, I think that they're students from one of the seminary academies, Karl informed the others, then moved to intercept the 2 running figures. If he was wrong, he had all the advantages, and if they didn't want to stop, he could just have tie them up until they calmed down. The 2 came barreling through the trees, then paused when they saw the academy uniforms, and began to gesture wildly. You have to get out of here. There is a giant monster in the sky, one of them shouted. 3-meter wingspan, kind of brown with a creamy belly and red streaks on its legs. That one is trained, he's with us, Karl informed them, and the 2 clerics simply stared at him as if he had grown another head. What now? That sounds terrifying. But no, there's a giant beetle flying this way. It killed our lesson proctor, and he was an ascended high priest, the young boy exclaimed. How far have you been running? We are all elites, and we are hunting for magical plants in the area. There are 10 of us, with 2 strong awakened rank leaders, Karl tried to calm the pair. Clerics weren't known for their combat power. They would empower the weapons of warriors and their healing magic was remarkable, but as far as actual fighting abilities, they were just humans with swords if they were even carrying them. These 2 weren't. That might be enough. Can you fight an ascended rank beast? The boy asked hopefully, while the girl beside him did her best to hide her face. I can confidently say, yes. We can fight a lone ascended rank monster. If there were a bunch of them, we would lead you away with us, but one is something that we can defeat, Karl replied with a gentle smile. Hawk was getting excited as well. Most beetles didn't fly well, they only flew a short distance and then landed. His genetic memories told him that beetles were crunchy and nutritious, though he wasn't sure that this one was a species that could be eaten. Ray was likewise excited about the prospect. To the bloodbath spider, all insects were prey. The sound of crashing through the trees brought another trill from Hawk, who had spotted a large black figure headed their way, covered in blood and reeking of death. That had to be the beetle, and it was tracking the 2 humans. Everyone in position, get the clerics to the middle of the circle, Karl ordered, doing his best imitation of Sergeant Rita. He did it so well that even Dana responded, ushering everyone into position, while her golems remained outside, ready to face whatever threat Karl had noticed. The crashing through the trees was hard to miss as the beetle chased after the escaped prey, so Karl called out the other pets in time for the students to get used to their presence. "These two are Thor and Ray. Do not attack them," he warned the others. The students stared in confusion at the sudden appearance of the lightning Sero, who was already the size of a small bear or a huge dog, but it took them a few seconds to find Ray, who had appeared in a tree and instantly hidden herself. The beetle came in sight, and lightning flashed around Thor's body. That caught its attention, and the creature began to charge, keening in a way that made Karl feel like the creature was starving and desperate for food. "Wait for my signal." "Thor, block the initial charge, then move out of the way for the students to retaliate," Karl called. The beetle flapped its wings to fly at Thor, then crashed to the ground as Ray tied them together above its back with a spurt of spider silk. The muscles that moved the wings weren't particularly strong, and it couldn't break free as Thor charged into it, flipping the creature on its back with a jab of his horns. "Now!" Karl ordered as Thor moved away, sending his own attack to join the combined spells of the mages. They wouldn't actually do much damage to the ascended rank beast, but as his shred tore apart the chitin, and the wings were held up, exposing its vulnerable sides, even the common rank magical attacks proved relatively effective. With a screech, the beetle tore its wings free of their confinement, and charged at Thor again, drawn to the largest threat. The students paused their attacks, waiting for an opening, while Karl moved in for the kill. Thor's lightning wavered and flickered out of existence for an instant as the two beasts clashed, and the beetle began to celebrate its impending victory. A split second before Ray landed on its head and began to stab its eyes out with her clawed feet before tearing into the chitin of the beetle's skull. Karl helped that along with a condensed rend to the back of the creature's neck, and the bloodbath spider moved in for the kill, tearing through the hole to sever the muscles. The giant beetle fell to the ground with one last desperate flail of its wings, trying to dislodge Ray, but it was far too late. The strength left its body, and the spider began to tear the shell open to get at the good bits inside. "Don't go getting yourself covered in bug guts. There's no river nearby to clean off in," Karl warned her, just as Ray was about to take a dive directly into the carcass. She grumbled out a complaint and pulled the head into her beast space, while Thor gave it one last kick for good luck. "Problem solved, everyone. We will keep an eye out for more dangers, but the beetle threat is gone. Where are the cleric students? How far did you run, and how many more were in your group?" Karl asked. They both just shook their heads. "There was just us and the high priest out gathering herbs. I don't know how far we ran, we just ran." Karl nodded. "I will have my hawk go look for the scene of the battle. I know that the church has some formal burial rituals and such, right?" The two young clerics nodded numbly, not quite sure how to process what was going on. "Well, then we will get it all sorted out so that the high priest is taken care of. Don't worry, we won't just leave the body here in the wilderness," Karl informed them. "There likely wouldn't be a body to leave in the wilderness, but a little white lie wouldn't hurt anything, and if there was a blood-soaked keepsake that the beetle didn't eat, it should be enough for their purposes. It would make both the cleric students and the other elite students feel a bit better about the situation," Karl decided, then wondered when he got so casual about death. "Meat is meat," Hawk replied, unconcerned. Ray wholeheartedly agreed, but Thor just shook his head. Fragrant leaves were better than meat any day. With the responses of his pets, Karl began to realize how much their way of thinking was influencing his own. He should have been horrified by the situation. But the calmness of his pets affected him just as much as their excitement did, and he just couldn't bring himself to be suitably agitated about the situation as Hawk searched for the site of the original battle by following the beetle's trail through the woods. "I have found it. It didn't finish eating, it just took the good bits and then chased the others. I think I can fit it all in this bag they brought," Hawk informed him helpfully. That was a disturbing thought. "Pack him up and bring him to the beast space. We will make sure that he makes it to a proper burial." "No, wait, I will ask the clerics if he should be buried right there first," Karl replied. What is the burial ritual for high priests? Should I have Hawk preserve the remains of the body, or should he be buried on the land? Karl asked. The older of the two clerics took out a small book and began to flip through it. I'm not sure. That isn't supposed to happen. I mean, this is a safe zone. There shouldn't be anything stronger than a weak awakened beast here, he mumbled as he flipped through the pages. Oh, here it is. Yes, he should be brought back to the church for a burial in state, thanks to his high station. There will be 3 days of mourning for the clergy surrounding the funeral, and some other things that don't really involve you, but please preserve the remains, the student replied. Karl relayed the message, and Hawk did his best to get all the bits into the large herb-gathering bag that they had brought and began the flight back to Karl. Once he was close, Hawk shifted the bag into his beast space, while Ray claimed the beetle body, leaving the area strangely empty. What just happened? One of the elite class students asked. My beasts have a separate space where they can store food for later. Ray put the beetle away, and we will strip the good parts of chitin for trade to the academy. They pay for monster parts, since they can be used in armor and weapons, as well as some magical items, Karl explained. Oh, that's right. Will you ask Ray if I can have one of the horns? Beetle horn is on my list of ingredients, but I never thought about keeping it from the giant beetle. Ray broke the horn off with some effort and ejected it from her space. It was just a solid lump of chitin, completely inedible. Therefore, it was worthless to her. The student stared at the horn in reverence. You know, it died so fast that it never really sunk in. That was an ascended rank beast, wasn't it? I can feel the power in the chitin, but it died so easily. Karl smiled. That's partially thanks to Ray's specialty. She's excellent at finding ways through chitin. Plus, my attack power is high, and with its wings lifted, the less armored sides were exposed. The students were making mental notes, in case they had to fight something like that again. The shell that covered the wings was the strongest part of the giant beetle's body, so normally you wouldn't attack its back. But with the wings lifted by the spider silk, that left it vulnerable to attack, and Karl's ability had left an open wound for them to target. Now, we're near the next herb that we came here for, so let's keep going. My apologies to our new friends, but we still have a mission to complete. I will make sure that you make it back safely, though if your pickup point is further afield than we're going, I will bring you back to the train tracks instead, Karl added. That's good enough for us. I don't know where we were supposed to be picked up. The high priest was responsible for that. But there are other groups from the seminary school out here somewhere. The train dropped us all off only a few minutes apart, so we might find one of them before you go, the young cleric replied. One of the warriors smiled at the boy. But in the meantime, we're counting on you and your holy magic. The boy nodded, and the shy girl gave them a thumbs up. Holy magic was the one thing that they were confident in. They had been out with the high priest mostly to serve as pack mules as he picked herbs, and not as much for training as the warriors of the elite academy were. To the church, obedience and subservience were more important than combat skills, and serving the high priest on his mission was good training for their future works of service to the community. What is next? Didn't Hawk say that there was something nearby before the emergency happened? Dana asked. Just this way. Hawk is already back up in the air looking for more threats, so we will just follow his path toward the next set of herbs, and then we will move on to the third marked location, Karl agreed. Technically, he would be skipping the third location marked on the map, since it was either at or very close to the battle site, but if they couldn't find that resource elsewhere, he might lead them there at the end of the trip. The way that he had planned to bring them would go right past the battle, but with Hawk's discovery, he could change the route to make a big loop around it and end up back near the tracks as they finished. If that covered everything that the group needed, then they could skip a few potential resources and head back satisfied. Though, if the clerics needed some of the others, he would gladly bring them around to help gather. They had enough trauma for one trip, so putting a good memory on top might help. Karl seemed to recall hearing that somewhere as a kid, perhaps from the school counselor after one of the many incidents down below in the pit. If anyone had felt relaxed about this easy mission when they arrived, they didn't feel relaxed anymore. The whole group was on high alert, searching the woods for anything that might be a danger. Karl let Thor lead the group on the ground, following Hawk's guidance, while Ray hid in the beast's space with the remains of the giant beetle that she was carefully dissecting to improve her understanding of exoskeletal species for offensive adaptation. Minutes after they started moving again, an angry grunt caught Karl's attention, and the crashing of a large animal through undergrowth drew the attention of everyone else. 3 tree apes. Common grade. They don't look tasty, Hawk reported as the creatures approached. We have a small pack of apes in the trees incoming. Group, you know what to do. It is up to you if you want to attack them or let them pass, Karl informed the others, which made Dana smile at him. They could attack anything that moved, but that would anger everything else. So, if it wasn't hostile, she would prefer not to make it hostile. One of the mages shook his head. They normally don't attack people. They just like to shout at them from the trees. If they don't attack, we should keep moving, since they will scare off any other small monsters with the noise they make. The group patiently waited and moved in a triple column, putting the warriors on the outside with the mages and clerics between them and the golems at the back. But the tree apes behaved just as the mage had anticipated, and they remained in the upper branches of the trees, screaming at the humans and occasionally throwing nuts and berries at them. The monkeys thought that the whole thing was hilarious, and they laughed as the warriors swatted aside the projectiles, but they didn't come any closer, and they didn't do anything that would provoke an all-out attack. The spot is just ahead. Should I scare the monkeys away? Hawk asked with a hopeful tone in Karl's mind. Sure, go ahead and get your snack, Karl replied, likening the monkeys to junk food. I told you they don't look tasty, Hawk replied indignantly as he folded his wings and dove out of the sky. He hit the monkey at well over 100 kilometers an hour, nearly shredding its body as he pulled it away from the branch in his claws and returned to the sky. That was what a normal bird of prey would do, as they had all the advantages when they were flying. Some of the students didn't realize that was Hawk at first, and they began to panic at the presence of another powerful attacker, but that only helped the tree apes make their decision. The humans were afraid of that thing too, so it would likely attack them next if the ape tribe left. Hawk peeled the ape apart and took one tentative bite before discarding the body, which bounced down through the branches as the rest of the tribe scattered. Good work, they're still running, Karl congratulated Hawk, just as the bird speared down to get another of the tree apes and bring it into the sky to use as a projectile. But this time, it wasn't on the apes. Instead, he found a lone black-maned bear and circled up to an altitude of 500 meters before diving hard and releasing the corpse. A flap of his wings sent him on a glide path over the forest, and the bear roared in anger as the body smashed down right where it had been standing a second earlier. Why are you angering the bears? Karl asked as he heard the noise. Why would I not anger the bears? You should have seen it. It was hilarious, Hawk replied. I hate that I can't argue with that. It probably was hilarious. But the others are already freaked out enough without an angry bear coming their way. Do you know how a wind-speed hawk usually learns to fly? I mean, not me in the space, but other ones, Hawk asked. Don't they just flap their wings in the nest until they can take off? Karl asked. Nope, they'd remain in the nest forever that way. Once they're grown enough to fly, their mother pushes them out of the nest. They either learn or they hit the ground, Hawk replied. Karl's smile caught the attention of the warriors at the front, and they were suddenly very worried about the safety of their low-risk training mission. Did they get 2 awakened leaders not because Karl and Dana were both in their first year as well, but because they were going to need more than one? What was out here that was making the monster man so happy? He was already so much more powerful than anything that should be in the area. Perhaps he forgot that the rest of them were not looking forward to actually meeting monsters on this trip to get resources. The sound of the angry bear retreated into the distance as it moved out of the territory of the annoying bird, but the group's tension level didn't drop any lower until they made it to the next spot, a section of fallen trees where an awakened rank moss grew abundantly over the deadfall. "This is what we are here for, the best of the resources in the region," one of the warriors quietly cheered. Karl's confused look let them all know that he hadn't had time to study the properties of the resources here, only their locations. So one of the warriors helpfully filled him in. "The moss is dried and then lightly roasted to create a tea that supplements the strength stones for classes that have physical enhancements. I don't know if it will work for your class, but a kilo each of that moss will keep us for the entire school year. You can't use too much, it will just be a waste, but a cup in the morning will make nearly as much of a difference as a strength stone twice a month," the warrior explained. That was more often than Hawk was going through strength stones mixed with blood as food seasoning. So, it should be a good resource for the pets, and Karl would have to get some. "It looks good," Thor agreed, letting a bit of drool slip out of the corner of his mouth. "All right, do the mages need this resource? Or should we split it between the people who can use it, stopping at a kilo each, so it doesn't go bad before everyone can use it?" Karl asked. "Mages can't use it, it won't do anything beneficial for us unless we're weakened. But the witches can use it in recovery potions, so they will need at least as much as the warriors," one of the warriors explained. The pair of witches looked grateful that he had stood up for them and the resource-intensive needs of their potion making. "Is there anything else I should know before I harvest this?" "Parasites, dangerous creatures that like to live under it?" Karl asked. The group all reluctantly shook their heads, and Karl drew his short sword from the scabbard at his hip. The rest all thought it was a bit odd that he didn't take the sword out to fight, but he carried it anyhow, though they didn't say anything. The team leader was responsible for loot distribution, according to Academy regulations. Karl looked at how the moss grew, along the top of the logs and one side, but not the bottom or the other side. If he wanted it to keep growing, he had to leave enough in the right spots that it didn't ruin the moss bed too badly. So, he cut diagonal stripes across the log, removing thin strips amounting to half of the moss on each log, while leaving the rest securely attached. That should grow back, he assumed, and then it could be harvested again. "Where did you learn that?" Dana asked as Karl cut the careful strips from the moss. "I'm actually just guessing here by the way that it grows. But I'm only taking half and leaving the other half in the way that looks like it will grow back the fastest. Moss spreads from the edges, you see, and only grows well on the sunny side. So, if I only take half and leave as many good edges as possible, then it looks like this. That should be the fastest pattern to grow back, and by my guess, I've cut nearly 20 kilos of wet weight moss from this one tree. I haven't even touched the other ones yet, and we've got enough to fill all the warriors' and the witches' requests. I just need to grab a little for Thor here, and we can be on our way to the next spot," he explained. "I don't suppose we could spare a bit more." "There is an awful lot of it growing here," one of the warriors suggested. The witch closest to Karl nodded in agreement. "The Academy expects you to provide for your own when it's not a standard part of the growth plan, and it's not like they accept these items as a trade-in, at least not from the first years who are supposed to be looking out for themselves first, but normally, we would never see so much of an awakened rank resource in one spot. If this was on the market, we would be rich. Well, until we all got arrested for trafficking controlled substances to the masses, but you get my point. We could earn plenty of favors from the other students in class if we had a bit to trade them, you know." "All right, I will harvest another log," Karl agreed with a smile. He cut the same strike pattern on one log, and then had Thor quietly move the log hidden behind where he was working into the beast's space. A beast of his size would need a lot of the moss to amount to a cup of tea a day, and a bit added to his usual diet every morning would help him grow big and strong. But even the lightning Sero realized that the herb should be rationed. He ate a lot of higher-ranked plants as his general diet, but this one was special, and the effects were limited, so it was more of a treat than a basic staple of the diet. The second batch was distributed the same way as the first and stuffed into backpacks, while Karl looked at the map to see what was up next. They were going to go around the battle from earlier, and that would bring them to one of two spots, either a spot that might have another strengthening herb, or one that was known to grow crystals that helped focus and increase the mana pool growth rate. Karl decided to lead them to the crystals first, in the interest of fairness. If anything went wrong later, at least they should all have gained something from the trip that way. It would also help the clerics that they had rescued, so they wouldn't go home empty-handed. The signs of monsters got more prominent the further that they went, and Karl began to question whether the intel was wrong, or if this was actually what they considered a low-risk area in the wilderness. He knew that there were countless monsters in the wild areas, and that large portions of the land barely held any humans, but he was seeing signs of magical abilities and trees that had been downed by something powerful enough to claw through them. That was no common grade monster, and most of the marks were too far up to have been the giant beetle. Even Thor was becoming nervous with all the signs and scents of predators, but he had a large pack with him now, and he wasn't as concerned as he would have been if he were alone. He trusted Hawk to find anything really dangerous, and the bird was currently circling their destination, making sure that nothing was hiding around the cave. He hadn't checked the inside, but the surroundings were clear of any large animals, and a few more of the small ones as well, as Hawk was feeling a bit hungry after all that flying. The crystal cave is just ahead. Remember, we haven't checked the interior yet, so I can't say if the crystals are there, as the report said there would be, but I can say that Hawk found the cave right where they said it was, Karl reported. The mages shared an excited smile, while the warriors prepared their minds for the charge into an unexplored cavern system. If they found the crystals near the entrance, they wouldn't have to go far in, but if not, they would need to explore, and that brought a whole new realm of danger with it. Hold up, Dana warned them as they approached the clearing outside the cave entrance. I saw some unique plants in the clearing. They're not on the list, but I recognized them from the botany books that I had to read. She informed the team. Karl looked carefully and began to smile. One of the plants was a winterberry bush. Not powerful, but he would have to pick some for Hawk, who loved the flavor. I already got some, the smug bird informed him. Karl checked the mental space and found that there was an entire bush there, planted in the ground as if it would keep growing. Maybe it would. Karl didn't really understand how the spaces worked, but he was feeding them magical energy, so it wasn't impossible that a magical plant might survive in there, although the majority of the ground was just a mental image. Dana addressed the group. There are plants with narrow, spiny leaves. Collect the leaves without letting them touch you or your clothing. We will want as many as possible. I need 4 warrior volunteers. 4 hands went up, and Dana sent them out, then she pointed to another plant. These are tiger leaf weeds. They're exceptional for fire magic training. All the mages should gather at least a few of them. They are eaten one at a time just before you try to learn fire magic, so dry them and save them. The mages began to move out, so Karl gathered the rest of the warriors. We are on guard duty, but as you move, keep your eyes open for these purple and white berries. They're delicious. Not much of a magical effect other than slightly refreshing, but they're a great seasoning for oatmeal. That made the warriors smile. Oatmeal was not only a staple of the breakfast menu at home, but it was also in the breakfast pack of all their travel rations. Being able to flavor it with some fresh berries would make their first morning in the wilderness much more enjoyable. The team made their way carefully across the field, grabbing everything that they thought might be valuable, while being careful not to kill the plants, even when they needed a portion of the roots for their training. It was a bit odd seeing these strong warriors being so delicate with flowers and weeds, but if it meant that they could come back here in a month or 2 and harvest the same resources again, it was well worth the effort. Although they had met up with a group from the clergy, it was rare for people to head this far into the wilderness, and with so much ground to cover, and only an aerial scan to indicate that there might be resources, the chances were that nobody else would return here after the report was filed that they had harvested in this region. It took them nearly an hour to finish their work and make it to the cavern, where all the team members realized that they had a real problem on their hands. They had found so many other resources that they had filled their bags already, and they were only at the third stop. Well, technically the second stop, as the first one hadn't been one of the intended map points to harvest resources. If we pack the moss a bit more tightly, we might make room for one more stop, but if it's a large leafy plant or a flower that shouldn't be crushed, we will be really short on space. One of the warriors noted. They had loaded up with the moss, but the mages had filled their bags with the flowers and leaves here in this field, where they had actually come to gather crystal from the cave. All right, same formation as before. I will keep Hawk in reserve, but here in the darkness, we will have Thor and Ray. Karl explained. He felt Ray's amusement at the thought of Thor stomping around happily smashing all the crystals that they were here to gather. On second thought, I will keep Thor in reserve as well, and Ray will help me with the scouting duties on point. The golems will take up the rear, and the rest of you mingle your ranks, warrior then mage. You all know the drill. He amended. The group adjusted their positions and prepared their flashlights with a rapid round of cranking the chargers, just to make sure that the batteries were absolutely, completely charged. Unlike Karl, who had very little reason to be afraid of the dark, the others were much more comfortable in the light. Ray decided that was the perfect excuse for her to scout ahead, so she would be out of the range of the lights, and vanished into the cave. It's shiny in here. Oh, pretty stone. That's for me, and a bit of glowing moss for my nest, and a mushroom. Ray happily narrated her scouting mission. Just remember that we're here to help the others level up so that they can catch up to us, so don't loot everything before they get there. Karl laughed at the bloodbath spider's excess. They're not valuable, just pretty. You can come in now, the entrance doesn't have anything scary in it. Karl stepped inside, and for the first time noticed that there was something strange about his night vision. It was never truly dark in the academy, with the lights in the yard, the dim lighting in the hallways, and all the other light sources around. But inside the cavern, before the others entered with their lights, Karl could see in a whole new way. Not how Hawk saw in the dark, as that still relied on some level of light being present, but how Ray saw in the dark, through a combination of thermal imaging and echolocation. Each footstep made his surroundings seem more vivid, and he could see the difference where there was cold water running over the warmer stones. It was no wonder that Ray liked it in the dark, she was perfectly in her element. Then the group followed behind him, lighting up the tunnel with their lanterns and flashlights, and Karl's night vision naturally shifted back to the more detailed low-light resolution that he had inherited from Hawk. Ray had been correct. None of the students were interested in the remains of the interesting objects that she had found, and the spider carefully led them down to the first chamber of the cavern system. There's one. I see one of the crystals. A mage whispered. One wouldn't be nearly enough, but it meant that there were, or had been, some here. Leave the first as a marker that they are still here, and let's move further into the cave to check for more. Ray, do you see what that one looks like? That is the type of crystal that they need. Karl commented. There is another good room up here, but something is in it. There is a pond in the middle, and I can sense something moving under the water. Ray reported. Stay back, and we will approach it as a group. There is a cavern up ahead, with something living in the water. Ray doesn't know what it is, so prepare for a fight. Karl reported. He moved slowly to the entrance, where Ray was hiding directly above his head, blended in with the stone of the wall, and followed her gaze to the softly glowing waters of the pond. It was magnificent, giving off a dim glow of magical power, and the bottom was lined with crystals. There were hundreds of them in this room, but something felt off, like taking any of them would bring about a backlash. Wait before you pluck any of the crystals on the walls. I have a feeling that they're related to whatever is in the lake. Karl warned the group, who were about to go into a frenzy at the sight of so many resources. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode." They paused for a moment, but it was obvious that they thought he was being overly cautious on nothing more than the word of a spider. One of the warriors used a stick that he had brought in with him and splashed the surface of the water, waiting for a response, but there was nothing, just ripples in the placid surface. The mages hesitated for a few more seconds, then one of them used a knife to pop a crystal from the wall. Still no response from anything, and the others smiled in victory. The mage took off his glove to examine his prize, and a flash of light filled the room, engulfing and blinding everyone, as well as forcing Ray back into the beast's space. "I told them there was something here," she muttered as she waited for her eyes to adjust. The first to adapt was Thor, who had been sitting with his eyes closed as he chewed, and he relayed the situation to Karl. "There are things here. Dangerous things. I will go out and chase them away." The lightning Sero took action as he spoke, and his bugling call to arms echoed through a much larger space than Karl had expected. They couldn't be in that same cavern, unless it had collapsed. It sounded more like they were outdoors, next to a mountain valley. The noise was enough to hold whatever was there at bay for the few seconds that it took Karl's eyes to adjust, but what he saw was nothing he could have anticipated. They were standing in a lush green valley, as he had guessed from the sound, surrounded by mountains, with a massive golden pyramid temple in front of them. The steps up each side pulsed with magic that he could feel even from hundreds of meters away, while between him and the temple stood thousands of glowing crystal golems, the same rainbow hue as the crystals that they had come here to recover. "I'm going to guess that there was no warning about not touching the crystal with your bare skin. But wherever we are, we might be in trouble," Karl informed the others, who were a bit slower to adjust than he was. "How did we get here? And holy hell, are those golems? I want one." Dana gasped, shocking Karl with her unexpected language. The golems were beautiful, and they looked powerful, but if Thor's guess was right, they were far from friendly. Thor activated his lightning barrier, ready to fight, but the golems didn't move at all. They just stood there, watching the group of intruders from a distance. Karl stepped forward to calm the nervous Sero, not wanting to start an incident before everyone was recovered, and they had some idea what was going on. If touching the crystal brought them here, then doing it again on this side might send them all back. That would likely be for the best if it was possible. But when he got a few steps forward, a message appeared in the air in front of them. "Welcome to the World Dragon Temple's trial instance. Do you see that?" Dana asked from behind him. "I do, and I would rather that I didn't if it means we've got to fight those golems." Karl agreed. "I think that we stepped into an ancient holy relic. The crystals must have been the ruins of its activation array before it was buried under the cavern, and now we're in some sort of trial ground that the World Dragon Church set up for their members." She added, "That's not reassuring at all. Though most of the holy relics from those ancient times didn't lead to death, a trial ground might, especially if it was damaged by time." While they tried to make sense of the message, one of the golems stepped forward. "The trial is simple. Make it up the steps to claim your reward. If you fall down the steps, you may continue to attempt to pass your previous high mark." The golem spoke in a strange accent, directly into their minds. The lines of golems split, leaving the road empty, and Karl took another step forward with Thor between him and the crystal giant. It made no move to attack, and Karl simply shrugged at the other students as he began to walk toward the golden temple. If they had happened upon a holy relic, there was bound to be something left behind from the mythical times, when magic users reigned supreme, and legendary beasts vied against dragons for supremacy of the skies. According to the tales of his childhood, the World Dragon, and the World Dragon Church of those times, had made a pact that had allowed the humans to live glorious lives of power and wealth. Now that the elite serum had been developed, Karl and everyone else knew that it was likely related to the system stones, but the fairy tale only got more popular instead of fading once it was proven to be plausible historical fact. Maybe he would learn what had happened to end those glorious times, and how such a powerful culture fell into ruin. This place looked intact, so it had to have survived hundreds of thousands of years of history, buried beneath the forest. Behind him, the rest of the group moved in the defensive formation, with the mages and clerics in the middle row, and Dana taking up the rear as she did her best to examine the golems for ideas on how to make one. The clerics simply stared at everything with reverent awe. This was a holy relic, a legacy of their church, their own ancestors. Temples like these were the ancient seat of the church's power, the source of the healing magic that they had managed to sustain with their faith through even the darkest of times. When they reached the clearing around the temple, another one of the golems stepped in front of them and seemed to stare at Thor, who was still bristling with lightning. There are 4 sides to the temple, 4 staircases to walk, and 4 levels of difficulty to master the lessons of the trial. Walking up the first side will test your strength. It is the easiest, as strength can be trained by any of the chosen. The second will test your magic. Like strength, magic can also be trained by any of the chosen, but it is the more difficult path. The third side will test your will. Will can be tempered, but should the tempering fail, it will shatter and leave you broken. For that reason, the third side is the most dangerous. The fourth side will test your affinity with fate. Approach the temple and speak the side you wish to challenge. Each visitor may challenge 1 side per day. Every day you remain on a chosen side, the difficulty of the other sides will increase. All the students stared at each other in shock. What sort of trial was this? They just had to walk up the stairs, and it would test them somehow. Then, Thor disappeared, and reappeared a second later on one of the staircases to the temple. Nothing is stronger than a Sero, Thor announced proudly in Karl's mind as he stepped onto the first stair, and a crushing weight seemed to descend upon him. See, nothing at all. He gloated, then took another step and the weight doubled. One more step and he began to reconsider his position. Except maybe these stairs. He amended when he was forced to a stop. There were 1,000 steps, by Karl's estimation, to get to the top. Thor was struggling at step 3 and had come to a stop at step 5. Well, that's how it's done, I guess. Just will yourself to the trial you desire, and see how that works out for you. We will stay here as long as we can, at a very minimum, we will stay 4 days, so we can try all the routes. We have enough resources for that in our packs, and it's only half a day to the train tracks. Karl informed the group. I like the way you think, team leader. Now, let's go do the trial before the clerics start crying in joy. One of the warriors laughed. Have you two taken the divine injection yet? Karl asked the clerics as the rest of the group began to move forward. They shook their heads. Not until next year. We're still trainees at the seminary school. Then this will be quite a day for you. Just do the best that you can, and maybe start with the magic route, since you've got some skill with holy magic already. Karl let Hawk and Ray out of their spaces, and Hawk immediately vanished from sight, going to one of the tests that they couldn't see from their position. The mages and warriors all seemed to still be visible, so it would be willpower and fate that were on the far side of the temple. Ray went to join Thor on the strength training side, as she wasn't confident in her magical abilities, while Karl considered what route he should try first. The golem said 1 route a day, so he would try willpower first, as that was one that he was more confident in. Once you had learned to get past the fear and claustrophobia of the crushing depths of the mines, not many things would bother you. Plus, he had noticed that his will was stronger than most thanks to the beasts, and that might earn him some reward. There were only a few others on the willpower testing stairs when Karl arrived. Hawk, plus the female cleric student and 1 mage. Karl set foot on the first step, and a sense of doubt began to set in. What if the test rewards were only for the first trial? Surely, it would have been better to go to the other stairwells first in that case. But Karl kept to his decision, and took another step. The more that he thought about it, the more likely it was that this was also a test of character. Would the temple think that he had nothing else going for him but pure determination? He had met dozens of students like that in the accuracy training sessions. They had remarkable willpower to keep going, keep training and grinding away every single day, but where did that get them? It got them to the bottom of the class, that was where. Because willpower was all that they had. Karl had talent. He had magic, he had strength. If he had tested those first, the temple would still see his determination, his willpower to keep going. Why had he chosen this staircase? Another step and another, as the self-doubt crept in and the world around him faded until Karl could only sense what was around him. He barely noticed as he passed the mage, who was on the 5th step and in the middle of an existential crisis, or when he passed Hawk on the 7th step, who had stopped to have a little snack before he continued. The golem hadn't said anything about being timed. Perhaps Hawk had the right of it, and you should save your strength and keep refreshed. No, if he stopped, it would be that much harder to get going again. Karl made it past the 10th step, and the world completely vanished around him, leaving him in a vision of the mines. He was trapped in a collapse, his legs pinned, but ahead of him was another miner, closer to the emergency bell, and gasping for breath. The man's rebreather was broken, but he could get to the button. Karl took off the miner's mask he was wearing and threw it to his struggling co-worker, then held his breath against the toxic fumes as the faceless man scrambled for the button, and the emergency supplies locker beside it. 10 more seconds, that was all he needed. 10 seconds and the man would be coming back to throw him a new mask. 9, 8, Karl struggled to hold on. If he passed out, he would start breathing again, and the toxic fumes would linger in his lungs, adding a bit more permanent damage to the lifetime of injuries that a miner would suffer. In his mind, Karl was still young, he hadn't taken the divine serum yet, and he knew that childhood lung injuries could ruin a man before he even became a man, leaving him useless underground. He would hold on, he had to. Then the miner was back and slapping the mask over his face with a blast of fresh, compressed air, and Karl was back in the real world, looking at the staircase in front of him. What was that? He muttered as he looked at the steps in front of him. The golem had said that it would test his willpower, but it didn't say anything about that. Another step forward and the reluctance built. This was an impossible task. There was no way that anyone was going to make it to the top with that sort of horror in their minds. No wonder the mage had stopped, and the cleric girl was moving so slowly. This was torture. Worse, it was self-inflicted torture, with no promise of rewards. There was no reason for him to keep going, he could just go back down and relax for the rest of the day. Maybe the warriors would be able to use the strength wall as a training event. He could go there tomorrow and try it as a gym day, building some muscle strength as he tried to move his physique toward ascended. But even with the doubts in his mind, Karl forced himself forward another step. There was definitely a reason he picked this side. He couldn't remember what it was right now, but he was certain that this was the right side for him to test himself on first. That thought got him through 2 more steps before he realized that you were unable to see the other stairs once you were on one. How would anyone even know if he did well? He could just slack off and wait here for hours and then tell everyone that he did well. It was just the cleric and one mage here, and they were both lost in their own minds already. They wouldn't say anything against him. But another step reminded Karl that he had work to do. He would make it to the top and find out what sort of recognition he could get from the temple. If it was impressed with his determination, his willpower, maybe it would grant him a boon of some sort, a bit of magic that would help him in his training. Training the beasts. That was his ultimate goal, to help them grow and let them pull him up to the top with them. He couldn't be less determined than they were. Even Ray was out in the sunshine, testing her strength on the stairs. He could feel the pressure that she was under, as if a mountain was trying to crush her to the stone steps, but her spindly little legs were still holding strong and pushing her upward. That was determination, that was willpower. He would keep going. Even Hawk was moving again, now that he had realized that the cake was a lie, and that whatever delicacy he had seen was just a way that the temple used to convince him to stop, to give up and not progress any further. The sun began to set over them when Karl forced himself to the 41st stair, pulling his mind out of a nightmare of desperation, where he had lost everything, even his pets, while trapped and starving here in this broken relic with no way out. Well, that one hit a bit too close to home. I've got this, one more step. Karl mumbled to himself, unconcerned if anyone thought that he was a madman. Then the sun settled below the horizon, and Karl, along with everyone else who was still undergoing the trials, found himself standing in the grass near the second golem who had spoken to them. The trials last 1 day at the most. The golem informed them, then went back to its silent judgment of their efforts. Perhaps we should have waited until morning to start our first attempt, but I think that we did pretty well. Dana mumbled as she lay on the grass, staring at the darkening sky. I'm not sure if we would survive a whole day of that. Even with these few hours, I had to back down 2 steps near the end because the weight was becoming too much to bear. One of the warriors replied, Well, there's always tomorrow. But first, we should make some dinner and set up camp. Karl reminded them. He was not going anywhere near the willpower steps again, tomorrow or ever. He had done enough of that. Setting up the camp proved that there had been some serious oversights in their mission training. It was assumed that the leaders would be experienced, and not just powerful first years who had never actually used any of the kit before. So, an hour after dark, they were only just finally managing to get the tents set up around a small magical fire that they assumed was intended to be their campsite. It was made of flaming rocks, which gave off a gentle blue glow, as well as a level of warmth that reminded everyone that while this was a magical realm, it was still getting colder at night. For most of the students that wasn't a big deal, but some of them came from the warmer climates, or from the big cities, where the apartment buildings were maintained at a steady temperature. They weren't expecting how fast it got cold out, even with the fire nearby, and many had chosen to pitch their tents further away for privacy. That situation changed quickly, and the students who had camped further from the fire found themselves moving out of their tents and coming forward. Karl and Dana had both chosen spots near the fire, but not because they knew about the temperature. They were both used to it getting cold at night and were somewhat used to the change, but they had wanted to be closer to the center so that they could respond evenly to an attack from any direction. Both Golems and Ray were on lookout for the early portion of the evening, while Hawk would be taking over from Ray later so that they would both have enough sleep tonight. They could both see well enough in the dark, with the simulated stars overhead, but nothing that they were seeing was enough to concern them, and Karl didn't wake until Hawk informed him that it was first light and that Thor was being annoying. The Lightning Sparrow had realized that many of the students couldn't sleep in their cold tents, so he had volunteered his large, warm body to help them out. Which naturally led to the students going around in the morning to find snacks for their scaly benefactor, and a lot more movement than the grumpy Hawk would have preferred. One of the students tapped a spoon against his metal canteen to get everyone's attention. Everyone, bring out the breakfast packs and anything you have to season them. If you brought something that you think looks good, you can bring it out as well. What I'm going to make this morning is known as a cowboy stew. I'm not sure how many of you know how to cook at all, but I grew up on a cattle ranch, and we learned that if everyone brings a different bit of the basics, we can actually make one large decent meal out of 10 lousy ones. The boy explained. The students that Karl had set to pick berries each brought out a couple, as well as the packs of dry oatmeal, granola, and dried fruit that were in the breakfast ration pack. The rancher's son brought out a pot that he had managed to stuff into the bottom of his pack, and one of the mages filled it halfway up with a water spell. Then he added all the various ingredients in, and Karl brought him 3 sticks to create a tripod to hang it over the fire, the way his mother did at home in the summer. It got too hot to cook inside, and this method was much better for cooking over the fire pit in the yard. Then, Karl brought out the masterpiece of the meal, much to Hawk's annoyance. A large piece of iron-tusked boar meat at the common rank. One of the last pieces from the very first boars that they had killed during the fight against the goblin tribe, and a food product that Hawk routinely ignored, in favor of the many better options in his space. Food didn't go bad in there, it seemed to be in stasis. So, though Karl couldn't keep books in there, all forms of food and other resources were a valid option, and it was going to make their breakfast much more enjoyable. One of the mages scrubbed off a flat rock and began cutting the meat into small cubes, making 40 of them in total, then conjured a collection of long sticks and began to skewer them. Now, this is what I'm talking about. See, everyone, with just one chunk of meat and a few berries, we're all going to be eating well today. The warriors stirring the oatmeal gloated. They weren't master chefs, and some of the kebabs got a bit burnt on the edges, but the oatmeal was fruity instead of bland, with no dry chunks of leathery mystery fruit to gnaw on. That left each of them with a small package of nuts left over, and the drink mixed to go in the plastic drink pouches if they wanted something other than water. Once they finished eating, Karl stood to address the group. All right, you can try the same sight again, if you think that you will gain something from it, or you can try a different one. I know we all discussed our experience last night, and the willpower side was definitely not the most popular among the options, but for those of you with trouble concentrating on your abilities, it might still be a valid and valuable training resource. Take some time to choose your path. You can only do one a day, so there is no need to rush right to the wall this instant. I will see you all when we get back, but don't forget to bring water and something to eat, in case you find a spot you wish to train on all day. He informed the group. As terrible as the willpower stairs were, his meditation last night had made huge strides in the improvement of the living spaces for his pets, and Karl was briefly tempted to go back, just to see if he could meditate on the higher steps and improve the beast spaces even more rapidly. If the spaces were at their peak, it might make it easier for the 3 beasts to grow. Hawk was certainly advancing far beyond what anyone would expect of a wind-speed hawk. But it was also possible that what they needed was a more magical environment. Karl was human, they were all magical beasts. What if the real limitation was the fact that he had a virtually non-existent mana pool? He might not think of it the same way that a mage did, but ultimately, the energy needed to use, rend, was still magical energy, so there should be some merit to going up the mana improvement stairs. The warriors of the ancient times had powers beyond anything that he could dream of holding for himself, so was it possible that they did it by having a well-rounded set of abilities, and not some super rare class and an immortal ancient bloodline that allowed them to leave their competition in the dust? 3 of the sides of the pyramid appeared to be intended to train every aspect that a true warrior could need, and they were intending to stay here longer, so there was no harm in using one of the days on the mana stairs. Even if they didn't help much, he could still meditate and make the best of his time. Hawk had the same idea. He had tested his willpower, and the stairs had tested his appetite. So today he would train his magical stamina instead. Ray had decided to stay on the strength stairs to build her rapidly growing body to a standard she was happy with, while Thor didn't see any other option than strength as being worthwhile. All the warriors were with him on that one, except for one berserker who was staring toward the willpower stairs, which startled everyone around him. Are you thinking of building your willpower to extend the amount of time that you can maintain the pain nullification and enhancement of Berserk? I think it should work. I trained for a few days with Professor Tank, learning how to fight against and alongside berserkers, and there was a lot of willpower involved on his end. Karl encouraged the young fighter. The mention of the massive berserker made the warriors smile as they reminisced about meeting him, and that steeled the boy's resolve. One day, I will be as mighty as him. He agreed, then stepped up to the guardian golem and vanished to his chosen trial. One by one, the rest split up, and Karl found himself standing next to Dana at the bottom of the mana staircase. You're training mana with Hawk. That's unexpected. She commented as Karl stared up the staircase. Magical beasts, magical energy. I think it will help. If not, I've wasted a day, but I can meditate on the steps. Karl shrugged. Well, if you're willing to risk it, I won't stop you. Good luck. I'll look back now and then to see how you're doing. Dana laughed as she set off up the stairs. The first few weren't going to pose any problems to her, especially now that she knew how it worked, but the moment that Karl put his foot on the first step and felt the overwhelming magical force on his body, he knew that he was not going to be impressing anyone today. Karl managed to make it to the third step before the crushing weight of the mana test forced him to a stop, freezing his body in place and preventing him from taking another step. There was an enormous amount of power around him, and he had very little clue about what to do with it. It wasn't the same as the energy in his beast spaces, but it was similar. It almost felt like an unformed magical attack, power waiting for guidance. That was a concept that he understood a bit better. The energy that he used to form attacks came through the beast space, normally hawks, as Karl hadn't tried really using any ability but rend and shred. He could use the lightning shield to a comfortable standard, and defensive optimization was more of a passive ability that worked all the time, so it was the one space where he normally got his power. But if he reversed that path, taking the outside power and pulling it back into the space, would that improve them? There was one way to find out, and this trial hadn't hurt any of the mages who drew the power in, so it should be safe enough. Karl stood motionless on the third step as the mages all walked past him with curious looks. The worst of them had made it to the fifth step yesterday, but Karl, who was much more powerful, was stuck on the third. From their point of view, the test definitely favored mages, and they had made the right choice to keep training their strengths before worrying about their weaknesses. Their strengths were still weak enough that they couldn't be neglected. Karl managed to get a trickle of energy to flow into the three spaces, filling them with sparkling motes of light that slowly integrated themselves with the constructs that Karl had made to flesh the spaces out into their own small worlds. He did his best to meditate as he stood there, frozen in place, and the trickle eventually became, well, it was still a trickle. Karl couldn't lie to himself and call it more than that, but it was a steady one. The plant life was multiplying, improving the lake in Hawk's space, the grasslands in Thor's, and the bushes in Ray's home, while also condensing a stronger energy inside. The expansion rate was still the same as it had been last night, but the quality of the space was actually improving now. That hadn't really been the case before. It would improve a little when Karl focused on adding an element, but mostly he improved the size of it so that it would stabilize and allow the pet's energy to feed back to him. Karl wasn't sure how much time had passed when the burden on him began to lessen, and he managed to move up another step. But he noticed that the sun was no longer overhead, and it was on the side of his face when he moved up to the fifth stair. The team was going to be overjoyed when they got back home tonight. Karl's lake was an actual lake now, with small silver fish made of pure energy flitting about in it. Thor's grasslands had a number of solid stone pillars that he shouldn't be able to break and enough room to get a good run at them, while Ray's dark bushes now had a half-dozen trees, placed so that she could spin a web between them all to create the ultimate nest. The energy level was noticeably higher, and it was beginning to feel closer to the mana-rich atmosphere of the mage training areas than the open training fields where the warriors worked at the academy. Karl continued right until the sun touched the horizon and the golems kicked them all out, then went back to sit around the campfire, where the self-appointed cook was collecting ingredients for the evening meal. "We're doing the beef stew packages today, if you could toss me yours," the designated cook announced as Karl walked up. "Yeah, give me a second, it's in the tent." The clerics had collected a number of herbs while they were out, as well as some edible roots when the group stopped outside the cave, so although they didn't have any rations with them, they could still contribute to the pot. The roots weren't very nutritious, but they were large, and they added volume to the meal, making it look even more impressive. The rations were supposed to be lightweight and easy to pack, but that meant calorie-dense, not large and filling. They were just about to settle down with the pot full of rations heating when the cleric girl seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and she began mumbling a spell while glowing with soft golden light. Nobody dared to interrupt her. This was a world dragon temple, and she was a priestess. A trainee priestess without much power to speak of, but still, a priestess of sorts. As her spell finished, she spread a cloth out in front of her, and a large golden orb began to form in the air in front of her hands. Then, it solidified, and a large ball of soft white grains fell to the ground, landing on the cloak that she had spread. "I did it," I finally got the spell to work. That, my friends, is the sign of a true magical acolyte of the church. Blessing of nutrition, she declared in a tiny, quiet voice. It was rice. Nearly 5 kilos of it, Karl was certain. That was far more than they would be able to eat even in a few days, but Karl had seen this magic before. The priests who came to town to help the poor would use their magic to create a giant pot full of rice and beans that would feed hundreds. This was just the rice, but it was more than enough for today. Karl patted her on the back in congratulations, then scooped up a bit of the rice with the bowl that attached to the bottom half of his canteen. He poured a bit of water over the top and set it by the fire to cook, signaling the others to do the same. Good work. Now we don't need to worry about running out of food so quickly. Even an extra day or two here will be a great help to everyone's training. Karl congratulated her. The boy beside her looked both jealous and proud, as if he was envious of her achievement, but unable to hold a grudge over it. Instead of trying to copy her to show off, he began to pray and created a soft golden glow over them all that soothed aching muscles and minds. It wasn't a fully formed spell, but it was close enough to a minor healing spell to refresh the students and allow them to fully relax as they waited for dinner to be ready, now accompanied by a large portion of rice. How is everyone else doing? Is the training on the temple stairs giving you real results? Karl asked as his beasts finished their patrol around the camp and returned to the beast spaces. It is for the mages, for certain. The amount of mana that I can handle is up by nearly a quarter. But more importantly, I gained an insight into how to make it grow more quickly even after we leave. Dana agreed. The other mages nodded happily, as they had been sharing the trick with each other on the stairs all day. The warriors decided that flexing and posing would be more appropriate, though Karl couldn't tell if they were actually any more muscular than they had been a day ago. I can't say for certain how much of a difference it is without something to test against, but I've made it 4 more steps today than I did yesterday. If this pace keeps up, then I think that I will be able to pass the Awakened Warrior exam after another week at the most. One of them explained. All right. Enjoy your dinner, we will be headed back to train first thing in the morning. Make a plan, I doubt that we will get another chance like this again, unless we can return here. Karl reminded them. The cleric girl shook her head. This is a trial ground. Most of these can only be accessed at set intervals, or worse, once in a lifetime. After we leave, it could be a long time before anyone can use this place again, but I will make sure that the clergy marks it off as a protected holy relic so that nobody destroys the crystals that operate the entrance. That was what Karl was afraid of. There were other holy relics that opened only on certain holidays, and the serum could only be used once in a lifetime. But they had been able to use this one, and he was going to make the very best of it. So far, he had tested his willpower, which helped him grow the size of the beast space while meditating, and his mana control, which helped him improve the power of his beast space, so tomorrow, he could either focus on the mana control, which needed the most help, or on his body, which was already strong, and improved at a fraction of the rate that the pets were improving. The initial burst of power that he had gotten from the pets had been impressive, but after that, the feedback was limited and his growth was slow. He would need a lot of training to get physically powerful, but if he focused on the pets, his combat power would shoot up much faster, and eventually drag his body along with it. The answer was made when the beasts settled into their improved homes. Oh, this is nice. I can feel the power soothing my muscles. Whatever you did today, do it again. Ray commended him as she spun an expanded web between the new trees. Yes, this is the right improvement. I can feel myself getting more powerful. Hawk agreed. The two of them waited for Thor to say something, but he was staring in wonder at one of the stone pillars. Did you make a smashing pillar for me? You are too kind. He was nearly tearful with joy over the addition of the pillars, and the other two beasts immediately discounted anything else he said for the evening. Like giving Hawk an extra rare species of meat, the lightning Sparrow had been bribed with the thing he wanted most, and his opinion was unreliable. Karl considered their answers for a moment, and then replied, "All right, I will go back to the mana training tomorrow and see how much I can improve the spaces for you all. After all, the faster you grow strong, the faster I grow strong in return." A good night's sleep brought about some notable changes to the trio. Not so much to Hawk, but Thor was a full hand taller than he had been yesterday, enough that it was immediately noticeable to everyone when he came out for some attention in the morning. But Ray was the one who caught everyone's attention. She was not only larger, but the armored chitin on her legs was beginning to turn the deep crimson that helped to give the bloodbath spider its name. As they grew older and more powerful, the red would spread up from the claws until her entire legs and portions of her black underbelly were deep crimson, as if she had been standing in a pool of blood. She wouldn't lose the short black fur on her body, but the carapace underneath would change color as a warning to others that she was not to be trifled with, and no longer needed to hide in the darkness. Karl hadn't expected it to begin so early, as she wasn't even fully grown yet. The training must have been good for her, not discriminating against users, even if they were not human. "Ray is looking really powerful. I didn't know that spiders got that big," one of the warriors noted. "That's not even half grown for a bloodbath spider. When she's full grown, she will be able to grab and flip an armored car with her legs. They're scary enough that even the team that took me to the wilderness to find new pets didn't want to meet the adult version. I got Ray here as an egg," Karl explained. The warrior wasn't quite sure he believed Karl's bragging, but that spider was huge, and if it was still growing, it was going to be nightmare fuel for countless students. All the ones here had met Ray, and knew that she was friendly, but if she crept up on them in the dark, they would still freak out. Karl returned to the mana enhancement stairs, and slowly made his way to the fourth, and then the fifth stair to begin his training. That shocked the mages a little, as they had all expected him to go work with the warriors today to complete the rotation, but with two of the three pets there already, Karl was more concerned about making sure that their homes could keep up with them. That day, the progress up the stairs began to really increase for Karl. He was getting the hang of pulling energy in from the outside to feed the beast space, whereas before he was only converting food to energy to build them. With him starting at rock bottom, he had nowhere to go but up, and by the end of the day, he had moved from the fifth step up to the 10th, where the pressure was immense on him, but he could still effectively channel more power than the step before. That was enough to get ahead of their growth needs, and the beast spaces were actually starting to look like islands in the void. There was no real sky or anything like it, other than a few fake stars Karl had put in Ray's darkened space to simulate nighttime, but they had a fair amount of land after 2 days of training on the stairs. But compared to Karl's internal improvements, the others were beginning to show real signs of the gains that they had made here. Both of the clerics' eyes shone with a faint golden light, the mages were all filled to the brim with power, and the warriors were becoming the toned and muscular elites that they had dreamed of being since they found out that they were compatible with the serum. They were well into the afternoon, and everyone was exhausted and ready to turn in when the golems made an announcement. Speaking in unison, their magical voices reached every one of the students. "You now have 24 hours remaining in your trial. Choose your last day's event wisely." Those words sent a wave of panic through the group. They had no idea that there was a 4-day time limit on the trials. Many of them had intended to try to push through to the awakened rank, then spend a few days checking on the other sides, just in case they could gain something important from them. Karl didn't have any particular regrets. His body was already stronger than his mind, so testing his willpower and mana made the most sense. The question was, what would he do for the last day? He could balance it out and go for the willpower side again, but something told him that the neglected stairs, the random gamble that was the fate challenge, was going to be much more entertaining. It might only be good for a story around the campfire, but all of them should have some sort of affinity with fate, since they all passed the trial of the divine serum and proved themselves compatible. That settled it. He had gained what he needed from the stairs. He learned how to more effectively expand the beast spaces, and he could ask Ray and Thor about the effectiveness of the body training. So, he would take a chance on the final day, and he would go for the fate stairs to see what would happen. The next morning, the team realized that they might not have been as prepared as they thought that they were. They had only packed a week worth of rations, which were now over half gone, and they were almost out of the berries for the oatmeal flavoring, which would leave them with just the dehydrated bits that came in the ration pack. They didn't have to worry about starvation anytime soon with the clerics available, but the variety of their diet would soon begin to disappear if they spent too long in the woods before returning to the train tracks. But with the time limit imposed by the trials, they would be outside today, and once the cleric trainees had properly marked the spot on their maps as a holy relic, they could be on their way to give the news of their trip to the church. Before he went to the fate stairs, Karl stopped next to one of the golems, hoping that it would answer a question for him. "Excuse me, do you know how often this trial can be accessed?" He inquired politely, with the assumption that a bit of courtesy might get the magical construct to answer. "The trials open at the will of the World Dragon." Karl bowed and stepped away, then focused on being sent to the fate stairs. The answer he got was both informative and useless at the same time. If it opened at the will of the Golden Dragon God, the World Dragon as it was sometimes known, then there was no way that he could predict the next opening date for anyone who asked. But what he could confirm was that it would open again at some point. If the church kept a close watch on this place, they would probably be able to tell when it would open. The fate stairs were different from any of the other sides. They were cloaked in thick black shadows, which made Ray immediately regret going back to strength training. That darkness looked wonderful to her, but Karl suspected that it had some other purpose. It was likely something along the lines of everyone's fate is their own, so you could only see your own path forward, and everything else was shadowed, but it could also be intended to change if you stepped away from the path you were on. Could that be what it was meant to do? Show you ways to change your fate through the decisions that you made. There were oracles among the elites, blind seers of the future, and their visions were uncannily accurate. This could be the same sort of magic, but built into a massive temple to show more than just a glimpse of the possible futures. One step forward brought him onto the first stair, and Karl looked upward, seeing visions of first power and glory, then tragedy in front of him. But to his left and right on the second step were misty figures of himself. Instinctively, he knew that he could step up toward one of them and see what changes would be made if he changed the first major event along this timeline. From what he could see, he returned to the academy and claimed credit for leading the team that found a holy relic. It would make him a darling of the church and the media. His fame would rise even faster than his power would, but after some time, that fame would fade, and the lingering resentment of those who had lived in his shadow would leave him alone in the world, discarded by those he had left behind. Both of the options would reject that next step, but neither were clear to him. Karl's first thought was to step to the left, but he found that he could only move forward unless some condition was set. Perhaps he needed to make a choice. If he decided not to claim the find, but instead attributed it to the group, the glory would be shared between all of them and the clerics. He thought that he could also imply that it was the presence of the future servants of the Golden Dragon that caused the trials to activate, but then how could he explain that he knew it was all at the will of the gods, or keep them from ending up in that same discarded and shunned state he saw for himself? It was better to put it all down to chance. They had been the first ones here after the World Dragon had willed that the trials be opened, so they were pulled in. Glory to the World Dragon and all that pious sentiment. Yes, that seemed best. Karl saw the path to the right begin to become a bit more clear, and resolved to make that the reality. He would instruct the others, and say that he had seen a vision on the fate stairs instructing him to give glory to the World Dragon. Few would argue with that, and those in power would be more inclined to listen. Karl stepped up to the right, and a new future path became clearer in front of him. In this one, the 10 members of the team all became much stronger, and began to surpass the average, becoming notable among the elites of the academy. His mind began to spin as the visions of 10 different people's futures were slowly played out in front of him, and Karl saw the impact that a single decision could have on the futures of everyone around him. He didn't see any horrible endings for them. They would all end up with some level of success and recognition, while their 2 clerics would become pillars of the church. The pillars were those in favor of the gods, who could use holy magic at royal rank or higher. Each of them would gain a boon from their chosen deity, a special spell that only they could use. From what Karl remembered, the current head of the church naturally followed the world dragon, and was granted the boon of rebirth. He could bring the dead back to life, with some limitations. What those limits were, Karl didn't know, but there was video footage of him resurrecting a murdered cleric after an attack on one of the churches near the border. Every student in the Golden Dragon Nation had seen that footage in primary school. With such bright futures for everyone in the vision, Karl took a step forward and found himself somewhere entirely different. He was still on a staircase, but one with no start and no ending point. It simply floated in a sea of stars, and a sense of power and timelessness surrounded him. The first trial must have been to choose a path for your immediate future. Once you found a decision that you were content with, or intended to follow through, the vision ended. But this place didn't have any instructions. He could go up or down endlessly. It didn't seem to matter which he chose, though upward was generally seen as the correct way. You should strive to work hard and move beyond, up the social ranks, increasing in reputation. Up was used to signify all things beneficial. But down seemed so much easier. If he were going to travel indefinitely, he could certainly make it further going down than up. His strength and willpower would last longer, and he would see so much more if it were going to give him visions or rewards. Then an absolutely insane notion came to mind. This was just a staircase floating in the nothingness. The mental spaces where he kept Hawk and the others began as an empty void as well. If he simply stepped off the side, what would happen? Could he continue walking as he wished? Would he fall endlessly? The curiosity was egging him on, encouraging him to do something wild, just because he didn't know and couldn't know what would happen. As he considered it, Karl felt a sense of curiosity and amusement flow into the space. Not his own, but as if there were someone or something watching him. Someone who could read his thoughts. A little help here. What way is the right way? Karl called into the nothingness. For nearly a minute, nothing happened, though the sense of amusement remained. Then the whisper of a man's voice filled the space. There is no right way. There is definitely a wrong way. But there is only your way. It spoke. Damn it. He was terrible at riddles and brain-teaser type problems. There was no right way, only his way, but there was a wrong way for it to be his way. Or his way was destined to be the wrong way. Jumping off the side of the staircase was beginning to look like a better option than trying to figure out what way was the best, and that feeling was increasing by the second. Karl took the ration pack spoon out of his pocket and began to flip it in his hand as he considered his options. Over and over it flipped, then Karl noticed something odd. The more he focused on the spoon, the slower it spun, as if gravity stopped working correctly because Karl was focused on the spoon being where it was. That gave Karl an idea. He would go up. Not up the stairs, but straight up into the air. So, he crouched and gathered his strength, then jumped, flying high above the staircase for one brief glorious moment, seeing the staircase fade into the distance beneath him as if he were a god himself, floating through the universe. Before landing exactly where he started. Not very bright, is he? Karl heard a second voice ask. But entertaining. The first whispered, and then Karl was back in the grass next to the campsite. Karl looked around the campsite and realized that it was mid-afternoon. Over 6 hours had passed since he left, though it only felt like a few minutes in his mind. He went to move toward the fire, where there should be some fresh skewers to cook meat for lunch, and nearly tripped over a small golden chest at his feet. That wasn't anything that he had seen before, but the moment he touched it, the chest vanished from his hands, and a burst of knowledge entered his mind. Taming ability, skill master, increases the chance of a beast learning new skills when actively used during training. Was that what his class was supposed to be? He wasn't just collecting the beasts and creating a place for them to grow strong, he was supposed to be teaching them new skills as well. Was that even possible without the help of the skill books? They were a powerful magical item, and it had taken the inscriptionist group nearly a decade to learn how to make them, but this new ability Karl had been rewarded with seemed like he would be able to teach them new magical abilities at will. Hawk had been able to use Wind Shield, so if it was the right element, they might even be able to learn magical spells. There was more to the knowledge than just the title, and as Karl focused on the skill, he began to understand the way that it should be used. With the skill active and the beast watching the ability that you wanted them to learn, as well as some related resources as needed to increase their compatibility, he should be able to teach them to use an incredible variety of new skills. They lived at the academy. There should be all sorts of skills available to watch on any given day. He might even be able to teach his pets some of the skills that the others already knew. Karl brought up Thor's lightning barrier around himself to help clear and focus his mind, as well as recover from the strain of the previous day's trials and 3 nights sleeping on the ground. If he could teach this to Ray, how much more dangerous would she become? Or Shred. If she could learn that ability, she would absolutely annihilate anything that she attacked. The real question was if she would be compatible with either of them. Karl couldn't see Thor being capable of using offensive adaptation or rend without some major attunement, or Hawk using refreshing lightning as he needed the delicate adjustments of airflow over his wings to fly. But Ray might be able to use some new attack abilities, or possibly even fog, or a stealth skill, as her body coloration would naturally adapt to her surroundings. Just thinking about the possibilities was getting Karl excited, and the beasts weren't even finished their daily training for him to try anything. So, he passed some time meditating, and improving the beast spaces while he wasn't on the stairs, giving himself a chance to compare the 2 training environments. The difference was depressingly obvious. Though he had learned the technique to improve both the size and quality of the space while he was in the trial, his actual effectiveness at it when he was not partaking in the trial was less than 1/10 as high. It would take him a month to get as much gain as he did in 2 days on the mana training stairs. But compared to before he had learned and refined the techniques here, it was still much faster. That 1 month, which would feel so long after being on the stairs, was still equal to an entire semester or longer before they had gotten this opportunity. So, there was no denying that this holy relic was a massive improvement for anyone lucky enough to have been able to enter, or that the change would have lasting benefits that could help them through their entire life. As the sun got closer to the horizon, the other students began to tire of their training, and prepare to head back for the night. They had gotten an incredible amount from the holy relic so far, and most of them were only staying until the day ended out of general principle. So, when the first one to come back early arrived, he wasn't expecting to see Karl sitting by the fire, and he certainly wasn't expecting the small silver box that appeared in his hands. "What is this?" He asked nobody in particular. "Try opening it. I got a gift from mine." Karl replied, eager to find out what the others would be rewarded with. The warrior pressed the latch, and the lid popped open, then the small chest vanished, and a large flaming sword appeared in his hands. "This is..." "Wow." Karl nodded in agreement. "That is pretty astonishing. I don't know what you're going to do about the safety measures needed to carry a giant flaming sword everywhere, though." The boy smiled, and the sword vanished. "The chest says that it is bonded to me. I can use it at will and dismiss it when it is not in use. That will be so useful later, being able to have a blade in reserve on occasions when carrying a weapon is forbidden." "You've got a point. Especially after you graduate and take up a job of some sort. If you're in an office somewhere, you're not going to be able to keep weapons handy all the time, and if you get an emergency call, it would take quite a while to go to your car, or run to the nearest armory to get them. Plus, it's a giant flaming sword. How cool is that?" Karl agreed. A few minutes later, another student came back, one of the mages, and she was clearly nursing a sore head. She must have overexerted herself in the rush to get a gain before the trial ended and had to leave early. She tripped over the small silver box in front of her, as Karl nearly had with his golden one, and landed on the ground holding her head. The warrior was only a few steps away, not quite fast enough to catch her, but he was there a split second after. "Are you all right? You tripped over the reward from the trial. Pick it up and open it when your head feels better," the boy told her, eager to see what she would get. If he got a sword, then the mages might get a spell, or a wand or something equally amazing. It took her a few minutes to recover, but she picked up the box with curious reverence, as if it might crumble in her hands, but she simply had to see what was in it. The box was tiny, and nearly fit in the palm of one hand, but when she opened it, a large book appeared in its place. For a few seconds, she was silent, likely listening to the trial inform her of what she had been granted, and then she began to squeal and dance around happily. "I got a spell book. An actual spell book." She cheered as she dismissed the book and pulled the warrior into a swinging happy dance. "That is remarkable. So, you can just cast all those spells by looking at the book?" he asked. "Even better. I can just cast all those spells because I know them now. But if I hold the book, I get a bonus to my magical damage and mana recovery rate," she explained. Then the influx of students began, as the trial forced them all from the stairs as the sun went down. "You will be ejected from this space in 12 hours. The trial is now complete," the crystal golems announced, while all the students were still staring in wonder at the small boxes in their hands. Some looked like jewelry boxes, some were small treasure chests, and a few of them seemed to be poorly wrapped holiday presents. There was likely some method to the madness, Karl assumed. Then he noticed the colors. Almost all of them were silver, but Dana's was a small gold chest as his had been, and the worst wrapped of the lot were all in bronze paper. It might be based on their accomplishment while here in the trial, as Karl and Dana were the most advanced and best prepared to begin with, but Karl suspected that it had something to do with their power levels, or some outstanding student who had been a bit slow at the start of the school year likely would have gotten a gold box as well. The quality of the reward was also directly linked to the quality of the package. Not that any of them were useless, or anything less than a priceless treasure, but there was definitely bias being shown in the rewarding process. The items that came from the bronze wrapping paper were mostly trinkets and pieces of jewelry that would help with growth or strength. But the items from the silver category were more practical. They included mostly weapons, the mage's spellbook, and in one case a scroll that would let the user pick one new combat skill from a set list. But Karl had gotten a rather incredible new class skill that would let him easily teach the beasts new skills, and Dana had gotten a new combination attack and defense spell that nobody had ever heard of before. Nullification Barrier simply dispersed anything that touched it. It didn't matter if it was a magical attack, or a stick that the warrior swung, it simply lost all energy and stopped when it hit the barrier. The offensive use of the spell, Nullification Blade, surrounded a weapon, and would cut through anything that they could find with ease, even the other mages' shields. Nobody was willing to try with a magical item, for fear that it would be disenchanted, but the barrier appeared to be much stronger than the usual ones they trained with. If it had come from a skill book, she would have been fabulously wealthy beyond her wildest dreams, but the golden chest simply taught her the skill the same as it had taught Karl. Both were what the Academy would call Tier 3 skills. Not the basics, or the advanced versions of the basics, but something that was entirely new and on another power level. They were incredibly rare, and often unique in the world, with only one elite having ever learned them. But more than that, they had a growth rate that scaled proportionately to their advantage. If they were twice as deadly as normal skills at awakened rank, they would be twice as deadly as other spells when you were at ascended and commander rank as well. They were simply superior in all ways. Karl's was mostly only relevant to himself, but it didn't specify that the animals had to be bonded to him, and that was something that he wanted to test. Druid, sorry I forgot your name. Do you have a bonded animal? Karl asked. Not yet. Most druids get the ability, but I'm still at level 3, according to the way that druids see their progression, and I don't have that ability yet. My healing got much better while I was here, though, and I learned to use an area heal spell while training on the stairs. The druid replied. What did you get from the box? Karl asked. A staff. It vanishes when I want it to, and it applies its additional magic damage even when I am wild-shaped. He explained. Oh, you're a transformation-type druid. Never mind. I was thinking about trying to teach a druid spirit animal a new trick when we get back to test out the reward I got. Karl explained. That made the others curious. Karl had returned first, so none of them had seen what he had gotten, and so far, he hadn't spoken of it. But if it was a transferable power, a skill that he could teach others, wouldn't that just be too powerful? If he left to join the army, he could teach his whole unit that power, which the team assumed should be at the ascended rank, since the item-type rewards everyone got were generally a rank above themselves. The thought that it might be a Tier 3 skill that would scale with his growth, and not simply a more powerful normal skill, never crossed their minds. We have some time before we are ejected, so get some sleep after you eat. We will get up early to pack our gear before we are pushed out, and then we can finish the mission and find the other plants that we came here for. Karl decided. Wait, we're still doing the mission. Even after we found a holy relic and got all these rewards, we are still going to get the plants. One of the warriors asked. Do you not need them anymore? Will they not be effective on you now that you've gained some power? Karl asked. The warrior looked sheepish, and his friends consoled him. Technically, it looked more like mockery, but what were friends for? See, we will finish the mission, and then make sure that our new friends from the church make it safely to the train with us. Now that we've found the holy relic, it is not just about getting them back safely, but they need to properly relay to their superiors the information that we have gathered about this place so that it is protected and not disturbed before the next time that it decides to let a group in. Karl explained. The cleric students nodded rapidly. They will likely want this to be kept all hush-hush. You know how it is with holy relics. If we talk about finding it, then any elite could look up our mission information and find the general area that it is in, to come here and try to exploit or destroy it. That was something that Karl hadn't considered. The church did good things for the poor, and they had the best healing magic, but not everyone was a big fan of theirs, partially because of the power that they had. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Karl didn't watch the news often, but there was always someone mad about something that someone else did. It was an undeniable fact, and the church inevitably got caught up in arguments when their programs conflicted with someone else's. The students all seemed to be in agreement, and as Karl brought out a bit more of the awakened rank boar meat for their final dinner here, the talk turned to what they might find at the other herb sites. So far, they had found 2 spots that weren't on the map, an ascended beetle, a holy relic, and 2 refugee clerics. If they kept up at this rate, they might find the lost city of knowledge, one of the students suggested. The thought of that was hilarious. The city of knowledge was just a legend from mythology, and it was supposed to be where the young world dragon learned the power to travel between worlds to find a new home to protect. But the world dragon and its offspring were immortal, and given the nature of the legend, the city of knowledge probably wasn't even on this planet. Not that it had stopped generations of treasure hunters from going looking for it. The final meal was a larger one than usual, as everyone who had gathered food donated a bit extra for the celebration, and they made a massive pitcher of punch out of all the energy drink pouches that they hadn't been using. The plans to sleep early had gone right out of everyone's mind, and when the ever-vigilant golems warned them that they had 1 hour left before being ejected, they were all still sound asleep. Everyone up and get packed. We don't want to end up leaving half our gear here, unless you all fancy sharing tents for the rest of the journey. Karl warned them all. That got them up and moving. The boys all knew that the girls wouldn't want to share with them, and Karl was right about them not wanting to cuddle with each other in a tiny tent with a single sleeping bag. Breakfast was delayed, but they all got their gear packed in the next half hour, though it was quite disorganized, and most of it would need to be repacked before they went anywhere. Everyone, shoulder your packs and make sure there is nothing left on the ground, no signs that we were here at all. Karl added. That took a few more minutes, while they adjusted their packs enough that they could be worn properly without gear falling out, but once they were settled, Karl called out to the golem. Sir Golem, we are finished and packed. Will you please send us back out? He requested. Instantly, he was standing outside the entrance to the cave, along with the other 11 members of their team. All right, clerics, take 2 warriors and one of the golems as an escort and mark the entrance of the holy relic, then we can get going. The clerics returned a minute later, looking concerned. The end of the tunnel is gone. Everything past the first chamber looks like solid rock. The entire tunnel is hidden. We marked it as the entrance to a holy relic, but I'm not sure anyone will believe us if they can't see the crystals, the male cleric informed Karl. That's fine. When it opens again, there will be no doubt that it leads to the holy relic. Perhaps it's better this way. Anyone else who stumbles across it will try to open a portal on the wall, while only those who should know will understand that the tunnel will appear when it is ready, Karl replied. The students began repacking their gear, making their best attempt to return it to its original state, and helping those who were struggling until everyone was ready to move again. Staying in the same spot for a few days had freed up some backpack space, thanks to the rations they had consumed. This would allow them a bit more room for additional resources to bring back, though they had already gained far more than they expected, even just by measuring the actual plants the team had harvested. Normally, one would only find a few flowers or a small patch of moss, not entire trees and fields full of them. This had led to many arguments among the student groups when they hadn't worked out a proper rotation for resource distribution, unlike now, when there was enough for everyone to split what was available. The next one is straight east of here, 10 kilometers away. I will send Hawk to scout, but be prepared for a long walk, Karl warned the group as they set off. Through the woods, 10 kilometers would take them half the day, but there was always the chance that Hawk would find something along the way. Do you think the abundance of resources we found was because the holy relic was about to open? I mean, it should give off a lot of power, right? So that might be why there are so many resources in this area, Dana suggested. So, you're suggesting we forget the map and look around the cave for more good stuff. Everyone, what do you think of that? Do you mind staying in the area for a day or two, in case there are more plants for us to find? Karl asked. They were the leaders, but the other 8 were the ones who had actually planned the mission. The resources were mostly for them and had been expected to be a level below what Karl and Dana would need. Most team leaders would add a mission point of their own to the trip if possible. If not, they would do it just for the academy credits and the time away from the regular training schedule. That was the important part for many of them. Getting to go out and explore on their own was much more relaxing than being in class, and the missions picked by the first-year students were rarely dangerous. Even the ascended rank beetle, which had been mauled by their team, was an outlier. The mission report hadn't expected anything that dangerous in the area. Hawk, circle the area. Let me know if you see any magical plants or other interesting things, and we will go explore it. Even if it doesn't seem too useful, it's still a resource. Hawk began circling the cave in increasingly large loops for the next 10 minutes until he found something of interest. There are shiny rocks over here. Mages like shiny rocks. Hawk offered, as if he wasn't quite sure what to look for if it wasn't food or a resource he had seen a picture of. That is good. I have shown you all the resources on the list, and if there are any you have seen on the balcony or in the botany books, you can tell me about those too, Karl suggested. He focused on Hawk's location for a moment, then turned to face it. Hawk has found a possible magical crystal source. We will go there and see what it is, he informed the others. Dana smirked at the other mages. Just 10 minutes outside the cave, and they were already on their way to even more resources. It was a short walk, with everyone keeping their eyes open for more hidden magical plants and any signs of threats that might have come looking for them. After the incident with the beetle and then the holy relic, they had realized they wouldn't be the only ones drawn to the magical resources in the area. Monsters would be, too, and that meant they would have to compete for what they could get. As they walked, Ray darted out and grabbed a small vine from a tree to bring back into her beast space. Karl wondered just what the limitations were. Vines, meat, branches, leaves, those could all be brought in, but he couldn't put his backpack or textbooks in there. Clearly, it wasn't their physical nature that was the issue, so it must be that they weren't considered resources for the pets. As they approached the point Hawk had marked, the clerics started to get strange looks on their faces, and the mages were getting really excited, while the warriors wondered why. Then they stepped over a small ridge and saw the situation. There was a large pond with small, glowing yellow stones at the bottom. Even the warriors could feel the magic now that they were this close, and the cleric girl looked like she was about to faint. Her legs gave out after one more step, and Karl caught her in his arms. Her partner pointed at the pond with a shaky hand. "Those are holy mana stones," he mumbled. Dana looked at him, then did a double take at the pond. There had to be 100 of the stones in the lake, and each of them was an awakened rank resource. They were to mages what strength stones were to warriors, only infinitely rarer. They wouldn't be crushed to dust and ingested, as they were impossible to replace without an especially powerful high priest. Instead, they would be kept in a locket or other safe place, and the user would draw on their power while meditating. Even just having one was a huge status symbol among the clerics, to the point that priests would wear them outside their robes when visiting important people or hosting nobility, just to prove their favored status. They also apparently couldn't be stolen. They decided who was able to use them, and you couldn't touch them if they judged you unworthy. Everyone, if those are holy stones, they won't approve of a greedy heart. Put aside any thoughts of taking them all, and pick one that you like. Go for that one in particular, and if it lets you pick it up, put it somewhere safe, Karl informed them a moment before they were about to run toward the pond. The cleric nodded fervently. You must not entertain greed or violence in your heart, or they will reject you. Karl jerked to the side, startled when Dana poked him on the arm. You can set the priestess down, she's awake again. Thor looked out of his space and popped into reality to run across the field and splash in the pond. Well, we can say the water is safe. Go ahead, everyone, and try not to let Thor splash you too much if you're not going to strip down to swimwear, Karl laughed. After splashing around for a moment, Thor settled into the pond with a sigh, letting just his snout show over the surface as he relaxed in the cool water. It feels so good on the scales, he informed Karl happily. Karl walked down to the pond, following the others, who were searching for a spot that felt right to them so they could pick a lucky rock. Hawk thought it was hilarious, as he had no interest in the rocks. Nor did Ray, as they glowed and would mess up the vibe in her space. How could she be a mysterious predator in the dark and use a nightlight? You could make a walkway with them down the sides, Karl suggested. So bright. How would I ever sleep? Ray objected. Karl looked over at Thor, who was now snoring as he relaxed in the lake, and the spider began to laugh. Point taken. Karl decided he would pick a stone after everyone else had theirs. He wasn't strictly a magic user, so it didn't matter whether he found some perfect or most powerful stone, he would just pick a nice-looking one and call it a day. So, while the others put great effort into their choice, Karl focused on making a relaxation pond for Thor in his mental space. If the lightning Cero liked the water that much, it only made sense to give him a pond of his own. Finding the stones only took half an hour, but then the warriors began to strip down to their shirts and underwear to go for a swim with Thor. The water had magic in it, and a swim might give them some benefits that they wouldn't get just by standing near the shore. Most of the mages were more reluctant, as they weren't as physically toned as the warriors, but eventually they caved and ran back into the bushes to change into swimsuits from their bags. Having to recover a resource from the water was an anticipated scenario, and the suits didn't take up much space, so they were standard kit. They were also useful on rainy days and hot environments, when it was easier to just get wet and keep your kit dry than to try and dry your clothes later. Karl finished the small pond for Thor, which he could expand later, and changed before he came out of the trees to join the fun. The combination of the lightning Sero, whose refreshing lightning made the water mildly charged and invigorating as he slept, and the natural magic of the pond combined to create an outdoor spa. They likely wouldn't get much more done today unless they left soon, but Karl let everyone soak for an hour and play in the pond before Hawk reported he had seen some strange ferns that were definitely magic. Hawk has found another resource. Has everyone found what they need here? Karl asked. Yeah, give us a bit to change clothes, and we will be ready to go, Dana replied, giving the water a longing look. They couldn't take it with them, but there were still plenty of magical stones in it, so they could come back on another mission to the area and play in the water again. The holy stones they had gathered wouldn't wear out if they just used them as a meditation focus to improve their growth, so they wouldn't need to take any more of them, just relax in the water. Once everyone was changed and had shouldered their packs again, Karl called Ray and Thor back into the space. Thor was still half asleep, but Ray had only been splashing at the edge of the water, unwilling to go into water deeper than her lower torso. Like a cat, she cleaned herself. There was no need for her to bathe in a pool of water, and she didn't see the appeal. It was only when they were halfway to the next resource that Karl realized the bottom of the pond in Thor's mental space was now lined with very real gravel and a large number of holy stones. He had taken them with him when he transferred back in, and it seemed the holy stones didn't prevent their transfer. How does he do that, anyhow? Ray asked, meaning how he let his head float with his nostrils out of the water as he slept. His nose and mouth are fully separate. He fills his mouth with air and closes it, then it makes his head naturally float while he breathes through his nose, Karl informed the confused spider. Make him stop, it's freaky. Thor snorted in amusement and moved a little, so his head was on the shore and not floating in the water. The ferns Hawk had found were a primary ingredient for healing potions, a thick stem filled with numbing gel that could be used alone as a painkiller ointment, but when combined into potions by witches or other healing classes with alchemy skills, they would be able to heal major injuries almost as well as the expensive medicines the doctor in the frontier town had provided to Karl. These aren't easy to store. Does anyone have extra glass jars for the gel? One of the witches asked hopefully. Each of the warriors dug into their bag and took out one of the specimen jars, then realized just how inadequate they were for the task. The jar held half a liter, which seemed like a lot until they realized that the stem of the fern branch she wanted to drain was taller than they were and as thick as their leg. Karl thought about the issue for a moment, then unpacked one of his jars and went to a smaller fern branch. A slice of rind cut it off past the first branches, where it would likely regrow, and then he stuffed the bottom of the thin stem into the jar, holding all the gel inside. There. Problem solved, he announced. I never thought of that. We will look silly with fern branch flagpoles on our backs, but it will give us so much. I mean, so much, the witch cheered. Karl passed the jar of fern to Thor, who looked at it for a second before realizing it was medicine and not food. That was interesting. He couldn't put the jar into the space empty, but with medicine in it, he could. The witch was staring at him now, so Karl shrugged. I can store food and medicine in the same mental space where the pets rest. Just food and medicine so far, but that's where I put the fern. The witch gave a pleading look, then looked down at the pile of jars. It would be a nightmare to try to carry 10 of the meter-tall smaller fern plants, but sitting in Thor's space it wasn't an issue. All right, I will give them back when we're done with the mission, Karl agreed. They stuffed ferns into the jars that had been donated to the witch, and then cut down one extra fern and portioned the gel among everyone, including the clerics, who had leather pouches instead of jars. They didn't seal as well, but they folded flat and didn't take up as much space when empty. Now, we've all got medicine rubs, so let's look for more resources before we go home. Not too much more, though. We're all out of space. The students laughed. There was no better problem to have during a resource-gathering mission than finding so much that you couldn't carry it all. The group headed out toward the next likely spot Hawk had discovered, which turned out to be on the far side of a swampy riverbed. The river itself was shallow and slow-moving, but the marsh didn't look like a pleasant place to cross, and it would be home to at least a few monsters. "Hawk, how far is it to go around to a better spot to cross?" Karl asked as Hawk detailed the route. "Far, but there is another good thing over there." "It is further, but you can get it then come to this one," Hawk suggested. "All right, lead the way." Good and bad news, everyone. That marsh doesn't look fun to cross, but Hawk found another spot. It will be a fairly long detour, and then we will come back for what he found here. Were there any other resources on your list that you absolutely need? "We can make them a priority," Karl announced to the group. The warriors shook their heads. "The moss was the essential one for us." Dana smiled and touched the holy stone she had tucked into an amulet on a chain around her neck. "The mages found something much better than they came here for. The holy stone can replace the original resources." "Excellent. I noticed this next stop is near the train tracks, so we can pick it and then return to the academy. There's no need to go overboard when we can just apply to go out again. If the results are good, they should approve our second trip to the same area, and this is remote enough that not many will travel through here before we can get approval," Karl suggested. "But next time, we'll bring large sacks for all the extra loot. I'm already considering using my coat or the rain cover for my backpack to get more storage," one of the warriors agreed. The mages were a bit more reserved. They didn't have supernatural strength. Even if they wanted to carry more, their packs were heavy. The prospect of applying for another trip as soon as they returned, as a group that included proper leaders, was appealing, though. With Karl and Dana on the list, they might get approved to head out in the next few weeks for a second mission to retrieve what they couldn't on this trip, and that would give them an enormous advantage over students who were still waiting to find a chance to head out on a field excursion. That was the hardest part of arranging a mission as a common rank elite. You needed an escort, and the escorts all had better things to do. Most awakened rank students would be looking for ascended rank students to lead them on more dangerous missions, while ascended rank students would be petitioning to go out with teachers on their own training exercises. Even if that failed, entire missions of awakened rank and higher students were an option, so the chances for common rank students to get a leader were far lower than the number of students looking to go on an excursion. The most common reason one would agree was because they wanted something in the area and didn't want the competition of a stronger group, not out of altruism or a fondness for the new students. It left all the junior students scrambling to find a senior in a good mood, or one who needed something near what they needed. Sometimes there was an overlap, as some resources would be useful to nearly anyone, but that was fairly uncommon when viewed across the entire population of the academy. Karl followed an animal trail toward the next location, where Hawk was flying overhead, scanning for threats. "I see some small creatures, but not mice." "Nothing big and nothing powerful so far," he informed Karl. "There aren't going to be a bunch more of the small things hiding in tunnels, are there?" Karl asked, thinking about the earth mice and their hiding tactics. "No, these are tree small things. Furry, kind of fluffy," Hawk replied, as he didn't have a name for them. Some things, like the earth mice, his genetic memory instinctively knew, but these were unfamiliar, and while they were the same size, they certainly weren't mice. "Careful now. There are monsters in the trees, small ones, possibly squirrels," Karl warned the others. Normally, The magic-enhanced versions of squirrels were like earth mice, and not a real threat to anyone, as they weren't that hostile. But those were the ones near the towns, who were accustomed to humans. These, who might not have seen a human in generations, could be a different story. Like the common grade lap cat, known as a great house pet, but whose feral versions were deadly. They came up to the spot Hawk was pointing out, and Karl couldn't help but smile. There was a single memory fruit tree here, heavy with ripe fruit ready to be plucked. Good news, everyone. This is the memory fruit tree. I have seen this one before. You can only use these a few times in your life before they start losing effectiveness, but they allow for the perfect recollection of everything you know for a short period of time. As I recall, you can dry them for longer-term storage, but they should be used within 6 months to a year, even if dried and stored, he informed the group. What use would that be? I mean, do they just let you remember things, you know, one of the warriors asked. The group's druid thumped him on the back of the head with a smile. Idiot. Yes, they bring back the memories of everything you learned and then forgot. Do you know how valuable these things will be for the end-of-year written exams? We might coast through the first semester exams, but the end of the year is both physical and written. If you want a good placement in second year, you need to ace both. And if you have one of these fruits conveniently dried and stored away, you just need to cram study for a week before the test and then eat the fruit, and you'll ace the written portion. The rest of the students looked somewhere between reverent and horrified. That plant was definitely cheating on the tests, a performance-enhancing drug, but that wasn't something they tested elites for. In fact, you were silently encouraged to take things that helped you perform and grow. Or not so silently, in the case of Karl and the other students on a curated training path. That also made the other students wonder if there was some secret distribution system for bits of this fruit to help the students chosen as the top of the class. Karl and Dana were the top of the first year already, and they didn't need this, but they were going to have it anyhow. It was almost enough to make the other students cry at life's injustice, giving all the good stuff to those already fortunate, but today they got to piggyback off that good luck and get something exceptional for themselves. One apiece, as there are 13 fruits. We will leave the last one here for any lucky person who happens to come along behind us, Karl instructed. The cleric girl laughed. Can you imagine? Just walking through the forest and finding this, with one last lonely fruit on it, waiting for you. It would seem like a miracle, and they will never know that we were here and took all the rest. But in a way, it is a miracle, isn't it? Wouldn't anyone else have just taken them all and sold the last one? One of the mages laughed as she took a fruit off the tree. Once everyone had their loot safely stowed away in one of the many pockets of their packs, Karl ordered Hawk to find them a good route back to the train tracks. They had a long journey ahead of them, since they had gotten so off track, but they could likely make it to the tracks before dark, which meant they could catch a train in the morning. At least Karl hoped there was one coming the other way in the morning. He didn't know how busy that track was, but it should be the route that the daily supply delivery for the academy took. That one was going the wrong way, but in the worst-case scenario, they could take it to the next town and then switch to go back. Their rations were still holding out, so Karl wasn't worried about staying an extra day to wait for the right train, but it would be nice to get back to civilization and get a proper shower. Maybe they would have the good pumice soap. It didn't smell as nice as the stuff the academy had, and normally, he didn't need it there, but after a few days in the wilderness, he felt like he could use a good scrub and a cup of thick black miner's coffee. He could see the squirrel-type beasts as they walked through the dense mass of ash trees, just watching the group silently from their perch in the branches, and trying to avoid attracting the attention of the humans. But something told him that there was more here. Something that Hawk couldn't see from the sky. The woods just had a feeling like that, as if he was being watched, and Ray agreed, though she hadn't found the source either. The others seemed unaware, so it might be a creature with its attention directly on Karl, but it could just be his heightened senses giving him an advance warning of danger. The beasts couldn't always explain how they knew that there was a threat. They just sensed it, and now Karl did too. Then, a kilometer from the memory fruit tree, he found the first signs that there was something large enough to threaten them. There were claw marks on a tree trunk, over a meter above his head. Anything that could leave claw marks up there was bad news, even if it was something that could fly. Karl would have said, especially if it was something that could fly, but they had Hawk with them to help with flying predators. He didn't need to warn the others about the chance to be attacked. The claw marks were enough of a warning, and their progress slowed even further as the group did their best to move in a defensive formation, so they weren't ambushed. But there was no sign of whatever made those marks. At least not for the next 20 minutes, before they saw even more of them, and a few downed trees that spoke of a conflict between two huge creatures that were likely awakened rank or higher. It looks like the intelligence on the area missed a few things. While they might have just been passing through, most common grande monsters can't take down an ash tree the size of my torso. Karl remarked as they passed the destruction. Thanks for the reminder. One of the warriors replied sarcastically. Unlike Karl, he was at the common grade, and he couldn't take down a tree like that either. At least not without using / as an axe to hack away at it. The trees they were seeing on the ground had been knocked over by a single brutal impact. Something that was either massive or moving very fast had hit the tree and broken it off. Then there were torn up chunks of ground and more signs of combat, including burn marks that had to be from an ability, and some random slice marks on the branches overhead. What in the world happened here? Dana muttered as she looked around, instinctively pulling her golems closer to her. One of the other mages moved up to scan the area, touching the broken stumps and making gestures toward the slashes as she moved about. My guess is that this was an elite battle. It's not fresh. See that bit of moss growing in the broken tree stump. It's at least a week or two old. The slashes on the tree suggest that it was a warrior-type class, and the broken trees say that whatever they were fighting was significantly larger than human-sized. So, they might have cleared this area of the real threats before they reported it to the Academy as a lower-risk gathering area for resources. She suggested. One of the warriors rolled his eyes at her determination. And you determined all that by what? Dancing around the area a little. She shook her head. Come over here and bring out your sword. We don't really have anyone big enough to be the opponent that was fighting here, who could leave claw marks 3 meters in the air, but follow my lead. She placed him where she wanted, then began to reenact the first few moves of a fight scene, stopping to point at marks on the trees as she went. Then he was forced back, and there are those slices in the branches. My guess is that he was knocked over and attacked upward at the beast. It matches with the torn up earth right there. Then, a few more attacks, and he sent the beast flying into that tree. She explained. Never underestimate a detective drama nerd when they say that they can recreate a crime scene. One of the other mages laughed. Karl smiled and nodded. I believe she's right. It matches, and if Thor was bigger, I think that we could see just how close it would be. The creature was likely fighting in a bipedal manner though, a bear or something similar. Yeah, I was happier not knowing that. The warrior who did the reenactment commented. Well, at least now you know what to look for. We're halfway to the railroad tracks, so just keep moving and stay alert. Once we're there, we can rest and wait for the train to come. Karl reminded him. The sooner, the better. The warrior agreed as he got back in line and everyone prepared to move again. Now they were barely making any progress, as everyone was so nervous, but Karl and Dana kept pushing them forward, preventing them from stopping for every noise in the forest. If there was something the size of whatever broke the trees, Hawk would have seen it, and he was only reporting fun facts about the tree monkeys and other small random creatures he was seeing. But as they got closer to the tracks, the strange sense of being watched continued to grow, making Karl increasingly nervous, despite the forest seeming otherwise peaceful. The reason for that eerie feeling became obvious when Hawk finally expanded his search far enough to reach the railroad. There are people here. Lots of people in white. They look very angry about something, and they're just standing around the metal road. That didn't sound good, but they might be the rescue party that had come for the high priest. Stay out of their range, but return to the beast space if they've seen you. They might be looking for the beetle, or any other monster in the area. I will call Thor back in as well. Karl replied. I am on my way back. They definitely see me up here, they just can't reach me. Karl tried to focus on Hawk's memories of the people at the railroad tracks, but he couldn't get a clear image. Their communication was more verbal than imagery, and Hawk had described them as being in various forms of white clothes. That sounded like clergy, but he couldn't be certain. All right, everyone, the clergy group up ahead may or may not actually be clergy, and they might be here with ill intentions. Hawk got a weird vibe from them, so we should be cautious approaching. They are at the railroad, though, so unless we make a large detour and stay back in the trees, they will see us waiting. Karl informed the group. They shouldn't have any reason to be hostile to us. The cleric boy reminded them. One of the warrior boys frowned. You mean, other than the missing high priest? I know it's not your fault, and so does everyone else here, but the question is if they're going to listen to a bunch of trainee elites when one of their own is missing in the area. One of the high priests had his carriage robbed while he was in my town, and the church was not happy with anyone. Put like that, it would be best to be careful how they phrased the first interactions with the group up ahead. Everyone turned to Karl, and Dana smiled at him. Well, good luck, team leader. We're counting on you to make a good first impression. She announced. Fine, I will go talk to them. Everyone else, wait here for me to return. Karl sighed. Karl walked the last few hundred meters to the tree line, and then out into the open, covering the last half-kilometer to the railroad tracks, where roughly 50 men in clergy uniforms were gathered. There were 2 high priests that Karl could see, and 4 young boys, about the age of the 2 students that they had rescued, along with the 50 clergy guards. Hopefully, this was the group from the seminary academy that had been out gathering resources. The closest of the guards raised his fist in a silent greeting, which Karl returned as he walked. If he recalled right, that was done by guards and soldiers so that their voice didn't attract monsters or the enemy. Once he got close, the guard began to speak. Who might you be, all alone out here in the woods? The middle-aged guard asked. Not all alone, just cautious. I take it you're with the seminary academy, out to gather herbs. Karl replied. The guard nodded, and his gaze turned curious. You met with the missing team, or you wouldn't know that. Are they all right? Where did you see them last? Their escort has been killed by an ascended rank giant beetle, but I brought the students with me on our mission for safety. We happened to discover a holy relic, and when one of our team touched the crystals, we were pulled into a world dragon trial instance, as the guardians of that place called it. Karl explained, skipping most of the details to get the important part out. A trial instance. What did it look like? The closer of the 2 clerics asked eagerly. A forested space with a gigantic golden pyramid temple in the middle. There were stairs up the 4 sides, testing your strength, magic, willpower, and fate. We remained there for 4 days, until it kicked us out, but I got the guardian golem to tell me that it opens at the will of the world dragon, so it's not broken or anything, just waiting. Karl explained. Before you 2 go on a tangent, where are the students? The guard asked. And did you find the body of the high priest? The other cleric asked. I found the body, partially eaten by the beetle. I have it with me so it could be given a proper burial. The students are with the rest of my group, I can go get them. Karl replied. Why so cautious? The second cleric asked. Not to sound rude, but we are trained to be cautious of everything out here in the wilderness, and we couldn't be sure that you were really from the church just going by the fact you were white. I didn't want to put my team at risk. Karl replied quietly. Understandable. But your badge says you're still an awakened rank student, Wouldn't that put you at risk? The first cleric asked. Better one than all. I am the team leader. It is my duty to keep them safe. Karl replied with a shrug. The guards nodded in appreciation for a good leader, though their attitude seemed a bit insulted that he appeared to think that he could take them all at once, even if it was just long enough to escape. Even if as an awakened elite, he was one, and they were 50 with holy magic from the clerics. Really, Karl was just trusting in his physique and lightning shield to make a break for it if things went wrong. If you would please go get the rest of your team, there should be a train here in the next 2 hours. We were going to return and call a search team, but if you have them with you, we can all return home. The closer of the two old clerics suggested. Of course. I will go get them and I will be right back. Karl turned to walk away, and sensed both Thor and Hawk in their spaces, watching the group as he disappeared back into the trees. They're not following you, but they're watching closely. Hawk informed him. All right, that's normal. They're expecting me to come back with their students. Karl walked back to the group and gestured them forward. There are 2 more clerics, I think they're high priests, as well as 4 boys about your age. They have 50 guards with them, and they're waiting on the train to go back to the school. The 2 young cleric trainees gave each other a high five. Did you explain about the holy relic? Because they're going to be able to sense the holy magic as we approach. The girl asked. I did. I didn't go into much detail, but I told them that it existed and that you 2 were safe. Karl explained. That should be enough. Are we going now? Karl nodded and turned back to the tracks. Everyone, follow us, same formation as usual, keep the mages and clerics in the center of the triple file. We're heading toward a group of career soldiers, so try not to make yourselves look like the brand new students that you are. The team laughed at the notion they might look like anything but a bunch of first-year students out on their first mission. Sure, they had grown in power a lot since they arrived at the Holy Relic, but that didn't make them any more experienced about being out in the world. They exited the trees with Karl in the lead, and he could see that the clerics were actively looking for the 2 students. Then, as they got closer, the 2 priests got a strange look and began to search around in every direction. Is there something wrong? Karl called and motioned for the team to stop. I sensed holy magic. There is someone else here. One of the clerics called back. He was clearly nervous that someone was following them, so perhaps they had come across something good as well and didn't want another claiming the credit for their discovery. Karl waved to the cleric as he got the team moving. False alarm. It is probably the students. We had an encounter with a holy relic, remember? They've grown much more than expected in the last few days. They're from our school. Those 2 are professors, not high priests, but strong with holy magic. I don't know the guards, but the other students are familiar faces. I didn't know that they were out here as well. The high priest only told us we were leaving, not anything else. The cleric boy with them explained. Well, at least we can confirm that they're really clerics. Let's get there and get settled in for some storytelling. They are not going to let us just silently board the train without giving them all the details. I hope that you are ready to relive the dangerous parts. Karl whispered back. I think so. It's not my favorite memory, but I doubt that I'm going to panic if I happen to remember it. The boy replied. The guards moved to encircle them once they got close to the group. They were all facing out, alert for some sort of danger, and definitely not threatened by the students. But Karl still had that creepy feeling, like something was wrong. Only now that he was close, he could tell that it wasn't coming from this group of people, just from this area in general. So, he didn't relax, and he prepared to bring the refreshing lightning barrier up as soon as he sensed the threat. Calling the beasts out would be a last resort, as he would have to explain to all the soldiers beforehand, but keeping the barrier up shouldn't be too much of an issue. Everyone expected the elites to have some sort of supernatural powers. The two clerics came over to the group and began examining the students they had rescued, while the other 4 students looked on in envy. Even they could sense the power from the 2 newly arrived students, and it was obvious that they had been gifted with magic by the trial. This does pose a bit of a dilemma. It is holy magic, but so much of it might make the government believe that they are serum awakened, and not just common clergy. The older of the 2 sighed. Is there a distinction within the church? Karl asked, hoping it wasn't rude. There is. The ones who awaken cleric marks with the divine injection are sent to us, while the ones raised by us that awaken other marks are sent to the academy. There weren't any last year, only one got a mark, and it was a cleric, but our group does not have many students to begin with. The priest explained. The other 4 boys nodded in unison. There are only 8 of us in our year for the whole region. One of them offered. That made sense. The seminary academy was normally raising selected orphans as priests and nuns to help keep the church running, not to become elite magic users. The main orphanages were in the big cities, where there was the most need. The fact that some of their intended helpers did gain exceptional levels of holy magic either from the serum or from their faith was just an added benefit. If I didn't know better, I would say that you were awakened by the serum. Have either of you gotten a mark on your body after the trial? The cleric asked. Both of them carefully took off their gloves, revealing the mark of a bishop's scepter with a dragon wrapped around it. That wasn't the mark that the cleric in front of them had, Karl noticed. His was a simple ankh, a cross with a looped top on the back of his right hand, but these 2 were much more ornate and detailed. They were also larger. Much like Karl's claw marks, they took up an entire forearm. But the cleric knew what they were right away. You, team leader, do you have an emergency phone? He asked. Of course. Do you need to make a call? Karl replied. Dial 777, and when they pick up, put us on speakerphone. The cleric instructed. Karl did as he requested, and the phone only rang once before being picked up. Speak. The person on the other end replied. Cleric Class Professor 867-5309. The priest replied as soon as Karl hit the speaker button. Verified. What is your emergency? The bored voice asked, sounding nothing like it was an emergency. 2 dragon priests found. Awakened at a holy relic before the serum injection. The priest replied. 8 minutes. The voice informed them, then hung up. Karl looked at the group, who mostly seemed as confused as he was. They're not really talkative, are they? Karl asked. It's better if they're not. Remember that number in the future, it is the direct line to the Holy Inquisition. They're the church's version of special forces, and a number of especially devout elites work with them to prevent damage to sacred sites or attacks on traveling clergy. The priest informed him. Well, it looks like we will be separated very soon, so let me be the first to congratulate you both on your awakening. From the response, I would say that your class is a good and well-known one, so your futures should be secure. Karl congratulated the 2 students, who had kept their awakening to themselves this whole time, though everyone had known that their magic was growing more powerful even before their eyes first glowed with golden light. Do you know what dragon? The priest asked the students, who shook their heads. Dana raised her hand. I think that we do. Their eyes glow golden in the dark. The guards looked reverent at those words, and shifted their defensive postures, as if they were ready to guard the 2 students even against the other clergy. Then thank the gods we called the Inquisition. I was not looking forward to facing the academy matron, or worse, the grand priestess to report that by myself. The second priest muttered. Karl and a few of the guards couldn't help but laugh. Some things were truly universal, and one of them was the aversion to being called out by your superiors. Even if you hadn't done anything in particular wrong. They were beginning to relax and count down the minutes until the reinforcements arrived, when the creepy feeling that Karl had been getting intensified, and now even the clerics and mages were feeling it. There really is something else out here. Everyone on guard, I feel a disturbance in the mana flow. The leader of the guard troop announced. In position, circular formation. Karl ordered, and the students moved to surround the clerics, with the mages inside the ring of warriors, behind the front lines of the guards. Are you not moving inside the formation? The older priest asked Karl, who had moved to stand with the guards in the outer ring of the defensive line. Guards, I have 3 tamed beasts with me, as part of my class skills. A lightning cerro, a wind-speed hawk, and a bloodbath spider. If I have to call them out, I need you not to attack them. They are not a spell, they are living creatures. Karl called out, and got a sharp response from the guards. Understood, sir. They called in unison, and Karl settled into his place among the guards, next to their team leader. If there was an attack, it would be easier if the 2 of them could coordinate their orders. For a few tense moments, everyone waited for something to happen. Then, the cause for the alarm became clear. There was a flight of drakes inbound, with riders on their backs. 1 full wing of drake riders, 140 degrees low on the horizon. The guard sergeant reported. That was nearly behind Karl, but the guards on his side of the formation didn't turn away just yet. Training told them that an attack rarely came from just one direction, and if it was a flying enemy, they could easily circle the team to attack where it looked weakest. Once they're in range, odd numbers turn to face the threat. The guard leader announced, getting back a wordless noise of confirmation. Karl had no experience with that sort of group training, but the students were willing to follow the church guard's orders, and when Dana whistled, the mages all turned. They're nearly in spell range now. Call it when you want the attack to begin. Karl informed the guard leader. Hold fire. They might not be hostile, but the drakes would have sensed the presence of dragon magic a while ago if they've flown this far inland. That's the only reason the drake riders are ever willing to leave their borders. He replied. Karl struggled to remember geography, but he was reasonably certain that the drake riders were from a nearby island nation, so they must have flown hundreds of kilometers across the Golden Dragon Nation without being intercepted, looking for the magic that had awakened these 2 new clerics. That was an impressive feat for 20 of the giant flying lizards. I will ask for details later, but what are the chances of attack? Karl whispered to the guard leader. If they've come this far and haven't found what they're looking for, I would say 90%. They view themselves as the rightful heirs of the dragons. He replied grimly. Drakes didn't use magic or breathe fire. At least, Karl hoped that they didn't. But the riders on their backs most likely did, unless they were going to dive into melee combat and use the beasts the way that Karl would have Thor and Ray fight on the ground. The flight of drakes circled the group once, as if verifying their targets, then as one, they dive-bombed the group. Open fire. The guard leader announced. Guards up, the sergeant added, causing the team to raise barriers all around them. Thor didn't have a ranged attack, but Karl called out Ray with a simple mental instruction. Tie their wings and make them crash. Karl was in the odd-numbered position, and as the team rotated to face the flight of drakes, he joined them, waiting for the beasts to get close enough for their claws to rake across the guard, set up by the warriors before unleashing, shred, into the belly and throat of the 2 drakes closest to him. The beasts roared in pain, and the whole flight circled up into the sky, except for one unfortunate soul who was caught by Ray's web and thrown from his saddle when the drake flapped its wings, tearing the web. Web isn't that strong, they won't crash. Ray muttered. That's fine, just pull the riders from their seats. Karl replied with a smirk. The drakes were trained to obey orders, and without a rider, they should lose their organization. Thick black blood dripped on Ray's head, and Karl felt the surge of energy from her link, as well as the joy as she absorbed it. If we kill one, I will take it for you. he informed her, as it was clear that Drake blood was better than anything else he had been able to feed her. The damages from the mages and Karl weren't enough to deter the Drake riders, and a flurry of flaming arrows flew through the sky to impact against the mage barriers in the center of the group. The barriers began to waver, but Dana focused, and they stabilized again, while the golems glared up at the Drakes. Her nullification barrier seemed to be up to the task of stopping the arrows, but it would drain her energy reserves quickly if she was the primary defender, instead of spreading it between the 5 mages. The clerics were quick to help, and a faint golden glow of holy magic covered her body, refreshing her mana and strength in preparation for the next attack. That reminded Karl that he was slacking, and he brought up the refreshing lightning around himself, hoping for a bit more energy recovery, then gave in to Hawk's complaints and let the beast free. Even as grand as he was, larger than a condor, Hawk was tiny compared to the Drakes. It was a small blessing, as nobody would mistake him for one of the enemy, but it was concerning, as he was going to be at a major strength disadvantage if he were caught. Instead of facing them head-on, Hawk treated it like training. He gained altitude quickly, getting above the attackers, so he could strike down at them, and aimed for the riders. Now, Karl ordered as the attack wave reached the defenders from the church again. Rend attacks flew down at all the Drake riders, while Karl threw shred up at the Drake's bellies again, targeting the same pair. Pain screams filled the air as the 2 beasts crashed to the ground, one bleeding heavily from the neck and the other with a wing nearly severed. 3 more broke off the attack as their riders died, but the remainder of the wing crashed into the barriers again, shattering the guard encirclement and tearing apart the soldiers opposite Karl. The rider of the Drake with the slit throat hopped free at the last instant and charged at Karl, who took his head from his body with a rend attack, and tried not to gag at the sight of the decapitated corpse falling to the ground. It had been instinctive. Hawk's instincts telling him that the best place to strike was always the neck, but he hadn't really been prepared for what came after. A quarter of the wing of Drake riders had been killed, but the soldiers were struggling to get their guard back up, and the holy magic that was flowing into them to reinforce their spells was still not enough to face off against 15 Drakes. Mages, extend the barrier. Warriors fall back into a double rank. The guard leader ordered. That was their best chance of survival, as the elites had more individual power than the 2 clerics, and there were 10 of them to the 2 professors. Warriors to the outer ranks. Karl ordered, as that would let them mingle their guard abilities with that of the soldiers. The ability was short-ranged enough that despite their reluctance, the boys moved up. Not to the front rank, but to the second, sandwiched between the professional soldiers. That was good enough for their spells to cover the perimeter, and they should be able to take a few more hits before the group would be in trouble again. 2 Drakes broke off from the formation to chase Hawk as they realized their wing was under attack from above, but they didn't have the altitude to close on him that easily. A wire-thin rend from Karl took one of the riders from the saddle, while Ray pulled the other free, sending them both tumbling 50 meters to the ground. They managed to cast spells to soften their landings a little, but they were too close to the tracks, and the clergy guards were on them with slash attacks instantly. That made 5 loose Drakes, who began to fly away, trained to return home in the event that their rider was lost, and 2 more that were downed by attacks. The Drakes dove again, but this time the mages didn't counterattack when the arrows flew. They focused on their barriers, keeping the vicious claws off them while Hawk attacked the Drakes from above, and Karl coated the flying web being sprayed out by Ray with rend, turning the sticky silk into razor wire that tangled around 2 of the Drakes, shredding beast and rider alike, before pulling them to the ground with a sickening sound that was definitely going to haunt Karl's dreams tonight. Then, the most glorious sound in the world reached their ears. A helicopter was inbound, and the Drakes turned to flee, unwilling to face the elite forces equipped with military heavy weapons. Of the 20 Drake riders that had attacked, only 10 were going home, and a few more beasts would survive to take a new rider. Move forward. Check for survivors. The Inquisition will want to interrogate someone. The older of the 2 clerics ordered. Ray raced through the long grass, pulling one of the dead drakes into her space before anyone noticed or had time to count. Then she began checking the bodies. There are no living ones. Well, that one is kind of living, but not for long. She amended. How so? Karl asked as he moved forward, and the cleric hurried to join him. The man was one who had been pulled from his seat by Ray, and his body was twisted in an unnatural way, with blood bubbling from his lips as he struggled to breathe. The cleric got right to work, casting a healing spell on him, and then forcing a potion into his mouth to stabilize his condition. Karl hadn't realized that the clergy could do that. Bringing a man back from that close to the edge of death was worthy of being called a miracle, and it was happening all over as the other cleric and the students were working to save the clergy guards who had been mauled by the drakes or who had taken a magical arrow. The drakes were faster than the helicopters, and both were rapidly fading into the distance as the clergy did their work, saving one attacker and most of their guards. Then they waited. And waited some more until the Special Forces team gave up the chase and returned a half-hour later. From the look on their faces as they stepped out of the helicopter, it was not a triumphant return, and the Drake riders had escaped their pursuit, but it was still good to see them. Priests, students, and who might these be? The large man leading the Inquisition team asked. A gathering team from the Divine Golden Academy, led by the awakened students Karl and Dana, here to gather herbs, sir. Karl replied, as he was the closest of their team members. 2 awakened team leaders for a resource-gathering mission. The Inquisitor asked. Yes, sir. We're all in our first year, so they sent an extra awakened member on this common grade mission to make up for our inexperience. Karl explained. That seemed to be enough to mollify the Inquisitor, who just nodded in satisfaction as he looked over the team. It looks like you're all the leaders of this year's class. Congratulations on your acceptance by the Divine Serum. The Inquisitor replied. The World Dragon smiles upon us. Karl agreed. The 2 cleric students who had been with him nodded enthusiastically, and even the Inquisition smirked at that reverent response. The group had discovered 2 dragon priests, more correctly, a priest and a priestess, as the Inquisitors began to realize. If that wasn't proof of the World Dragon's favor, then he wasn't sure what qualified. We will need to extract the entire team at this time. Notification has been sent to the Divine Golden Academy, and they will come to recover their students once we have had an opportunity to speak. The Inquisition team leader announced with a gesture toward the helicopter. The clerics looked nervous, which made everyone else nervous as well. What did they know that nobody else did? The team hadn't done anything wrong, so surely there was no need to be frightened, Karl thought as he called Hawk and Ray back into their space for the trip. Both had stolen Drake bodies for later, which someone would certainly notice, as the scales were incredibly valuable, but that could be discussed once they got back to the academy, as they could also be counted as a strengthening resource. Many scaled beasts used potions with the scales of dragon-type beasts to help their growth, and Karl had Thor, who might be able to get something from the exchange. Can you show me the marks? The leader of the rescue team asked, looking at the 2 newly awakened clerics directly. They both pulled up their sleeves and the man smiled, then gestured toward the helicopter. Everyone in. We've waited here long enough. As soon as everyone was in the large, twin-bladed helicopter, it began to move, not even waiting for them to get buckled into their seats. This matter must have been a bigger deal than what Karl or any of the others had suspected, and they hadn't even been asked about the holy relic yet. They only flew a few minutes, before they landed at a large cathedral surrounded by low stone buildings that were built in the middle of nowhere. This was the Seminary Academy, where the clerics trained their new clergy and raised orphan children who were left in their care. Only a promising few would get the preferential treatment that the 6 students in the helicopter had, but they would all be given the Divine Serum when they came of age, to determine if they would continue a mundane life or start moving on to bigger things. It is unorthodox to have students awaken outside the ceremony, but with the presence of holy relics, it is not unheard of. There is one in this school as well, and it is known to grant boons to those who the world dragon favors. That is the first place we will be going. The response of the World Dragon Temple will tell us much about you." The leader of the Inquisition team informed them. They were led out of the helicopter and toward a small golden building with ramped corners that reminded everyone of the stairs at the trial site. "Is there something familiar about this place?" the Inquisitor nearest to Karl asked. "The stairs. The trial instance that we were in was a golden pyramid temple with staircases up the 4 sides like the ones on the corners of the building here," Karl quietly answered, trying not to disturb the peaceful vibe of the area. The man didn't say anything more as they were led into the small temple, and the 2 newly awakened students immediately began to glow with golden light, before their robes changed from student uniform robes to more ornate cleric habits in a gold over black double-layered fashion. Karl felt a weight around his neck, and found that he was wearing a simple golden dragon-shaped pendant, but when he tried to touch it, he discovered that it was some form of illusion, and not solid at all. The Inquisitors moved through the group, looking them all over for some sign of the World Dragon's favor, and then quietly escorted the other 4 students out of the room. They weren't taken anywhere, just left by the door, which was closed in front of them without a word. Only when the doors were sealed and the priests who had been in the temple had moved to guard them did the Inquisitor speak. "It appears true that you all did undergo a trial on a holy relic. Those pendants are a mark of lingering favor, and the design tells us how you did in the trial. Congratulations to you all, and we do hope that you enjoy the rewards granted for your hard work. Now, we will be bringing you individually to speak of your experiences so that we can get a clear picture of what the holy relic is and how it functions, or possibly when it might open again. A team has already gone to secure the location, and they will verify your stories," the Inquisition team leader informed them. That explained why the others were sent out. They weren't with the team, and they didn't have the rank of the priests to stay in the room and hear such sensitive information. "Who would like to go first?" the Inquisitor asked. Karl raised his hand. "I will go first, if there are no objections." The students looked nervous as Karl was led into the other room, where 2 large men, shirtless in black leather pants, were standing on either side of a metal chair with armrests. Karl wasn't an idiot. He knew that this was an interrogation room, not a friendly meeting with new friends room, but as long as he explained clearly, he didn't see any reason for there to be a problem. Most of the intimidation of the room came from the knowledge that you had something to hide, and Karl really didn't have many secrets. At least, he assumed that was why it was supposed to be horrifying, as the room was immaculately clean with no signs of prior use, other than the scuff marks on the floor by the chair. The man who escorted him and gave Karl a friendly smile as he settled into a folding chair facing the metal one Karl was led to. "All right, let's start at the beginning. I mean the very beginning. Who are you, where are you from, and what was your life like before you found out that you were compatible with the divine serum?" the Inquisitor began. "Well, my name is Karl. The working people of the mines don't customarily give family names. I am in the first year at the academy now, from the most recent batch of serum candidates. I was going to school on the standard 4-day schedule and working 6 quarter shifts in the mine a week, as the rules allow for students. I can't say things were all that bad. My mother was a good cook, and my parents hadn't run up any debts that I know of." Karl began, then paused, unsure what else the man might want. The Inquisitor nodded. "You don't hold any resentment against the mine owner?" Karl shook his head. "I've never even met the man. Or perhaps it's a woman. The foreman is a good guy, though. His daughter was in my class, but she didn't have the compatibility. How has your time at the Golden Divine Academy been? Are you making friends?" Karl smiled. "Very much so. I've been advancing faster than most, so I keep getting moved between training programs, and everywhere I go I meet more good people. Why do you think that is?" the Inquisitor asked, taking notes on a paper pad. "I have a theory that everyone who gains the favor of the World Dragon has something in common. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Have you noticed that there are suspiciously few douchebags in the first-year classes? Maybe not. I don't know if you were a student. But the truly cruel and the bullies don't seem to have made the cut. Karl explained. The Inquisitor looked like he was about to laugh at Karl's seemingly naive response, but as he thought about it, it was true of the first years. They came indecent, and only really devolved as the year went on, and the power differences began to appear, which caused resentment, bitterness, and envy. By the second year, the cliques had fully formed, but at the start of the first year, as Karl was experiencing, his classmates would all still be somewhat starstruck and hopeful. Now, I need every single detail of your mission. The wording, everyone involved in its assignment, and anything else you can think of. The Inquisitor demanded, turning serious, but softening his voice enough that it didn't sound like a threat. Karl thought about the question. Who all had been involved? I proposed to my personal tutor, Sergeant Rita, that it would be better for my development if I could get out for some practical training. There is only so much I can do in the limited environment of the Academy, and she discussed it with the agents from the Bureau of Elite Development, who agreed to the mission and picked the one I was assigned to. The Inquisitor looked confused. What was a Bureau agent doing there? Karl shrugged. There are two of them assigned to me. One is there all the time, either a mage or a warrior. They took me on the trip to find my second and third beasts, then approved this as my first student mission. The Inquisitor looked like he was getting a headache. Back up a step. When did the Bureau first start showing an interest in you? Karl shrugged. A few weeks ago. At least that was when I noticed, because they sent Colonel Valerie to escort me and Dana to a training day on the Saturday. One of the two goons left the room for a moment, and the Inquisitor waited, not asking any more questions. A few minutes later, the man came back in with a picture in his hands, and a man in a business suit. Do you know who is in that picture? The Inquisitor asked. Karl looked over and smiled. That's Jody, one of the Bureau agents. Real playboy vibe, but he's actually a good guy. He was on the mission to find me the additional pet and at the training course. The man in the suit pocketed the picture, while the shirtless man returned to his position. Then the door opened again, and a familiar face entered the room. Overlord Drake walked into the room with an expressionless professionalism, letting his powerful aura fill the area, which made the others visibly shrink back a bit. Not Karl. He had nowhere to go in the metal chair, but he already knew that the man was simply intimidating, and that had nothing to do with his mood. Overlord. He greeted politely. Oh, it's you again. How is that skill working out for you? Got you all powered up and looking to join the Inquisition in your first year at the Academy? The powerful man asked, unaware of the situation. We called you down here to use your skills to help determine truthfulness, as the Bureau of Elite Development has gotten involved with a first-year student. The Inquisitor announced. The burly man looked a bit sheepish. That might be my fault. They were the talk of the Academy when I visited with the Prince, which led to us teaching them a couple of new skills, and probably attracted the attention of the Bureau. The Inquisitor definitely looked like he was getting annoyed now. All right, it appears that there are numerous details left out of your recounting of your time at the Academy. It's only been a little over a month. I thought that we had covered everything. Now, let's start over. What did you learn as an additional skill? Where did they take you looking for pets, and what did you pick? The Inquisitor asked. Overlord Drake perked up a little at that. Karl could see the curiosity in his expression. I learned Shred as an additional skill from a skill book provided by Overlord Drake. The team from the Bureau took me south to get pets, and I picked a lightning Sero and a bloodbath spider. There is an official report made. Karl explained. The shirtless man went and got a laptop computer out of the cabinet at the back of the room, and the Inquisitor tapped away as he logged in and opened the report. You had quite the adventure. All right, that should be enough of the background. What happened on this mission? Where is the High Priest's body, and how did you find the holy relic? I have the body stored. Do you have something? I had to put it in a bag to store it with my beast, and it's a bit undignified. The Inquisitor looked mildly horrified, but gestured to the floor. Is it intact and whole? Place it there. It isn't. The giant beetle that killed him ate part of the body. Karl replied, then placed the blood-soaked bag on the floor. Overlord Drake cussed, and made the symbol of the dragon, with his thumbs crossed, and his fingers spread to imitate the wings of the world dragon. The Inquisitor seemed unfazed, and didn't bother to open the bag. So, it wasn't the thought of blood that had horrified him, but more likely the idea of being eaten alive by a giant beetle. Thank you for recovering the body. Now, details. Karl recounted everything from getting off the train to meeting the clerics, and then stopped when they got to the part when they were pulled into the trial instance. Astounding. Now, the rest of the details. Karl spent over an hour answering questions about the trials, his experiences, and what he thought they meant. And the reward that you got was a class skill. You're certain that it said class skill? The Inquisitor asked. It called it a tamer skill, which I assume is the trial's name for my abilities. It wasn't just a regular skill, or named like an offensive or defensive skill. Karl explained. Interesting. But not my department. Possibly, Overlord Drake's. The Inquisitor replied. Then they asked what he knew about the other students' rewards, before a group of 6 men showed up with an ornate metal casket. You'll want to clean him first. I didn't want to mess with anything. Karl explained. A flood of golden magic flowed from the men with the casket, and the blood vanished from the bag, which stretched out to human proportions before lifting off the ground and vanishing into the casket, which was closed and then sealed shut with some sort of solder and a torch. All right, I think that we're done here, the Inquisitor announced. Overlord Drake raised a hand to stop him as he went to stand. Karl realized that he had no idea how the Overlord was supposed to have verified his truthfulness, but not all skills could be seen, so maybe he was like a lie detector. First, I want to see how the pets are doing. You said a lightning Cerro and a bloodbath spider, as well as Hawk, right? Karl nodded. Yes, sir. He called the 3 out, with Hawk appearing on the back of the chair and Ray in his lap, covering far more than the available space, so her front 4 legs were standing on the ground, which put her face perilously close to the other chair. Thor stood between Karl and Drake, giving the man a pleading look that Karl recognized as a desire to have his head rubbed, completely oblivious to the normally serious mood of such an interview. Drake smiled and scratched at the ridge between his upper horns, which brought a soft bugling noise of pleasure from the lightning Cerro. Well, aren't you just the most lovely big boy? But Hawk has gotten huge. The newer 2 have some growing left to do, but for what it matters, I approve of your choices. They look loyal, and they're well balanced to each other's strengths. I would ask more about the matter, but the Colonel would cause a fuss if she thought that we were interfering with your training. Now I will go see that mage. Excuse me, gentlemen, Drake announced, walking out of the room and leaving Thor looking to the Inquisitor to replace his source of attention. I believe that we have enough here. Thank you, Karl. I will escort you back to the waiting room. The waiting room was full of terrified students, huddled together for some sense of safety. They looked up when Karl returned, then got confused when he didn't seem to be bothered by the situation, and that he had Thor next to him, who was head-butting the Inquisitor, looking for affection. The man gave Karl a look of annoyance, and Karl patted Thor on the side before sending him to the beast space. The little show of escorting him back was probably intended to either intimidate or pressure the other students, but Thor had messed up the impression that the Inquisitor was going for with his innate sense of who was actually a threat. That is everyone, except student Dana, who is still speaking with the Overlord and will be back momentarily. Once she arrives, we will settle you into rooms for the evening. It might not be at the plush standards of the Golden Divine Academy, as the church takes vows of poverty, but I can assure you that they will be warm and there will be dinner served soon. The Inquisitor announced as Karl moved to join the others. Dana was only seconds behind them with a smile on her face and an Inquisitor beside her. That's everyone then. Let's get a move on, I have things to do. The leader of the Inquisition team announced. The Inquisitor led them out the door, and then a group of clerics in simple gray robes, marking them as acolytes, the common workers of the church, led them to a large dorm room. This is for the males, other than the one called Karl. The acolyte leading them announced. The boys filed in, with another of the acolytes stepping in to explain everything to them. Then the remainder of the group turned down a corridor where the trim on the wall turned from blue to orange. This room is for the women other than Dana. A female acolyte announced. The girls waved goodbye to Karl and Dana, leaving them with just one female acolyte. Your rooms are upstairs. You have both been registered as awakened elites already, and that means you stay on the second floor. She explained apologetically. That's fine. As long as there is food and a bed, I'm satisfied. Karl agreed. It is quiet here, which is a pleasant change from the academy. It's always so loud with everyone training. Dana agreed. The room was a small cloister room, just a bed with a symbol of the world dragon on the wall and a small desk that used the bed as a chair, due to the limited space. But it was a private room, which was something. With the thick stone walls of the seminary academy, it was even properly private, to some extent. The window in the wall had no shutter, so if there was someone outside looking in, it wasn't all that private, but the natural light was a blessing in what would otherwise be a stuffy stone cell. Karl relaxed on the bed for a while, until a knock at his door informed him of a guest. Awakened, Karl. Your presence has been requested. The man informed him simply. Lead the way. Karl replied, unsure what this was all about. He had a sneaking suspicion that this was going to be some sort of turf war between the church and the bureau, or possibly the military, that he was getting dragged into. But when he reached the destination and the acolyte stopped and gestured for him to go through a large door arch, there was nobody inside what looked like the seminary academy's library. It might be some sort of prank common with the clergy, a form of hazing, but Karl doubted it. Even if they ditched him here, he knew his way back, and there was no actual door in the archway to lock him in the library. After a few seconds, Karl heard voices up ahead, so he moved forward to see who had called for him. It was clearly an argument, but the content of the argument was quite interesting to Karl, causing him to pause for a moment before entering. It's not possible that there would be two reigning dragon priests at the same time. I am telling you that the oracle wasn't wrong. One of them is not going to take over the church. The other has another fate, serving the world dragon's interests. One soft female voice was insisting. An angry male voice replied. Do you think that we can just let someone of that potential wander around outside the church's supervision? No, they must both be raised as heirs to their patron. That is the fate of all dragon priests. Karl sensed that one of them had noticed him, so he knocked on the bookshelf closest to him and stepped around the corner. Apologies for intruding, I was informed that I was summoned. Karl informed the two people sitting in the padded chairs at the back of the library. You were. Please, come sit. I have questions for you that only you might be able to answer. The woman in fancy layered robes replied with a smile. Karl took a seat to the side between the two, settling into the soft leather with a sigh of pleasure. The woman paused to gather her thoughts, then turned a brilliant smile at Karl that had both Hawk and Thor hissing in displeasure, while Ray took it as a personal challenge, and nearly charged out before Karl could stop her. Calm down, she's not going to attack us here. Karl informed them. The smile seemed friendly enough, but the beasts had all taken it as a threat from a predator, and that put Karl on guard, though he did his best to keep a neutral smile. I am told that you gained a golden chest from the trial instance, and were the only one to achieve that level of recognition. She began. She seemed sincere, and Karl wondered whether he had mentioned that Dana had as well. It didn't seem to have come up in conversation, so perhaps nobody knew. I got a golden chest, yes. Karl agreed. 2 dragon priests were awakened there, and yet, the trial instance didn't give them a level of recognition as great as yours. Why do you think that was? She asked, while the man sat silently, still brooding about their previous argument. I believe it was because the rewards were based on power. If there was someone of commander rank or higher in the group, we likely would have seen a 4th type of box generated. Karl replied. That seemed like the most probable cause to him, anyhow. 3 ranks would suggest that you were at the ascended rank and not the awakened rank. The man spoke slowly. Karl shrugged. I am on the high side of awakened. I don't presume to know how the holy relic sorts or rewards its visitors. I was just guessing based on who got which types of box. A very political answer. It appears that the Bureau has been training you well. Let me rephrase that. The skill that it gave you, you described it as a way to teach beasts. If I brought a beast here, could you teach it a skill? She asked. If it was compatible with one that I know, it should be possible. That is what the skill said. I haven't had a chance to test it. Karl agreed. The man whistled, and an Nicomata, a 2-tailed magical cat, came over and stood in front of Karl. It must have been listening to their conversation to have gotten there that quickly, and it looked intrigued by the topic. I want you to teach her a skill. Any skill you know. As you may be aware, their innate skill is stealth, so it won't interfere with your options. The priestess demanded, and her eyes turned as gray as her hair. How about rend? You have lovely claws. Do you think that you could learn to rend? Karl asked, addressing the cat directly. It looked confused, so Karl focused on his new skill. Magical runes appeared in his vision, and a few seconds later, Karl began to understand what he had to do. The ability was cast on the animal, then you had to show it the skill you wanted it to learn, and have it practice for a period of time, unless you knew the skill well enough that the teaching ability would let you transfer the knowledge directly. But the only way to know if you had that level of expertise was to try, so when the cat made an affirmative noise, Karl tried his best to activate the skill with rend attached. It worked, in a way. The magic seeped into the cat, who looked perplexed about what was going on around it and stared off into space for 5 solid minutes, while nobody said anything. That is the saddest excuse for rend that I have ever seen. Even the first day that I taught it to you, you did better. Hawk laughed in Karl's mind. That is rend. I am certain of it. Karl offered, while the 2 clergy members stared at the proud Nicomata. They were silent for a few more seconds, as the cat swung its paw about, testing the ability. It was an awakened rank beast, but the skill was definitely not. It was barely there, a common grade skill that would need much more practice or instruction to be truly useful. So, it is not instant. That is a shame. The man finally replied with a sigh. That seemed like a lot to expect of a single skill from an awakened rank elite. Maybe they thought it was like a reusable skill book, and Karl could just stand there and teach hundreds of beasts a new skill in an hour. The look that the Nicomata was giving the 2 high priests promised violence. It was very proud of the fact that it had learned a new skill, and the fact that it could activate it after 1 hour was extremely impressive in the demon cat's mind. The new clerics took years to start using a new skill, and it had done so in a single hour. But these 2 still had the nerve to look down on its learning rate. If they weren't the ones who fed it, the cat was seriously considering clawing their eyes out to show them just how impressive its new skill could be. Karl cleared his throat and nodded politely to the Nicomata. It's a brand new skill. The beasts that I teach will know the skill itself, but it's not an innate ability. Just like with students, even if they know it, it takes time to do it properly. It's a bit of a shame that I can't grant them that experience instantly like a skill book, but it's still pretty impressive, I think, and with practice you will have the first-of-a-kind Nicomedo with rending claws. He might have actually made things worse, as now that the cat realized that someone was on its side, its glare at the two clergy members was even more intense, but the man just dismissed it with a wave. You can go now, furball. Yes, it is actually quite impressive, but not what we were hoping for. Thank you for your time, you can return to your room. Karl took that as a dismissal, and turned to walk out of the library, where he found Overlord Drake standing outside the archway. The Overlord quietly gestured for Karl to accompany him, making it quite obvious that he wanted to talk, but not where they would so easily be overheard by the pair that were sitting in the library's back room. Whether those two would be able to actually hear them was a mystery to Karl. They weren't elites, but the mage's professor back at the academy did have hearing that was well beyond anything that he would associate with normal human senses as a result of his magic. So, it would not only be prudent, but also polite to move away from the library before they began to talk at all. They turned into a nondescript hallway, and the Overlord smiled down at Karl, doing his best to make his smile reassuring and not intimidating. They're a pleasant pair, aren't they? Don't mind them too much, they've got very little affinity for living things and much prefer historical scrolls. I was speaking to the Colonel while you were in there, and she's got a much higher opinion of your potential skills, and a plan to make them work for you, not some grand plan to supplement the clergy guard. Karl took a moment to take in what he had heard, while Drake nodded reassuringly. I take it they didn't mention that part. They wanted to add a tamed animal for each guard, like service dogs or the old war dogs, but magical beasts. But there is a reason that neither of them is on the Security Council, and they don't have the patience needed to train new soldiers, much less new soldiers who can work together with magical beasts. Drake chuckled quietly. Then they should have been looking into faster ways to get the animals to bond, not faster ways to improve their power, shouldn't they? I mean, the hard part is getting the magical beasts to like people. Karl suggested. Exactly. But there are promotions to replace a few aging bishops coming up, and those who have a shot are all scrambling to do something impressive enough to earn a seat. But you didn't hear that from me. The Overlord rank warrior explained as he led Karl down a series of hallways. Dinner is this way, but you and Dana will be pulled away from your team for the evening. There are people here that you should meet, and who you will likely be working with in the future. All the clerics come from this school, and they're an invaluable asset to every major mission team, as well as the emergency response events. Since the two of you are both awake in rank, with a solid chance of reaching Ascended by the end of the year with the good fortune that you've had, I thought it best that you meet some potential party members. Drake explained. I appreciate it, sir. But might I ask, what brought you here? I thought that you were attached to the prince in a way. Karl replied. You brought me here. Or rather, your team did. I was called to the emergency response to secure the holy relic as soon as it was reported, and we were on site before the team even made it back here with you. We searched the area while you were being questioned, and the bishop that we brought with us confirmed the intense concentration of holy magic right where you later said it would be. The cavern is now under constant security, and will remain that way until we determine when it will open again. The find has been attributed to a combined effort of the seminary and elite academies, but you all will probably get another reward when you get back, just so that nobody gets ideas about making the matter public or trying to claim individual glory. He informed Karl with a knowing smile. There was always someone who was more eager for fame, and it might have been Karl if he hadn't seen the outcome of that choice on the fate stairs. I didn't expect the church school to have so many levels of politics going on. Karl whispered as they walked, and the big overlord burst into laughter. Oh, your academy is just as bad, they just put on a better front. The clergy are terrible at poker, and they can't hide their intentions from anyone with eyes. At the Golden Divine Academy, the real heavyweights of politics do their scheming. I thought that you would know that by now. Karl smiled and shook his head. I knew that. I just didn't expect it here. You know, white robes and virtue, all of that. Drake kept laughing and patted him on the back. It's mostly harmless. You see, if they go off the rails, they lose their powers. Which brings us to the next thing you should know. When they begin a formal dinner with other ranked clerics, they will all glow for a second. They're checking each other for corruption, or an inability to activate holy powers. It's like a failsafe, the way that we check our weapons at the door. That was an amusing thought. Even without a weapon, they were weapons. But it was the thought that counted, Karl supposed. They stepped through the door into a mostly filled dining room, and a gray-robed acolyte announced their presence. Overlord Drake and awakened Karl. He spoke simply, causing a few heads to turn and nod politely before they all registered that the man had said Overlord. Being so far up the rankings, above even the royal and monarch rank elites that came after the commanders who made up the professors of the academy, Drake was owed a lot of respect. To the clergy, he was on par with one of their bishops walking into the room, but the way he behaved was without all the expectation of formality that normally accompanied his position. He was so informal about his power that even Karl had nearly forgotten that the man could physically level this entire academy in under a minute if he so wished. You're over there, with the other awakened. I'll be up on the stage with the headmaster. Good luck, and make good friends. Just like you, they need parties to go out on missions, but they're not the fighting sort, so if they can call on elites, it's better for everyone. Drake whispered, then gave Karl a gentle shove toward his table. Dana was already here, at a different table, and Karl hid a smile at the way that the clerics had arranged themselves. Her table was almost all boys, with only one other girl, while Karl's table was entirely girls. There were far more female clerics in the room than male, Karl noticed. Nearly 4-to-1, in fact. Some of them would have been raised here and then shown an aptitude for holy magic but not the serum, but the vast majority would have awakened to cleric-type classes in the ceremony. A very short blonde girl stood up to greet Karl as he approached the table with his nameplate hanging from the back of a chair. Karl. Welcome, please, come and join us. We were just discussing the opportunities to gather more herbs in the area around the new holy relic. We talked to the students you saved, and they said that there were more locations you didn't get to, and that you were careful not to destroy the ones you harvested. You have no idea how amazing that is. Even most of our students still manage to ruin the resource patches they find, and we're reminded before every mission to harvest sustainably. Karl smiled back at the vertically challenged cleric. We're not the only group that needs those resources, and most of them will grow back in just a few months if we're careful. It's better not to ruin them so that we can return. Karl didn't miss the disapproving look that Dana gave him as he took his seat, with the bubbly blonde sitting next to him and discussing the difficulties of arranging a mission for clergy students. You see, since we're not fighters, we have to wait for a professor, or a group of guards to be going to the region that we're looking to visit, and convince them to help us with what we're after. Greed isn't encouraged among the church members, so it has to be for a good reason, and even then, it's up to the goodwill of others. Mostly we only go out once or twice a year unless there is an awakened rank or higher mission for the elites, and they call on the clergy for a healer. She was explaining. So that's how it works. My power grew faster than my knowledge of the wider world, you see. It's one of the side effects of reaching the awakened rank in the first year, but it is good to know that I can just call the school and request that they send out a healer. Karl replied with a polite smile. One of the girls across the table from him took out a sheet of paper and passed it across to him. You can ask for us personally. Most of the active elites, the ones who volunteer to go on higher rank missions, have a preferred team. Obviously, we're still students, and we're not on one yet, but other than the end of semester social events, we don't get many chances to meet people from the other academy. It's not easy to make that sort of connection in a crowded hall with loud music and half the students drunk on some illicit punch. she explained, rolling her eyes so far that they were almost entirely white. While that does sound like it might be interesting, and like it might lead to a number of adventures, it doesn't sound like the sort of event to pick a quality party member. Karl replied, making one of the girls choke on her water, and the others struggle to keep their laughter from interrupting everyone's dinner. Karl flipped the paper over, and found that it was a diagram of the table with everyone's names on it. That would be useful later when he was trying to remember who was who. The names were on the back of the chairs, so he couldn't see any of them while he was sitting, but with the sheet in front of him, he could cheat. "Aren't you afraid of monsters? I heard that there are some terrifying ones out in the wilderness." The little blonde asked in a coy voice that had all her classmates wondering if she had forgotten that the professors could hear them. "Oh, my specialty involves beasts. I have the most adorable pet named Ray," Karl suggested. "Do it. Let me out," the spider demanded, eager to tease these strange new humans for a moment. Her thoughts were filled with the shock and horror that would surely ensue if someone as magnificent as her appeared in their world. It was rather dark in the dining hall, with a single overhead chandelier, but that was perfect for the dinner ambience. Unfortunately for the students, it was also perfect for Ray. "Can we meet them? I heard that you have pets, but I didn't realize that they were monsters. They won't attack, will they?" the blonde asked, and Karl noticed Dana smirking at him from her table. "Of course not. Ray is a very gentle and shy girl. She wouldn't harm a soul. Hawk is more solitary, but Thor, he likes to cuddle a bit too much, and his enthusiasm can overwhelm people. I'm not going out if I can't fly around the room." Hawk warned Karl before he could be involved in this game. "Please let us see. It's not a common thing to see magical beasts here, other than an automata that prowls the grounds, looking for students out of bed after hours," the blonde pleaded. Karl called Ray out behind him, forgetting just how large the bloodbath spider had gotten. There was no way that she was going to hide behind the chair without falling flat to the ground and changing her coloration, but she didn't intend to do that. Instead, she moved right to the girl's chair and stared at her, wondering if the girl had the nerve to stroke her head the way everyone did to Thor. There had to be something to it, or the big softy wouldn't keep demanding it. But she had never tried it herself. Eek! The girl's squeal of horror drew the attention of everyone in the room, and a number of clerics shot out of their chairs, preparing magic. "It's not a threat. Ray is a pet, and they asked to meet her," Karl shouted, calming the clerics, while Overlord Drake laughed himself to tears at the front of the room. The student in the second chair from Karl caught the blonde as she passed out, and tilted her upright to wait until she recovered, but Ray had a better idea, and tied her to the seat with a single strand of silk, before looking at the rest of the students. The dark-haired girl on Karl's left got up out of her seat and walked over to the spider. "She's beautiful. I had a tarantula at home, but nothing like this. Is she intelligent? Or do you have to give explicit orders?" "Ray, right. What a lovely big girl," the student crooned as she approached the bloodbath spider, doing her best not to alarm her. When she was close enough, she gently stroked Ray's head, and the spider sent Karl a confused thought. "I don't see the appeal," she commented, confused about why Thor loved it so much. Then Ray steadied the cleric, tapping her with her legs as she circled the girl, and most of the room watched on, unsure if they should be horrified or amused. "She won't be injured, right?" one of the other students asked cautiously as the spider circled her classmate as if staring at her next meal. "Of course not. Ray is just curious, as she doesn't get to interact with people much. After they have properly met, I will return her to her resting area so she doesn't freak out the entire dinner party." Ray ran the side of her leg over the coarse woolen robes in dismay, not impressed with the quality. Then she aimed her head high, and spun out a large, thin sheet of white silk 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. The girl caught it as it fell to the ground, unsure what to do in this situation. Tell her to stop wearing ugly things, and thank her for satisfying my curiosity about head rubs," Ray announced, then returned to the taming space. "She says thank you for satisfying her curiosity, and to make clothing from that silk. She doesn't like wool," Karl explained with a smile. A man at the front of the room tapped a spoon against his glass, catching everyone's attention. "Now that we have all had our fun, the matron is about to arrive. Please inform our new guests of the protocols," he announced. The spider lover took her seat after carefully folding the cloth into a small square and leaned over to whisper to Karl. "Stand when she enters, and don't sit until she sits. When the food is served, she takes the first bite, and then we eat. Don't leave the table until she is finished, and then we all leave together. That's the basics of it, along with no talking above a whisper. She has very sensitive hearing, and she doesn't like loud noises while she is eating," the girl explained. The sarcastic one across from Karl smirked in a way that said the matron just didn't like overly talkative people, so she had ordered everyone to shut up during dinner. But rules were rules, and if she was in charge here, she set the rules. If Karl wanted to get a regular supply of healers for missions in the future, it would be best to stay on the good side of those in charge at the various monasteries and especially the seminary academy. Everyone rose as the woman walked in, and was pulled into a friendly hug by Overlord Drake. Then they all sat after the two of them took their seats again, and the food was brought out. Large platters were placed in the middle of the tables, and then the servers retreated to a side room, where Karl could hear them taking more platters back to their own tables. It was most likely a chore rotation, and not the same students every day, a duty that reminded them that service was part of their oath, but it worked well enough, and within minutes everyone in the building would be served. Karl noticed that the matron waited until the sound of platters hitting tables in the other room stopped, and then she took the first bite and the dinner started. So, she really did have enhanced hearing. Karl's was much better than the average human, and the sound of the trays had been quiet even to him, while she was on the far side of the room, not near the side door to the other dining hall. That made him wonder how many people here actually understood the timing, and how many thought that she was just randomly making them wait, like some test of patience, before they could begin to eat. Karl knew the reason now, but it was obvious that the students didn't, and he wasn't entirely certain why it hadn't been clearly explained to them in advance. His question was answered by the girl 2 seats to his left. 37 seconds this time. I know I'm close to understanding the timing. As soon as I work out the algorithm, I will ace that homework assignment, she whispered. Karl smiled at her and barely whispered back. It's not a math problem, it's a human question. How long did you have to wait when you were in the common rank dining room? The girls considered it for a moment, then one of them shook her head. It's a test of patience that only begins once we reach awakened rank. But the teachers assigned us to answer the question of why every day's meal has a different time to wait than the one before it. It's not a thing in the other dining hall. They start to eat as soon as the food hits the tables. There aren't any seniors there, so your team is likely to have a grand time. The girl replied with a gentle smile. So that was the question they were asked. Now it made sense why they thought it was a math problem. Karl turned over the paper with the names of the people at the table on it and took a pen from his uniform jacket's inside pocket to write a note. She doesn't eat until all the tables in the other room have been served, he wrote, allowing them a few seconds to see the answer before folding the paper and putting it in his pocket along with the pen. I'm sure you will all understand the timing soon, he whispered, knowing that she would be able to hear their conversation, though she couldn't see him from where she was sitting. They ate in silence for a few moments, and though the food was simple, Karl noticed that the quality wasn't any worse than what was served in the Golden Divine Academy. The meat was monster meat, and the plants magically infused, but the seasonings were simple and there were no signs of fancy pastries or complex desserts in the building. What they did have was a rather tasty stew, and a seemingly unlimited mound of rice and beans. The same rice and beans that they served to the poor when they came to visit the small towns. I didn't realize that the clergy ate the rice and beans themselves. I thought it was like an alms for the poor thing. Karl whispered to the brunette on his left. Every meal except breakfast. The trick is to eat the main slowly while you fill up on rice. The main is portioned by the table in the kitchen, so every table gets an even share, but the rice is unlimited. If you run out, you can just take the platter to the kitchen and get more. But nobody ever runs out. It's barely even possible to eat 2/3 of this. But we will use the wax paper to make rice balls for later, and they're pretty good. Karl didn't quite understand why they needed rice balls for later, as it seemed that there were 3 solid meals a day here, but he went along with it anyhow, and when nobody could eat more, he helped them press the leftovers into solid squares. Then they waited for the head table to finish their meal, and when the high priestess stood, everyone else in the room stood to join her. The students quickly wrapped the rice balls in the wax paper, and the short blonde offered him her hand. "Would you like to come with us?" she asked. "Sure, why not?" Karl agreed after seeing that the table full of boys and Dana were already joining them with another pile of rice balls. The 2 elites followed the young clergy out the back doors of the building, and found himself in the stables, where a large number of horses were eagerly waiting for them to arrive. That was right. Karl had completely forgotten that the church liked to use horses for transportation when they weren't going too far. Horses didn't need fuel or manufacturing facilities that the church didn't have, and they could make their own saddles the same as they made their own outfits. That was where the flood of students was going. Right after the meal, they went to groom the horses, with pairs breaking off to go meet a specific animal. We all get assigned a horse, 2 of us per horse, but those on stable duty take care of them all in the morning. This is more of an informal bonding exercise, the blonde explained. Most of the animals were eagerly anticipating their treats, which wouldn't make even half a meal for an animal that large. Karl was concerned that rice and beans might not be good for the digestion, but if they did it every day, it couldn't be too bad. The horses seemed to love the long brown grains, and Karl was about to go make new friends when he heard an angry whinny and the stomping of steel-shod feet on the ground. One of the horses was not impressed with its assigned pair, and everyone was looking nervously in that direction as it reared up and kicked at them the moment that they approached. Karl wasn't bad with horses. As a small child, he used to go visit the retired ones that the mines no longer used to pull carts, but those were so tame that nothing bothered them. This was a very different animal. Karl walked over to the stable stall, where the 2 students had fled in fear, leaving their package behind. He picked it up, thinking to try to calm the animal with food, but something felt off about the bundle of wax paper. The balls hadn't been well pressed, as if the students didn't know what they were doing, and there were chunks of leftover stew in the pile. Karl tossed it aside and held out his hand to the student at the next stall, while the angry horse slammed at the gate. "Can I get a couple rice balls?" The new kids messed theirs up with leftover stew. "I think this guy doesn't like the smell of meat," he asked. They tried to feed him meat. Horses don't eat meat. They don't even like the smell of our dinner cooking. The older boy chuckled. He handed Karl 2 rice balls, and Karl activated Skill Master to test a theory. It never said it had to be a magical skill, so maybe he could teach the horse a simple trick. "Hey buddy, I have a proper snack. Calm down. That's a good boy," he muttered in what he hoped was a soothing tone as he pushed the latch open on the gate and stepped into the stall. The surrounding students began to panic, but when Karl put his empty hand on the horse, it began to calm down and stop bucking. "Good boy. Open up for a treat," Karl suggested, opening his mouth in demonstration. The horse followed along, and Karl put a rice ball in his mouth, only narrowly saving his fingers as the horse's jaw snapped shut around it. Then he held out his open hand with the other one on it, as he saw the majority of students doing, and the horse more delicately grabbed the other before bumping into Karl for a pat down. There were bushes lined up along the stall wall, so he grabbed one and got to work, giving the horse a brushing that was making Ray jealous. "You are totally brushing my fur later. Keep one of those brushes," she demanded when she saw how much the horse liked it. "I will buy one from them." "I'm not stealing their tools," Karl replied with a laugh. He stepped out and latched the gate when he was finished, only to find the pair of older clergy from the library waiting outside the stall with Dana and 2 of the rescue team members. Everyone else had cleared the area, and most of the nearby stalls were now empty, as the students had taken the animals with them. "I hope I didn't hold up any plans." The new student spooked him, so I calmed him down, Karl explained. "We saw that. But he's never let them touch him before. We assumed that they were doing a terrible job breaking and training him, but now he looks ready to be saddled." "Tell me, have you ever ridden a horse?" the old woman asked. Karl shook his head. "Never had the need or the opportunity." "Well, let's see how he responds. It's part of the student assessment." "Do you know why he reacted so badly to them?" she asked with a curious smile wrinkling her features even further. "Check the rice pile. They mixed leftovers in with their rice balls." Karl laughed. The high priest walked over, looked at the pile and sighed in disgust. "There is always one pair that doesn't listen, no matter how much you tell them. You see, those 2 don't like carrots, so they won't eat the stew." I wondered where it was going if they weren't eating it. Karl was surprised at the revelation. "You know, they all think nobody is watching them at dinner." All the clergy present began to laugh at that, and one of the rescue team members from the Inquisition winked at Karl. "There are cameras in the room, we watch from the security station." "It's the same in your academy. All the public areas in both academies have cameras, in case of accidents or incidents," he explained. Karl nodded. That was something that he already knew, and the elite academy didn't bother to hide. Of course, the seminary academy probably didn't hide it either, they just didn't go out of their way to tell anyone. "Karl, was it? Can you ask this fine gentleman to kneel so you can put a bridle on him and then climb on his back for a short walk?" the elderly high priestess asked with a head tilt toward the horse. "Sure, I guess." Karl picked up the mass of leather straps from the hook on the stall and tried to determine how it was used, while he was certain that the horse was laughing at him. "Don't be like that. What way does it go on?" Karl asked, as he activated the training skill, with the question directed at the horse, who stuck his nose into the contraption and grabbed the bit between his teeth. "You will want him to let go of the bit so you can tighten it properly, but that's the right way," the old woman explained, sounding shocked as Karl finished the work. The horse didn't give him any trouble, and when Karl tapped his side and willed him to kneel so he could get on, the animal complied easily. He hopped on top, and the horse stood back up, much to the surprise of everyone gathered. "All right, you said for a walk, right? Everyone else went out that door, should I follow?" Karl asked. The horse was about to simply go, but the Inquisition team member held up a hand to stop them. "How did you do that?" the man asked. "Do what?" "I have an awakened physique, I could have hopped on his back without him kneeling, but this way was more gentle." Karl's confused answer brought smiles to the faces of the 2 elderly clergy. "I get it now, I get how the skill works. You use it, and they learn what you want them to know, but it's all up to their understanding. But the level of compliance is remarkable. It's like you're naturally attuned to animals," she exclaimed. "It's a trained horse. I don't think it's all that impressive for it to know how to get its own bridle on," Karl replied. She shook her head. "Not that one. They haven't started training it yet. It attacks its students every time that they try." Now Karl was certain that the horse was laughing at them. "I agree, he thinks that you're all idiots," Thor joked. "Do you speak horse?" Karl asked. "Who needs to? You can see it in the body language." He's seen it all 1,000 times before, he knows the whole routine, he just doesn't like the idiots that they keep sending to him. My Cero says that the horse probably learned all the routines ages ago and just doesn't like his handlers. I will take him for a walk, if you'd like, and then bring him back. Karl offered. You're Cero. Who is Cero? The older priest asked. His lightning Cero, one of the 3 tamed beasts he has gained with his class abilities. Its name is Thor, I believe. The Inquisitor replied before Karl could find a polite way to answer. Interesting. Well, if your animals need a place to graze, we have an open field on the north side where they shouldn't spook any of the livestock. The old priest explained. They have a separate space to relax, thanks to my class skill. But I do appreciate your offer. Karl replied politely. Well then, enjoy your ride, and try not to let the cat get underfoot. He's been bothering us to let him out to see you all afternoon. The old man grumbled, while the priestess and the Inquisitor hid their smirks. Karl rode out into the training field, where the others were slowly walking with their horses. His dappled mount began to prance a little, and Karl laughed. Fine, but don't play too rough, we don't want to hurt anyone. He agreed, letting the horse trot around the field full of shocked students, many of whom were struggling to control their animals. That's cheating. It has to be cheating. The blonde from his table complained as Karl's horse walked past where she was standing, while her partner struggled to convince the horse that walking was more interesting than the grass along the fence line. I'm not giving any advice, I have no idea what I'm doing. Karl warned them, making the girls laugh as he kept moving around the field. His mount didn't want to be outside for long, and soon it was looking back toward the stable, where Karl could see that the stable hands had put out fresh bedding and cleaned the stalls while the animals were out. All right, let's go back. Karl agreed, riding back into the barn and hopping down at the gate. He opened it, and the horse stepped inside, then pulled the door shut for Karl to latch. He's smart. For the record, I didn't teach him any of that last bit, he already knew. We guessed that. But if you would like to come with us, the church has a reward for the both of you, in recognition of your help finding the holy relic. The rest of your team is already there. The elderly high priestess explained. Of course, sorry to have kept you all. The woman just shook her head. It was good to see that one get out. We will have the animal handling teachers put the troublesome students in remedial classes. With so many students lately, it has been challenging to keep up with everything. Back when I was a young priestess, there were only 30 students in total here. 30. Now there are better than 300, with all the ones from the serum. 10 years ago, she would already have been counted as an old woman, moving toward retirement from active duties outside the compound. The development of the serum must have come as a huge culture shock for someone her age, who had lived a lifetime without it. They walked through the building toward an isolated building furthest from the student dorms and the mess hall while the priestess told stories of her peaceful youth here, training scribes and healers, then stopped when they saw all the other students waiting for them to arrive. Good. Now we are all gathered, so we can discuss the important matters. Please come inside and have a seat. This won't take long, but there is no reason not to be comfortable. She informed the group, with a suddenly gentle smile. It was obvious that she still saw everyone here, including the younger priests and the Inquisitor, as children, but then compared to her, they were. If she hadn't devoted her life to the church, she would probably have great-grandchildren by now. The group took a seat, and Karl noticed that the 2 clerics they had rescued were also there now, but in their new gold and black robes that appeared in the chapel, and not the standard student clergy robes. They somehow seemed more fancy, though they were still the same style as the others, and only had an extra layer that was visible at the collar and sleeves and better construction. I will make this simple. The church would like to keep the location of this holy relic quiet, so we are asking that all of you don't mention it for at least as long as it remains out of the public sphere. We will be building a new dragon temple at that location, but it will take some years to be ready and staffed. Having a flood of hopeful tourists and pilgrims coming to the site while we are working would be a nightmare for the construction team, and the holy relic isn't open for them to go in anyhow. The elderly priest began. Then the old woman took over from him. But that doesn't mean that you won't be rewarded for your find. Your names will be recorded in the temple as the original team to undergo the trials, and the matron has prepared a set of gifts for you all. First, she has prepared a scale for each of you. She paused there, and the two young clerics took out a silver tray with small golden dragon scale amulets on them. Karl could sense that they were some sort of holy magic, but he couldn't tell exactly what they were supposed to do. They are a good luck charm, blessed by the World Dragon's Archbishop at the main temple. The blessings of the World Dragon are many, but you have all shown an affinity for his favor, so these might be just what you need. The amulets were passed out as the woman began to talk again. The next reward that we will grant you might seem trivial to some, or irreplaceable to others. It is the Scroll of Holy Light. Use it with an item or an ability for a one-time bonus to its abilities. I would recommend using it on a magical item, as the effects will linger until the enchantment on the item is discharged. That excited a lot of the students who had gotten magical items from their reward chests, but the priestess was right, to others it was just a trivial thing. Karl hung the dragon scale good luck charm around his neck and tucked it under his uniform. You never knew when you were going to need good luck, and trying to get the charm out after things had already gone wrong was just about pointless. None of these things was a major reward so far, Karl noticed. If they were going to be privately rewarded for finding a holy relic and expected to keep their mouths shut, there was going to have to be something big, something that would equal up to the rewards that they would get for announcing it publicly. Karl had no intentions of doing that, as he had seen on the fate stairs how that would end, but there was no guarantee that others wouldn't try to do the same. They had agreed, but once they were back at the academy and their progress returned to something closer to normal, they might change their minds. But even with that in mind, Karl was shocked to see what the two smiling young dragon clerics brought out next. They rolled out an entire cart full of books, skilled books handmade by the transcriptionists of the church, but bound without titles. There is a reason we passed out the luck charms first, and I do hope that you're all wearing yours now, or at least before you choose. As you all know, skilled books are rare, and a single one can change your growth path. So, we have prepared 8 of them today, 1 for each of you. The elderly priestess announced. 8. But there are 10 of us. One of the students asked, confused. 2 of you received powerful skills as rewards from the trial, and it was deemed unwise to simply add another new skill when they haven't adapted to the first one yet. However, we have instead prepared a holy relic for them instead. The old woman's smile set Karl's heart at ease. She was right, with 2 new skills already this month, a third would have seemed a bit anticlimactic. But a holy item would be something that he could keep with him for years to come. First, choose your skills. The luck charm should guide your hand to the one meant for you. No need to second-guess yourselves. The priestess instructed. There were far more than 8 books on the carts, but most likely it was 8 different skills, out of the 10 or so that the inscriptionists could make, according to Overlord Drake. The students rushed forward and a few began pacing in front of the carts, getting a feeling for the books, to see what might feel lucky. But the others just walked up and grabbed something, trusting to luck that it would be something that they could use. It looked like the World Dragon's luck was no joke, and every book that was opened vanished. Even those who delayed and second-guessed the luck of the charm they were given still managed to activate a new skill from the books. Karl knew that these would all be basic skills, the equivalent of slash, rend, fireball, and such. But that didn't matter to the students. It was a new skill that they could use, and that they didn't have to go through the painstaking process of learning normally. The more versatile they could be, the easier their lives would become in the future, as an elite's reputation depended a lot on their personal skills, even more so in some cases than it did on their personality. Then the carts were taken away, and the elderly priest left for a moment to collect the two holy items. These were made by our matron just this afternoon. Or rather, they were enchanted this afternoon with the pair of you in mind. Please, do accept our reward. The priestess informed them with a gentle smile. Karl and Dana both took the boxes, mostly to relieve the elderly man of the strain of holding them, and Dana rushed to open her reward. A simple golden scepter sat inside the box in her hands, but when she touched it, the weapon lit up with soft white light. That will add a touch of holy magic to every spell that you cast. A bit more attack, a lot more defense. The elderly priest explained. Then Karl opened the chest in front of him and looked at the content with a confused smile. It was just a simple bracelet, gold, but without a visible mark on it. Karl put it on, and in his mental spaces, all three pets glowed with the same soft white light that the scepter did. The bracelet is a support item. It will increase the skill power of you and your allies whenever you are wearing it. The other students gave Karl a jealous look. More skill power for his pets. He was already basically 4 elites in one, and now they all got a cheat code buff. This will be wonderful. The others and I thank the church for its generosity. Karl informed him with his best imitation of the formal church salute, with the thumbs hooked together, and his fingers spread in front of his chest to imitate dragon wings. The bracelet would likely improve his ability to train skills as well. The more that he could teach these three, the better. They all had a unique role to play, but the real advantage that they could show in the future would be in their ability to use skills that no wild beast would be able to. You seem more enthusiastic about a support role than I would have expected. The elderly priest noted as he saw Karl's reaction was true and not just him being polite. My beasts are also allies, you see. This reward will do them a lot of good, and allow them to make the best use of their abilities in the future. Even if it seems simple, an increase to all of their skill power will stack up to a much larger bonus than just enhancing myself. Karl explained. The priestess nodded in satisfaction. In that case, enjoy your evening everyone, and we hope to see you all again soon. Please don't forget about our students when it is time for your next missions. With the meeting finished, the group was escorted back to the main building by one of the younger students, who had a bit of wisdom to share with them. Breakfast is a half hour before full dawn. So, as soon as it starts to get light outside, the bells will ring, and everyone will be up and beginning their day. I don't know when you will be picked up to return to your academy, but if they're sending you on the train, it's about an hour after dawn, as it arrives just after breakfast, the boy informed them. So what you're saying is don't stay up too late? Karl asked. Exactly. Many of us have considered sleeping in when we don't have morning chores, but those bells make it impossible. A few of you might manage, but we're all so well conditioned now that it is impossible, the boy explained. One of the warriors smiled at the younger boy. Were they afraid that we wouldn't be able to find our way back? The building is right there. That made the student laugh. Oh, it's not for this part. You see, the inside of the main floor was designed during an age of strife, and it is designed to confuse breaching enemies. If you're not familiar with the layout, it can be nearly impossible to end up anywhere but the main halls. The warrior chuckled. Which is great for students. Since that's where the food is. Precisely. It's why we didn't bother to give you a tour. Because it just encourages people to get lost in the corridors, and then we have to go find them. Though the building is only a few hundred meters wide, the main floor has over 4 kilometers of winding hallways. I suspect that the area between the kitchen and the student dorms is actually a labyrinth with fake doors, but I can't prove it. There is no properly drawn map of the building, since we all grew up here, except for the serum clerics. But they start out with magic and rank, so they never lived this far back in the seminary. Plus, they automatically know the whole set of holy books for their patron, like memorized word for word, which is completely unfair. Karl could only imagine the hours that a student expected to be an expert on theology when there were 6 major gods, plus the chromatic divine dragons, and the beast gods, and who knew how many others that nobody followed anymore. Karl barely remembered the basics of the World Dragon's teachings, since they followed it here in the Golden Dragon Nation. But the clerics knew them all. As the boy had said, the corridor was definitely suspicious, and Karl realized quickly that it was not straight, nor was it level. It seemed that way at first, but by the time that they had walked for a full minute, Karl was certain that they were no longer on the same level as they had been. Ray had an excellent sense of spatial awareness to help her locate anything that had disturbed her web, and some of that had passed to Karl. They took a series of twisting turns, until even their guide seemed slightly uncertain of the next one to take. But there were windows now, and they were on the 2nd floor, facing the inner courtyard, so they were very close to his room. "My room is to the right," Karl whispered, startling their guide into stumbling into the gray stone wall. "Are you certain?" he asked. "Once we're around that corner, we will be able to see it." "I remember it from earlier," Karl explained. "This is the guest area, and I don't get here often. At least not from that side. I swear that one day I will have this entire place memorized," the boy muttered under his breath. But he led them around the corner, and the first thing they saw was Overlord Drake, sipping coffee and looking out the window. With suppressed laughter in his voice, the muscular warrior greeted them as if welcoming them to his own home. "Ah, good evening. I was wondering when you would be along. If you'd just come around to the front instead, you would have been here 5 minutes ago. It's like we went on a small adventure instead." "Good evening, Overlord," Karl greeted him in return. "There will be a bus here to pick you all up tomorrow after breakfast, bright and early in the morning. I suggested the helicopter, but they said it's needed for actual work, and that it isn't a shuttle service to bring healthy students back from missions. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode." The friendly tone of his words made the young elites much more comfortable around the incredibly powerful warrior, but the young cleric wasn't used to such fraternal camaraderie. If someone here smiled at you like that, they were trying to comfort you before they gave you bad news, like extra chore rotations. If they were giving you good news, they would keep a straight face and try to downplay it. That was just how the clergy culture was, stoic to keep up their image, but secretly celebrating on the inside. Even the ones that decided that the clergy wasn't for them and left the seminary academy when they were old enough to work regular jobs tended to keep the same simple tastes and expressionless default setting. "Where are you off to next?" "Somewhere more exciting than a hidden holy relic in its dormant mode," Karl asked. Drake shook his head. "I am headed back to the capital. I just happened to be in the area when the call went out. But I wish you all luck with your studies, and a good result on the end-of-semester promotion exams. Though, if you're doing well enough, you might convince your professor to give you a chance to do the promotion during the midterms next month." Then he walked away with a smile on his face as all the common rank students began to panic at the thought of trying to pass the Awaken exams in just over a month. Karl was honestly impressed. The Overlord had an impeccable sense of timing, and that smooth exit before the students could ask any more questions was flawless. Even if it had been phrased as a casual remark, it was perhaps the best prank he had seen played on the students yet. Karl and Dana returned to their rooms, while the guide led the others back to the dorms that they were sharing. Normally, that would have led to envy, but when they saw the broom closet-sized rooms that the more powerful pair were staying in, suddenly the dorms didn't seem as bad with their bunk beds. Until the snoring started. Karl joined the group of bleary-eyed students outside the dining hall the next morning, and realized that they were possibly even more tired than they had been before they went to bed. "I thought that we reminded everyone to sleep early. It's a travel day, so you can sleep on the bus, but still, you're elites in the wilderness, you should be ready at any time," Karl reminded them. "I know you said that, but once we got to those nice, comfortable cots, we learned a valuable lesson. Thor is not the member of this team that snores the loudest. Gerald is. How it wasn't a problem in the woods, I have no idea, but we should get him checked or something before we leave, one of the mages joked half-heartedly, still mostly asleep. The girls all nodded in agreement. We were across the hall and I thought that he was going to shake the pictures off the walls. One of them agreed with an annoyed glare at Gerald. As they were arguing, one of the local clergy came over with the gentle smile that Karl was beginning to learn meant that someone was in trouble. They may have forgotten to mention that we were forced to intervene when these young ladies very inappropriately stormed the boys' dormitory and began to pummel their teammates, the young man calmly informed them. It wasn't that bad, really. We were just trying to make him stop snoring, one of the girls offered. Karl nodded. While making him stop breathing will make him stop snoring, it is not the best option. We will discuss this on the very long ride back to the academy. Thank you, Friar, I will take care of the situation. The cleric smiled at the proper use of his rank within the church. These days, it wasn't used as much as their strength ranking, but the friars were clergy who didn't have the gift for holy magic. Some might be warriors, but mostly they were the common preachers, the ones that those in small towns and villages went to for matters of faith and not matters of healing. With one last warning look at the others, Karl headed for the second dining room, and found that while he was at the same table as before, it was a different spot, and all the people seated around him had changed. He took his seat, and the girl beside him, taller than him by a head and with arms roughly the size of his legs, smiled down at him. We put the names out at random. Or at least we're supposed to. It appears that someone made the order not so random yesterday. You can call me Sister Betty, and I will be accompanying you back to the academy today, she greeted him. Good morning, Sister Betty. What brings you to the Divine Golden Academy? Karl asked. A group of final year students wanted to take on a level 5 mission to push for the commander rank. They have found some evidence of commander rank resources that they think will allow them to advance, but they needed an appropriate healer. Betty actually seemed excited to be going on a mission that dangerous, but Karl was thinking of the locust swarm that he had encountered in the south. Well, I hope that it's nothing you can't handle. I went to the south to look for suitable partners, and we came across a monster attack on an outpost. Even with the team I was assigned to assisting the town's defense, it was a bit dicey, he explained. Betty nodded. I am a priestess of the Red Dragon, the dragon god of war. Healing is secondary among my abilities, as my goddess grants me various abilities relating to combat buffs and holy light attacks. It makes me uniquely suited to this sort of mission. A young man, shorter than Karl despite being 10 years older, and with a balding hairline that didn't match his youthful features, walked up behind her and patted her on the shoulder. What she's saying is that she's probably a better fighter than their warriors, and she's always happy to get away from the sound of children crying, he laughed. You work with children? Karl asked in confusion. Betty smiled fondly at some memory as she replied. War creates orphans, so the dragon god of war charges her priestesses with the care of them. When I'm here, I am the physical education teacher for the orphan children under age 12, when they get sorted by the serum and their aptitude for magic. Karl's gym teacher in primary school was a paunchy and balding middle-aged man who couldn't even keep up with the kids. He just stood in the middle of the field and yelled orders. You seem like you would be an excellent teacher. I can see that you have a fondness for children. She nodded happily. All dragons do. Karl froze in shock. Back up. Did you just say dragon? He stammered. Oh, it's so cute when they don't know. Yes, all the chromatic dragon priestesses have at least some dragon features, either by birth or as a result of the divine serum. I am technically a dragonkin now, as I have no tail or wings and can't transform, but I did gain some dragon instincts and senses. It is a result of the serum awakening, and lets me use magic much more easily than most humans, and gives me an affinity for my goddess. You can think of us as something like the berserker class of the cleric world. The boy beside her shifted his voice to a whisper in anticipation of the matron entering for breakfast. All clergy in the Golden Dragon Nation work together. It's the same set of holy books, after all, and with the serum, many clerics now awaken to the powers of other gods and goddesses within the pantheon. I am a priest of the god of magic, and the one who just sat on your other side is a priestess of the god of nature. It's not really necessary to separate us most of the time, but like the mages and warriors of your academy, we have slightly different powers. And that is why we all use brother and sister as titles. Because it doesn't really matter unless you have some personal business with our god, Sister Betty whispered. Karl had only known a little bit of that, and the details of how the inner relations of the church, and the way that the serum enforced loyalty to the different gods and goddesses of the pantheon, was an intriguing topic. They were all part of the same group, so maybe he could consider it more like a researcher's specialties. Like how the mining town had 4 geologists, but they all specialized in different things. Karl realized that he hadn't even noticed that someone had sat down next to him, and gave the young woman who had been introduced as a priestess of the nature god a tentative smile. She smiled back, a truly happy expression, but Karl noticed that under the smell of soap and flowers, there was a coppery note of blood lingering around her. He must have made some expression as the woman gave a soft laugh and patted him on the shoulder. Betty is the same way, she can smell the blood as well. I am a midwife, and there was a birth last night, or technically this morning, at the hospital on the grounds. To everyone else, I should just smell like hospital soap, but for those like the dragon priestesses and some really sensitive rangers and druids, I tend to smell like blood and babies, she explained quietly. My apologies, I didn't mean to offend. I was just a bit startled when I smelled fresh blood here inside the seminary academy. When there is a lot of it, the smell lingers more than if there is only a scratch. I do hope the young mother is all right, Karl whispered back. Here, in the seminary academy hospital. We haven't lost a mother during childbirth in most of a decade. Not all the children can be saved, but with magic, the actual childbirth process is much safer, she replied happily. Sister Betty stared at the trays of food waiting at the edge of the room for the matron to enter. As you can see, on the outside, we're all the Golden Dragon Church. On the inside, we all have our specialties. So don't go falling for those hussies who just want some outdoor adventures. You need to make sure that you're getting a cleric that can handle the task that you need them to. I would say that you should pick one of those newly awakened World Dragon clerics, but it will be years before they're allowed to play unsupervised, and you're already much stronger than they are. The cleric doesn't have to be the strongest awakened on your team, but it helps if they can take a punch, she whispered. Yeah, because you should always eat the healers and magic users first. Then watch the rest panic and despair as they're trapped in the web. Ray added wistfully, not realizing how her spider instinct still made her sound like an edgy teen human. You are smiling at something. Do you hear your beasts in your mind? The life priestess asked. I do. Ray, the bloodbath spider, said that it's common sense to target the healers and magic users first, because the others won't be able to get themselves free of the web, Karl replied. The priestess shuddered at the thought, while the priest of the magic god looked horrified. But Sister Betty grunted in agreement. That was part of the reason she put so much effort into her fighting skills. I like the dragon lady. Ask if we can polish her scales later. Thor suggested. Karl choked on his water as the lightning Cero's voice entered his mind, and Betty smiled. It has to be difficult having 3 more intelligent minds giving you suggestions. I used to have a pet Nicomata, and it got up to all sorts of trouble, Betty joked, then pulled back her blonde hair to show a long claw mark that ran up the back of her neck and into her hairline. She tried to climb my head as a kitten and slipped over the back because my hair was oily, she added. What did your beasts have to say that made you choke? The priest of the magic god asked. Thor, the lightning Cero, wants to polish Sister Betty's scales later. He likes her, but then he likes almost everyone. Betty smiled. The only scales I have are on my forearms. but I bet that he has wonderful scales, very smooth and strong." Thor made a humming noise that was somewhere between a purr and his happy bugle. "See, she likes scales. I knew she would appreciate my scales. If we have time later, he would be overjoyed to show you his scales," Karl relayed quietly as the juniors began to bring around pots of oatmeal and soft bread rolls. They finished the simple meal in silence, not wanting to disturb anyone this early in the morning, and as soon as the matron finished eating, Betty pulled Karl to his feet and gestured toward a side room. "There are showers over there. Get freshened up, and pack your bags. We will be meeting in an hour. I will bring you from your room to the bus, so you don't get lost," she informed him. "Got it. I will see you soon," Karl agreed as he rushed out to get washed. The signs for the shower rooms were carved into the stone above the door, so there could be no mistakes, even if you couldn't tell by the different color schemes. It was a quick wash so that he had time to make sure everything was ready before Betty came looking for him, and Karl began to realize that he had vastly underestimated what the words "morning people" meant. He got up just after dawn every day for training. But most of the people he had seen were already showered and ready before the sun had fully crossed the horizon. He wasn't alone in his timing. There was a constant stream of students coming in to get washed up before their daily chores, and from the talk, there would be even more after them, as some of the chores were dirty ones, and it would be rude to smell that bad all day. Karl hurried to check his bag, though he hadn't unpacked anything last night. Everything was still there, loaded up with supplies and herbs for the journey back to the academy. Sister Betty seemed to have been ready for that eventuality, and only minutes after Karl was done checking his bag, she was at the door, knocking for him to come out. "Your team will still be a while, but we can go wait for the bus, and perhaps your Thor can come out and say hello," she suggested. That would explain the eagerness. Nobody could resist Thor's charms, even when they hadn't met him yet. That was how Karl found himself in front of the bus a half hour later, surrounded by clerics and a bus driver, while Thor rumbled happily as he got his scales rubbed. Everyone had gathered, and they should have been ready to go, but nobody could resist just one more pat, and the Lightning Sarrow had gathered a huge fan following. "All right, break it up. The bus has to leave now, and you all have chores to get to," an older man's voice announced. The students scattered, and Karl's team began to get on the bus while the older professor watched to make sure that they were all behaving. Once he was certain that they were all going back to their assigned tasks, the professor came over and gave Thor a quick head rub, then motioned for Karl to put him away and get on the bus. The driver started out as soon as all the bags were stored, carefully stacked upright so that the contents weren't dumped or damaged during the journey. It was going to be another long ride, though probably not as long as the train ride to get to the mission site, as it had made multiple delivery stops along the way. "Did you all have a productive trip before it was cut short by the emergency?" Betty asked as the bus left the Seminary Academy compound. "Well, not as well as the group you'll be going with, since we were after common grade resources, but we managed to fill our bags before we returned to the train tracks. Unlike your academy, which has all the healers, we are short on them, so we stocked up on the ingredients for healing salves and potions when we managed to find them. It's not as cool as holy magic, but it's a lot better than nothing, and a little on the wounds after a bad training day can help keep us in top shape," Karl explained. The muscular dragon cleric laughed. "Can you imagine if they mixed the two academies, though? A bunch of frail and delicate little innocent clerics thrown to the wolves with the warrior trainees." The mages laughed at her implication. They were the frail and delicate ones, but they had offensive magic. However, from what they had seen, delicate and innocent was a pretty small portion of the students at the Seminary Academy, as they were mostly sent there after the Serum Awakening. A compatibility with holy magic didn't soften them that much, as Betty herself was a testament to. The bus bounced along the gravel road, then the ride smoothed as they got to proper pavement and passed through the edge of a few small towns. The small farm towns were even more rural than the mines were, and Karl noticed how the locals would turn to look at the bus as it passed, wondering if it would be stopping. The bus had government plates, and it was clearly for official purposes. Official purposes meant either one of the local businesses was getting audited by the tax service, or there was something horribly wrong that required a team of elites to be sent out. So, if it looked like it was going to stop anywhere but the gas station or the diner, it was big news, and they needed to warn everyone. Or stop what they were doing and gossip about it, which was the same thing, really. So, when the bus did stop to let them out to get some lunch, Karl wasn't surprised that the locals seemed to vanish from the streets at first, until the group had made the walk from the gas station to the cafe. "Priestess, elites, what can I get for you today? I've only got the one cook on, so it might take a minute." The older woman in a faded apron greeted them over the sound of bells ringing to announce their arrival. Betty smiled at her. "We will just take the special, make it 12 of them in total. The driver is still fueling the bus." "Coming right up." Betty turned to the group. "Do you know about the expense accounts?" Karl nodded. "Yeah, I got the card with my equipment. Direct bill, no need for a reimbursement form. I'm told that is the much more popular option when the amount isn't so extreme that it exceeds the petty cash we are allotted for the mission. The direct billing makes life easier. The elites just pay with the card, but the clergy carry a bit of cash, and mostly rely on goodwill." She explained. In a way, that was the same case today, as it would all be going on the expense account card that Karl had been given for the mission. He would have to account for the spending, but he couldn't see anyone arguing about them ordering the special at a small-town diner. It was likely cheaper than the replacement of the uniform pieces that they had damaged during the trip. The waitress brought out large bowls of stew with entire loaves of bread and fresh butter, a luxury at the mines, as they were too far from the suitable cattle grazing areas to get butter for cheap. The nutrition of it wouldn't do much for the elites, but it would fill their stomachs for the day, and that was the important part. "There you go, dears. It might not be so fancy as you are used to, but the farmers will tell you sure enough that there is nothing better," she announced as she set the bowls on the table. Betty winked at the woman and gestured at her bowl with her spoon. "How could anything that smells that good not taste spectacular? Just set the last one here and the driver will be along shortly." The server smiled and nodded. "The station is full service, so he's likely just chatting while the bus fills. It takes a bit, our pumps aren't the fastest." The driver came in as she was speaking, making the bells on the door jingle as the old server nodded in satisfaction. "And that's everyone. Holler if you need anything." The driver took his seat with a polite nod to the rest of the group, and began to eat with such enthusiasm that the server was beaming at him like her child had just won an award. "We don't have long to sit around today. There have been issues along the road thanks to rain, and there is more bad weather set to roll in later tonight," the driver explained as he ate. "All right then. We won't hold the process up. Everyone, be ready to finish your lunch by the time that the driver is done. If you need more snacks, perhaps this lovely lady would pack us some sandwiches for the road." Karl agreed. She began calling back to the kitchen to get sandwiches made for the traveling elites, and the driver smiled. It's likely the most business they've seen all week, other than the morning coffee crowd. Farmers love to come in and chat in the mornings. It's how they pass the news around to those who don't live in town, the driver quietly explained. The group finished eating as quickly as they could, and then walked back to the bus, which was just finishing receiving fuel. At least this stop is along the pipeline, so there is no shortage of fuel. The bus holds over 1,000 liters, so it takes some time to pump, the driver explained as the students headed back for their seats. The waitress had mentioned the same thing, and that their pumps were slow, but the driver quickly paid for the fuel and got them on the road. But their good intentions didn't help for long. No more than an hour down the road, they turned off the paved highway to start heading for the academy, and the skies opened up with rainfall so heavy that they could barely see where they were going. The driver slowed down to under 50 kilometers an hour as the rain got worse, pounding on the bus roof in a pattern that was starting to sound more like marbles on a tin roof. Can the mages keep a barrier up over the bus? It's starting to hail, and the windows aren't armored. If we don't have something, we will have to find cover and stop until it passes. The driver asked. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. We can shield the bus while you drive. Dana agreed. They worked out a plan to each take a turn so that nobody got too exhausted, with Dana going first, as the hope was that the hailstorm would not last long. She had the best barrier out of all of them, and once it was up, the bus returned to silence, though they could see the hail landing all around them like tiny snowballs. That weather is crazy. Is it always like this in the prairies? Karl asked Betty, hoping that she would know the answer. The cleric shook her head. No, only a couple of times a year. But if you get hit by it, then there is a good chance that your crop is ruined for the year, so everyone hopes that when the storm hits, it doesn't hit their home. That made a lot of sense. This hail was brutal. They had seen a few hailstorms at the mining town in the past, but usually never with hail larger than a pea. These stones were larger than golf balls, and even Dana was beginning to grimace at the level of continued power that it was taking to keep the shield up. This is a natural phenomenon, right? One of the warriors asked as he looked out the window at the trees with their leaves gone and branches broken off. Some were lying in the road, but the driver wasn't about to get out and try to move them. He just carried on, driving over them and hoping for the best. After a few minutes, the hail turned back to a driving rain, and the driver breathed a sigh of relief. You can let the barrier go for now. If the hail picks back up, just bring it back. A bit of water won't hurt the bus any. He instructed. But when they got another few kilometers down the road, they realized that the bus wasn't the only thing that was in danger from the weather. Large chunks of the road had washed out, forcing him to slowly weave his way through the remains of the road until they reached the river, which was running much higher than normal and about to reach the deck of the bridge. Think light thoughts, folks. If this bridge dips into the river, we're all in trouble. The pillars will hold, but if the water hits the bridge deck itself, it will get washed away before you know it. He warned them. The options were going now or never, as the rain wasn't getting any lighter, so the bridge was almost certainly going to be gone in an hour, but the students' nerves were frayed as they reached the far side just as the water began to splash up and onto the bridge deck. Just in time. Now, we follow the railroad for a few hours and we're home. Easy peasy. The road led up to a ridgeline, and the bus came to an abrupt stop, just sitting at the top in silence as the students wondered what was going on. Karl moved to the front, so he could use his heightened eyesight to get a better idea of the problem, but what he found was far worse than he had imagined. The river had flooded, and it had uprooted a number of trees, which had formed an improvised dam in the gully up ahead. That had diverted the river's route, and now the road, as well as the railroad, were under an unknown amount of water for at least the next 4 kilometers, before a hill rose out of the muddy rapids. Looks like this is where we sit for the evening. The rain isn't going to stop for a bit, and it will take a day or more for the water to go down enough to know the extent of the damage. The academy will get the road fixed up as fast as they can, but unless it is urgent enough that they send a helicopter for you, we will be sitting right here until they do. One of the warriors gave a rueful smile as he watched the rain fall. And we can't even start a campfire to roast meat. I guess it's diner sandwiches and ration packs for dinner. Betty wiggled her fingers as if casting a spell. Don't forget that I know how to make food. Plus, I've got cooking utensils in my bag, including a magic burning stove. It's a real fancy item, but I was gifted it for helping with a dungeon raid at the end of last year, and it's been a lifesaver more times than I can count. The warrior smiled. Well, the rice and beans are likely better than what is in my ration pack anyhow. It's nutritious, but too salty for my taste. Betty kindly didn't mention that the ration packs were designed that way so that they limited the number of times you had to use the toilet when you were in the field. The new students would learn that soon enough if they had been eating them all week. Betty got the cooking started, while the others sat and watched the rain fall. They were in a good spot, on an open hilltop with gently sloping sides that wouldn't wash away easily in the flood, but they were essentially trapped. The bridge behind them was gone, and the road in front of them was flooded. They could try to head off through the open fields away from the river, but that didn't lead to the academy, or to anywhere particularly useful that was within walking distance. Betty tapped her spoon against the pot of rice and beans. "Well, the rice is ready, so we might as well eat. Who knows how long we will end up sitting here, but one thing that I have learned is that if you sit on the top of a hill long enough, someone or something will come looking for you." "Thanks for the words of encouragement." Karl laughed as he looked out into the heavy rain. "Just making sure everyone is aware. There is a huge amount of the grasslands flooded, and there are thousands of small creatures that live there. They all need somewhere to go, and we're on the high ground, furthest from the water." The cleric reminded them. "You have a point, and I'm not sure that I'm happy about it." Karl replied, making her smile. "You will find that I am very frequently right, and you will very often not be happy about it. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to pay attention so that we're not caught off guard if something starts coming up that hill to get away from the floodwaters. Too many of the animals have lost their homes for the day not to need to relocate, so it's best if we just set a guard now, and expect that we're going to be attacked at some point this evening while we wait to see if the rain is going to stop. If it does, there is a chance that the flash flood will go down again fairly quickly, and the railroad has been built to withstand a fair bit of flooding. But if the flow is too fast, then there isn't anything that is going to save that road, and we will end up either walking it in with our driver or waiting here for them to fix the road." Betty reminded him. "See, that's the part that we didn't want to hear. I wonder if we could just let Thor outside to chase off the smaller monsters," he suggested. "Thor, chase off monsters? You mean play with them, right? Thor is the least threatening monster I have ever met, and I had a pet Nicomata." Betty laughed. "Good point. I would suggest Ray, but as much as she would enjoy eating the small creatures and insects, I can't see her agreeing to go out and stand in the rain." Karl joked. "You're smart. But I doubt that even Thor would be happy about standing in that rain. The vibrations on his scales would drive him nuts. Heck, the vibrations of the heavy rain on his scales would drive me nuts, and I'm over here. Well, be prepared for an emergency call out, in the event that we are attacked, and it's more than a few spells can take care of." Karl could feel Ray rolling all of her eyes at him, but he didn't mind. She would go out to defend the bus if he asked her to. She just wouldn't be happy about it. After 2 hours of sitting in the pouring rain, the torrential downpour began to taper off, which let them not only see more clearly into the distance, but to see the damage that had been done by the flood, which had previously been hidden by the thick curtain of rain. The base of all the hills had been completely washed out. The road ended in a dramatic cliff that led down to the current level of the floodwaters, and in the distance, there were train tracks torn up and pointed skyward, barely visible to Karl's enhanced vision. Well, that's one question answered. We're not driving out of here any time soon. But we can't exactly just leave someone here to wait for them to build a new road. Even leaving the bus here would just lead to it being vandalized by monsters. Hopefully, the train tracks coming into the school from the other direction are still in good shape because I can see from here that the tracks in front of us are demolished." Karl noted. The driver shook his head. "Fat lot of good it will do them. The supplies come from this side. If they go the long way around, they'll be a whole day behind before they get to the academy, and with the limited amount of heavy equipment that the government has in the area for this sort of emergency, it will take them weeks to get the tracks fixed. I will have to rely on you lot to get me to the academy once the water level goes down. They can replace the bus, but I can't replace me." "Good point. The bus is just a bus, but it would be nice if we could keep it. I don't fancy walking all the way to the academy from here." Karl agreed. "Well, the bus is set up for some minor off-road travel, so it might be possible to wait a day or two for the ground to dry and then go around on the high ground," the driver suggested helpfully. Betty snorted in amusement. We've got 5 strapping young warriors and a set of shovels in the belly. They have superhuman strength, so I'm reasonably certain that they can flatten out a few potholes and cliffs for us to get the bus through. Once the sun comes up tomorrow morning, we will see what it looks like, and then we will ask them if they want to patch the worst spots in the road to get past the flood zone, or if they would prefer to walk the last 80 or so kilometers back home. The warriors laughed. I think we can safely say that if it's at all possible, we would rather work a shovel for the morning than walk the distance. Plus, it will get a bit of the road fixed so that they can get more vehicles through here in the next few days. If we play our cards right, the academy might even thank us for taking a few more days off from classes to fix the road. One of them suggested. Good point. We can call it strength training and flatten out a path good enough to get the bus through, which will let them get the armored cars through as well. It might be a while before they fix the bridge or the train tracks, but we can at least do that much. This part isn't part of the river itself, I don't think. It just flooded because those trees blocked everything up. Another warrior agreed. Betty looked toward the blocked portion of the river. But before that, we need to send a golem or something to pull that blockage free, so the river will flow properly. If we don't, it will be days before the road is dry enough for anything to move through the area. She was disturbingly right again. That blockage was keeping the entire area flooded, and if it wasn't removed, the water would never drain naturally, it would just remain stagnant here until a drought hit or the river found a new path. The students slowly snacked on the rice and beans as they watched the sun begin to slip further toward the horizon. Betty was right, they were going to have to remove that blockage before the valley would drain, and the best option to do it was golems. The problem was that the mages who could use golems didn't really have good ones, other than Dana, so sending them to pull whole trees from a riverbank was a pretty big request. They were still common-grade golems, for the most part, so they wouldn't have the strength, and many of them were small mud and clay golems, which weren't big on physical strength to begin with. Karl looked out into the pouring rain with a rueful smile. Well, it looks like this one is on you, Dana. Just have them grab one of the logs and use it as a poker from the shore to break up the blockage a little, and it should be all right. We used to make dams in the creeks when it rained, so we didn't have to pump water to play in. But when the creeks got too full, you had to drain them back down to normal levels. All right, I will have the golems give it a try. They're not the most intelligent, and I'm not going to go out there to supervise them. So there is a good chance that it will take them a while to get it right. Dana reluctantly agreed, not hiding the fact that she had no intentions of going out into the storm. But on the bright side, if they do fall in the water, at least they won't drown. All they have to do is just keep working until the log jam is broken, and it's perfect. One of the other mages joked. The driver turned to look at them. You know, she's got a point. The golems are strong, right? I've got a length of chain here with a hook on it. You could have them hook a few of the logs and just pull. Most of the time, these blockages aren't all that solid. It's not like it's blocking all the water, just enough that the increased flow of the river isn't moving past, but the flow of the river will be filling up the gaps with sediment and mud, so the faster we can fix it the better. That meant that someone had to go outside to get the recovery hook, which was intended to attach to the winch on the front and back of the bus. But Dana kindly extended the barrier for him while the driver got the equipment out, along with 100 meters of wire rope. There. If you can explain to them how to use that, they will be able to pull the logs free in no time at all. Karl looked outside at the tangled mass of logs and shook his head. There was no way that the golems were going to figure that out without help. But the rain was starting to slow down to just a moderate downpour, and he knew that he could give them proper directions. I will go out with the golems and give them the orders. I have a barrier ability that might help, and if not, I've got dry clothes here for when I get back. I will help the golems get the river flowing properly again. Karl informed the group. Nobody was going to argue. The golems needed a supervisor, and they didn't want to go out in the rain with them, but Karl didn't actually know if the refreshing lightning barrier would keep him dry. "Thor, any thoughts?" Karl asked. "Rain feels good on the scales." The sleepy lightning Sparrow answered. "No, about the barrier stopping the rain." Karl replied. "Oh. Probably, I guess. It blocks most things." Dana called out the pair of golems with directions to take the equipment and follow Karl's orders, and Karl stepped out into the rain with the lightning barrier active. The rain simply sheeted off him, not actually touching him, and Karl smiled in satisfaction. That would do well enough. It wasn't far to where the blockage was, but he didn't want to go down the hill and risk himself plus the golems slipping in the mud and ending up in the floodwaters. He could likely get Hawk to save him, but it would be embarrassing and unnecessary. "Pass me the equipment," Karl ordered once they were as close as he felt comfortable getting to the edge of the washed-out hill. The golem turned over the coil of wire and the large hook, and Karl did his best to remember how they did the lasso throw in cowboy movies. They had a cattle rancher with them on the bus who would know how to do this, but he didn't want to wait all night for the rain to stop and the logs to pack up with mud to the point that it would take a construction team to extricate them. Karl tossed the hook, and when it had flown past the upright log he wanted to try first, he pulled back on the wire to stop it and throw again. But to his surprise, that made the hook dive down into the log, and as Karl tried to shake it loose, he ended up wrapping the one he wanted with the wire. "It looks like I intended to do that. All right, you two, get a good hold on this cable and give it a nice steady pull until I tell you to stop," he ordered. The golems grabbed the wire and began to pull, which began to tilt the log and lift it up out of the pile. It was really working. They might not get the whole pile free, but they had a good start on the first log. Then with a booming crack, the log shattered, and the golems took 2 steps backward as the top half of the log came flying toward them and landed on the hillside. "Stop. That's good enough," Karl ordered. The top of the pile began to collapse, and a few dozen logs broke free to float down the river, which sent a torrent of water flowing over the top of the other logs, and dislodged even more of them. "Pull the rest of the rope back up here so I can free our log and try again," Karl ordered as the water level began to equalize at the top of the new dam a few minutes later. 6 failed attempts to replicate his first throw later, he had hooked another log, and the golems gave a mighty heave, digging themselves into the dirt as it began to tilt. This one wasn't coming up out of the pile, it was taking the pile with it as it lifted out of the mud, and it was unclear if they had the strength. "Thor, come out and help pull," Karl ordered. Then he grabbed the wire himself, standing between the golems and Thor, who had grabbed it in his mouth, further back than his sharp beak. The 4 of them pulled, and a massive explosion of logs was thrown up in the air, creating a proper breach in the dam, and a massive flood of water began to pour through, raising the flood level on the other side by over a meter as the water raced to escape. Anyone downstream of that was not going to be happy with him. As the log jam began to crumble, Karl threw the hook again, pulling another log from the edge of the pile furthest from his reach. The extra effort helped dislodge a bit more of the blockage, and widen the gap that the water had to escape from the flooded area. It was turning into a whole new riverbank at this point, but at least it was roughly following the original course now, and not trying to detour through a different valley. Thor had dropped his lightning shield so that he could bask in the feeling of the rain on his glossy green scales, and the golems remained silent beside Karl as he stood and watched the raging floodwaters begin to diminish as the downpour turned into a more manageable light drizzle. He had left most of the logs that were near the hill, trying to prevent the water from cutting the hill out from beneath him, and it appeared to have worked for now. Much of the sloping hillside was gone, but beside him, there was a solid barrier of logs that they could pull out later to make an improvised bridge to cross the worst of the damaged areas. The idea had come to Karl as he watched the way that the logs held up to the force of the water and the other debris that was smashed into them. Even if they were going to pack dirt on top of it to make a proper road, putting a row of logs out would make for a much more stable base than packing deeper mud. They even had plenty of elites with slicing-type skills that could split them lengthwise, making a flat surface for the bus and giving them more to work with. So, instead of clearing more of the blockage, Karl set about pulling more of the largest logs from the river and up along the bank. It prevented them from piling up again further downstream, but more importantly, it left them nearby for him to work with when it came time to move the bus. All the students wondered what Karl was doing with his huge pile of logs by the time that the rain finally ended, but the driver understood very well. In fact, he would have asked them to go hunt for some eventually because they were going to need them to get across that flood plain. But he wasn't going to send anyone out into that downpour and risk someone sliding down into the waters. There would be plenty of logs available once the water went down, no matter where they looked. This area had been heavily forested, and they would naturally pile up everywhere that the waters were forced to divert by a hill or other obstacle. As the rain stopped, Karl sent Hawk up to scout the area and survey a path forward for them. Good news. If we go from here across the spot where the blockage was, we can be on mostly flat land for at least the next 10 kilometers, then the metal road comes back and there is one more crossing, but its bridge is high and it is still standing. After that, the river and the metal road go in different directions. Hawk reported. Good work. It will take some effort to cut a road down the hill and across the other side, but we can do that easily enough with all of us. As long as that other bridge is as good as it looks, we should be home in time for lunch. Now we are talking. Drake doesn't taste as good as it smells. Once the waters began to slow, Karl called Thor and Hawk back into the beast space and returned to the bus, to be greeted by the energetic applause of his classmates. The driver addressed the group. We will stay here on the hill overnight and set a watch. Get as much sleep as you can because there will be shoveling and log splitting in the morning. Awaken Karl, did you find a route home? Karl nodded. If we cross where I was working and make a road up that hill, we can drive across a high flat spot until the road curves back to meet us. Then Hawk says there is a tall bridge that is still standing, and after that, the railroad and the river go different directions. The driver took out a map and turned it to face the direction that they were. I see where he means. That is a railroad bridge, but there are runners for the vehicles to pass as well. It is nearly 60 meters long and sits atop a deep coulee, so the water would have been far below its base. Yes, that should work. Normally, that route would be considered impossible because of the hills, but if we cut them and make a new bridge to cross the river, we should be all right. It won't be a pretty bridge, but with those big trees, we should have enough to span the stream once it calms down, and the rough boards will let us get up the other side once it is cut into a slope. He explained to the students. None of them had anything even resembling bridge building experience, other than the driver, who had to improvise to get across rivers more than once in his career, so they were trusting him on this one. When it wasn't flooded, this wasn't a big river, so they had high hopes for his plan, as well as Karl's collection of logs. Hawk's voice interrupted Karl's thoughts. Let me out, let me out. He shouted, and Karl realized that he had actually ordered them to stay in for the night, something that he rarely did. Go ahead. Karl agreed, and the wind-speed Hawk appeared on the roof of the bus, then gave a mighty flap of his wings and streaked off into the darkness. Then he dive-bombed something on the ground and returned to land on the roof with the body of a massive snake. Snick, 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 chomp, chomp, chomp. Hawk sang happily to himself as he began to portion it into manageable pieces. Most of it he took back into his space with him, but about half he left on the bus for Karl and the others. Hawk brought us breakfast meat. Who wants to go up on the roof to go get it? Karl laughed as he realized what had gotten the bird so excited. It wasn't a mouse, but wind-speed hawks loved to hunt snakes as well. Wind easily cut off their heads, and then they were left with a long tube of food. Sister Betty sighed as she looked upward at the metal roof. That was going to be a slippery trip, and the roof was sure to be bloody now with monster offal, which would draw even more monsters to them with its smell. I will. Driver, do you have a sprayer to clean the roof? Monster blood will draw more of them. She asked. Don't worry about it, there is a bit more rain on the way, and it will rinse us clean. There are so many dead minor monsters and animals in the area that chances are nothing will notice. I do have a scent-blocking spray, but I don't want to waste it with more rain coming tonight. The driver explained. All right. I will see you in a minute. Not long after, the priestess came back in with a large bundle of meat, far more than they would need for just one meal. The skies opened up again, and a steady light rain began. Not enough to cause more flooding, but enough that it was quickly rinsing off the bus. Then the wind picked up, which seemed to relieve the driver. The winds will push the storm away and help dry out the ground faster. At worst, we might be stuck for one full day, but no more than that before the ground is dry enough that we can move again. He explained, then tilted his seat back and pulled a blanket from the overhead bin, signaling that he was done with conversation for the night. Bus seats wouldn't be the most comfortable night's rest, but they were dry. So, they split the group into 4, giving each of them a 3-hour night watch, and everyone did their best to sleep. Karl's seat put him on the last watch of the night, but he knew that Ray was watching what happened around them with keen interest. This spot might not be a bad one, she had decided, once Hawk got a chance to go out hunting. Snakes were a pain, as they just slithered through and under the web, but there should be other things to hunt soon, and she hadn't been ordered to stay inside. The night was her time, and if there was prey foolish enough to approach her den, who was she to say no to their kindness? She got her chance just before Karl's shift started at 4 in the morning. A small group of venom fawn lizards had swum across the receding floodwaters and were diverted from their path by the presence of warm bodies on the bus. They were each about the size of a domesticated cat, and once they hit her web, they would be so completely tangled that they would never get free again. The students on watch were startled and nearly shouted in fear when Ray landed outside the bus, but they quickly recognized her body, and that she was weaving a dome of web all around the bus. It almost seemed like she wanted to cocoon it in the strings of spider silk, but once she had a loose net, she settled down under the bus and blended herself into the mud and darkness to wait for her prey. The lizards didn't have great night vision, so they never saw the thin strings of spider web running from the bus to the ground. So, when they ran into it, just as Ray predicted, they panicked and began to flail, tying themselves up even tighter with every movement. Their poison fangs would do them precious little good when they were trapped in the web, and Ray waited until she was certain that she had trapped them all before she darted out in a streak of inky black motion and punctured their skulls to pull them into the beast space with her. "Did you see that?" One of the students on watch gasped, waking Karl and a few others nearby. "No, and that's the part that frightens me. One moment they were in the web, and the next they were just dead and gone. I've never seen anything move that fast." The boy beside him whispered, "What's happening outside? Should we wake the others?" A newly awoken student asked. "No need. Ray, the big spider of Karl's, was outside hunting lizard monsters. I think that she's back under the bus now," the boy replied. Karl smiled. They wouldn't understand that the mental space could be accessed from some distance away, so they wouldn't have understood how Ray simply disappeared once she had her loot. From their point of view, it had to be absolutely terrifying to have seen the bloodbath spider launch out to kill her prey, then simply vanish. It was impressive, if I do say so myself. I got perfectly blended while I waited, and I doubt that most of the humans could even see me. They just saw the lizards being pulled from the web. The apex predator of the night. Karl agreed. She's definitely making fun of us for not being able to spot her. You can always tell by the look on Karl's face when the beasts are talking to him. One of the students on guard duty whispered. Dana's soft laugh caught the boy's attention. "Of course she is laughing at you. She can camouflage herself, and it is dark outside. I bet you didn't even notice right away that the lizards were gone. Ray is extremely fast, and in the dark, even I have a hard time spotting her, and I'm fairly used to looking for her." The boys chuckled, thinking that Dana was actually afraid of spiders. It would never cross their minds that the mage and the bloodbath spider both liked sleeping in hammocks on Karl's balcony. Karl wasn't sure how much longer that would be feasible, though. Ray was growing rapidly, and once she got close to 2 meters long, it would be hard for her to create a large enough hammock out of her web inside the gazebo. It needed room to swing and attach at either end. Karl could feel the pride in Ray's mind as Dana praised her. But what was more amusing was that half of the students hadn't even realized that there was a spider web built over the bus. They had turned the interior lights off so that they weren't a beacon on the hilltop, and for that reason alone, the very minimal evening light made the strands impossible for most of them to see. But the sky was beginning to lighten in preparation for the impending dawn, and the students would start to notice soon. Hopefully before one of them stepped outside and got entangled in the sticky webbing, but it was tempting to just not say anything and see what happened. Karl took his place by the window of the bus and waited for the sun to come up enough that he could send Hawk out scouting again and check on the flood water levels. As long as the levels were receding as expected, they could probably start digging the ramp to their makeshift bridge to make up for what the flood had washed away. But there might also be a better way than the first one that Hawk had found. Once the water went down, it would be easier to see what areas were stone or gravel, and therefore more likely to be solid enough to support the bus until they could get back to the high ground. Hawk and Thor were both still asleep, and Ray was just about to doze off when the sun came up, marking the end of the night watches, and the beginning of the long wait for the sun to dry out the ground enough that it would be safe to move from the well-based roadway. The last thing anyone wanted was to spend all morning working, then get the bus stuck 5 meters from where it was now. Once the sun came up, the surrounding area of hilltop began to change rapidly, seeming to come alive, and bursting with life and color. Plants rapidly grew and absorbed water for later consumption, flowers bloomed in a matter of minutes, and the standing pools of water all but disappeared, except down in the river bottom, where it was simply too saturated and most of the plant life was destroyed by the raging waters. But even there, the change was noticeable, as the ground was mostly visible now, exposing rubble and debris that had been carried downstream last night. It was a mess down there, and the layer of silt that had built up turned large portions of the area to slowly drying mud plains, from which scattered plant life was struggling to break free. Despite the ferocity of the storm, what hadn't been destroyed was thriving, taking advantage of the situation to get ahead of the competing species. The same was true for the wildlife. Karl could see in the distance that there were numerous small scavengers and rodents out searching for their prize. Many burrows would have flooded or collapsed, and this was a prime opportunity for them to eat something that they couldn't normally hunt. Hawk was thinking the same thing, but he was still a bit sleepy, and the animals would be active all day long. He had time to go hunt when he wanted to. How long do you think that it will take before it's safe to start moving about and preparing to get back in motion? One of the warriors asked the bus driver, who was scanning the horizon with binoculars. Later this afternoon. The ground where we need to go is still saturated, so you won't be able to dig that ramp at all yet. I know you young folk are all energetic to keep moving, but sometimes you just have to sit and wait. He had a point, but while Karl did have to just sit here for a while, he didn't have to idle around and just wait. Hawk, do you want to go scout the area? If you can find us a nice dry route, even if it is a bit further around, that would save time. Also, check for monsters who have moved along our intended path and any new obstacles we might encounter. Karl suggested. That is fine. I could use some time to stretch my wings and just fly. The hawk agreed. It wasn't a sentiment that the other two beasts shared. Ray liked her web, and Thor preferred to be where everyone else was. The concept of just flying around by himself all day seemed very lonely to the lightning Sero. Ray thought that he was a bit of an idiot, constantly wanting to be around others when he could be peacefully alone, but with his energy level, he needed people to play with. Karl looked around at the bored students sitting on the bus. Why don't we send someone out to see how the ground is? I think that everyone could use a little stretch, and the thick grass should have kept the ground stable. Karl suggested. The driver nodded as the students began to get to their feet, taking Karl as the voice of authority here, as long as Sister Betty didn't object. The look that the nun was giving him said that she would like to see Thor again, so as the students went out, Karl sent Thor out to meet them. The ground was a bit springy under his heavy footsteps, but it wasn't muddy, just uncompacted and thickly layered with roots. Last night it had been worse, and there was water squishing up as he walked, so this was an improvement. He was the heaviest of them, and though he was far from comparable to the bus, Thor's rapid growth had brought him to nearly 200 kilos of solid-chested Saro. If they were back in the pack, he would be treated as one of the most promising youngsters with his healthy build and high energy levels. The group of students spread out around the bus, cutting away the remains of the web that Ray had created last night, and enjoying the way that the morning sun began to heat everything. You could feel the moisture in the air as the sun evaporated it, and watch as the last of the floodwaters receded, leaving new wetlands among the mud plains that were beginning to dry out and crack at the top as their moisture was siphoned away. This side of the hill looks pretty good. The water's washed away the dirt, and it's all shale stone. If that stone layer continues, then we might be able to make a durable road, but it's going to take a lot of work. One of the students announced as he examined the hill down toward the blockage Karl cleared last night. Would you like to examine it more closely? I can toss the chain down the hill to help you get back up, in case it's slippery or soft. Karl offered. Sure, I can see that you saved plenty of logs to make a bridge, so we should at least check the condition of the hillside. The boy agreed. Karl thought about it for a moment, and out of everyone here, he was the one who likely knew the most about rocks. Especially the shale stones that were common in the higher levels of the mine. Further down, the mines had been comprised of thick lithium clay and coal veins between granite layers, but the upper levels had a lot of oily shale that had been left as intact as possible because it made the roof unstable if you dug underneath it. Unlike that stuff, this didn't have that thick crude oil smell, but the gray stone was similar both in texture and composition. I will go with you. There's plenty of shale in the mines, and I know far too much about stones. Karl explained with a laugh as he went to recover the hook from where he had left it by the bus last night. Sister Betty opened up the belly box of the bus and pulled out a pickaxe and a shovel. They're part of the recovery tools, so that's what we will have to work with to form the road if you need to. She informed them as Karl and the other student caught the tools with comfortable familiarity. And go easy on them. They're just wood. The driver shouted from inside the bus. No problem. We will be gentle. The warrior laughed as he shouldered the shovel, but the driver was right. They were both incredibly strong, and Karl's strength would shatter a pickaxe handle on the first strike, as well as burying the head so far in the ground as to make it a pain to get back out. The hill was a gentle slope for the first few meters, then a steep descent down the stone cliff until they got to the river. They descended the chain, checking the surface as they went. It looks like it's all soft stone, all the way down. That is going to make an excellent road base. Karl noted. Yeah, we can cut it away and pile it here at the bottom to make a smooth ramp to the river. If we put the log bridge 5 or 10 meters above the water level, it should last a little while before it is washed away again. That sort of rain happens every few years, but not often enough that our improvements won't last the summer. The boy agreed. You're from the area? Karl asked. Yeah, about 50 kilometers that way. He replied, pointing across the river. As Karl remembered the map, there was no road from here to there, and it was in the wrong direction to get to the academy, but the weather would be similar enough that he wouldn't be wrong about the frequency of such storms. In fact, it had likely gotten hit by this very storm late last night. They walked a few meters across the logs to the river crossing, as the other boy needed to be closer to see that the far bank was made of the same shale as this one. It was also a more shallow angle, as there hadn't been much dirt for the water to wash away. Karl examined the situation with satisfaction. All right, if we cut away this side, and clear that side, we only have a short dig to get to solid stone. Then we will break the stone here, to make a better ramp angle, and run it out as far as we need to make the logs reach. Karl informed his teammate, who smiled back and nodded. Then, let's get started. Has Hawk verified that this is a good route to get back to the academy? The route mentioned last night sounded decent. The warrior asked. Karl nodded. Yeah, this is the route. He will check the next bridge, but it looked good last night, and it's all high ground until our route comes back and meets up with the existing road. We will be making a big loop, where the road was nearly straight before, but it should all be drivable, even if I need to hook Thor to the recovery points on the bus and have him help pull. The Lightning Sparrow thought that was an incredible idea. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. The wide bus wheels didn't seem as reliable as his own feet, but between them, they should be able to pull the load of students across the grass. In a way, he was exactly right. The extra pulling force would help keep the wheels from spinning in low traction areas and make it much easier to get where they were going. It looks like it's all shale underneath the surface. If we cut the top layer away, we can make a nice ramp to the bridge. Karl called up to the others. Hawk left his space and took off into the sky to survey their intended path, now that Karl seemed certain that this way would bring them across the river. Well, the remains of the blockage are a good height above the water now, so should we set a temporary bridge? One of the students suggested. Not yet. We want it to be further from the water so that it doesn't wash away in the next rain. How many pickaxes and shovels do we have? Karl called back. There's a whole bundle of each. I think that they were prepared for all the passengers on a trip to help out. Sister Betty called back. Sister Betty, you lovely, gentle, and kind soul. Do you suppose that you could enchant these tools for us to help keep them from breaking when we work at full strength? Karl asked with his best pleading voice, which had sometimes worked on the teachers at school. The muscular cleric laughed and rolled her eyes. Of course I will. Divine Tool is one of the spells I am best with, and as I'm stronger than any of you with magic, you shouldn't be able to break the enchantment while digging. She replied. The warrior began climbing the chain back up to the top, but Karl just took 2 running steps down the log and launched himself up the 5 meters to the point where he could walk safely. That is so cheating. Do you want a pick or a shovel? They will both cut through stone once I enhance them. The cleric asked as Karl made it back to her. I will keep the pick. Now, we just need to map out the route, so everyone knows where they're working toward. Karl explained. Hawk circled back and sent a pair of shred attacks into the grass, leaving deep furrows in a straight line to the crossing. That works too. Turn that into a smooth slope, ending at least 5 meters above the water level as it is now, and it should be good. I think the water is still higher than normal, thanks to the storm, so it should be enough for the bridge to survive a while. Sister Betty took out the 2 bundles of tools and activated her spell, which made them glow with the same holy light as the guards' weapons during the battle at the railroad. Karl moved near the edge of the cliff and swung the pick, shattering the stone and tossing it down the hill. That's too easy. I should take one of the larger shovels. He called back to the group, who smiled in impending victory. Unfortunately for them, they didn't all have Karl's strength, so while he dug out large amounts of stone and the ground shook with every hit, most of the warriors didn't move much more than a shovel full. They tossed it with ease, like loose cotton, but Karl's strength was making short work of the job while the others stood beside him. Wait, I have an idea. I know another spell called Impact. It sends vibrations through things, and I use it to knock targets over. If I use it on Karl's shovel, he can turn the whole slope to gravel. Sister Betty offered. All right, everyone, please step back. I will see how well this works. Karl agreed. The cleric added the spell, and Karl felt the possibility in the shovel as he hefted it. The vibration was directional and proportionate to force. So, when he focused and put all his strength behind the hit, it should break up a large area at once. Karl stepped halfway through their intended path and carefully angled his strike. The shock wave carried through the stone, and the hillside slid away, turning to gravel and piling up at the foot of the cliff. In a single strike, they were half done the work of creating their route. There was just one problem. To create the slope they wanted, they would have to create far too much broken rock. The bus wasn't some extreme adventure vehicle, despite its wide and thick treaded tires. Steep angles didn't work for it, and Karl's second strike created a large amount of gravel with nowhere to go. Well, now we just need to move this gravel to the far side of the pile and finish the ramp. It should be a decent slope when we're finished, he informed the group. Well, Karl and Betty did the worst of the work, now it's our turn. One of the mages laughed. A large gray golem formed out of the loose stone, then scooped up an armload of rocks like it was a backhoe. Gravel golems aren't the strongest in combat, but they can change shapes, a little like the sand golems. It's limited, but flattening the arms into a bucket is no problem. Since it's all gravel, I just need to add more magic, and he can move all of this. If it were dirt or mud, it would be much harder, since it's not the golem's element. She explained. The golem scraped a path through the crushed shale rock and pushed it off the far end, giving the warriors the right idea. They moved up with shovels and piled the gravel in the middle of the 4-meter-wide path for the golem to move to the river. They finished with a steep slope that ended 4 meters above the river when the gravel was gone, but they had a smooth slope to that point. Now we just need to cross the river and build up a bridge footing on the far side. Sister Betty reminded them. Karl jogged down the slope and jumped. The flying leap put him on the far side of the river with ease from his elevated start, but the bank here was much more shallow, so they would have to build something up and not just pile loose rock. As he was considering it, Karl heard laughter from the far bank. You lot are fast workers, but not exactly the Corps of Engineers, are you? The driver asked. What do you mean? It's sturdy, we shook the rock to settle it, and it's not going anywhere. Karl shouted back. Have you ever seen the spout of a jug when you tilt it? That's what you created here. As soon as it starts raining, the water is going to pour down that ramp you cut into the hillside in a glorious waterfall. He laughed. Sister Betty began to giggle. I see the problem now. All right, we need to cut ditches on both sides of this ramp so that the water has somewhere to flow that isn't the road itself. If we are going to leave this here for others, they should at least be able to use it. She got the others back to work, digging through the stone to make deeper spots at the edge of the ramp and sloped sides so that they didn't collapse on the road. While they did that, Karl looked around for his options. He had plenty of logs on this side as well, and that gave him the idea. Thor, come here and work. I want you to toss a bunch of logs from this shore toward the bank directly opposite the ramp. Then I will dig a pit in the hill for material and fill the gaps with stone. Once it's high enough, we will make a bridge deck. The happy Sarah vanished into his space, then came back out with a happy trot, and immediately ran over to push a broken log toward the jam with his 2 upper horns. A flick of his head tossed the broken log on top of the pile, though it strained his prodigious strength. I will get you the chain so you can pull them. Karl laughed, as he realized that his plan underestimated the weight of a full tree. Thor shook his head, and went for smaller logs that had been shattered before their arrival. They would make good filler, Karl thought, and picked out a spot to begin digging gravel to throw into the pile. The 2 of them worked well together, and after a while, even Ray came out to lend a hand, in her own way. She made a silk harness for Thor, and then attached the logs to it with thick ropes of spider silk. The initial effort was exhausting for her, but once it was done, she just cut the rope, and then sprayed spit on the end, which caused it to liquefy and mend around the next log. Within the reach of the bloodbath spider, its web was a versatile magical tool, not just sticky silk. That let Thor move some longer trees into position, accelerating the process, as Karl threw gravel at it from a spot upstream. It took them under an hour to have the ramp sorted out, and then it was time to work on the bridge deck. Sister Betty clapped her hands to get the attention of the others as they finished making what she thought was a sturdy enough footing for the bridge. I have picked out 4 trees, all of them long enough to cross the river. Now, you need to do the hard work, gentlemen. Plane off the top third of each log, so we can place them to create a flat driving surface, and then we have to drag them into position. Got it, sister. We're ready. The warriors called back, sweating with the exertion of digging ditches and reinforcing the gravel slope as much as possible for the last hour. With the chain and hook, they dragged the 4 chosen logs up the hill, where the warriors got to work planing the logs to roughly the same thickness with their shovels. It wasn't the most precise use of tools ever, but the logs split well enough when the enchanted tools hit them, and Sister Betty had managed to pick out 4 that were long enough to span the gap between the 2 hills without the need for any fancy joinery or a brace in the middle. They were well over a meter around, which the driver assured them would be enough to drive the bus over, as long as he was careful not to give them too much of a jolt. But he had plenty of practice at that, since not everywhere that he had to go to recover teams was on a proper and improved road. Karl worked to get the far bank ready as they worked, creating a ramp out of a spare log to roll the bridge deck into place. The plan was simple. Once they finished working the logs, they would attach a chain to either end and toss the other end to Karl, who would pull the log across the river and let it float to the foot of the road. Then, with Thor on his side and the warriors on the other, they would pull the log up and into place. Repeat that with all 4 logs and it would be done. In theory, it was simple, and they could have it done in an hour or 2. Ready for the fun part. Dana called once the warriors had the first log chained up and ready to move. Toss it over, and we will see if the plan is good. Just remember, send it a bit upstream so that we don't have to drag it against the current. Karl called back. The chain came sailing over to his side of the river, and Karl pulled it tight, with the eager help of Thor. The log slid smoothly into the river, and the 2 of them moved a bit further upstream, keeping it on course until they had their end on the shore, and they were ready to pull it up their makeshift ramp. All right, shift positions, and we will pull together. We have to keep it squared up between the 2 sides, or it will fall back into the river. Karl called as he prepared to shift the log up the freshly created hill. Got it. We will adjust to match your side, just keep it nice and smooth. Dana called back. The warriors had nominated her to be the spokesperson for the team, since her golems were the strongest and would be doing the majority of the work. The 2 sides moved, and the chains pulled tight again, moving the heavy log into place, then dragging it across the footing that they had designed into the gravel ramps. The log was about 4 meters longer than necessary, but with a bit of adjustment and some digging, they had it in place, and they were ready to do the second one. This one will be easier. We can just take a short chain and pull it across the other log. I recommend the golems do it, in case something goes wrong, and they fall in the river. Karl suggested. That should be fine. With my 2, and then the gravel golem, we should have plenty of power to get the log moved. We measured them all when they were here, so they're all the same length. Is the other side ready for it? Dana replied. It will be before they get here. The 3 golems easily dragged the log over and dropped it in place, then assisted Karl in getting it rotated with the flat side up and level with the other log. Now, they had a footbridge 2 meters wide, and the 3rd and 4th logs went into place with ease. All that was left was to bury the ends and drive a few posts into the road base at either end so that they didn't shift apart when the bus drove across it. They didn't have any spare rope, nails, or anything else to fasten them, but with the flat of the shovel, Karl had plenty of strength to hammer a fence post-sized log into the ground on either side of the bridge deck. That would have to be enough to hold them, at least until a crew with more equipment could come and make a better bridge, or fix the main road. The driver walked down to admire the handiwork once Karl was finished the process, and whistled in appreciation. You know, for such an amateur endeavor, you lot actually built one of the better field bridges I have ever seen. Just the fact that you had the strength to move those huge logs instead of using smaller trees makes all the difference. He informed them with a pleased smile. Well, Hawk and Thor say that the ground on the other side is pretty good. How does it look up there? Can we start moving the bus? Karl asked. Yeah, we can. I will ask that all the students take their bags and cross first, then I will drive the bus across with the tow cable attached to the front. Even if the bridge collapses, Thor and the golems should have the strength to pull the bus back to shore, and we might be able to drive home. The driver explained. Good enough for me. The gravel golem says the base is sturdy, and I'm choosing to trust its expertise. We will see you on the other side. Then, we will hook Thor to the tow cable, and he will walk in front of the bus until we're back on a proper road bed. That will give you warning if the ground is soft, and he can give you some extra forward motion when needed. It would also help tire out the Cerro a bit more. He didn't get outside nearly enough, and the beast's space was refreshing. So even if he played with the bashing pillar in there, he didn't really get tired. Keeping Thor exhausted from play was good for his development, or so Thor insisted. His logic was that you had to work muscles constantly to make them grow big and strong. Now, that sort of logic also held true for humans, but with the serum, they were all growing big and strong without the extra help, so it likely wouldn't stop Thor from growing if he didn't put in the work. Hawk, on the other hand, believed that you just needed to stay active to avoid being lazy, and Ray maintained that just waiting in your web for prey to play with was better than wearing yourself out for no good reason. So, Hawk floated in the sky overhead, Thor got ready to pull the bus around all day, and Ray cut up pieces of the lizards that she had caught in her web last night to see if she could find out how they managed to inject venom into things without making everything they ate taste like poison. For purely scientific reasons, of course. Karl went back to the bus and grabbed his gear to rejoin Thor on the far side of the river where the other students were waiting, and the driver began to make his way down the rocky slope. The ground was still a bit soft beneath his tires as the bus made its way over, but the thick mat of roots was enough that the bus wasn't going to get bogged down, and the rocky decline provided ample traction, though it couldn't be good for the tires. The driver stopped when he reached the bridge, and the recovery cable was run out to be held by Dana's golems and Thor. He carefully moved forward, but the sturdy tree trunks didn't budge at all as the bus rolled onto them. There was a slight flex as the back end reached the middle, but Karl thought he might be the only one who could see well enough to tell. It was no threat to the bridge's integrity, and the driver had no problem making it back up out of the river valley to the high ground to reload the students and begin their trip back to the road. That's the hard part done. Everyone, please get back on the bus and settle your luggage. I will be ready to go in 5 minutes. The driver instructed once he was parked on level ground again. Is having Thor out front going to slow you down? I know the Lightning Cerro isn't renowned for their walking speed. Karl asked. We don't want to be going at a high speed anyhow. With a bus full of people, even 5 or 10 kilometers an hour is enough that it will be a rough ride in here over the open fields. We should be just fine with him as our guide. The driver assured Karl, with a thumbs up for Thor, who had the chain from the tow cable looped around his chest and in front of his legs like the walking harnesses that people put on small dogs. Karl took a seat near the front so he could communicate with Thor, and the small procession began its crawl across the fields, with Dana's 2 golems flanking the bus to help keep away stray monsters. Hawk keened out a relieved cry as they were finally moving again. He had circled from the bus to the bridge 4 times already, and checked for every sign of soft dirt that he knew. There were some signs that the rodent tunnels had flooded in some areas, and he was ready to lead them around those spots, but they would be on top of the ridge the whole way to the second bridge. Thor happily trotted along the route Hawk was guiding him on, carefully avoiding puddles, likely soft spots, and any other areas Hawk deemed sketchy. However, the Cerro leading a bus was gathering considerable attention from the residents of the grasslands they were passing through. Most of this attention came from the semi-domesticated buffalo beasts, a primary source of monster meat for the elites and raised by local ranchers, while the rest came from the small animals who felt the ground vibrations from the odd combination. Their first thought was that the Sero had stolen a bus. Seros were pack animals, and the local monsters, assuming this one had been left alone after the flood, expected it to try to return to its pack as soon as possible. The bus was large and shiny, much like his scales, so the local wildlife initially thought the lightning Sero had simply adopted the mechanical contraption as part of its new pack. Then they noticed it was full of people radiating power. The Sero wasn't alone and vulnerable. It had taken a pack of magic using humans, and it was leading them across the hills. They were carefully making their way around a wetland area, where long reeds grew out of the mud, when Hawk suddenly dove into the tall grasses and came back up with something long in his claws. "Ha ha, I got another one. Oh, this is going to be so tasty." He cheered as he contemplated the snake caught in his claws. To a normal wind-speed hawk, this was not a target it could hunt. The snake was much too large. But at his current size, the 3-meter-long python was no match for him. It could harden its scales into armor, but it was still a common-grade monster and no match for Rend at the level Hawk could use it. Toss it in the space for later. No playing with your food when you're scouting. Karl reprimanded his partner. Fine, fine. But I'm not stopping. Hawk pouted, then decapitated the beast and threw the body at the bus, where it vanished a few meters from the window, pulled into the beast's space. Care to explain what that was all about? Dana asked carefully, watching Karl, who had been staring out the window right before Hawk threw a snake at him. Hawk is pouting because I told him not to play with his food, Karl replied. Dana smiled and shook her head. Is this his teenage rebellious phase? The other students hid their smiles at the thought. Hawk had always been an independent sort of beast, but they had never considered it a teenager rebelling against his parents' control. Hawk was back to patrolling the area to prevent the bus from getting bogged down. Though there were some soft spots where Thor was definitely helping to pull them through, they hadn't had to stop once yet, and the map indicated they should be getting close to the road. There are enemies on the horizon. Hawk warned them just after lunch. Hawk says there's danger on the horizon. It's still too far for even his eyes to make out the small details, but I trust his judgment, Karl informed everyone on the bus. He leaned out the window to see what Hawk had found, and the sight of large wings in a V formation caught his attention. It looked like drakes again, and they were a little closer now, enough that he could see the riders on their backs. They weren't heading for the bus. They were flying toward the holy relic in the region where his group had been gathering that day. He pulled out the Academy-issued phone, checked the list of emergency numbers, then recalled he already knew the one he wanted. He dialed 777 and waited for it to ring through. "Speak," the voice commanded him. "This is Awakened Karl, 95988. A full flight of Drake riders spotted heading toward the newest holy relic from the south. The distance is roughly 60 kilometers, Karl replied. Understood. Then the line went dead, and Karl put the phone back in his pocket, satisfied that he had done his duty. So, do you think they're drawn to the location by the dragon magic? One of the mages asked. That's my thought. At first, I thought they were after the clerics, but this time they're headed the same way, so it has to be the lingering energy in the area they've noticed. It might not be safe to go gathering there again for a few months, but we can always look for another spot. With the gains we made this time, and our lucky charm amulets, we might be able to find another good patch of resources before these run out, Karl suggested. The other students smirked at the reference. They had gotten so much this time that they wouldn't run out for quite a while, and some of the resources, like the holy stones, would last the mages throughout their entire training and beyond. But that only made them want to go out again once their strength had improved, so they could get a little closer to keeping up with the leaders of the class. An hour after the drakes were gone from sight, Thor pulled them up onto a gravel roadway, and Karl called him to a stop. The bus was back on the road now, and they could make better time, so it was the end of his guide duty for now. He had gotten a solid workout, with the intermittent need to pull the bus through the soft spots, And Thor was happy to return to the beast space as Karl packed up the chain into the bus's belly boxes and Hawk landed on the roof to survey from a perch for a while. The bridge should be less than a kilometer ahead. We will stop when we get there and inspect the footings to make sure it is in good condition, and then we will be on the home stretch to the academy, the driver explained once Karl was back in the bus and Thor was snoring away in his holystone-lined pond. It looks good. I searched over and under it, and it doesn't look broken. Hawk informed Karl in a distracted voice as he considered whether to fly over and eat one of the earth mice for nostalgia's sake. He had gotten his fill of snake before throwing it into storage, so he wasn't actually hungry, but they were mice. If the mice had known what he was thinking, they would have been terrified. But their eyesight wasn't good enough to notice that he was sitting on top of the bus, whose vibration was hiding any presence Hawk might have given off. The drive to the bridge was remarkably smooth compared to bumping over the tufts of grass in the grasslands, which had been irregularly packed by the buffaloes. Ah, the good life. I will never insult the quality of the gravel roads again, one of the warriors laughed as they drove up the bridge. The driver looked up in the passenger-facing mirror over his head. It's all about life experience. The field saved us days of waiting or working, and now we're almost at the bridge. I'll need to check it out quickly before we go, to make certain there was no damage, but that's the last river crossing before the academy. The driver pulled the bus to the side of the road, but Karl didn't see any sign of other traffic anywhere, and hadn't seen any all day. If this road was regularly traveled, the traffic wasn't out today. Most likely it was used by farmers and trucks going to the villages in the area, but with the floods, everyone else would be stuck in waiting for road repairs. The driver's inspection only took a few minutes, as he walked the length of the bridge and looked over the sides with a mirror on a stick. Hawk is right, there is no damage, and the water hadn't cut away the base under the concrete. We are good to go, he announced as he returned. Hawk gave a self-satisfied noise, as if questioning why anyone doubted him to begin with, and settled down on the cargo railing he had chosen as his perch atop the bus. Once they were across, it was like the storm had never happened. The roads were bare and dry, with no signs of washed-out shoulders, and an increased amount of wildlife. None that dared to approach the bus, but every few minutes Hawk would spot something and relay it to Karl. And this is the last corner before the academy. Might as well start getting your gear ready and packing up the dishes. We will be there in 10 minutes, the driver reminded them an hour after they passed the bridge. The students groaned as they realized it was their duty to clean up after themselves again, but Sister Betty had already started packing away the leftovers, and had packed the rice and beans into their usual squares, then fried them in the pan until they held their shape. Who she planned to feed them to was a mystery, but she had the traditional snacks all ready in case she happened to meet a horse here at the academy. It has been a pleasure traveling with you all. Good luck on your next mission, and don't forget about my brothers and sisters at the seminary academy, Sister Betty informed them as the bus rolled through the gates. Best of luck on your mission, and may the fates favor you with all the resources you need, Karl replied. The group was in high spirits when the bus parked in the front lot and the professors came out to meet them and see how their mission had gone. Team leaders, how were the results? Not the confidential portion, but the advancement resources, Colonel Valerie asked as Karl and Dana stepped off the bus. We ended up with some improved alternative resources, thanks to Hawk's keen senses. We've got our entire packs loaded full, and I've got some plants in my beast space for the witches to make potions with. Can we get a wheelbarrow, or a cart, or something? There's a lot, Karl replied. Dana nodded her agreement, and opened the top of her pack to show the colonel the amount of loot stuffed inside. Did the others do this well? Sergeant Rita asked as she saw the densely packed resources. We split things evenly, based on what everyone needed. The warriors and mages have different loot, but all of our packs are full, and we all have some of the numbing and healing gel from the aloe plant, Karl explained. You really did have good luck, considering you also got a present from the church for helping their students, the sergeant replied with a warm smile that startled the students who didn't know her. It was rare to see teachers that genuinely happy, especially when they hadn't been part of what had happened. The colonel pulled Karl and Dana aside to make a proper report, and the professors in charge of the other students took them in to get their version of events, or as much as they could tell. They all knew something had happened involving the church, and they wouldn't ask too deeply or risk getting their students into trouble, but they still wanted details on how they ended up with 10 loaded backpacks after leaving to look for a handful of rare plants. "Oh, before we go, the stuff for the witches. I will leave it on the ground here," Karl announced. The girls cheered as Karl unloaded the large fern plants, and the teachers stared at them. "Did you clear an entire glade of them or something?" one of the professors asked. "Nope, we took about every fourth one, and only the smaller ones with stems that fit in the jars. There's much more of it still growing, and we cut these off well above the ground, so they should grow back without too many issues. Sustainable harvesting, as the clerics called it. We did the same with everything else. There's more where this came from for everything we brought back," one of the witches proudly announced. "It's like you've got the world dragon's own luck." The teacher sighed, then glared around the parking lot as the students began to laugh. The closest student held up her hands in surrender. "They're not laughing at you, Professor. You see, our reward from the church was a dragon scale amulet, the good luck charm. Then they gave us a skill book of our choice, but a random choice, as they gave us books with no names on them. It worked out perfectly, though, and we all learned a new skill, except for the team leaders, who already had a brand new skill, so they received an item." Karl shook his wrist, showing off the plain gold bracelet, and the teacher's eyes went wide in surprise. "You got a holy item as a reward. Are you a bishop's secret love child or something?" the professor asked. Colonel Valerie snorted in laughter at the old mage's response. She already knew the basics of what had happened, thanks to her position, and that their level of luck was far higher than what they had revealed so far. Karl followed the colonel and Sergeant Rita away as the professors gathered around the pile of ferns to admire the perfectly preserved state of the delicate plants. If they were lucky, they might even be able to replant these and get a sustainable source of the gel for the academy. Of course, the witches would get them all if they wanted them, but the professors would willingly substitute credits or other resources for them in this condition. Normally, students came back with jars of gel, or dead and dried plants after days of travel, but these were still fresh with morning dew and trying to regenerate. "Get these to the hydroponics bay. I want them alive," the professor ordered as Colonel Valerie led Karl and Dana into the main school building. They took seats at desks, while the colonel paced in front of them, and Sergeant Rita lounged on the teacher's desk, waiting for her turn to speak. "Well, you lot really broke the system this time. Congratulations on your results, and the gains you've made. I have been instructed not to dig into the matter, both by my superiors in government and the upper echelons of the elites. But I do need some details. What sort of skills did you get? The rest can be kept private, but I will need to at least know the details of your skills to continue your training," the colonel explained. Dana spoke first. "I got a new barrier spell which does a better job of nullifying energy that hits it. Karl got a new skill which makes it easier for him to teach skills to animals. I heard he taught the Seminary Academy's Nikomata the basics of the Ren skill." Sergeant Rita tried and failed not to laugh at that. "You taught a Nikomata how to use rending claws. What were you thinking?" She blurted out. "They actually asked me to. Well, they asked me to teach it a new skill, and that was the easiest. It can't really use it well, but once it has a few months or a year of practice, it should be able to use the skill at its own level. If I had more time to train it, the time would reduce," Karl explained. Sergeant Rita sat up straighter. "You're saying there's a chance that beasts can learn new skills in a short period of time?" she asked. "Not just a chance, a virtual certainty. The question is just which skills. The compatibility of the target and the ability matters. The more compatible they are, the more easily they will learn it, and the more powerful the skill will be when they activate it. For example, teaching Ray a stealth skill should be dead simple, but teaching Thor to fly would probably never work. The thought of a flying Thor was highly entertaining, though it might be scientifically impossible. The lightning Sarah was still growing fast, and in a few more weeks he would be shoulder to shoulder with Karl, and weigh closer to 500 kilos. That was not the sort of creature that was well adapted to flying. Are there any other unlisted resources that you brought back, which might not have made an official report? We can help you prepare them if you think they will be good for your pet's development, Sergeant Rita offered. Karl reached into his beast space and brought out a handful of scales from one of the drakes, freshly plucked, and still dripping with a bit of blood. Sergeant Rita blinked once slowly, then turned her attention to Karl. I'm not going to ask how you got drake scales, since that was omitted from the official report, but congratulations. Now, what did you think you could do with these? She asked. Well, they're scales, and drakes are tough. Thor has scales and they're tough as well. Is there something that can be made with drake scales to help him improve his durability? Karl suggested. Colonel Valerie smiled as Sergeant Rita carefully picked up the scales. Yes, there is something that can be done with these to help his growth and durability. Just don't tell the warriors you found these, or they might cry. Wait, they don't have any, do they? Rita asked. Karl shook his head. I don't think anyone else collected any. They probably know I have some, but nobody said anything about it with all the chaos at that moment. All right, we will handle that when it comes up. I swear, you two always get involved in the least likely scenario possible. Do you have any idea how rare it is for the Church and the elite authority to both classify the same incident? Now, how often do you think first-year students are involved in that scenario? I can't think of another time it's happened, Sergeant Rita sighed. Dana smiled at her and winked at Dave and Jill, her personal trainers, who were waiting outside the door. Well, this time it wasn't just us. All 10 team members were there for it. Rita rolled her eyes, and the other two came in, followed by Daniel and Alice, who must have been waiting out of sight. Hey, did you guys know one of the team members got a dragon scale pendant? I saw the flash of gold as I passed them, Alice asked as she closed the door behind her. Karl smirked at her. We all did. They were a gift from the church directly, not a random find in the woods. You might want to take a seat, and we will tell you what we can. Start with telling me about the drake scales. If you don't want them, I will buy one off you, Dave suggested. I have enough to give you each one if you want it. I'm not sure what they can all be used for, but if they're good, they're good. So, you see, this is how it went, Karl began. Half an hour and a number of interruptions later, Karl had finished catching everyone up on what had happened, without mentioning the holy relic or going into details about the attack by the Drake Riders. He hadn't known that part was supposed to be secret, but Colonel Valerie had warned him, and then sent a message for her team to make sure the other students didn't spread the story around campus. Tales of foreign invasion teams would just cause tension and discourage missions at a crucial time for everyone's growth. The colonel had a bit of insight into what they were up to, enough to assure her they weren't going to attack at random all over the nation anyhow. But she didn't seem happy about all the extra work. Colonel Valerie finished taking notes and nodded in satisfaction. All right, with all you two have gained, we're going to have to work on your new skills and test your growth before we do too much more. I will go with Dana's team, and Sergeant Rita can do the report for Karl's growth. I've paged Jody to come get the scales and have them processed for use. If Karl has some extras, you lot can have them processed for yourselves as well. Karl smiled and passed over another handful, as well as a small vial of drake blood. He didn't want to give too much of it away, as Ray really liked the drake blood, but the scales weren't really useful to anyone as they were. Is that all of them? Rita asked as Karl finished piling up the loot. No. Is it not enough? Karl replied. The sergeant just shook her head. Never mind. That's enough for today. We will process more of them for you later if you still need them. Dana and the others split off to go test her abilities, and Sergeant Rita gestured for Karl to follow her to the training area. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this, but first I should ask if your pets have learned any new skills yet, she asked as they reached the field. Nothing yet. I didn't have an opportunity to help them observe new skills yet. But we had an opportunity to grow our strength and understanding, so we're all a bit better than when we left. With the resources we gained, and the extra growth time, everyone is coming along fairly well, Karl replied. That's fine. I don't think your new skill is one that can be easily shown off, unlike the new shield spell. So, we will start with a strength test. Ray was still growing fast when you left, so why don't we start with her? Just the simple test of how long it takes to remove the shield spells is enough to give us an idea of where you're at, Rita suggested. Alice set up the barriers, and Ray came out to examine them. Over the next few seconds, she went from shiny and black to a dull green that matched the grass, but her curious black eyes were fixed on the barriers. Alice nodded when she had them set up, and Ray launched herself forward, shattering the first 3 in the first second, then tearing apart the 4th and starting on the 5th. That one took some time to get down, so the spider backed away to consider how best to destroy the 6th barrier. The 3 elites stared in shock at the bloodbath spider. The level of absolute violence from her mandibles and armored front legs was outstanding among awakened rank beasts, but it clearly wasn't her limit. The great ability of her species was to adapt its attacks, and once she had thought of a way, she might be able to take down the 6th barrier as well. Karl activated Skill Master and let the magic flow into Ray as she worked on a way to adapt to the barrier. Curiously, she didn't seem to be trying to learn a whole new skill, she was just improving the one she already knew. But when she attacked, the 6th barrier fell in a matter of seconds, and the proud spider did a little spinning victory dance in celebration. Good job, Ray. You got that barrier down in record time, Karl congratulated her. Of course, that might only be because she went first, but he doubted that even Hawk would be able to take down the 6th barrier today, and Thor wasn't really offense-focused. Well, we can say that, given time, Ray can build up to the borderline of ascended rank attack power. Her body isn't quite there yet, but with her adaptation skills, her offensive power is far ahead of the average, Sergeant Rita noted. Thor nudged at Karl's mind, asking to be let out to play with the barriers. Who's next? Rita asked. Definitely Thor. He will drive everyone insane if we make him wait until last to play the barrier game, Karl laughed. Hawk also came out of his space to glide around the field. You know, the outside is better. There's so much more room to fly. I could go for a whole hour, just flying around. Hawk sighed wistfully. Don't worry, buddy. We'll be back outside soon. We just need to work on our skills and powers so that we're ready for what we might find out there. Karl replied. Hawk waited until Thor was about to hit the first barrier, then shattered it with a rend attack and laughed as he flew overhead. Stupid bird, those are my smashing barriers. Thor pouted as he charged for another. He wasn't going through them in order, but Hawk took them out in an orderly manner, shattering the first 4 and leaving Thor to smash into the last 2 until he wore himself out a little. They make quite the team, Daniel remarked with amusement clear in his tone. Thor gets a bit too excited when there are barriers involved. When he's actually in the field, he's much more serious and professional, Karl replied quietly, so he didn't distract the happy beast from his playtime. Rita smiled. It's easy to forget that they're all still very young. They're not adult monsters, they're still children, and they need to play and grow. You should have seen him pulling the bus along through the grasslands. He was right on top of things, pulling the chain tight when the ground was soft so that the bus didn't spin out. We managed all morning without getting stuck thanks to Thor's help. But now that he's had a nice long nap, he's ready to play again, Karl agreed. Thor pranced around the open field, catching the attention of the students practicing nearby. Everyone had heard about the Lightning Cero's love of smashing into barriers, but none of the classes who were out here right now were working on that. So they just watched as he ran around and charged at the 2 remaining barriers Alice had set up. Hawk could easily break the weaker of the 2 remaining barriers, but if he did, then Thor would have no second target for his game, and they were set up a few dozen meters apart, just enough for him to get a good run at them. Alright, we have the basic data for the beasts now. It's not precise, but we can set up a training plan from there. What sort of skills did you want them to learn? Stealth for Ray, but what for the others? Sergeant Rita asked. I think if we can get Thor to learn a secondary attack spell, that might be best. Lightning would obviously be the first option, and I'm thinking of trying to teach him a lightning breath type attack, Karl suggested. Like he was a kaiju from the movies. Breathing lightning and stomping down buildings. That makes sense, and it should work with his skills. What about Hawk? Karl shrugged. That's the part I'm stuck on. The skills he has are precisely what he needs. If he's going to learn something new, it would have to be to grow in a different direction because he already knows the skills best for a wind speed Hawk. Rita smiled. Then we can work on that. What direction do we want to help Hawk grow in? Karl considered the direction that would be best for Hawk. The bird was happy simply soaring around and scouting, and that was what Karl needed him for, but there wasn't anything obvious he needed to develop further to excel in that role. Well, Hawk is our scout for now, and he's got incredible senses, plus long-ranged attack power. I'm not really sure what sort of direction he would even be able to grow in that wouldn't be contrary to his nature. Karl replied, stumped as to the answer. Well, there is more to being the team scout than the actual scouting. I am certain that we can find something that will suit his talents. So, for now, we can start with the obvious choices. There are rogue class elites in training here with various stealth skills. Why don't we take Ray there to observe them and try to learn their skills, while we wait for the potion to be made from the scales you provided? She should have a natural affinity for those sorts of skills, and if your new ability is as impressive as it sounds, she might even be able to pick up the basics in a few days instead of months. Stealth skills are normally some of the hardest to master, so most of the rogues who don't start with them only learn the basics and prefer to hide in plain sight instead. Sergeant Rita suggested. Karl felt Ray's amusement in his mind. She was good at hiding in plain sight as well, so visiting these rogue people could be a very educational experience. Maybe she can learn invisibility. Just think of it, an invisible bloodbath spider. Daniel suggested wistfully, while Alice and Rita looked horrified. Karl had to admit, that would be a truly terrifying experience if Ray wasn't your friend. Already she was becoming incredibly powerful, and if you couldn't even see her when she got close, there would be very little chance of surviving an attack. Ray's thoughts said that she was a big fan of the invisible bloodbath spider idea, but there was just one problem. There isn't anyone here who knows actual invisibility. Alice reminded them. We have a few who can hide in shadows, which seems just about perfect for Ray's style. It's not perfect, but even a bit more of an advantage with her adaptive coloration, and she will be able to ambush nearly anyone. Daniel suggested. Ray eagerly agreed in Karl's mind. She thinks so as well. Should we try that for today? I haven't found a skill to try to teach my partners yet, so while Hawk considers the perfect skill for himself, and we work on the Drake scales, Ray can learn to blend into the shadows even more effectively. Karl agreed on her behalf. Sergeant Rita nodded in satisfaction. Then that is where we will go now. The cultivation of the 3 beasts will be ongoing at the same time once we get the resources in place, so your schedule will be a bit frantic. But I think that the advantages your unique class marking provides are becoming very obvious to everyone. The more that you can spread your skills around, the better, and after everyone is grown, we can focus on finding ways to help them break through their natural limits. That seemed like it was getting a bit ahead of the curve. Ray would probably be a commander rank beast when she was fully grown, and it would take a lot for Hawk and Thor to even catch up to that standard. But perhaps that was the point. Hawk was already stronger than most members of his species who hadn't had a fortunate encounter with special resources. So, they would have to arrange more such meetings for him, to allow him to leave the standard of a wind-speed Hawk behind completely. And, when he thought about it that way, Karl realized that simply growing Hawk until he couldn't advance anymore was likely not the most efficient method. If they could change his course early, he might have an easier time growing up to match his more naturally powerful partners. Sergeant Rita led them into one of the buildings on the south side of the compound, and then down the stairs into an underground training area. The moment that they stepped inside, the room was pitch black, and the others hesitated, to let their eyes adjust, not realizing that stealth training was ongoing, and that there was no light anywhere in the area. Not that it was a problem for Karl, but everyone else seemed frozen in place for a moment, until one of the students seemed to sense them, and launched himself forward in an attack at the side of Alice's head with his training blade. Karl quickly shifted in between the two, and caught the student in a smooth hip toss, as he had been taught in the martial arts class. The boy hit the ground with a harsh thud and a wheeze of escaping air, which triggered the teacher to turn the lights back on. Not much, it was still very dim, but the practice must have been to see who could land the first strike. "I think I'm going to die," the boy moaned as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. There was no blood underneath him, and all his limbs were functioning, so Karl assumed that he would be all right soon. The ground was covered in a soft mat that allowed the students to move silently, or close to it, so he hadn't expected to be intercepted, let alone grabbed and thrown like that. Unfair advantage to the visiting team. "Good morning, Sergeant, Student Karl, and I'm afraid I don't know either of you." The teacher greeted them. "Agents Daniel and Alice of the Bureau of Elite Development." Alice explained. "I see. Now, what brings you here today?" "I don't recall our class prodigy having stealthy tendencies before today." "That was a beautiful throw, by the way. I assume you have a way to see in darkness." The teacher replied. Karl smiled. "I do. It's not perfect, but it works well enough." The only flaw in Ray's combination of thermal vision and echolocation was its inability to see color, making it imperfect. The stealth class students looked jealous of his ability to see in absolute darkness. If they could do that, this class would be so much easier, and they might even get to move up to the more advanced classes. Sergeant Rita filled in the details for the confused professor. "We believe that one of his partners might have the ability to learn stealth-related skills. She is already superb at moving silently, but moving unseen through shadows would improve her ambushing abilities by a large margin." "Partners," one of the students blurted out. "He raises pet monsters, remember. It must be that giant spider that they mean." One of the other students whispered back, loud enough for Karl's sensitive hearing to catch. "Yes, it is Ray. Would it be too much trouble to have that sort of skill demonstrated for us? She will happily play along with stealth games in exchange." The teacher's smile put all the students on edge. They weren't sure that they wanted to play stealth games with a carnivorous spider the size of a small car. Because really, how tame could something like that be? Triggering her hunting instinct seemed like a terrible idea. Really. If she's fine with helping us train the students in low light conditions, I would be grateful. There are only so many ways to set up the equipment that we have. The teacher readily agreed. Afraid to tease students in the dark. Do they not know that I am the thing that stalks the night? The monster under the bed that parents use to scare their children into behaving. Ray asked, thinking of all the fun ways she could taunt the students. You go a little vacant-eyed when you're talking to your team. Mind sharing? Sergeant Rita asked. Ray says that she is the monster in the dark that parents warn their children about, and she would love to play with them. Karl repeated. The students cast furtive glances between themselves, and the teacher chuckled. I think that her and I will get along famously. All right, If you can call her out, I will have the students try to move stealthily in the dark. Does she easily create webs? If she could create an obstacle course for them out of the strands, it would make this more interesting. The teacher suggested. Ray stepped out of the beast space and immediately faded from her natural shiny black and red to a dull soot black that perfectly matched the room. All right, she will set the obstacle course up right away. Ray set out a maze of webs as she darted around the room, terrifying the students whose eyesight was good enough to keep track of her. That should do it. She built an obstacle course around your existing course, made of sticky spider silk. If they catch one strand, it will ring the bell in the middle of the room, and if they catch a bunch, they'll simply end up tangled. Karl explained, with a gesture toward the bell, which was now the focal point of dozens of strands of silk. How much light do you need to track movement? The teacher asked. 0. I can detect movement decently well even with absolutely no light, but in this room, and in their uniforms, it would be nearly impossible for me not to detect them unless they were truly invisible. Karl explained. Jeff, activate your stealth skill. The teacher instructed, and one of the boys seemed to simply vanish into the shadows. Even thermal vision seemed to have a hard time finding him, so the skill was magical and not just a simple trick. Karl nodded. I should be able to track him, but not easily. Ray might do a bit better because she's got the superior senses. All right, Jeff, you're up first through the obstacle course. Everyone in the class has a button. They press it when the student activates the button at an obstacle. If they get it right, it means they've seen through the skill. It's how we work on our stealth. The teacher explained. The dark-haired boy began to creep through the obstacle course, focused on keeping his stealth skill active as he approached the first obstacle with a button. But his eyesight wasn't as good as Karl's, and just before his hand reached the platform, a soft jingle echoed in the room as his leg bumped one of the web strands. He had to resist the urge to cuss and give his position away, but the effort he was putting into his skill was giving Karl high hopes that his skill master technique would allow Ray to learn it by watching it fairly quickly. With visible relief, Jeff made it past the first buzzer, then immediately turned and stepped without looking and found himself stuck immobile in the spider web. The boy cursed as he struggled to get free, and only got himself more stuck. That made his stealth skill fail, and now the whole class could clearly see his predicament. All right, I will cut him free, and we will keep going. Remember, there are spider webs, and you have to watch for them, not just run the route by memory. The teacher admonished his stealth class. The reason for the dimmed lights became obvious with the second student. His ability let him blend with the darkness, but not as well as the first, though his footsteps were rendered almost silent. Not enough that Ray had a problem following him, but enough that the other students would. He was also agile, and doing a decent job of evading the spider webs as he made it to the first button, and then the second. Karl briefly wondered if any of these students knew their skill well enough that Ray might learn anything, but all he could do was watch and hope that something in Ray's mind clicked and let her understand the trick. Learning something new usually depended on the quality of instruction received, but the teacher wasn't showing off skills here, and honestly, the students weren't much better at hiding themselves than Ray already was with her ability to change her coloration. But even though the stealth training might not be as helpful as Karl had hoped, the bloodbath spider was having an incredible time making security traps out of her web for them to try to move through. It was a great exercise in tactical and practical thinking for the young spider, and as she kept adjusting it to replace broken strands as students kept running into them in the dark, she was getting better at placing them in just the right spot for students to unwittingly step into those that should have been easily avoided. The teacher was nearly laughing by the time the last student stumbled as she made her way over a low web, only to get another across the face, and then fall into the tangled web attached to the room's central bell. The bell jingled wildly as the girl flailed in the webbing, and the others began to laugh softly. "Ray, would you mind going to help her out?" Karl asked, as the girl was now fully cocooned in the sticky silk, after rolling over in a vain attempt to escape. The spider stalked across the room, nimbly avoiding her own webbing, while perfectly blended with the color of the flooring. Half of the students couldn't even see how she was avoiding the webs as she went, only her main body, which was large enough for them to keep a close watch on. Once she got to the struggling girl, Ray cut a bit of the webbing free and picked her up with her front legs to consider how best to get her free of the tangled mess. This, predictably, caused the student to panic at being millimeters from the vicious mandibles of the bloodbath spider and flail even more, which only increased the entanglement. But Ray had a simple solution. If she couldn't easily pull her free, she would cut her free. "I suggest that you do not move for this part, or your uniform will be cut off along with the webbing," Karl warned her, and the student went completely still in Ray's grasp. The other students also fell silent as they realized that Karl was serious and that this was an actual bloodbath spider, fully capable of cutting through them and not just the sticky silk they had all gotten caught in today. But once the student was immobile, Ray easily slit the silk and let it fall around her legs, before returning the student to her professor, carried on the armored front legs like a gift package. "Thank you, Ray. You did a fine job." The teacher laughed as he accepted the delivery and lifted the girl out of the spider's embrace. With the class finished, they took a break for lunch, where Sergeant Rita looked expectantly at Karl, who had called Ray back into his mental space to keep her from teasing the students. Karl shook his head. "I don't think that they're good enough with the skills for Ray to learn them that fast. The better the teacher, the faster the results. I have a much better than usual grasp of Rend, and I could barely teach it to the Nicomata. So, I think we will either need the advanced class to teach her, or one of the professionals. The problem is that they're not better at hiding than I am. What am I supposed to learn from them? They can't even properly blend into the surroundings, just cloak themselves with magic, which I can smell." Ray complained, making sure Karl knew this was not her fault. "All right, we can work on something else. There isn't any particular rush to get them improved, but in a way there is. The Bureau is looking forward to a return on investment, and that essentially means proof that your class can advance a magical beast beyond what it would normally be capable of. Not just by feeding it resources, but through some innate part of your class skills," Rita explained, while Alice nodded in agreement. The mage smiled at them both as she began to explain. "The results are already excellent, and the beasts have already proven themselves superior to golems, as well as proving their rapid growth speed. But in order to reclassify your marking, they want proof that it can do the exceptional, like the handful of off-brand class markings that have led to Overlord rank elites in the past." That sounded like a big goal to Karl. There were only a handful of elites above royal rank, and even the royal rank elites who were out to the public were celebrities. Just suggesting that they would want him to make it to that level put a lot of pressure on Karl, but for some reason, Ray and Thor didn't seem all that concerned. Hawk knew he was already well beyond what most wind-speed hawks would reach. It was just difficult to prove it wasn't solely the result of the resources they had gotten. But with so little available for the other two, it would soon be clear that they were going to be greater than any other of their kind. Sergeant Rita drummed her fingers on the table as she thought about their next course of action. "Why don't we try something different for Thor this afternoon? You suggested teaching him lightning attack skills, since he already knows lightning shield, or is it refreshing lightning?" "Refreshing lightning," Karl confirmed. "So, while it might be tempting to develop him into a tank, I think that there is something to be said about the chances of him becoming a durable frontline attacker. If he could learn a few attack spells to give himself a bit of range, just enough to engage or stun the targets before he charged, it would make a world of difference." Rita continued. Thor considered the proposal. It made sense that he should be able to use lightning to do more than defend. It was most important to defend the herd, but you still had to chase away enemies, and there was no reason not to use more than horns for that. There are likely other ways that we can develop Thor as well. Basic things like more regeneration or an illusion spell that would make it look like there were more of him. Training new attack methods seems like the simplest option, though. Alice suggested. The thought of teaching Thor to make it appear he had a whole herd with him seemed like it might actually be very well suited to him, and a great form of camouflage. Not many people would question a herd of lightning Sero moving together, as that was how they normally lived. In comparison, one lone Sero was much more suspicious, especially if he was traveling with creatures of other species, or humans. Illusion magic might be too far out of his abilities, but having Thor with a pack of Sero would be a great disguise when we were traveling. Maybe we can teach some of the mages an illusion spell like that, which will make the group members look like Sero to outsiders. Then we will have one real one to interact with others, and the rest of us will make it appear natural, as if the herd were just passing through. Karl suggested. The tutors laughed at the idea of a whole team of elites pretending to be Sero and hiding under illusions. It should work, but it might cause a different set of problems, as creatures that considered Sero a food source would be attracted to them in an attempt to pick off the slow and weak members. Compared to the real thing, most of the elites would be slow and weak members of the herd, and the result could be less than desirable. Why don't we start with showing him some of the magical skills, or elemental warrior attacks, to see what he might feel compatible with? There are a wide variety of lightning attacks between the mages and the warriors, so I think that if we show Thor all of them, he should be able to pick the best one. I know that there are some mages working on lightning bolts today, so we can try that first. Rita suggested. There were no objections, so they finished their lunch quickly and prepared to head across the grounds to Rita's chosen location for training. But halfway across the field, one of the other training groups caught Thor's attention. I want to try that one, he suggested, pulling Karl's attention to the berserkers. You want to be a berserker? Karl laughed. No, the smash. I wish to try the smash. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Karl watched them getting started on their training, and saw that it was the senior year class, all ascended rank students, unless a commander rank was among the berserkers. Thor wants to smash. Karl informed the others, with a gesture toward a student who was working on her earthquake skill. Earthquake. That seems a bit odd for him, but then the Sero species all have that large spiked ball on their tail, don't they? They normally attack with their horns, but the tail could be suitable to activate shaking and stunning skills. I will go talk to the professor. Rita agreed readily once she heard it was Thor's idea. From others, it might sound insane, but from Thor himself, it might just be viable for him to learn the skill. Nobody would know the beasts better than they knew themselves, or so she assumed. Plus, even if it didn't work, it would be fun to watch Thor thumping his tail on the ground and trying. There was no real guidance to what he could or couldn't learn, but if he was feeling enthusiastic about it, there should be at least some chance that Thor could learn Earthquake, or a related skill. It was physically compatible with him, as the skill was normally activated with a large blunt weapon. Either his feet or the ball on his tail filled that requirement, and his strength was far above the human standard already, even compared to the berserkers at his level. His tail was thicker than any of their arms, and flexible like a whip, with the solid ball at the end. They would just need to convince the teacher of the class that it wouldn't mess with their students' education to have the Sero join them in class. Many of the professors were very protective of the groups who had been assigned to them, and suggesting that you wanted to mess with their training routine was a fast way to get on the bad side of many of the Academy's staff members. So, it was with a sense of nervous determination that they approached the Berserker training area, with Thor out and prancing along beside them, eager to join the training, but under orders not to mess around until he had permission to join the students. Karl gave it about 5 seconds after they actually reached the training area before Thor would have to either be forcibly restrained or allowed to learn, the way he was getting excited as he saw the students shaking the ground with their skills. It was a bit like the footsteps of larger reptilian species, which caused the ground to shake with every step, a sensation ingrained in his genetic memory to signify an impressive species. So, in his mind, any berserker that could use an earthquake skill must be impressive. Fortunately for them, the class was being taught by Tank, who was overjoyed to have new students to teach in his class, even if it was a lightning Sero. Come on over and join the earthquake group. I know the skill as well, so if Thor encounters any issues, just ask me. But the ones here are all getting pretty good at it, even though it's a very advanced skill, so it shouldn't be difficult to learn from them. Just remember that they are berserkers, so try not to get in the way of their training. The massive professor instructed. Got it. I'm sure that Thor will be fine, he's always been well behaved. Karl agreed. The berserkers gave the newcomers curious looks, as it was uncommon for anyone to visit their classes, and certainly not the juniors from other specialties, but when Thor was called out, they all changed from curious to bemused. The Sero wanted to learn earthquake. All right then, let him try. They began their practice, with Tank guiding them to correct what they were doing wrong. The strikes sent up constant puffs of sand from the practice area, and Karl activated Skill Master, while Thor watched intently. For a moment, he wasn't quite sure how to adapt that to himself, but when one of the berserkers used a spinning strike with a two-handed maul, Thor began to understand. He turned on the spot and whipped his tail ball around, pounding it into the dirt and sending up a plume of sand, but there was no earthquake effect, just the brute strength of an awakened rank beast. But everyone had to start somewhere, and after a few more strikes, Thor started to channel his lightning to his tail as he attacked, using up some of his limited mana to enhance the attack. The first few times he tried that, it just made an armored tail, but near the end of the class, he struck the ground, and it trembled, while lightning spread through the sand. Now that's more like it. The strength wasn't quite there, but he's got the idea now. Tank congratulated them from his spot across the training grounds. He's a natural. One of the seniors agreed, as Thor focused and pounded the ground again, creating a bit more of an actual earthquake effect. I wish I were as natural as that. I swear he's cheating. One of the students who was training Whirlwind laughed. Karl smiled at the older boy. I am using a skill to help him comprehend new abilities, but most of that is all him. From the look of it, he didn't just learn earthquake, this is a lightning variant. With a bit more practice, I think he will be able to use it to both stun and destabilize his opponents. Well, if your skill can let him learn new abilities in a single day, I will call it a resounding success. But not only that, it's an advanced skill. Most of the class will work on that for an entire semester before they have it mastered. Now, I won't say Thor is a master of the earthquake skill, but I will say that he did manage to activate it the first day. I trust that I will be seeing him again in the near future. Tank asked. Of course. He needs to finish mastering the skill, or at least getting it to a proficient level, with the help of your experts here. I think today proved a hypothesis for us as well. The more skilled the instructor, the faster they will be able to learn a skill. Learning from the first years was a huge flop for Ray. Karl explained. The berserkers all seemed to understand the concept. Quality in, quality out. One of them recited, as if it were part of their core curriculum. It's a logic we use for developing our bodies, but I suppose that it works well enough for learning skills as well. You can only get results from a good regimen. One of the other students explained. Then we will have to look for the very best to teach the new skills. With Thor already learning the essentials of earthquake, I think that we might really be onto something. Rita agreed with a smile. She ran a hand through her short black hair, a sure sign that she was thinking deeply about something, then she nodded to herself and smiled at Karl. How about we take you through the advanced classes tomorrow morning to see what will work best for Ray and Hawk? If they find a skill that they like, they can learn it that way. She suggested. That's a brilliant idea. When they see the skills in action, it should give them a much better idea of what would suit them than having us pick for them. Thor had so much fun with earthquake that I'm certain they'll be enthusiastic about it tomorrow. Karl agreed. Maybe. Ray agreed, hoping it would be better than today. Can't I just mess with the mages again? I haven't gotten to intercept water spells in days. Hawk asked. I will see if we can get you back to your accuracy training. They're just very excited to see how well my new power works to teach you all new skills. Karl replied. Hawk huffed in annoyance and settled into his nest for the afternoon, while Ray laughed at his boredom, and Thor settled into the pond in his space for a little nap. Surprisingly, Dana was not at dinner, nor did she show up at his room that night, despite the fact that the rooms on either side of her were going as crazy as usual with the training. Whatever training they had her doing must have been intense if it was still ongoing when he fell asleep, or perhaps they had just left the campus for the day to train in secret somewhere. There were always training spots away from the eyes of the other students when you had a dedicated tutor, but they had just gotten back from an outing, and he hadn't expected the tutors to be so eager. So, when he saw her at breakfast the next morning, looking exhausted and half asleep, Karl was both relieved and amused to see her. Long night? He asked as he sat down with his breakfast. You have no idea. I was training until after midnight, and then I was chased out of bed bright and early this morning to go for early morning mental focus training. It's supposed to help my mana development, but after breakfast seems like a much more reasonable hour for it. She sighed. Jill and Rita walked in together and spotted Dana and Karl finishing their meals. The two students had wary looks on their faces, but Jill was smiling. Relax, today won't be so bad. I'm taking Dana to meditate, and Karl gets to take the pets to choose skills they want to learn. That shouldn't be bad at all. Jill tried to assure them. Dana gave a rueful laugh. That's what you said yesterday, but that focus training was torture. Watching Hawk and the others pick out new skills doesn't sound bad, though. All the berserkers are talking about how much fun Thor had yesterday. Dana agreed. See, a nice easy training day for everyone. The little blonde mage laughed, then motioned for them to follow as she ushered Rita out of the room. Karl followed Rita out of the cafeteria, where they met with Alice and Daniel, who were both prepared with a list of the skills that were currently being taught on the campus. We aren't sure what ones they will like, and I'm not certain they will know until they see them, but I thought that we might as well start with the advanced warriors. They're the most likely choice, since none of the three are straight magic users. Hawk would be the closest to it, but he seems to have a vendetta against magical attacks, not a particular affinity for them. Though he did learn a wind barrier, didn't he? Perhaps he has an affinity for more types of ranged magic. Alice noted. Daniel pointed toward one of the larger training buildings. We will start there. The berserkers are in technique and theory training this morning, so Thor can join them in the afternoon for skills training. But we have a wide variety of other skills that Ray or Hawk might like. Also, we have the Drake scale potions ready for you. The Drake that you gathered was an impressive one, nearly to ascended rank, and the potions turned out very well, with both quantity and quality coming out above average when they were finished. We owe the alchemy professor a favor still, but I paid for the service with a dose of the potion, so she won't be too hard on us. We can try it out over the lunch break and see how the beasts react to the concoction. It may have no effect on Ray or Hawk, but it should be great for Thor. With harder scales, and a bit of dragon essence derived from the drakes, he might even unlock another new skill of his own. The sandy-haired warrior explained. Thor vaguely recognized that they were talking about him, but he was almost completely focused on smashing. He could always smash with his horns, but now he had learned to properly smash with his tail, and not just swat with it. That was surely the way that things were meant to be. All sides of a Acero could be weaponized with lightning, so it was only natural that the tail could become an even better weapon. They walked into the viewing area of the training center, a central area which had windows on all sides to view the various levels of training grounds, and Rita gave Karl an expectant look. Well, take a look around, or have Ray and Hawk do it, and let us know if there is anything here that piques their interest. There are quite a few skills being trained here right now, and it's all students in their third and fourth years. The first and second years use the facility in the afternoon. She explained. There's a good skill being used. The Blue 7 arenas. Ray insisted. Blue 7. Karl asked out loud, and Rita brought it up on a larger screen, as the window was on a higher level. I believe that skill is called lacerate. It causes massive hemorrhaging from any inflicted wound. Is that something that Hawk or Ray would like? Rita replied. Ray. Karl replied with a smirk that made the others roll their eyes. Of course it's Ray. I should have known. The skill deals a massive amount of damage as well, and against inorganic targets, it does as much damage as Shred. It's not one that can be taught by a skill book, though. Only a few students have the aptitude for it, and they all start out with a lesser version of it as their first-class skill. She explained. Alice led the way up to the next floor, where they could watch the skill in action directly. Will this be close enough, or do we need to talk to the warriors to see if they can spare some time to help Ray? There is no professor for this skill, so you would have to ask the students directly. Alice explained. I need to practice it to know. Ray informed Karl, as if it should be obvious. She will need to practice. But I think that I have just the thing. I gathered a lot of moss on the last trip, and I have some drying in Hawk's space. I will trade them some in exchange for their time if they are interested. Karl suggested. The beast's attention was drawn to his remark. They could bribe the seniors with shiny gifts to teach them new things. Why hadn't they just done that from the start? It must be because he needed that skill. Now, we will have to watch for more good things in the future. Hawk informed the other two. For sure. It's good that we stored a lot of stuff. But the berserkers are easy, they just like to smash. Thor replied. Karl knocked at the door between the observation area and the blue training grounds, alerting the students that someone was entering, then made his way to the number 7 training ring. Good morning. My name is Karl, and I've got a bloodbath spider that is very interested in learning lacerate from you. He introduced himself. The senior class student smiled at the brazen young student. And why would I spare time to do that? He asked. Karl took out a small brick of dried moss, and the student's smile grew much wider. Now that's the way to do it. None of the silly haggling or pleas for charity. You said you want to teach the skill to a spider. The student replied as he took the bundle of moss from Karl and tucked it into a pocket of his coat, which was sitting at the edge of the ring. Yes. Ray, come on out and say hello. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask your name, but this is Ray, and she thinks that she would be quite compatible with lacerate. Karl explained as Ray stepped out into the ring. Damn, man, now that's a spider. All right, I am not quite sure how well this will work, but I've taught a few of the younger guys already. Step back from the ring, and I will begin. Ray, you can stay in here, since there is a magic barrier. You can call me Jonah. He agreed. Karl stepped back and let Jonah work, while the other students in the area watched him showing off the initial mana flow to Ray, who he wasn't sure could even sense or feel them. Karl kept the skill active with the two of them as the targets, and the flow of knowledge into Ray's mind was immediately clear. Compared to the Nikomata, she was much more compatible with this skill, and after a half hour of simple demonstrations and exaggerated sword swings, she lunged forward with her forelegs coated in black energy. The training target lit up with red light as her flurry of strikes hit it, and Jonah whistled in appreciation. Lacerate activated. Awakened rank. Total damage score 750. The screen in the training area declared. One of the other warriors gave a pained cry. 750. Dragon gods, have you forsaken me? I have been outperformed by a spider. Jonah laughed and shook his head. Do you not know about the bloodbath spiders? She's still not even fully grown, just a young girl. Give her another year, and she will be a commander-rank beast, hitting 1,000 points without using a skill. I like this skill. I bet I could pop the beetle open with just one claw now. I wouldn't even have to decapitate it to get to the good parts. Ray informed Karl. Ray says you're an excellent teacher, and she's very fond of this new skill. Karl informed Jonah, who shook his head and gave Ray a thumbs up. Sergeant Rita and Daniel came out to join Karl, both stunned by the performance. If I didn't know better, I would say that was a racial skill. That level of learning is incredible. Rita greeted him. Perhaps because it's a class skill of Jonah's. I cast the spell over the two of them so they could communicate more clearly, and Ray picked it up right away. She doesn't feel like she's mastered the skill, but she can make it activate now. Karl replied as the spider and the warrior went back to training. Ray and Jonah took turns working on their attacks, with Jonah stopping in between to give her pointers based on how she had activated it the last time. There was a lot involved in the advanced skill beyond just being able to make it work, and the actual bleeding effect could vary wildly based on how you did it. It was the fine details that were the killer with advanced skills, but Ray was a natural at this, and by the end of the morning, she was nearly giving Jonah a run for top damage. Much of that was up to her offensive optimization combining with her new attack skill, but together, her damage was clearly into the ascended rank by the end of the class. Thank you, Jonah. I believe that she has the basics down now. I may come see you again if she wants more hints, but don't worry, I've prepared plenty of little gifts. Karl informed the older boy with a wink. If you gift like that all the time, there wouldn't be a student here that wouldn't gladly help you. Have a good afternoon, and I will check in with Ray the next time that I see her around. Jonah agreed. Ray gave him a rather cat-like head bump, then vanished back into her space to rest and consider ways to make the bleed effect of the new skill more effective. The training target didn't really bleed, but she could at least get an idea of how it worked based on the self-healing gel. When the skill worked better, the gel took longer to repair itself. Karl was about to leave with the instructors when a boy's voice stopped him. What sort of class did you get that has a massive spider as a partner? Is that like some arachnid specialty druid? The boy asked. No, my class specializes in beasts directly. There are 3 of them in total, and they're not summoned, like most of the druid skills are. These are actual beasts I am raising. Karl explained. Wait, so that is an actual bloodbath spider? Not just a skill replica, but a real one, and you just taught it, lacerate. The boy stammered. More students stopped to stare at the little show, while Karl laughed. That's exactly right. But she's really a good girl, there's no reason to worry about how skilled she is. The students looked a bit concerned about Karl's mental health, but it was time for lunch, and that was much more important than an oddball class marking that turned vicious magical beasts into pets. But the lunch break was not really a break for Karl and the trio. The Bureau of Elite Development had flexed their influence and gotten the Drakescale potion prepared for the beasts to try, and Rita had scheduled that for their lunch break, so that Thor could still go to his afternoon earthquake practice with the berserkers. We can do this in one of the spare classrooms. The effects shouldn't be massive changes, but more of a strengthening of Thor's scales, and if the other 2 want to try, the effects will likely be even smaller. Rita explained. Well, there is no good reason why we shouldn't at least try. The potion was supposed to be safe, right? If there are no negative side effects, then there is no reason not to give it to everyone and see what sort of benefits they can glean out of it. Karl replied with a shrug. He had never heard of any bad results from a monster eating a beneficial resource, and they would instinctively know if it was something that wouldn't agree with them. Karl fully expected that Hawk would likely turn it down, as he didn't like the taste of drake meat, though he liked the smell. But Ray and Thor would likely at least try it. But when Rita placed out the vials on the table in the training room, Karl was startled to see that all 3 had come out to see what the big deal was with this potion. All right, I think that Thor should go first, as this potion is most likely to enhance his scales. Karl suggested. Rita held up the vial, and Thor opened his mouth with his head tilted back. He had no intentions of tasting a potion made of drakes, but he was willing to trust that it would help him. It smelled like magic, so it should be a good thing, even if it was an unfamiliar good thing. As soon as he swallowed the potion, Thor's scales began to glow a little more brightly under the fluorescent lights, and a sense of intimidation filled the room, as though there was a large predator present. Now, obviously Thor wasn't much of a predator, but the drakes were, and their magic was infusing his scales, which were now slightly metallic in their glossy shine. The power faded, and Thor rubbed up against Sergeant Rita, begging for her to touch his scales. Well, they look shiny and smooth, but they're slightly rough to the touch, like a dragon's scales. They're also less flexible than they were, more like metal than hardened leather. We should have taken a sample before and after so we could compare them, but I would say that the process was an outstanding success. Sergeant Rita declared as she petted the happy Sero. Alice smiled and joined the short-haired sergeant in petting Thor. Well, now we should choose who goes next. Hawk or Ray? Hawk stepped out of his space, eager to get this over with so that he could go back to mentally preparing for his afternoon of harassing the mages. He hadn't done it in days, and Karl had promised him that he would get to. Hawk it is. All right, here you go, buddy. Alice laughed, as Hawk took the vial in his beak and tipped it back down his throat. The effect was as rapid as it was dramatic. The feathers on Hawk's neck began to change to flaming red as the potion poured down his throat, and then the rest of his feathers changed from mottled brown and cream to a brilliant crimson and gold. For a moment, Karl was certain that he could see flames dancing around the wind-speed Hawk, and then the effect began to fade, and his appearance changed back to what it had been before drinking the potion. However, the attempt was not a failure. With a triumphant shriek, Hawk tilted his head back and fired a ball of flame up at the ceiling. That naturally set off the fire sprinklers, and they were doused in water, drenching the teachers while Karl activated the lightning barrier and Thor rumbled in joy about getting rain on his scales again. Daniel rushed to the door and pulled the emergency stop lever to cut the spray of water, while Alice and Rita cursed and wiped the water from their faces. It's a good thing that none of us were wearing makeup today, or I would be really upset at the impromptu shower. But congratulations, Hawk, on gaining a new ability. I am not convinced that the process is complete, though. For a moment, it looked like he was going to fully change appearance and become something completely new, and not just gain a new skill. Fire breath is impressive, but I think that we can do better. Rita noted as she struggled to say professional while resisting the urge to strangle the bird for using fire skills indoors. Karl watched as Hawk shook the water out of his feathers, and then let out another little puff of flame, testing his new skill without setting off the alarm again. Do you think that he just needed more of the potion? Like multiple doses, the way that we had to double the dose when I was taking the first round of supplements. I don't feel like any of that potion went to me, it's all him, but I think it's possible that whatever change it was trying to create needs more than just one dose. Karl suggested. Rita nodded. That is possible. We could make another batch so that there is more, and then give him as much as he wants until the process is complete. As long as you have more Drake scales, that is. Karl smiled. I think I will have enough of them. But for now, we can let Ray try her dose and see what happens. Ray stepped out of the space to stand beside Hawk and inspect him for changes, then carefully took one of the vials between her mandibles and drank it down. This is tasty, I kind of like it. She noted as she swallowed the tonic. But other than that, there was no visible reaction, and she wasn't showing any other signs of change. Well, it appears that she likes the flavor, but that's about all that she has to say about it. Thor might get a bit more benefit from a second dose, and Hawk almost certainly will, but Ray doesn't seem to be that compatible. Karl noted. That's a shame. But she's been doing well today even without a supplement. I didn't expect her to pick up on a skill as complex as lacerate within a single day. If she had also been compatible with the potion, it might have started to push you close to the ascended rank already, and that would cause no end of jealousy among the other students. Rita replied with a laugh. Come to think of it, Karl was feeling a bit more fit these days. It was a small and subtle change, but the beasts were still growing, and it was improving his physique. Not as much as theirs was, but certainly more than the minimal amount of training he did would account for. Well, we can save the testing for the end of the semester exams. By then, I think that Thor should be mostly grown, and Ray almost certainly will be at her full adult size. Their growth rate is phenomenal, but their bodies will reach full size before they have reached full strength for their species. If anything, I believe that we might not be training hard enough for the accelerated growth rate. Ray should be close to commander rank when she's full grown, right? She's in the ascended rank for combat power now, but I can't say by how much. That's still a huge gap from where her adult combat power would be expected to be, but she's 3/4 grown. Karl explained, worried about their progression. Rita and Alice both shook their heads. The growth in power comes just after they have reached full growth. There is a transition from the juvenile growth phase to the adult strengthening phase. Once she stops increasing in size, you will start seeing more power gain. Alice explained. Ray was content with her power as it was. She had all the skills that she needed to tear apart anything she found, she just needed time to master them. The speed that she was growing was only making life difficult for her, as it was cutting down the time that she had to practice and master her skills before she reached the next milestone. Karl sensed her annoyance and gently patted her armored foreleg. "I'm not trying to rush you, just making sure that I'm taking good care of you," he explained, to which Ray rolled her eyes at him. It was a strange gesture, with the multiple sets of jet black eyes. It was difficult to tell when they shifted, as they were all one color, but the shapes seemed to adjust as she did it, and there was no doubt what the gesture meant, even without reading her mind. "All right, let's eat before we go to the next class. Should we drop Thor off first, or can you keep up the learning skill from a distance, so Hawk can wait for the mages to show up to class?" Rita asked. "I think that I can do it from a distance, but I learned this morning that it's best for me to use it on both parties so that there is a link. Once I know what else Hawk is keen to learn, I will know which mage I should target. I'm guessing most likely one of the fire mages, as he just gained a new fireball ability. The better that he is able to control that, the more versatile the skill will be," Karl suggested. Hawk thought about that with a hint of amusement. The mages could split their fireballs and make them go at different speeds. The water mages would hate it when he showed off that trick. If he had Karl help him learn from the fire mages, then right by the end of class he could show off his new skills and torture the water mages to death with rage. "You know, you really need to stop holding a grudge against the water attacks, just because they flow around Rend," Karl reminded his feathered partner. "Never. I will never forgive the water spells for daring to defeat Rend," Hawk replied resolutely. Karl's smile caught the attention of the others, but he just shook his head and tapped his temple with one finger, signaling that it was a conversation in his mind. Rita shrugged, not particularly concerned about Karl's inside jokes with the beasts. "All right, we will drop off Thor first so that he can practice Earthquake, and then go over to get Hawk set up to improve his fireball skills using one of the fire mages as an unwitting conspirator. Or a willing one, whichever works for you. Should we find another training spot for Ray? Or is she content to practice where she is?" Rita asked. Ray took a swipe in her spot, testing the lacerate skill, then frowned and shook her head, unsatisfied with the way that it activated. "I am fine here. Unless they've got live targets for me. If they do, then I will come out to play," she informed Karl as she tried the skill again. "She's fine there for now, unless you've got live targets. From what I can tell, practical experience is the best teacher, and they can only learn so much in a controlled environment," Karl explained. "That's true for everyone. No matter how good they think they are, the new students are always in for a shock when they head out into the real world. We will try to get you another mission soon, possibly one with other awakened rank students, instead of having you chaperone the other freshmen. That should give you the enemies that you need, as the missions are usually higher risk, and they will normally have one ascended rank student with them, which reduces the risk if you come across a stronger monster. Rita agreed. Karl smiled. They had already taken out one ascended rank beast, the giant beetle, which he had almost forgotten was still tied up in Ray's web. They will all be happy to hear that. Working together, we should be able to take on most threats that are within the mission parameters for awakened students. The Berserkers were overjoyed to see Thor back again after lunch, and greeted him with a long round of head rubs and pats that had the lightning Sero in full happy puppy mode until the teacher came over to scold them all for not working. Daniel decided to stay and supervise Thor while the others went to see how the mages were doing, and Karl let Hawk out of his space to fly around for a bit before meeting with the mages in their corner of the training fields. They all knew the Hawk very well, and what it meant for their training, but the ones working on their shields were relieved to see that Thor had found a new spot to train and that he wasn't planning to exhaust them with his enthusiasm today. Karl could have sent out Ray to tear apart their shields, but the students would never be able to keep up with the pure violence of her attacks for long. All that he would accomplish was to terrify the students before their next mission away from the school. If they were afraid that they would run into something like Ray, that could tear through shields like butter, they would be much more hesitant to go, and good mages were essential to party safety on missions. Letting them train with the warriors was the more humane option. It only took Karl a moment to identify the fire mages among the group, and to activate Skill Master with them included in the targets. He had to hope that it was working, as Hawk wasn't actually using any fire-based skills as he defended against the attacks, but his mind was relaying satisfaction as he observed the way that the fire mages adjusted their spells, and how they could use the same skill as both a large fireball and multiple smaller ones. Was he planning to practice his new skill at all? Rita asked as they watched Hawk use nothing but Ren to deal with the attacks. He is, but he's taking a watch-and-learn approach until he's satisfied with the amount of understanding he has about fire magic. I'm actually surprised that it was fire magic. He already knows Rend, Shred, and Wind Shield, so I thought if anything he would go for more air magic attacks, and not fireballs. Karl replied. That does seem odd. Perhaps it was related to the elemental affinity of the drakes that were used in the potion. If they were descended from a lineage of fire magic users, then it would make sense that the potions would push him toward fire magic. It might explain the change in feather colors as Hawk drank the potion as well. If the fire element was particularly strong, it might have tried to fully convert him from the wind to the fire element. Most magical beasts have an affinity, and I've never heard of it changing, but then wild beasts don't refine potions, so it might not happen in the wild except in very rare cases. Rita pondered. Hawk became more confident in his new comprehension of fire abilities as the class wore on, until finally, it was time for him to show off his skills to these mages. While his regular attacks went out in a predictable pattern, the water mages delayed their casting, and let loose their barrage of ice bullets toward the moving targets. Then, a massive fireball flew from Hawk's mouth, and the air filled with steam as Hawk laughed in joy. Damn it, did he learn fire magic just to mess with me? What did we ever do to him? I swear that bird has a vendetta against water magic users. One of the mages ranted, while Rita and Alice tried, and failed, to resist the urge to laugh. Karl walked over and gave the boy a compassionate pat on the shoulder. I wish I could say that you are wrong, but you're not. Water attacks simply wrap around Rend and keep going, and it drives Hawk insane. First it was the wind barrier to block them, and when that wasn't enough, he took a growth opportunity and refined his progression into a way to completely counter water magic. Karl informed the downtrodden mage. I knew it. I told everyone that he was picking on me, but nobody believed me. They said that I just had good aim, and that's why Hawk always intercepted my attacks. But he really does have it out for me. The boy complained. Not you in particular. Water magic. His vendetta is against the spell, Karl offered. The nearby mages laughed. That's essentially the same thing, since he's only good at one element. Hawk chirped happily, but Karl could pick up a bit of taunting in that noise, as if asking the mage why he could only use one element when Hawk himself could use two, plus rend and shred. The class professor blew his whistle, marking the end of the training session, and Hawk landed next to Karl, proud of himself for mastering his new fireball skills so well in one class. But he had also learned the trick to changing it in form, and when the mage glared at Hawk, he nonchalantly tilted his head back and spit 3 small fireballs into the air that just hung there and hovered before dissipating. The other mages chuckled at the bird showing off, and the boy got more sympathetic responses from his classmates. Sorry about your luck, man. But that's definitely one more round in favor of Hawk. Better luck tomorrow, but now that he's learned how to vaporize icicles, you're not going to have an easy time of it. One of the earth mages laughed. Doesn't he just sweat your attacks out of the sky with rend? The water mage countered. This isn't about me. I have accepted that Hawk is far too good at this training. The earth mage dismissed the talk of his own failures with a smile. Rita whistled to catch everyone's attention. All right, you've all had your fun. Hawk, say goodnight to your friends. It is time to pick up Thor before he harasses the berserkers into insanity. You left the Cerro with the berserkers. One of the girls asked. He's learning Earthquake. He caught on pretty quickly, and he's figured out how to activate it by smashing the ground with his tail instead of needing a weapon. Karl explained, while the mages quietly laughed at the thought. Rita led him away, with Hawk taking to the sky to float around and examine the school grounds, and the mages packed up their bags to go back to the dorm for the evening. Rita was exactly right about the situation, and when they arrived back at the Berserker training ground, they were playing baseball. Or perhaps it was volleyball without a net. Karl wasn't quite certain what the rules were, as Thor and a group of barbarians were alternately tossing a ball to be swatted with blunt weapons and bouncing the ball back into the sky after it was hit. The professor supervising them seemed to have given up on understanding what they were doing, but the ball appeared to be one of the 10-kilogram metal training balls from the Strength Warriors area. Just the fact that they could swat that thing up into the air was impressive, even if they were using lower strength activations of their skills. Thor, it's time to go. Come back after the next point. Karl called out, and the Cerro made a happy bugle in return. The next Berserker caught the ball and held it instead of continuing the game, and smiled at Karl and the ladies. Welcome back. Just repeatedly using Earthquake was wearing on the mind, so we started a new training game. Thor is incredibly good at it, with that lightning over his tail. His aim is impeccable. The Berserker explained. Well, as long as you're all having fun. But it's time for dinner. That was the magic word, and the Berserkers cheered as they went to grab their bags and shirts, which had been discarded at the edge of the training grounds. Thor trotted happily back to Karl before vanishing into his space to soak in the pool, getting his new and improved scales sparkling clean again. The mass of holy stones at the bottom of the pool gave him a gentle aura, like fresh laundry and sunshine, and Thor wasn't going to miss out on any chance to be clean and relaxed. It was slowly becoming a recognizable part of his presence, as the extended naps in the pond imbued every part of his body with the clean scent of holy magic. Karl was relaxing in his room, pondering the changes of the last few days, and how the progression of the beasts hadn't been quite what he had expected them to be. Somehow, with her love of the dark, he had thought that Rey would naturally pick up another stealth skill, but from experience, it was the most deadly of attacking skills that she was most in tune with, and the stealth aspect of her evolution was only a secondary facet that allowed her to get close enough to her targets to attack. Thor using his tail to create earthquakes hadn't been too far out of expectations, as it still activated with lightning energy. But Hawk learning fireballs just so that he could torture the water mages more effectively was completely on brand, even if Karl had overlooked it until it happened. The Drakescale potion was the dark horse in this progression path. Hawk had reacted so strongly to it that it had to be something that was innately perfect for him. But either they hadn't made quite what he needed, or he just needed a larger dose than he had gotten. So, while Karl waited, he dug out the books that Rita had given him on resources, and started to sort through everything that contained fire energy or Drake scales. The first list was incredibly long, as fire mages were a well-studied topic, but there were only a few concoctions made with Drake scales. The one that they had prepared for the beasts was one. A second one was designed to enhance mana capacity, with a particular benefit to clerics and other healing classes, but there was nothing that had been created with the Drake scales that was intended to amplify fire magic. They could try the second potion, to amplify his mana capacity, and make a second dose of the first potion, in case it was a quantity issue. But as he was flipping through the book looking for anything that might have been improperly categorized, Karl noticed a bird picture that looked just like Hawk had for those moments before his feathers faded. Dragon hawk is a commander rank relative of the common wind-speed hawk species. While they are believed to be unrelated to any of the dragon species, they are known to have an aptitude for fire magic instead of the rend-based claw attacks of their wind-speed kin. That aptitude for fire magic, combined with an immense level of territorial pride, has given them the name Dragon Hawk. Karl read the blurb a handful of times as he memorized the picture. He was certain now that the textbook was wrong. There was some link between the Dragon Hawk and the actual dragons. Or at least between them and the drakes. He was definitely going to need more of the potion, in both variants, so he could see if Hawk could evolve through the use of magical resources. The actual Dragon Hawk was the size of a normal wind-speed hawk, so he would be much larger than the average, but if his potential grew to commander rank, then Hawk should see a rapid growth in power after the process completed. It would be nice if he could contact Rita at night, but she was off duty for the evening, and probably not as enthusiastic about being the one to arrange having potions made overnight as Karl was to ask her. All he could do was wait and make detailed notes, including how Hawk had looked during the process, and the thesis that he really might stay as a dragon hawk, with increased growth potential, if he were granted more of the potion. There were many more ingredients to the two concoctions, though the drake scales were the most expensive and rare among them. If he prepared some extras from the strongest of the drakes in Hawk's space, it should be enough to cover for the credits he didn't have to buy the items. The Academy was usually pretty good that way, as long as the resource was useful to multiple elites. From what Karl could tell, the drake scales were good for both warriors and mages, and even if you were more powerful, it would still have a noticeable effect. If it was proportionate to your current power, it might be better to wait, but Karl couldn't find any notes on that topic in the textbook about resources. Dana came by a few hours after dinner, with extra dessert and a bowl of sweetened blood for Ray. The spider had already upgraded the hammock in behind the gazebo when she was adapting the space for her growing body, and Dana sighed with relief as she saw the quiet spot. "I know it's a bit of an inconvenience for you, always having me here, but I want you to know that I appreciate it," she informed Karl with a smile. He shook his head. "It's no trouble at all. In fact, I'm happy to have you over. I think that I might have a way to make a useful potion for you as well. There is a variant of the Drake Scale potion that is for mana growth. The book says it's more for healers and clerics, but it should still do you some good. I think that if I can get enough of it into Hawk, he might evolve into a commander rank variant of the wind speed hawk." Dana stopped what she was doing to stare at him after that announcement. "You're saying that Hawk could evolve? Like become a whole new species?" she asked. "Well, an existing species. The dragon hawk is a subset of the wind-speed hawk that is known for fire magic, and when Hawk drank the potion, he looked just like it for a moment before the effect faded. They also grow to commander rank, instead of capping out in low awakened, which should help his growth rate continue as smoothly as it has been," Karl explained. Her smile slowly grew. "That would be outstanding. Not only for Hawk, but for the others as well. They would all have more growth potential, so they could keep working together instead of having someone stuck at their level." But if the potion is meant for healers, why do you think that it's going to be good for me or Hawk? Karl flipped pages until he got to the right one. He was extra aware of Dana pressed against his back as she came to read over his shoulder, but he managed to focus and point out the ingredients. They're all similar to the one to strengthen scales, except for these two plants, which are also used in the regular mana growth potions that we've both taken. So, it's more of an expanded version of the same thing than an entirely different concoction, I think. The reason they give it to healers is that refined drake parts contain traces of dragon magic. And holy magic is very compatible with dragon magic. He offered. All right, if you have enough scales. How many did you grab? Dana asked. A whole drake. Karl replied with a smirk. Oh my goddess. How did you grab an entire drake without anyone noticing? There has to be thousands of usable scales on a body that size. I think that everyone in the group would love to have a little cut of that action. We might have been on defense, but we were all there for the fight. Dana replied. Good point. I will give the sergeant the resources in the morning and ask her to make enough for everyone. I will have her make some for your pair from the bureau as well, or they will nag at us until we cave. He agreed. Karl woke up the next morning to laughter and the sound of his name being called. Karl, come over here and wake up Ray. Alice was calling from the balcony. The bloodbath spider was sound asleep, but the approaching mage had triggered her defense response, and she had blocked off the gazebo with silk, trapping her and Dana on the other side, where the tutor couldn't wake them up. She had obviously tried to get in at least once before, as Karl could see the cut section, which had been patched with a messy weave of web, but she was still on the outside of the gazebo. Ray really isn't a morning person. Karl chuckled as he called the spider into her space, where she curled up in her nest and went back to sleep, allowing Alice access to Dana, who had been awakened by the commotion. Just give me a minute to get ready, and I will cut my way out. Dana laughed as she realized what was going on. You will actually need help with that, unless you have a slicing-type spell. It's awakened rank durable silk. You're not going to cut it without a magical tool. Alice laughed. Once Dana was ready and gone, with much annoyed muttering from Alice, Karl finished getting ready for the morning and briefed Sergeant Rita on his idea. Here is the paperwork I generated yesterday, supporting the hypothesis, and I've got the scales ready whenever you are. If we make both potions and a double dose for Hawk, I think that we can evolve him into a Dragon Hawk and improve his basic potential to the commander rank. With that, his growth should keep up with Ray and Thor, so we won't have an imbalance in the team. The better that they can work together, the more easily we will be able to do the things we need to improve our strength. Karl was very proud of his prepared speech, and Sergeant Rita smiled back at him. Well, I'll buy it. But the most important part is that you're willing to donate some of those extra scales for the rest of the team, as well as the bureau agents. When the materials come from the academy, they don't have to account for them in their expense reports, and that always makes them happy, Rita joked. Just head off to class and I will get all the potions made. The alchemy teacher will want to cut off the top as well if you want them right away, Rita replied. Karl sighed and took out more drake scales, at least a dozen more than needed. Here, take care of the middlemen. The faster everyone can get the potions, the better. But being an elite really is more about who you know than what you know, isn't it? He replied. Sergeant Rita patted him on the back. Welcome to the grown-up world, kid. Everything in life is easier when you know the right people. The alchemy teacher already has a good impression of you after the last batch, so they shouldn't complain about the volume this time, or push it off onto students who won't do as good of a job. Just remember in the future, if you don't want to go through the Academy's credit exchange, it's best to keep a bit extra or a little something for a tip. Most of the teachers are good sorts, but everyone is motivated by self-interest. Karl nodded. And what sort of self-interest keeps you motivated? Promotions, of course. I might have reached my limits as an ascended warrior, but that doesn't mean that sergeant will be the limits of my military career. If I do a good job this year, they will make me a warrant officer. Big pay raise, better living quarters both here at the academy and on base, and a bit more respect, Rita informed him sincerely. Got it. I won't mess up your chances at promotion, Karl replied with a wink. At this rate, they might send me to officers' school and make me a proper butter bar lieutenant. You see, a lot of a student's progress is attributed to the guidance of their tutors. Karl gave her a confused look at the unfamiliar saying. Oh, the lieutenant's insignia is a golden rectangle, kind of looks like a stick of butter. Hence, butter bar, she explained, which made him laugh. I never would have thought of it that way. All right, let's get going and see how the kids are doing in their studies. Hawk ignored the fact that he had been called a kid and flew off to join the morning mages again, after having trained with the afternoon mages yesterday. Thor was also about to bound out into the open until he realized that they had a long walk to the Berserker training area, and that was 5 more minutes he could soak in the pond. You're getting soft, just lying around in the pool all day. Karl joked. It's an honest living. Look at it this way, I'm freshly washed and ready to go at any time. Thor suggested. Then go play with the Berserkers. I am going to take Ray to find someone who is practicing lacerate. This time, Thor did go running off across the school grounds, bugling to catch the attention of a few students from the Berserker class who were making their way to training. They waved at the charging lightning Sero, who happily plowed into them, but turned his head at the last second so he didn't spear anyone. They laughed and gave him belly rubs from the ground, then grabbed his horns to pull themselves back to their feet and continued on the way to training. Rita shook her head at their antics. I swear, they're all on the same mental level. Karl shrugged. They're enjoying life to its fullest. Well, Thor is, anyhow. I wonder if we're going to be able to find anyone for Ray to properly train with, as lacerate is such a rare skill. Unfortunately for them, when they reached the training area, the warrior that they had first worked with to teach Ray the skill wasn't in, and there didn't seem to be anyone else training the same skill, but there were plenty of open training dummies, which were good enough for Ray to get some more practical experience on. Not that she minded working alone. If there was no chance of learning advanced skills from the people around her, she was happy to work alone all morning, with Karl's skill helping her comprehend what she had already been taught. Why don't you do some training here as well? You need to keep up your own physique and your reflexes, in case you are attacked while the team is away fighting another target. We can't let you completely slack off, just because your training skill doesn't require any movement on your part, Sergeant Rita suggested. All right. I know both rend and shred, so I will grab a training sword and get some work in. Who knows, maybe I can improve them as well as Ray and the others, Karl agreed. He could tell that Ray was laughing at him. There was no way that he was going to keep up with her skill progress, especially with his new ability helping her adapt. But he was welcome to try. After all, they couldn't have him dragging down the team's performance. She might not have found a proper teacher for the day, but there was still some hope that she could learn new techniques to refine her skills. There was a druid working on bleed, which was a supplementary skill that stacked on top of another attack. Lacerate didn't need it, as it already caused a bleeding effect, but with Ray working near him, Karl had some hope that she might pick up a tip or two about how to improve her own attacks. It was difficult to tell if it was actually working, as Ray already had a good grasp on lacerate, thanks to her previous teacher, but her technique was improving as the morning went by, and the dummy was showing a marked improvement in the bleeding side effect of the skill along with the base damage. Each flurry of attacks left a bit more bleeding damage than the last one, and Ray's confidence in her attack skills was skyrocketing as the hours went by. So, by the time that she retreated into her space for lunch, Karl could say for certain that the lacerate skill had been properly mastered. Karl was sweaty with the exertion of using shred all morning, trying to move the skill damage up toward the borderline for ascended, which would be the next real milestone for his growth, but he still had a long way to go. The beasts were much closer than he was, but even with the slacking on his training, Karl could tell that his physique had still made significant progress. They didn't have to look far to know that Hawk had enjoyed his morning. The mages had already started heading to the cafeteria before they left the training grounds, and they were all cursing at the bird for having learned to torture them with fireballs in addition to his rending claw attacks. Thor was equally easy to find, but that was because the Berserker training area was outdoors, and you could hear the bugling celebrations as Thor competed against his classmates to see who could create the largest sand plume with their earthquake skill. It seemed silly, but focusing the shockwaves took a lot of skill and practice. Throwing up a large sand plume wasn't as easy as it sounded. You had to precisely focus the shockwaves to get them to concentrate in one single spot. It was the proper way to target a single person with earthquake to knock them to the ground, instead of making a whole area shake as a disruption tactic, and those who could do it were very proud of their skills. All right, everyone, time for lunch. We will be back to training in the afternoon, Karl called, using the mental link to ensure that the beasts heard him. Fine, we're all hungry anyhow. Thor agreed, but didn't leave until he had a chance to say goodbye to all his classmates individually. Hawk, on the other hand, simply circled the students once, then flew over to Karl and vanished into his space to decide what he wanted out of the piles of meat that he had amassed. The fact that nothing went bad in that space was a blessing. Hawk had the better part of a dozen different meat products in there, both raw and cooked, so that he could pick and choose what he wanted based on his mood. Some could be discarded as nutritious growth options soon, unless Karl wanted them for himself, like the roast chickens from the cafeteria, but they were all still meat. After lunch, the training was more of the same, but with different partners, as the students from the practical morning classes had theory and basic education in the afternoon. Some of the elites didn't focus too much on education beyond their skills, but for the ones who were going to be taking on professional jobs, proper advanced education was a vital part of their academy experience. Karl hadn't really thought about that, and while he was doing a lot of studying, it was all on plants, beasts, and other relevant topics. There were no physics, advanced literature, social studies, or other core subjects in his education. That wasn't entirely uncommon for the Golden Dragon Nation. If you were entering a trade or family industry, you generally would have done it at the same age, with only the brightest going on to finish school and go for university education. But at dinner, the complaints of the alchemists about the calculations needed to get the proportions right in their new elixir projects reminded Karl that he had it good with his training regimen. Though his body was tired, at least his brain didn't hurt from trying to work out the change in relative volumes due to differing evaporation rates at a specified temperature. Though the warriors often derided the mages as the nerds of the elite academy, the true nerds were in the alchemy and magical item crafting courses. Look at Karl there, he doesn't need to use math at all. Just feed the hawk, Pat the Cerro, one of the alchemists was complaining. Karl laughed. Hey, I do need math. I use it to calculate where a ranged attack will hit a moving object. The mages laughed bitterly at the reminder, as that particular bit of math had become the bane of their existence today, as Hawk tormented them with his ever-improving skills. If that wasn't conclusive evidence that math was evil, then they didn't know what was. When Karl got back to his dorm room, he found a note on the door, informing him that he, along with the rest of the mission team, were being summoned the next morning for a meeting with the alchemy professor. It included an absence note for all classes the next day, and a reminder to show up promptly at 9 in the morning. That was likely confusing and concerning for the rest of the team, but Karl was more startled that they had managed to get all the potions made in a single day, when there was so much more going on around the academy. So, when Karl arrived at the designated meeting point the next morning, he was the only one who wasn't completely confused, as Dana was not yet there, probably finishing her morning meditation session. Sergeant Rita addressed the group, flanked by Daniel and Alice. Good morning, everyone. I am certain that you can guess by your present company what the criteria for the morning summons was. We have one more student still on her way, and once Dana is here, we will be making the official announcement. Ah, there she is. Dana, Please take a seat and we will get started. Karl managed to collect some Drake scales while you were on your mission together, and while just how he obtained them is confidential and not to be spoken of, he did donate a number of them to have potions made for everyone. For the warriors, we have a Drake scale potion of durability, which should increase your body's constitution and resistance to damage. For the mages, we have a Drake scale potion of insight, which will help you with your mana. These potions are very precious, and required a fairly steep bribe to get the alchemy professor to create personally, as the regular potion makers are not trained in such a rare concoction. They are not diluted in any way, and can be considered peak commander rank potion, despite only using high awakened rank ingredients. That was more than enough for all the students to understand just how good of a resource this was going to be. They had all fought against the Drakes, but none of them had thought to claim scales as loot. Thankfully for them, Karl had, and now they all got to reap the rewards of what they thought was his impartiality. The teams from the Bureau of Elite Development passed out the stoppered vials to all the students, who held them with a reverence somewhere between that reserved for infants and live hand grenades. Rita smiled as the last of them was handed to Ray, who was hiding in the corner of the room behind all the students. Bottoms up, everyone. I am told the taste is a bit awful, but you do not want to accidentally spit it back up, Rita informed them. Karl downed the potion in a single shot, noting that it tasted like burnt meat and blood. She hadn't been lying about it being an awful combination, but he could feel the power flowing into his body with the potion. But Rita wasn't done with him, and while the others were recovering from their dosage, she slipped him a second vial, which smelled more like campfire and morning breath. Not a better option, but it marked the potion as the other variant. He downed that as well, and then watched as the others began to absorb the energy stored in their rewards. The first thing he noticed was that they all had their lucky dragon scale charms around their necks for the occasion, and possibly all the time, just in case. The second thing he noticed was the way that the warriors were filling out. Being a bunch of 13 and 14-year-old kids, depending on when their birthday was, they hadn't arrived as particularly mature male specimens, but most of the warriors were now sporting short but full beards, while the lone female warrior in the group looked much more mature and curvaceous in an athletic way than she had a few days earlier. But the major changes weren't restricted to the warriors. Though the mage group hadn't filled out with muscles the way that the warriors had, they had changed. Their appearances seemed a bit more ageless, less definable as early teens, and more of an eternally youthful impression. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. One in particular had gained slotted eyes like a drake, and Karl thought that there was a chance she either gained a new spell or heightened eyesight. Karl was more interested in how his partners had done, but Hawk had gotten distracted by all the people doing strange things, and he still hadn't taken his, while Ray was hidden in the corner of the room making disgusted faces at the empty vial. Thor's scales were gleaming, and had gained a bit more of a golden shimmer in the deep emerald green. If he touched them, Karl knew that they wouldn't be as smooth as they looked. They would be more like drake scales, with the surface of a fine grit sandpaper, but from a distance, they sparkled like gems. Then, Hawk remembered that he was supposed to be doing things other than people watching, and downed the increased dosage of his potion. The effect began the same as before. His feathers began to turn from mottled brown to a deep red and gold. But this time, his claws turned to a translucent onyx, and his beak turned deep bronze, while his eyes shifted shades of brown to match. But his feathers weren't changing back. They were getting darker, toward the dark auburn of partially dried blood, with light golden undertones that would blend in well with the long dry grass of the steppes in the south. His size remained unchanged, but Karl could feel the power coming from him as the wind speed Hawk changed and settled into his new form. He would probably be called a dragon hawk now, but Karl got the feeling that wasn't quite what he was. The color of his feathers wasn't so bright, while his beak and claws were the color of an ascended rank wind speed hawk. Looking good, ladies and gentlemen, Karl congratulated his partners. Most of the people in the room thought that he meant everyone in general, which Ray found hilarious. She was not happy about having to try that awful potion again, but the changes in the students were interesting enough that she didn't voice her displeasure yet. The students looked around at the changes in each other. There was no doubt about it. Most of them had left the common rank behind them, and they were now firmly into the awakened rank. The warriors had it easy, as they could tell by their bodies, but the amount of power that the mages were feeling wasn't fading, and after Dana called up a barrier to see the changes in it, the others began to activate spells as well, allowing them to informally test the change in their powers. We all owe the alchemy master one for this. Those potions were incredible. For some of us even more than others, one of the warriors announced, while staring at Karl. I'm glad you liked them, he agreed, feeling a bit self-conscious about the attention on himself. Oh, he's not staring because you provided the scales. You should look at yourself in the mirror, Rita laughed. Karl did not have a mirror handy, and there were none on the walls of the classroom. Fortunately, nearly half of the people in the room had a compact with them, in case their makeup needed a touch-up during the day. Dana passed him one from her backpack, and Karl took a good look at himself. Strikingly emerald eyes stared back from his familiar face, and his hair had faded from its normally dull and dark crew cut to striking blonde locks. He needed a haircut again, as it was hanging down in light waves, but the look seemed to be popular with the girls from the team. Unlike the other warriors in the team, he had not grown any sort of beard. In fact, he didn't even seem to have any stubble at all, and he hadn't bothered to shave this morning. That was a bit odd, but he had always preferred a clean look, and if the change had eliminated his facial hair, he wouldn't be particularly heartbroken. Your eyes are the color of my scales, Thor noted. And his hair is the color of the gold in my feathers, Hawk agreed. You made me drink nasty tasting stuff again, Ray complained, finally unable to hold back her grievances. Sorry, Ray. We did hope that it might still have some benefit to you, even if it tasted awful. Hawk was perched on a desk while Rita examined the changes in his feathers, as well as making notes about the changes to his claws and beak, which were more in line with the known data on the wind speed Hawk. There was going to be an intense discussion among the administrators about whether he was a new species, Karl was certain. But with the additional skills and now this massive change, there was no doubt that the combination of resources and Karl's abilities had allowed Hawk to completely surpass his racial limits. Or perhaps they wouldn't see it that way until he reached commander rank and really became the strongest wind speed Hawk in history, but he should be well on his way there now. Alice rapped her knuckles on a desk to get everyone's attention. All right, you can all go to class and test out your new and improved skills. Remember, you cannot tell anyone about the origin of the Drake scales, but you can tell them that a resource your team gathered was made into a potion for you all today. The students cheered, and many pulled Karl, Thor, or one of the tutors into a celebratory hug before they ran off to class, leaving just Karl and Dana, with 4 bureau agents and Sergeant Rita. I suspect that you two likely got the most benefit out of this potion. It's obvious why Karl would have, especially in his appearance. But Dana, I can sense that you gained something special as well, Jill, her mage tutor, commented. Dana smiled and took out the holy weapon that she had gotten from the church. It was now glowing with energy, and not just inert. The potion helped me, of course, but it also allowed me to fully attune to my casting focus. It's intended to add a bit of holy magic to every spell that I cast, and as holy magic is from the world dragon, at least in part, the Drake Scale potion appears to have made me more compatible with it. Now, I don't need to focus to use it. It will naturally channel spells from me, and it is bonded with me in the same way that the relic weapons the others received in the trial instance were, she explained, then made the golden scepter disappear, then reappear in her hands. Alice smiled. Now that is impressive. Karl got lucky with his gift being a bracelet that he can wear all the time, but having to carry that around with you everywhere would have become inconvenient once you were outside the academy. Speaking of which, you two will be headed out again very soon. We want to see how Karl's team is doing, as there is a chance that they have reached the ascended rank in at least attack power. I know that Thor is a bit behind on offense, but his scales have gained a lot of durability, so we will have to test him for the level of his physique, if that is permissible. She can admire my scales all day if she'd like. Thor thought. I think it means to try to destroy them, or hit you with an attack and see how durable you really are. Karl reminded him. Oh. Well, I suppose that could be allowed. I would like to know how tough I am, too. I feel pretty tough. Thor replied hesitantly. Karl nodded to the team. I think that we can arrange something. The other two are not durable sorts, but their attack power is pretty well recognized. But for Thor, it would be best to know what his limits are going to be before we get into actual danger. Sergeant Rita frowned, then nodded in agreement. It needed to be done, even if she would rather not have someone attack Thor. All right, we will take care of that this morning before heading to class. I'm sure that Hawk is eager to test his new powers against the attacks of the mages, she suggested. Now she was speaking his language. Hawk couldn't think of many things that he would rather be doing. Their first stop was the warrior training grounds, where the academy had a wide variety of training implements, including test weapons with impact sensors on them to more accurately gauge the force put into attacks. That was part of how they tested the defenses of the warrior classes, and that was how they would test Thor's improvements today. Rita addressed Thor directly. All right, we will be using a training sword with a damage meter on it. I will be swinging it, and my strength is at the ascended level. The first tests will be just against your scales, without skills, to test your basic durability. Thor nodded his understanding, then puffed up his chest to show his readiness. The strange sight brought a number of the warriors over, along with the professor, who had his clipboard at the ready, so he could record the numeric results of Thor's tests. I hope you don't have performance anxiety. Alice joked as Rita prepared to begin the testing. Thor bugled happily, and the mage laughed. Of course, he didn't. The lightning Sero had whatever the opposite of performance anxiety was. Thor focused and Rita slammed the training sword into his side, making the warriors flinch in anticipation. But the weapon hit the scales with a grating screech, and sparks flew as the blade was dragged across the rough-surfaced scales. 410 points of force. Rita informed the other teacher. That was near the middle of awakened rank attacking strength, and Rita prepared to attack again, as it was obvious that the first one did no harm to the heavily armored Sero. With a crack and whistle of displaced air, the blade whipped through the air again, sending up a glorious shower of sparks as blunted steel met rough scales. This time the attack rocked Thor to the side, and he almost stumbled before catching his balance, but he didn't give any sign of pain past a low grunt. 698 points. I didn't think you had it in you, Sergeant. The other professor noted as he read the display from the training weapon. 600 was the cutoff for ascended rank physical power without a skill attached, but it would take 1200 to break a low ascended rank barrier in one shot. All right, I'm ready. Thor, bring your barrier up, and I will attack with /. Rita informed him. The students looked much more nervous now. The training sword was dull, so unless it broke bones, it would only leave a bruise. But / could cut through steel even if you attached the attack to a stick. Thor brought up his lightning, and Rita prepared her attack before the other professor stopped her. Wait, I need to set up the measuring devices. That sword won't measure the impact of your skill properly. Give me a second. The other teacher complained. The sensor was an energy meter of some sort, an enchanted item that attached to the hilt of the sword and read the energy signature of the attack to guess the power based on the output that flowed over it. The actual damage could vary by the skill, but the / skill was well known, and they had a proper data set for it at all basic power levels. All right, go when you're ready, he announced once the tools were set up. The blade arced down at the lightning-covered Sero, while the students watched in horror. The lightning seemed to wrap around the energy of the slash attack for an instant, before being pushed away, like a stone tossed into shallow water. The light of the blade dimmed as the lightning barrier was dispersed over the area, and a terrible noise, like fingernails on a chalkboard, screeched in the air before a metallic snap marked the end of the attack. The blade lay in two pieces, and there was a shallow scratch on Thor's scales, but it was already beginning to fade as the lightning pushed back over the breach. Combined attack 1,341 points. The lightning barrier was dispersed by the attack, indicating that it is still in the high awakened rank, but the total defense of the lightning Sero known as Thor is confirmed to be above the threshold for ascended rank. The warrior class teacher informed them. Thor trumpeted in victory, singing a short tune with his voice that sounded almost exactly like the military brass band. The warrior instructor looked over the scratch on Thor's side, which had hardly cut through a third of a scale and hadn't touched the thicker section, or the harder core of the defensive plating. Impressive. I am fairly certain that he could take that strike to his side even without his lightning barrier. If it was the harder armor of his protective ridge or his horns, it is doubtful that the attack would have much of an effect at all. He informed the gathered students. Most of the students sighed at the information that the Sero was fully capable of beating them to a pulp. His barrier was also his attack skill, and if it was at the upper awakened rank, then it was stronger than any defensive skills that they had, while they would be completely incapable of injuring him. Are we going to test the others before they go to their training? Daniel asked after giving Thor a friendly pat on the head ridge. We might as well. Do you have the defensive barriers for the ranged attack skills with you? Rita asked the warrior class teacher. Of course. They live in the storage unit right there. Do you want me to get them set up? I thought we had already determined Thor's ability. He replied. We've still got to test Ray and Hawk's attack skills. We know they're not the most durable of monsters, and neither knows a comprehensive defensive ability, but their attack skills have been growing at a phenomenal rate. Rita explained. The students started to get excited. They got to see Hawk in action all the time, when he was messing with the mages on the other side of the training grounds, but very few had seen Ray at all, much less having seen her using her skills. The teacher tasked a group to bring out the official testing gear, and gave a sad look at the broken training sword. Those are supposed to hold up to ascended rank attacks. I guess they do have an expiration date. He sighed. Rita shook her head. I think it was the vibration from scraping over the scales that caused the failure. The sword was vibrating like a tuning fork in my hands when I made contact, and that is likely what shattered the blade. The teacher made a note and smiled. Now that is an interesting side effect. Thor, do you mind if I test something? Thor made a gesture that everyone took as a shrug, and the teacher took out a long metal staff. He simply set it on Thor's back once the Sero took down the lightning barrier, and then rapidly pulled it toward himself. The same screech filled the air, but at a slightly different tone that sounded much more like an angle grinder on plate steel. Sparks showered the area, and Karl watched as the staff vibrated in the teacher's hand. Then he turned the formerly round object over, and gave an impressed whistle as he viewed the flat underside. Then he took out a small bag and gathered the metal filings from Thor's scales and went back to taking notes. That is incredible. The scales are harder than the chromoly alloy that we use for weapons, and the rough surface shreds them like a grinder. I am a commander rank warrior from the second-year batch, and even I have rarely seen such an effective tool. He informed the group. That would make him about 24, Karl noted. He looked older, but not by much, and Karl should have realized that he was one of the divine injection elites. But somehow, his mind kept associating the teachers with the rare magical warriors and mages that came before the injections. All right, now that my curiosity is sated, let's call out Ray and Hawk to see what they can do. Is a simple attack on our sensor plate enough for them, or should we get out some fancier targets? The teacher asked. Rita gave Karl a look that said to be happy with the official testing plates and not to get the urge to show off. But she was way behind, and both Hawk and Ray were already thinking of ways that they could upstage Thor and look more impressive for the crowd. Karl smiled at Sergeant Rita. Well, Ray does specialize in bleeding attacks, so perhaps it's better to have the dummy that shows off the bleed effect. But if there isn't one nearby, we can use the regular plating. Rita sighed, and the warrior class professor shook his head. We don't have one here. There are only a few in the indoor training area. So we will have to just test the actual attack power and then note the additional bleeding afterwards. What skill does she know that causes bleeding? Karl smirked, and Daniel answered the question for him. She learned to use lacerate after seeing one of the senior year students using it in training. The bleeding damage will be significant, but I think that the damage to the training plates should be enough to show off her destructive nature. Then Alice perked up and raised her hand. I have an idea. Do we still have one of those dummy training vehicles for the artillery mages? We can let her shred an armored car. Just put different plates on each zone and see how long she takes to get through. Terrifying the students with a giant spider tearing apart an armored car was what Rita was trying to avoid, but both the warrior class professor and the students seemed even more enthusiastic about the idea than Alice was, and a pair were sent to pull the dummy vehicle over. It is already set up with 3 grades of plating for the upcoming exams. I won't tell Ray which are which, but she should be able to tell once she starts. The warrior explained. The vehicle was just a shell with detachable plates, and didn't quite look like a functional vehicle, but it was close enough for the purposes of training, and they had even put a test mannequin in the driver's seat. The vehicle was blocked in place with tire chocks, and the teacher gestured toward it. If you can call Ray out, we will be able to test impact force from the sensors on the back of the plates, and cutting force from the damage done to the plates themselves. Hawk thought that sounded pretty good as well. He wouldn't mind chopping up an armored vehicle, so he would go after Ray and finish off the damaged target. Don't destroy it too badly. The chassis needs to be reused for the testing of others. We will have to let them replace the plates or find another target before you can play with it. Karl warned him. You're no fun. Why does everyone else get to show off? Hawk complained. You will get your turn, just probably not to turn the armored car into scrap, since the warriors still need that one. Karl tried to calm him. I won't forget. If I can't eat the target, it should at least be fun. Ray faded from her normal matte black with red lower legs to the mottled green and brown of the armored car, matching herself to the camouflage pattern on the vehicle. The effect made the student smile, but when the teacher gave her the nod of readiness, and Ray launched herself at it, tearing the hood off immediately and discarding it to punch an armored foreleg through the windshield and bite a chunk of roof plating off, the amusement turned to horror. Within seconds, most of the plating was destroyed, the doors had been torn off their hinges, and even the ascended rank plating was dented and bent far enough for her to tear it off the vehicle. Ray hopped off the armored car with the driver dummy in her mandibles as a sign of victory, and the students cheered. That was insane. I used to have a cat that went crazy when the food was brought out. This was a bit like that, except Ray actually peeled the can open to get to the food inside. One of the warriors noted. One of the others shuddered. That wasn't a mental image that I needed. Did you know that spiders usually eat their prey alive? Ray nodded happily, and a number of the other students backed away. It's their instinct. Fresh food is best, and you can't get any more fresh than that. Karl explained. And if you start while they're alive, they will sing for you as you eat. Ray added. I'm not telling them that. The warrior class teacher gave a rueful look at the mangled vehicle. Some of those armor plates weighed over 100 kilos, and they had been tossed around like bits of tin as Ray looked for the best way into the vehicle. Maximum combined attack power is exactly 1,500 points. That is well into ascended rank attack power. I did notice that the attack force increased as the assault went on. Does she need time to build up her attack power? The teacher asked after a moment to check the numbers. Only the first time. One of her skills is adaptive, so after she has learned the most effective way to destroy a target, she won't have to do it again. But this is the first time she has faced an armored car. Karl explained. So, we just taught her to tear apart an armored car, and the next time she does, she will start where she finished this time. The professor asked. In response, Ray shot out one armored forelimb, and the whole vehicle rocked up on two wheels as she punched a hole in one of the remaining plates. I will take that as a yes. 1,453 points. The warrior laughed. Then the professor turned to the crowd. Can anyone suggest a more effective method of getting the driver out of the vehicle? Thor flicked his head and stomped his feet, earning a pat from the teacher. That is one way. If you flip it over and attack from the underside, you can get in more easily, as the floor pan is only one plate. He agreed. Or you could start with cutting the hinges and pulling the door off instead of destroying the armor. One of the students asked. That's another possibility. Hawk exited the space and took flight overhead, then sprayed a plume of flame at the vehicle, letting it stop short of actually making contact, as Karl had told him not to destroy it. The teacher shook his head. Well, I suppose that is right as well. If you set the car on fire, he will come out of his own free will. One of the warriors in this group had been with Karl on the away mission, and he took out the flaming sword he had gotten as a reward. That would do it, but first you need to penetrate the vehicle, unless you are going to attack the fuel tank through its armor plating. The teacher reminded him. One of the warriors walked over to the armored car and pulled up the front. Even with half the plates lying on the ground around the vehicle, he still couldn't lift it. Can even Thor flip this thing at a dead stop? He asked. Thor put his upper pair of horns under the floor and lifted it until the wheels came off the ground, then stepped back. Point taken. Warrior strength and monster strength are not the same thing. Alice waited for the boy to step back, and then cast layered barriers over the armored car. Hawk, how about we see how long it takes you to get to the car? Some of the sensors are still set up to record your attack power, so you can show off for us. The petite mage suggested. Hawk crowed, and seemed to shimmer in the air as if surrounded by immense heat. Then, Shred smashed through the first 3 layers of barrier in a single volley, and another barrage was close behind it. The 4th and 5th barriers went down as Hawk dove and spit out a fireball that engulfed the area, taking out the 6th barrier with ease. The 7th was covered in flames from the attack, and when Hawk hit it with a twin barrage of Rend, the barrier broke and the last of the 6 Rend slashes hit the truck. Top attack power recorded as 1290. Ascended rank energy, and from the damage to the barriers, I will say that it was comfortably over the ascended rank combined attack power. The warrior's professor noted. It was. The multiple ascended rank attacks at once are truly impressive in their total output. Alice agreed. Then Alice let out a stream of water that put out the burning grass, and Hawk cast her a suspicious look. Oh, don't glare at me like that. I'm a wind mage, I just happen to know both basic water and fire spells. She informed the bird. Hawk grumbled as he continued to fly, then glided over to where the mages were practicing to take out his annoyance on the water mages in that class. Inside joke. The warrior professor asked. Hawk has a vendetta against water magic for flowing around Rend attacks. Karl explained to the warrior's teacher. He's a unique one, for sure. But it looks like he has the tools to deal with them now. All right, everyone, enough gawking. Get back to work, you're already behind the friendly Sero, and you're not going to catch up without hard work. The professor insisted, chasing his students back to their training stations. Karl gestured toward the Berserker area. Thor, you can go practice Earthquake as well. We will work on a plan to build up your lightning soon, don't worry about it and just keep working on your skills. One of the students frowned at them as Karl sent the other 2 pets away. If you say that Ray will be testing our guard skills, I am going to suffer a sudden illness that requires me to recover in my room for the day. He insisted. Karl laughed at the horror of the warriors, thinking that they would have to face Ray in combat. These were all first-year students. There wasn't even a faint possibility that they would be able to deal with that sort of attack. Even if offensive optimization wasn't a passive effect, they wouldn't stand a chance against her strength, and Ray wasn't one of the more physically overwhelming monsters. Rita shook her head. No, we won't do that to you. Ray is going to practice her bleed effect optimization, and then we have to prepare Karl for an away trip. Only one of the students here knew that Karl had just gotten back from a trip, and he was more than a little jealous. But as strong as the pets were now, he would probably be heading out with an ascended rank group to try to solidify his gains and get himself recognized as an ascended elite during the end of the semester exams. The speed of his growth was far beyond what anyone would call reasonable, and even the speed of his pet's growth was crazy. The wind speed hawk wasn't full-grown for over a year, and the lightning sparrow shouldn't be full-grown until 3 years old, but Thor was most of the way there already. He actually had far less than Ray to improve until he reached his expected maximum power, now that his body had received such a significant gain from the Drakescale potions, and he was well over half-grown already. Ray was closer to her adult size, but fortunately for the armored car, not so close to her maximum strength. Finding a resource that would allow her to increase her power would be a difficult task, but Karl was certain that at some point they would find something that she simply must have. It had been that way with the others. When they found the best resources for their growth, they knew it. So, he just had to keep looking, and they would find a way to help Ray break through her limits once she reached them. Rita led the group away from the warrior training, and Ray returned to her web to have a little nap and dream of tearing apart armored vehicles. The two bureau agents were a bit too relaxed right now, and they couldn't have known about the actual attack power of the pets, so Karl assumed that it was a front for the eagerness to tell him something. They were all excellent at hiding their emotions, but the fact that they were doing it when there was no obvious reason for them to be doing it was also a tell, and that it let Karl know that there was something that he was missing. Rita led them to a classroom, where the remainder of the Bureau of Elite Development team was already waiting, along with Dana and 2 older soldiers that Karl didn't know. Colonel Valerie addressed the group. Good, the last of our people are here. I have been made aware that there was a need for some practical experience, so I have arranged another mission for you too. There are constant monster problems in the Golden Dragon Nation, that's no secret to anyone. But now that you are both on the stronger side of Awakened as elites, the defense against those monster attacks are part of your responsibilities. Normally, the students only get to apply for a lottery to deal with issues in this immediate region, but we have noticed a larger issue further from the major population centers. It is our suspicion that there is an overloaded dungeon or an active portal somewhere in the region, and we haven't found it yet. So, someone needs to deal with the overflow of monsters that are appearing every day, and the regular duty soldiers would greatly appreciate a short leave. With that in mind, we have volunteered you too, as well as a combined team of professional exterminators and a team from the church, to fill in for them. Karl was speechless. There were monsters just appearing every single day. What sort of insane scenario was that? But when he thought about it for a while, the elites had been constantly killing monsters for a decade, and the army had been killing them even longer than that, while their numbers never really went down. Most of the continent was wilderness, that was undeniable, but the monsters shouldn't have been breeding fast enough to remain an issue. So we will be working in a large team to clear the area. Or to search for the source? Karl asked. Colonel Valerie shook her head. No, you will be working in small groups to control the monster population, while you hunt for the source. The primary goal is to be population control. The military has been unsuccessfully searching the area for months, so our thought is that the source is underground or otherwise hidden from us. So, the priority is keeping the population from growing enough that it will be a threat to the nearby towns. She explained. Karl looked at the 2 soldiers, who smiled back. We are the helicopter pilots. We will be taking you to the rest of the team this afternoon. Now, I believe that someone said you have beasts on your team. How much space do they need, and do they need containment while flying? Karl shook his head. I am able to hold them in a separate space, and they are no threat while flying. If there are no other students going, then you only need seats for the two of us. Colonel Valerie cleared her throat. There will be others going with you. For senior teams are looking for resources in that general vicinity. They will be dropped first, and then you will be deposited with your teams, and the flight will return to base awaiting the call to recover successful mission teams. Dana took out a notepad and a pen. At least there won't be any wasted space. What do we know about the monsters in the area? Karl hurried to do the same, pulling a pen and notepad from his wasted space, just as Colonel Valerie began her explanation. There have been at least 3 goblin tribes spotted in the area. We have reports of roaming ogres and trolls, and an unconfirmed report that there might be an Etten mage in the vicinity. Strengths have varied, with most of the goblins being on the low common grade range, but the ogres and trolls are all awakened rank. If there is an Etten mage, it will most likely be ascended rank. However, there is a possibility that there will be an entirely different set of monsters when you arrive. 2 weeks ago, the area was nearly overrun with minotaur and tremor-hide worms. Karl knew what a minotaur was, but the worms were a new one to him. He didn't recall seeing them in any of his books. Tremor-hide worms are 10 meters long, and large enough to swallow a grown man whole. However, they are slow-moving and restricted to sandy areas. They can't move through rock, and are especially obvious and ineffective in wooded areas. The colonel explained. Then she continued with her mission priorities. If the makeup of the monsters in the area doesn't change, then we would ask that you bring back the heads of the Etten mage, if you should happen to find it. They are a hot topic of study these days, as so few ogre-type species can use magic well. They're not particularly bright, and the government is curious about the brain makeup of the mages. The rest is up for grabs, and you can keep what you want. It should be noted that the monsters in this sort of self-spawning region often have treasures with them that are far beyond what they should normally have. It has been known for them to have valuable potions, magical weapons, and even enchanted gems in their possession, so check everything that you kill. Karl felt Hawk and Ray laughing in his mind. Killing was their specialty, and neither of them had hands to be searching through the belongings of filthy ogres and trolls. When they got there, they would be able to hunt to their heart's content, and leave Karl to dig in the filth for treasures. There wasn't much more information forthcoming about the mission. The details of such actions were normally held within the military and the upper ranks of government, which Colonel Valerie would count as, but her department was elite development, so she might have only just been briefed on this herself and didn't want to have to look up all the little details to answer questions. When do we leave? Karl asked. Right about now. Do you need anything from your rooms? We have the kit bags packed and ready to go, loaded to ascended mission standards, so there are some more medical potions and cooking supplies as well as the rations. Colonel Valerie replied. Dana gave her a curious look. Why were there no cooking supplies in the last mission packs? How many of you actually knew how to cook? That's why. If we relied on the first years to cook for themselves, they would become nutritionally deficient before the mission was over, but you will have clerics with you on this mission, and they can create food. Plus, the other elites are known to hunt for themselves occasionally, or bring various vegan options, depending on their preference. That is why I asked if you need to go to your rooms to get anything. The colonel explained with a smug smile on her face. She wasn't wrong, though. Only one in the initial group actually knew how to cook. On the way back they had gained Sister Betty, who was much more knowledgeable, and even the 2 clerics they had rescued had some cooking skills. Will there be a water mage with us? Rationed water is no fun. Karl asked. There should be. I can't guarantee that the 2 of you will be together for these missions, as they will be split into smaller teams, and 2 rookies would be a liability. But there are usually either mages or clerics capable of creating water with each team. Karl will presumably take the role of one of the warriors, while Dana will be their secondary mage. Most government-issued missions call for groups that are a minimum of 3 people for awakened rank or lower incidents, 5 for ascended rank threats. That is the safety tolerance. I believe I mentioned once before that it would look terrible to the public if they found out that we had lost a student or a promising young elite. Not that any of the elites are particularly old, the program has only been running for 10 years, but you get my point. The team members all chuckled at her reference. She was one of the early testers of the divine serum, so she was older than the mainstream elites, but still not far into her 30s. All right, we will take the packs and head out as soon as we have checked them. Karl agreed. They're in the helicopter. Good luck, and we will see both of you soon. Karl and Dana followed the pilots out, while the Bureau agents prepared for whatever they would be doing while the pair were away from the academy for an undefined amount of time. If the goal was population control, it might take them a week or a month or a season. There was no clear end point, unless they were going to be relieved as soon as the regular teams returned from their vacation. That seemed unlikely to Karl. Back at the mines, there was always a bit of overlap after holidays, when they pushed to get more done than the standard quota to make up for the missed productivity. The same was likely true here, where the regular teams would join the substitutes for a day or two before the relief teams were sent back home. Karl called the beasts back into their spaces, interrupting their training, but for a good reason. Thor was a bit disappointed that he had to stop playing so soon, but he would get to see new places, so it was a fair trade in his mind. Hawk had no problem returning. The mages hadn't come up with any new strategies since yesterday, anyhow. Each of the helicopters had 20 students already in them when they arrived, and the pilots pulled Karl and Dana toward separate rides to grab their gear. Karl waved goodbye to the mage as he wondered when they would next see each other, but the door closed as soon as he had his pack and had taken his seat. The pilots weren't waiting anymore, and headed straight out to their first destinations. The berserker beside Karl smiled and patted him on the shoulder. The face was familiar, and Karl realized that he knew him from earthquake training. "What are you doing alone on a helicopter? Are you assigned to join one of the teams?" the muscular man asked. "I'm getting airdropped in as support for an existing team, or so I have been told. I got the lottery win for a relief operation, so a regular military team can get days off," Karl explained. "Oh, you lucky bastard. You got the call a month after reaching Awakened, and I didn't get the call until the end of last year. Military support missions are cushy. They throw all sorts of people at them, since they're not professional soldiers. Half of the elites on my mission were blogging and taking selfies as much as they were actually working. It was just one big social media publicity tour. Who knows, you might even get to meet one of your idols." The berserker laughed. The man on the other side of Karl nodded. "Mine wasn't that casual, we were in the woods and actually working, but there were at least 3 times as many people as we needed. We ran across other teams like twice a day. But the team I was with were all idiots. A banker and 2 politicians with their assistants. They had ditched too many calls, so they got forcibly sent on an actual mission. Neither of those options sounded much like what Karl had heard from the colonel, but there was a chance that they were right. She had said that they would be joining a team because the regular one was on days off, but she didn't explicitly state the quality of the team that they would join. For Dana's sake, he hoped they were a good team. He could rely on Hawk and the others, but she was somewhat squishy. Warm too, and soft. Karl caught his wandering thoughts and looked out the window before the berserker realized he had lost track of the conversation. The others were all talking about the various missions that they had been on, so nobody expected Karl to fill in much. As a first year, he wouldn't have been out much, no matter how strong he had gotten. The best advice I can give you is not to piss off the healer. They might seem all righteous and such, but when shit hits the fan, and they have to pick who they heal and who has to suffer and hope they survive until the next spell comes in, you know it's not the group's jerk that gets priority. One of the warriors laughed. The mage next to him laughed. You learned that the hard way. You had a broken leg for all of a lunch break because the healer was too tired for one more spell until after they ate. The warrior nodded solemnly. It was an important learning experience. You're a slow learner, though. Didn't Sister Betty punch you in the face just 2 days ago? One of the other warriors asked. Hey, she's not our healer, and I was very sincere in my intentions. The warrior defended himself. Karl laughed. You should be careful, she's stronger than she looks. She rode to the academy from the seminary with my team after our last mission. The helicopter tilted and dropped toward a mountain valley, which signaled half the students in the vehicle to get their gear ready to depart. Karl noticed that they were loaded in the back half of the helicopter, so their departure wouldn't cause a drastic shift of the balance, and the others spread out as they walked down the ramp, distributing the weight evenly again. You get used to it. Spreading out is not only more comfortable, but it makes for a smoother ride. If you're with a new group, teach them to do it. But mostly the new groups take the train. We were supposed to take it as well, but the storm the other day damaged the tracks, and they're not fixed yet. The berserker explained. I saw that firsthand. We were stuck out in that storm, and we weren't sure that we were going to make it back to the academy at all. As it was, we made it back only 1 day late. Karl agreed. The first team was out, and the crew closed the door as the helicopter lifted off. 5 minutes until the second team departs. Get your gear ready. The crew member riding in the back with them instructed. That was faster than anyone expected, but they already had their bags ready. All they had to do was make sure that nothing was loose or out of place, and then strap them on. The helicopter dropped only a few valleys over, where a small camp was set up. The team got out, and another team of 20 got in. These were older, and dressed for an extended time in the woods, whereas Karl was wearing the Academy's training uniform of cargo pants, tank top, and jacket. It was almost a military look, but anyone in the nation would recognize it as a divine golden Academy uniform. Seriously. Not only do we get a random group from all over the country, we get a kid fresh out of the Academy. Are you even awake in rank yet, kid? One of the women asked. Pushing for Ascended already. I'm there in attack power, but still lacking some durability. Karl replied, resisting the urge to take the bait and get angry at her provocation. The woman rolled her eyes and snapped a punch at his face. Karl reacted instinctively and raised the lightning barrier, which her hand hit with a crackle of energy. Oh, I like this kid. Didn't even flinch. The man beside the irritable woman laughed. Then are you going to take him on your team? She asked. Yeah, I will take him. If he has ascended rank attack power and a lightning shield, he's not going to be a liability. But there's something about the look in his eyes. They're not natural, obviously, but they've got that placid look that large monsters give you, like they know you can't do a damn thing to them. The woman just rolled her eyes, and the group started to split up into teams. They ended up with 7 groups of 3, and Karl moved to join the ones he had been lumped in with. Karl, awakened rank Beastmaster. He introduced himself. Bob and Doug Mackenzie. I'm Robert, an ascended rank warrior, but you can call me Bob, and Doug is a green dragon cleric. The man who had spoken up for him announced. Despite sharing a family name, they didn't look anything alike, but Karl wasn't going to cause strife within with a good team by questioning their parentage. He had gotten a healer, but it would have been nice if they had a mage in the group. The green dragon was the dragon god of nature, and their cleric's role was similar to that of the druids and the world dragon, to keep nature running smoothly, so it made sense that they had been sent to help control the influx of monsters that was upsetting the balance. He should have solid healing skills, and he probably wouldn't be biased against the beasts. The good luck dragon scale charm was working quite reliably, Karl decided. So, what can you tell me about the Beastmaster class? I have never heard of it before, so I don't know what you can do in a fight. The warrior, Bob, asked. I have 3 beasts, actual beasts, not summoned creatures that can be replaced. An evolved wind-speed hawk that has learned fire magic. A lightning cerro, and a bloodbath spider. The lightning barrier is a skill I learned from Thor, the lightning cerro. I can also use rend, and we can hear each other's thoughts to fight as a group. Karl explained. Doug smiled, and his face suddenly looked much younger than it had a moment ago under his mop of black curls. Now, we must be in luck. We got extra team members. It's always better not to be outnumbered. Don't worry, we will take good care of your partners. Are they all awakened rank or higher? Or is one of them still young? He asked. They're all still young, but they're all at awakened rank in body or better. Hawk and Ray, the bloodbath spider, aren't exactly tanks, but they are fast and agile. Are you familiar with the species? Karl asked. Bob nodded. Yeah. It's going to be a bit freaky having them around, but Doug is good with things like that. The flight was silent for a few minutes, and then the crew alerted them that they were going to be landing again. The other helicopter was visible in the distance, so they were all working the same area, which was a relief to Karl, who could see 2 different camps set up near the river that ran through the area. Bob raised his voice so he could be heard over the helicopter. We will head for the hills. Our team should be well suited to the scouting of the more rugged areas. The crew member gave him a positive gesture. Zone 1 goes to the Mackenzie brothers and Karl. Call your preferences or I will pick them. The teams quickly picked zones to scout for the next few days, and Karl checked the fit of his pack, so it didn't get uncomfortable as they hiked. As they stepped off the helicopter, Karl saw that there were many more people waiting around the area, and a pair of girls with curly black hair that matched Doug's came over to pull the cleric into a hug. Meet our other 2 team members. Meet Donnie and Danny. Doug introduced the 2 smiling women. Don't tell me, Mackenzie. Karl replied. Right in one. We all volunteered to come when they announced the mission. The whole area has been upgraded to possible ascended rank threat, as we have gotten a confirmation of at least 1 Etten mage in the area. Everyone will be getting 2 more members for their team out of the ones who got here first. One of the identical twin women agreed. Karl looked between them with curiosity. What are the odds that 4 children from the same family would get picked by the serum? Bob laughed. Extremely low. I don't know of more than a few other siblings that are elites. Though, one of the test generation has a son who's in the academy now. But we should get going before the annoying ones want to hold an all-night strategy meeting where they think of reasons that they shouldn't be the ones going out to do the actual work. Bob led them out of the encampment, past sharp-eyed guards, who were giving envious looks to their group with the twins. Most wouldn't realize right away that they were all siblings, other than Karl, so having not just 1 but 2 good-looking women with them would look like an envious situation. So, what are your specialties? Karl asked as they moved out of sight of the camp. We're both mages. I'm better with constructs, and Donnie is better with arcane barriers. Danny explained. They got a kilometer into the woods and Doug gestured to Karl. Call out your team. It's better that we have a chance to meet them in advance, even if they're resting until we're in the threat area. Karl called the 3 out, and Bob froze in place, staring at Ray. Donnie laughed. Oh, this should be fun. Bob is terrified of spiders. Even little ones. Is she friendly? Karl nodded. Generally. She's not always a people person. But Thor is friendly enough for 2 people, so it works out well. Ray laughed at that as Thor made his way to the cleric looking for attention. Hawk flapped up above them and sighed in relief at the chance to stretch his wings. What am I even looking for? He asked. Groups of monsters. There should be goblins, big goblins, ogres with 2 heads that use magic, trolls, and maybe something else. Karl explained, knowing that Hawk hadn't paid any attention to the briefing. Karl sensed Hawk's dismay at the announcement, but he knew that Hawk wasn't afraid of goblins, and probably wasn't afraid of ogres either, considering how much fun he had harassing random bears, which were neither smaller nor weaker than the ogres were. Goblins smell terrible. But at least they will be easy to find. Hawk finally explained. That would explain his reluctance, but he was already off and scouting the area for threats. Hey, this mission is stupidly simple. They're right here. Just turn right a little and you will find them. Hawk informed Karl a few seconds later. Hawk says there are goblins just ahead to the right. I wasn't expecting them to be this close, but he says they're here. Karl explained quietly to the others. The mages looked startled and turned in the indicated direction. Seriously? We're barely out of sight of the camp. What are goblins doing this close to civilization? Our intelligence suggested that they first appear further into the mountains, and that is why we were going there to hunt for them. I only know what Hawk tells me. Should we go? Karl asked. Bob nodded. I will take point with the casters in the middle. You take the rear, with the beasts protecting our flanks. You can have them move further from us, so the goblins don't realize we're all together. I can smell them already. They're coming this way. Ray informed Karl. Split off and hide. Ambush when the time is right. Thor, move forward to fight beside Bob and protect the flank. The goblins are coming our way. Karl warned. The shouts of a goblin hunting squad became audible seconds later, and Karl took out his sword. He stepped off to the side, preparing to defend any attacks that might come from the left while Thor was on the right, but Doug shook his head, and Danny summoned 4 wood golems to encircle the casters. The cleric cast a spell on them, and the wooden bodies turned more sturdy, strengthened by magic. The 2 of them had a system and worked well together. Then Donnie cast a barrier over everyone, and they settled in for the goblin charge. A flurry of rend attacks came down from the sky as Hawk started his offensive, and then there was a shadow moving through the hunting squad like a whirlwind, throwing dismembered limbs in the air as the goblins screamed and tried in vain to run. What in the goddess name was that? One of the mages asked as Ray finished her work and retreated into the trees to wipe herself clean again. That would be Hawk attacking from above, and Ray ambushing from the trees. They're just common rank monsters, so it wasn't a big deal for them to clear them out, I guess. Karl replied. The whole clearing was covered in dismembered goblins, and Karl hesitated. He had been reminded that they might have uncommonly good items on them, but Hawk was right. Goblins smelled terrible, especially the insides of them. The others seemed to be thinking the same thing, as they all hesitated to get any closer. Time to do your part. Don't miss any good stuff. Ray taunted him as Karl prepared to go loot the goblins. You could have at least left them intact, so I wouldn't have to check so many pieces. Karl complained. They're too squishy, they just blew apart when I hit them. I didn't want to use my mandibles, in case something got in my mouth. You already made me drink that potion, I'm not eating goblin. Hawk chimed into the conversation. I see shiny things. Metal shiny and gem shiny. I don't know if they're good things. Karl sighed and stepped forward, earning himself a curious look from the others. Hawk and Ray say that there are shiny things, both metal and gems, on the bodies. We should see if it's valuable or useful. The Bureau of Elite Development said that these are escaped from a spell, and they might have loot that they wouldn't normally own. The others sighed, then spread out in a line, so they could clear out the bodies in one pass, with as little contact as possible. I recommend that you grab a long stick. Poke the bodies to open bags and search them. It might not find everything, but it's better than actually touching them. Doug, the Green Dragon Cleric, suggested. Karl quickly grabbed a stick and got to work checking the bodies. He wasn't sure what was actually worth keeping, but his equipment had a fair bit of storage, and the first thing he found was a decent-sized leather pouch that could hold anything that he gathered. Then there were a few gold rings on one goblin, a quality steel dagger on another, a few scattered gemstones, and finally a golden necklace. "Lay your loot out on the ground and I will purify it." Doug offered helpfully once they were all on the other side of the clearing, where Thor and Ray had joined them. Karl dumped everything out, and then laid the bag on the ground with the rest of the loot. "Well, that's interesting. The majority of this is just shiny metal and simple gems, but one of those rings is magical, and the bag is also enchanted," Doug noted as he finished cleaning. "Do you know what enchantment?" Karl asked. "I know that it's not a curse, but that's not my area of expertise. We will have to have it identified by the spellcrafters when we return. They will know what it does," the cleric explained. Karl shrugged and dumped the loot back into the bag, which he hung by its straps from his belt. If they were going to keep gathering from goblin bodies, he would keep it there, instead of stuffing it in his pack next to his food and spare clothes. The bag wasn't particularly large, but it would hold a half-dozen hauls like this, as long as he didn't keep picking up more weapons. He wrapped the dagger in freshly purified cloth and stuffed it in the bag, as the decoration was pretty, and if he could find a scabbard for it, he would keep it with him. "Should we burn the bodies?" Karl asked the others. Bob shook his head. "The risk of a forest fire is too high. They will decompose quickly out here, if the other monsters don't eat them." With the goblins dead, and the loot cleansed, thanks to the efforts of their cleric, the group started moving toward their destination again, but in a much larger formation. Ray stayed in the trees nearby, and Thor joined Bob at the front of the group, while the wood golems took up positions on the flanks and Karl brought up the rear of the convoy. Nobody was saying anything, but it didn't feel unfriendly, more like it just wasn't necessary to say anything, since everyone understood their roles. If there was a threat, they would call orders, but while just walking, nobody was going to get lost or fall out of position unexpectedly, the way that a bunch of distractible students might. The only one that was truly on edge was Bob, who kept catching glimpses of Ray in the trees, and thinking that they were going to be attacked until he realized that it was just her again. "I think there is something up ahead. The ground here is more packed than small wildlife would account for, and there are broken branches above head height," Bob quietly warned them an hour after they left the goblins behind. Ray made a mental note of that. For a bloodbath spider, prey usually came to them. They didn't go out hunting things, so they had no inherited memory of tracking skills. Hawk hunted by direct sensory input, and he had been guiding them down the trail, but he hadn't seen anything concerning yet. So, it was Karl's use of Hawk's eyesight that finally gave them the clue they needed. "Everyone stop. Face right. I have enhanced eyesight, into the ranges that a wind-speed hawk can see. That includes ultraviolet, and it makes urine and other bodily fluid traces glow in the light. There is a handprint in the ultraviolet spectrum on a tree in that direction, too large to be one of us. It's even larger than Professor Tank's hands, and that man is well over 2 meters tall." Karl whispered. "I will go look," Hawk replied. He couldn't see the handprint from above, as it was hidden under the canopy of the trees, but Hawk did his best to search for anything in the area anyhow. "I think there is a cave up ahead. I can't see it without landing, but something looks wrong," he replied a few minutes later. "Hawk says there might be a cave. It's hidden from above, but he's fairly certain it's there," Karl explained. Bob nodded and led the team forward, following Karl's guidance every time he saw a sign of the large creature. Then, Karl started to see the telltale signs of goblins. Plenty of filth was visible to his enhanced eyesight, but it all stayed tight to the trees, where it wouldn't be seen from above. Bob noticed the signs only seconds after Karl did. "I think they understand about the helicopters. They're hiding from overhead surveillance. But the goblins must have come past here in a large group. They might be under orders from the ogre we have been tracking as well." Goblins are cowards, and ogres are lazy. So, if an ogre comes across a goblin tribe, it will often threaten them to make them work for it. He explained. The mages pulled closer together, ready for an attack, and Karl realized that he had no idea which one was which anymore. They had the same black hair, and the same haircut, and they were wearing the same uniform, with the same last name on their badges. Someone had called Bob and Doug twins as well, but at least they were different sizes, and Doug's hair was longer, while Bob's was cut tight to his head. The smell of burning wood came to them from the distance, and Karl smiled. "We've found them. I smell campfire. So unless the forest is burning, there is someone up ahead," he whispered. Bob led them forward, with Thor doing his best to be silent beside the warrior, and they burst into a clearing with their weapons up. "You vanished," Hawk complained, then dove under the tree line to join them and protect Karl. But there was nothing to protect them from. In front of them stood a large cave entrance, giving off a slight plume of smoke from a cooking fire inside, and a full 10-person military team was sitting around on the rocks. "Damn it, we thought we found an ogre camp." Bob sighed as he realized the situation. The warrior at the fire smiled at him. "You did, but about 6 hours too late. We got 4 ogres and 15 goblins out of the cave. There should be more goblins nearby, but we are waiting for them to come back." Karl looked up and noticed the slight shimmer of a spell that had been hiding them from Hawk's vision, as well as the obvious signs on the trees of a violent battle having taken place in the recent past. Bob smiled at the warrior. "I think that we found the rest of your goblins. The beasts with our team cleared out an entire hunting party just an hour or so ago. We followed the game track they were on, and it led us here." The team looked immensely relieved, and began to relax a little. There were still plenty of dangers in the woods, but if Karl's team had killed off the rest of the goblins who lived here, then at least nothing would be looking for their resting spot tonight. "Why don't you all take a break here for a bit? It's still early, but it gets dark fast in the hills, and there might be more monsters about," the warrior suggested. Bob shook his head. "We are headed for Region 1, and we should try to get closer to it tonight. There were a half-dozen more fresh teams headed out today, so you might come across another if they know how to track. Try not to ambush them before realizing they are humans." The warrior nodded, and Bob gestured for his team to keep moving. Once they were another kilometer down the road, Bob turned back to the group. "They are sitting in an empty ogre den. Something is going to notice that the ogre clan is gone soon, and then they will come looking to take over the cave. We will swing by there again on our way back and see what has moved in," he explained. Hawk returned to his patrols high in the sky once he realized that his senses had been tricked by magic, while Bob led them through the woods to a small river. From his limited experience, Karl recalled that rivers should be a gathering point for monsters needing a drink, but the area was quiet, with only a few small tree animals. The rest had been scared off by the presence of Ray, who was still hiding in the trees, or by the noise that the group with Thor and the 4 tree golems was making. They weren't going to win any stealth awards today, but nobody was seeing signs of large monsters, and they weren't worried about the smaller native ones. "Once we find a good way across the river, we will move into the hills and find a campsite for the night," Bob explained. It was only about 10 meters wide, but it looked fairly deep, and none of them were looking forward to getting soaked right before the sun went down in the mountains. "I will make a bridge for you," Ray offered. "Ray will hook us up. Just give her a moment to work, and she will have a way across the river," Karl explained to the others. She was already getting to work, attaching her web to trees on opposite sides of the river, and creating a small, woven platform for them to cross. Then she added a handhold line up near shoulder height, and darted across it to add a bit more securement to the other side. Bob gave the silk rope bridge a look of trepidation, but he stepped up onto it, and easily balanced as he made his way across. The mages looked at the bridge and shook their heads. "There is no way we're making it across that without dumping ourselves in the river. One of them, possibly Danny, informed Karl with a frown. What if we send your packs first? Or should I have Ray make more bridge for you? It's not going to fall in the water. Karl asked. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Doug smirked as he relieved one of the mages of her pack and nimbly danced across the bridge, putting one foot in front of the other. They're just incredibly uncoordinated. Taking the packs from them is a good idea, but they still might not be able to walk a straight line. He taunted. I could throw them. Thor suggested. Hopefully, it won't come down to having Thor toss you. How about you pass me your remaining pack and give it a try? The upper rope is sturdy, just keep a good hold on it and you won't fall in the river. Karl offered. The remaining pack was handed to him, and the mage stepped up on the bridge, wobbling a little as she took her first few steps. But after that, she was getting the hang of it, and after a close call that left her hanging off the handrail for a moment, she made it to the other side. How is Thor going to make it to the other side? The remaining mage asked. He will just duck into the separate space where he rests, and then come out again when I'm on the other side. Karl laughed, while imagining the sight of Thor trying to cross a single rope bridge. The mage carefully crossed the river, then Karl walked across behind her, before turning back to the bridge. I suppose we should take that down, unless we are going to need it to go back. Or at least disable it so it doesn't let anything else cross the river. He suggested. Yeah, we could cut it and let it fall. Most creatures wouldn't be able to reuse it anyhow. How long will the silk last? Bob asked. Karl shrugged. As long as it needs to, I suppose. It normally doesn't dissolve or anything. Leave it. Someone else will need to get across the river soon, and they will likely be following the same trail that we are. We have to cross 2 more search areas before we get where we are going, and they will appreciate the ability to get across. Well, at least after they realize that it isn't a trap by a giant spider to get them stuck in the middle of the river. Ray perked up at the suggestion. That was actually brilliant. Just a bit of sticky silk, and she could get them stuck right in the middle, where they would be out in the open and nearly helpless. But she resisted the urge to booby-trap the bridge, and waited patiently for the group to continue. The sun was about to hit the mountains, and while it would be twilight for a few hours still, the direct light was about to end for the day. As we have Ray here, why don't we camp up in a tree tonight? It will be softer and safer than camping on the ground, and she is fast with the web. It isn't too draining, is it? Bob asked as the light began to fade, marking time to get their camp set up. Ray gave him what he took for an enthusiastic gesture, and Hawk informed her of a good tree nearby, with large wide branches that could be used to make a tree fort. She says it's not, and she's off to build us a camp in a spot that Hawk picked nearby. He says the tree has nice wide branches for a nest. Karl explained as the spider vanished. The mages smiled at Karl. You know, it's really handy having her around. Setting up camp is always the most annoying part of the day, and you usually end up having to sleep on rocks and tree roots, or out in the open where anything could see you. But being in the trees will limit the number of monsters that can get to us, and Ray should be able to make a decent canopy to keep the rain off and the bugs out. Ray was listening in from a distance and perked up at the mention of bugs. Do you think there are bugs big enough to eat here? I can make a sticky tent. She eagerly suggested. I can't say for sure, but we're in the right area for them. There might even be another giant beetle out here, or some of the vampire flies, which are nearly as big as my forearm. Karl informed her. Ray started to alter her idea from just a platform to an awning tent that would enclose the area, trapping any bugs that tried to go for the team, so she could eat them later. Karl led the team over to the chosen tree, and saw that Ray had made them a ladder to climb up the 50 meters to where she had chosen to put their encampment in a large redwood tree overlooking a clearing. The view was incredible, and the tree towered over most of the others in the area, which would let them scout for enemies easily when the sun came back up. "How far are we from our search area?" Karl asked as they looked up into the tree. "We should be right near the edge of it now. Let me double-check the map, but I believe that our area started just behind us," Bob replied. The mages smiled. "That means we can keep this as our base camp until we've finished with the area. It takes ages to do a full search, and there are fresh monsters appearing every day, so even if we clean them out one day, we will have to start over the next. But with a good base camp, we can just keep scouting and returning to the same spot without letting the monsters build up." Karl nodded in understanding. "You hear that, Ray? This will be a regular spot, so feel free to make more webs in the area if you want to catch snacks." Bob sighed as he saw Ray start to spin more webs in the area, filling the treetops and linking them together into one large web. "Did you have to tell her that?" he asked. "Of course. She's going to get hungry, and we need to get rid of the excess monsters, so the more that she catches in her web, the fewer that we have to hunt. I will ask her to leave some at ground level as well, since we're not just after monsters that climb trees," Karl explained with a smile. Karl led the group up the ladder and into the large tree fort that Ray had created for them, complete with a nest for Hawk that he was filling with leaves and small branches for comfort. There seemed to be a number of magical resources in that pile. Karl could sense the energy coming from the pile, but he didn't recognize any of the plants, so Hawk's comfort was worth more than an unknown leaf. Not every magical resource had a known usage. Some were just plants that held a bit of mana in them, and were either a bit more durable than usual or longer lived. It had only taken a few minutes to make the web fort, which was smooth on the inside, but open like any other net, while there was a sticky and much more tightly woven layer underneath. That would keep the pests out, but it would also let the breeze in. That might be undesirable from a temperature standpoint, but for the sense of smell, it was vital. The awning overhead was proper silk cloth, keeping the rain off, and the sides were loosely woven, but Karl didn't see any issues with the design, other than the lack of a solid surface to cook on. They should be able to come up with something, though. Even if it was just a split log to set the cooking stove on. The mages were panting and cursing by the time that they made it up the ladder, and Ray was doing her best not to laugh at their lack of physical fitness. The rest of the group had superhuman strength and endurance, but they had to climb all the way up with normal human strength. The group had come up one at a time, concerned about the strength of Ray's ladder, but her web was made to contain monsters of her level. If an ascended monster could tear the web simply by hanging on it, the bloodbath spider would starve. This is nice. I mean, really nice. When we go out with larger military groups, it's common for them to have a large canvas tent designed to hold the whole team, and it takes up a whole backpack. This reminds me of that, but it's so well blended to the surroundings. Bob congratulated Ray on her handiwork. She had put great effort into making the canopy blend in with the tree, and she had even pulled small branches and leaves into the weave so that they would shield the fort from outside detection until it was too late for the victims to avoid being captured. They would smell and hear the people in the tree and get lured in, but they would never expect the whole area to be surrounded in spider web. Doug settled in with his back against the tree and cast a spell that made a branch grow out past him and then flatten into what looked like a cutting board. The advantages of having a nature priest with you. I'm very good at plant growth magic. Now, I will get started on dinner, and you all can lay out your sleeping bags. We will work out the watch schedule after we eat. The cleric explained quietly. Every communication out here was done in a hushed tone, so you didn't alert your target to your presence, and for these experienced adventurers, it had nearly become second nature. Karl laid out his bag next to Hawk's nest and watched the others finish setting up for the evening on the soft, springy net. If you don't mind my asking, what do you all do when you haven't been called to a monster control battle? He asked the group. Doug chuckled and gestured to his simple green cleric robes. I think you can guess what I do for a living. But I am also on the Environmental Protection Agency's emergency response team, so they call me when there is a toxic spill or other environmental disaster to help with cleanup. Most of the time, I teach students at the seminary academy or tour the parishes to make sure that the church crops are doing well. Bob just shrugged. This is what I do for a living. I am out here full-time, working on commission from the government. One of the twins gestured between the two of them. We work for a security company in the capital. I'm actually highly skilled with security cameras and all sorts of alarm systems, so we only use our magic 1 week a month when we come to join Bob in the woods. It's a bit like a camping trip, a family tradition, but with dangerous monsters. That's quite the family resume. I still haven't even started to think about what I'm going to do after graduation. It's nice out here, and having grown up in the mines, I have a particular fondness for anywhere that is not a narrow underground tunnel. But other than that, I have no idea. Karl replied. Bob laughed. I doubt you have to worry about it. I checked your deployment orders before I got on the plane, and you've been sent here by the Bureau of Elite Development. They never latch on to anyone that they don't have a plan for. If my guess is right, they think that you will keep progressing, and then end up in one of those fancy government jobs as Grand High Muckety Muck. That made Doug laugh so hard he almost dropped the potatoes he was cutting. Well, that's one way to phrase it. The Bureau tends to focus on people who will become either powerful or famous in the future. You don't look like the sort that wants to be on television, so I think they will likely push for you to take on a job like Bob's or to go into the Defense Department. If you make it past commander and into the royal and monarch ranks, it is almost guaranteed to be government. But any further than that and things get murky. They don't have so many overlords that they can just afford to have them wandering around doing what they please. That much power is what they call a strategic asset. The sort of person that can be used as a threat to make the aggressive beast clans and other nations back down. Aggressive beast clans? Karl asked. Doug shrugged. You know, like the Drakes, the Phoenix clans, the Wild Dragons, and the Griffin nests. The sort of beasts that have human or higher intelligence and very little patience for stupidity. Hawk squawked with laughter at that. It was a wonderful description of the most powerful of magical beasts. Bob smiled at his brother as he added his opinion. It's not like they're at war with us, but every time someone does something that irritates them, we need to convince them not to go on a rampage to prevent it from happening again. Especially the Drakes. They're incredibly irritable, and then there are the Drake Riders, who are a bunch of nut bars on a good day. Karl chuckled. So I've heard. Well, at least here we get to just look over our zone and find the prey. We don't need to worry about all those little details. All of my beasts are right on the borderline between awakened and ascended, so with a bit more effort and a little push, we might manage to advance and get recognized as ascended during the next round of exams. One of the mages sighed. Lucky bugger. I didn't pass the ascended exam until my last year at the academy, in the final semester, no less. You can't be that old yet. Karl shook his head. No, I'm still in my first year. Everyone turned to stare at him when Karl made that announcement. Say that again. Did you just say that you're in the first year? As in, you're planning to make ascended during the end of your first semester's exams. When did they even test you to awakened? It's not midterms yet, is it? Bob asked. No, we're still not at midterms. Actually, I think I will miss them because of the mission. But I was tested to awaken 3 weeks after I got to the academy, when Hawk started to really grow in potential. Ray and Thor joined us a few weeks later, but they're growing fast. Karl explained. They're growing exceptionally fast if they're already this size and were infants when you got them. At least, I assumed that they were newborns at the start of the school year. Bob asked. Eggs, actually. I got them all as eggs, and I've raised them from that. Karl agreed. I think that I see now why the Bureau is so excited to get their hands on you. You're growing at an insane rate, and that always comes with an extra dose of good luck. Now, some people will look down on the luck factor, but luck is very real. Bob replied. Tell me about it. The church even gave me a good luck charm when we stopped by there to pick up a cleric after my last resource-gathering mission. Karl agreed. You got a lucky charm from the church. What the dragon is the point of that? Anyone lucky enough to get one of their dragon-scale luck charms doesn't need the bloody things anyhow. Doug laughed. The whole group laughed as Doug pulled a lucky dragon scale from under his robes, and then the others all did the same. All right, maybe they're not as rare as I might have thought they were. Karl corrected himself. Bob laughed. No, they really are. But like Brother Doug said, those with good enough luck to get one don't need them. How did you think we all ended up together to form a super team? Pure blind luck. You really couldn't ask for a better group at our power level. I've got much stronger than usual defensive abilities for a warrior. We have both a barrier and a golem mage, plus a nature priest and a beast master, whose team not only includes a tank and an ambush attacker, but a flying scout. Compared to the average 5-person team, which might not even have a competent cleric, as they just send whoever is available, our group is living at large. We don't even need to sleep on the ground. Ray made us this lovely treehouse, and Doug will have a hot meal ready in just a few minutes, since priests of the Green Dragon are capable of creating all sorts of food, and not just the simple rice and beans. Doug tapped his cook pot with a wooden spoon. Speaking of which, there's food ready now. Just a simple veggie board, but that should hold you until I've got dinner cooked. Do Hawk and Ray need anything? I have meat stored for Hawk, and he doesn't really like anything else. Or at least I've never seen him interested in eating vegetables. Ray likes all sorts of things, from blood to insects and small monsters. But if her guess is right, she will be able to gorge herself on what comes to the webs tonight. Karl replied. In that case, just give this to Thor if you can. Doug agreed, and handed Karl an armload of what looked like herbs. Karl passed it into the beast space for Thor, who sniffed at them carefully, then picked them up and mixed them into the mass of plants he had been eating. These are tasty. Thor mumbled as he tested the new concoction. He says they are very good, thanks. Karl relayed. Excellent. It's a spell that I don't get to use often because we're usually traveling by helicopter or car. It is intended for a mount, but it should be good for Thor as well. The cleric explained. Thor laughed at that, and Ray sent Karl the mental image of the cleric riding the Cerro and waving around his club. Karl couldn't resist laughing, and the group gave him strange looks. Sorry, they send me mental images, and some of them are funny. Ray was thinking about you riding Thor with your club flailing around to attack goblins. He informed them while trying to stifle his laughter. The mages snickered, and Bob made his best gallant knight expression. Have it you, foul beasts. Brother Douglas and his noble steed Thor are here to smite you down. He joked. Doug got a pensive look on his face. You know, he's nearly shoulder height. I bet I could actually ride on his back. But he might be slippery without a saddle. Karl shook his head. Quite the opposite. His scales look shiny, but they've got the surface of a drake scale, and they would tear your clothing to bits when you shifted. The group looked a bit confused, likely because a lightning Cerro normally had smooth scales, but they didn't question how that had happened. Doug passed out plates of what looked like steak and potatoes with mixed veggies, and Karl gave his dinner an appreciative look. That's a mushroom, not a steak, but they taste pretty similar. Nature Priest doesn't actually eat meat most of the time. One of the twin mages informed Karl. I won't argue. Good food is good food. If we can avoid eating the ration packs, I can avoid the internal chaos that they cause. He replied. Bob chuckled. Reducing toilet usage in the woods, you see. But you'll need a gallon of prune juice and some heartburn medicine when you get back. We will take the watch in order of age, so you've got the early morning shift, Karl. Can you cook at all? Doug asked. Karl's sad expression told them as much as his words. Not much. I started to learn after the last trip, when I realized how useful of a skill it is, but I don't know much. That's fine. I am the oldest, so I have first watch and I will wake up with the dawn if there are no other issues. Is Ray good for the evening? She's still outside somewhere. Doug replied. Karl sent a thought out to find Ray, who was setting up webs near ground level to trap roaming monsters. She had already caught a few small monsters, but that wasn't enough for a full meal, and she was looking forward to the nocturnal monsters becoming active after she linked all her webs together. I only sleep an hour or two a day. If I rest in the space tomorrow while you walk, it is fine. She replied. She says she's good for the evening, and she will sleep in the morning while we look for monsters. Karl told Doug with a glance down to where she was working. Not many things would pull her away from setting up her web the way that she wanted it, but Karl was certain that the sheer volume of webs in the area would scare any of the smarter monsters away from their position. Or, it would when the sun came up and the monsters could see them again. Ray was becoming exceptionally skilled in making her webs blend in with their surroundings, where her early work had all been plain white silk. One of the twin mages woke Karl up a few hours before dawn to begin his watch, gently shaking the net beside his head to get him motivated. Karl smiled at her and whispered, "Did you learn that from Ray? She gets upset when people shake the whole net instead of just a small bit near the head to wake people up." Danny smirked. "She woke me up that way. She's down below somewhere again, but she will likely come back up when she has caught whatever appeared in her net. We haven't seen any action so far, but the new wave of monsters should be here by morning, so keep your eyes peeled. Nobody really knows when they will show up, and it doesn't seem to be a set time, but we do know that there are new ones daily. I'm going to get a bit more sleep. Wake me up for breakfast." Karl sat in silence and looked out over the hills and forests, letting time pass by as he scanned for signs of movement and life in the pre-dawn darkness. With Hawk's low-light vision and Ray's thermal vision capabilities, the movement in the forests was easy enough to track, though the canopy of leaves blocked both in many areas. However, Karl still noticed when hundreds of new heat signatures suddenly appeared in the area. They didn't come from one spot, like they were coming from a cave, they just appeared all over the forest, all at once. Some even appeared right next to Ray's webs, and walked right into them before they realized they were in danger. Her sense of victory as the prey flailed and shouted for someone to come save them filled Karl's mind, but the noise also woke everyone else up. The monsters just appeared everywhere. They're not coming from a cave or a set location, I saw them just appear all over the forest. Karl explained. What do you mean? How many can you see? Bob asked. With the gifts of low light and thermal vision I gained from Hawk and Ray, I can clearly see for nearly 2 kilometers. There are hundreds of goblin-sized creatures, a few dozen larger ones that I can see, and that's just what isn't hidden under the trees. I can't see through solid objects, so I know I'm missing most of them, but Ray is going wild killing the ones that are in her webs down below. That would be the noise that woke you up. Karl explained. Doug sighed. And that means that we are about to have a lot of unwanted company, drawn here by the noise. Fortunately, it is still dark, and their eyesight isn't any better than mine, so they're not going to find us in the trees, but we need to make sure that Ray doesn't get ambushed. Karl nodded. It's still dark, but it should start getting light soon, when we can go down and start cleaning up the ones trapped in the webs. Do you want me and Hawk to go start silencing them now? 3 of us in the dark will be faster than just Ray, and we can all see what we're doing. Doug and Bob both shook their heads. No, either we all go or we all stay. Safety protocol says don't send group members alone. Attack what you can without going so far from the group that we can't see you. Karl thought for a second, then nodded. All right, I will head down a few branches using the ladder, as I can't attack through the fort without damaging it. But once I'm there, I can hit a lot of the nearby webs, and you'll be able to see me. Hawk, you go help Ray. Make sure she gets rid of the loud ones first and doesn't make them sing for her. We will hunt them all day long. There is no more need to bait and pray. I got a good thing. There is a tasty scaly biped here with snappy jaws and a shiny poking stick. Ray informed Karl. That made very little sense, but Karl congratulated her on her find and asked her to bring back the shiny poking stick when she had a chance. What he got in return was a thread of silk sprayed his way from where she was hunting, which he had to assume was attached to the prize. With a practiced motion, the same as coiling up a power cable in the mines, Karl began to pull the item up, and found that she had recovered an obsidian-headed spear, attached to a bamboo handle with excellent workmanship. It wasn't magical, but to his eyes, the translucent spearhead sparkled, reflecting the minimal light from both sides. Then, she put the body in her space, and Karl finally understood what she was talking about. It was a lizard man of some sort, currently missing a head, but larger than anyone in their group, with a powerful-looking tail and a few crude bone ornaments. Karl whistled to get the others' attention. There was a lizard man in the web. It might not be all goblins in the group today. That got the group talking, making a plan for their hunting and defense based on the knowledge they had of how lizard men behaved. They were a common monster in the swampy areas, on the high side of common to the low awakened rank, but often gathering in large groups that would challenge the smaller teams who went to hunt that level of threat. Are there still goblins and ogres? Bob asked quietly. Karl looked around, verifying the few monsters in the region that he could spot from his vantage point now that they had mostly moved under cover of the forest. Yeah, I still see goblin-sized creatures, and humanoids too big to be lizard men. I will point them out on the map for you when I get back up. Karl agreed. There were other beasts caught in Ray's web, and he was using Ren to dispatch them quickly before they could make too much noise and bring a force that the 5 of them couldn't deal with. Ren's range was limited, and they were well up into the tree, but with Ray and Hawk moving lower through the forest, it only took a half hour before they had everything in the immediate vicinity dead, butchered, and collected. They had gathered what they thought might be loot, but there were probably some things that didn't catch their attention. Nothing magical, though. Beasts could sense the magic on the items, and they would have brought it back if they had found anything. The pair returned to the fort, and Karl climbed back up to join the group as soon as he smelled Doug start cooking breakfast. The loot is at the bottom of the tree. We can collect it later. But first, I will show you where I saw the ogres appear, and any other groups I remember. The ogres are still our primary target, right? Karl asked. They are. We need to keep the population of everything down, but the ogres are the strongest beings that we have been informed of in the area. Bob agreed. All right. Then we should check here, here, and here. Plus near the ridgeline there. Those areas all had multiple large creatures, and some of them went behind the ridge. Then we had large groups of goblin-sized monsters here and here, with scattered monsters everywhere else. Karl explained, tapping the map as he went. Bob nodded. All right, that's good. I will come up with an efficient route for us to cover today, and we will start hunting after we eat. The meal was similar to the one that Doug had made the night before, heavy on the potatoes, but this time Karl donated some of the awakened rank boar meat that Hawk had been ignoring. Now we're talking. Pork belly and potatoes is the real breakfast of champions. Bob chuckled. Doug rolled his eyes as he cast a spell that created some sort of white sauce in a pot on his camp stove, and began to rummage in his pack until he found a tube that cracked open to reveal rolls of dough. Biscuit dough takes less room uncooked. The sauce is a form of coconut gravy, but with the pork grease, it should be pretty good. The cleric explained. It sounded a bit sketchy to Karl, but who was he to argue with the cook? There were chopped mushrooms in the mix with the potatoes, and he already knew they tasted like steak, so there was a good chance that the white sauce didn't taste like raw coconut. The meal was, again, surprisingly good, though the coconut pork flavor of the gravy was certainly unexpected. Once they were finished, Bob led the group down the ladder with their packs, in case something happened, and they couldn't easily return to their fort tonight. It was always better to be safe, but with the amount of fighting that they were going to have to do very soon, Karl was questioning if they were even going to lose sight of the huge tree today. The mages seemed to be having the same thoughts, as they didn't have the superhuman strength to make the packs a negligible burden, but nobody openly questioned the leader's decisions. That was a recipe for disaster out here, and any questions could wait until they were finished, or at least on their lunch break. The pile at the bottom of the tree contained various metallic coins, shiny obsidian tools, and a few unknown ointments in leather pouches that Hawk and Ray had assumed must have some purpose. Ray had returned to her den in the beast space for the morning, while Hawk continued to scout. Thor was waiting in reserve, ready to fight at a moment's notice, but not wanting to be loud and distracting before it was time to fight. Likewise, the golems were not yet summoned, so the flanks were unprotected. Well, as much as they could be when they had a mage who specialized in barriers in the middle of the group. That was her position, so that if they had to defend themselves, both ends of the convoy were equal distances from her, allowing for a circular barrier, which was the quickest and easiest to create. Bob gestured through the trees. Our first target is the ridgeline. That marks the edge of our zone, but if we see monsters just beyond it, we will go to help whatever team is working over there. Then we will follow that along the edge of our area, and circle the perimeter, zigzagging through on the final leg to clear every likely hiding spot. We don't need to be perfect, but the more we get, the easier tomorrow will be, and the day after that. Hawk was flying through the trees today instead of overhead, so he could see more of what was going on at ground level. They hadn't seen many monsters in the branches, other than a few small insects and rodents, none of which were a threat to Hawk, but he still kept watch, as having trees overhead made him nervous. He would rather be much higher, but from that height, he would miss things, and be slow to assist when needed. You can go up if you'd like, buddy. We have a scout here on the ground, and you can warn us about the big things. Karl offered. Once you get to the ridge, where the trees are thin. Hawk agreed. After that point, he would at least be able to see the ground as he flew overhead. The rest of their zone was more sparsely wooded, with low pine trees that he could see between. It was just this one area where they had set up camp that had the worst visibility. But when Karl thought about that, he realized that their zone didn't actually cover the most likely spots for the monsters to hide. It was rugged terrain, and a difficult spot to get to them, but most creatures would naturally go for the steeper cliffs, or the larger trees, and not the region they were searching, where the ground was too rocky for dense forest. How do these work zones get picked? Karl whispered to Doug, who was in front of him in the line. Grid squares on the map. We get a number when we are drawn or hired for the mission, and then the numbers are assigned to blocks on the map. We got a fairly easy one this time, no climbing gear required, and no huge bodies of water to traverse. But that also means that the monsters will naturally move through here. They don't usually hide, they go looking for food, fights, or whatever it is that motivates them. The cleric whispered back. That made sense. Karl had misunderstood the situation. The monsters weren't hiding and trying to build their numbers, they were just doing as they pleased, and that meant in the case of the goblins, they were looking for loot. They loved shiny things more than your average crow did, and they were happy to kill to get them. Big green things. Hawk cheered as he spotted something in the distance. Big green things, Hawk says, straight ahead. Karl warned the others. Bob prepared his guard ability, and the 4 wood golems were called out, as well as Thor, while Ray napped after working all night. The crashing noise of the creatures chasing an amused Hawk back in their direction was unmistakable, and Karl immediately wondered what the bird had done to annoy them. He could fly, surely they didn't think that they were going to catch him if they had just spotted him. Then Hawk came into sight, and everyone saw the young goblin and his claws. It was still alive and flailing, and the crashing was getting louder. Hobgoblins! Bob warned as the creatures came into sight, flanked by another dozen goblins. Hawk rotated upward, as if avoiding the humans, and threw the small goblin back at its tribe, but hit it with a rend for good measure before it made it back to the ground. The hobgoblins flew into a rage, smashing at the trees, the ground, and anything in sight before spotting Bob and the other humans. Grupata. The largest of them screamed as it charged at them, and the warrior shook his head. The hobgoblin's club hit Bob's guard right as Karl hit the monster with a shred attack that took its head off, and 2 lightning attacks stunned and burnt the smaller goblins. Thor charged past Bob, spearing a hobgoblin through the legs with his upper horns, then throwing him into the air for Hawk to tear apart. The goblin tribe began to scatter as the lightning Cerro charged into the middle of them, but they had no sense of organization, and the 2 mages were quickly picking them off with small attacks, while the golem spread out to keep them from flanking the group. Thor circled back to make another pass at the hobgoblins, while the mages focused lightning on the small goblins, who couldn't survive even the lightest of chain lightning attacks from the twins. Karl stepped to the side so he could hit one of the hobgoblins with shred as Bob blocked its attack again, letting the club hit his shield and saving his energy by not extending guard to cover the whole area. That was the end of the tribe, and the group moved quickly to check the bodies, in case the noise had brought any other threats their way. Whole lot of nothing. A few bits of gold jewelry and some gemstones. It will sell well when we get back, but not useful now. Doug noted as they finished. He cast some sort of spell on the group, and Karl began to feel refreshed, as if he had just had a good nap and a long shower. That wasn't what he had expected from their cleric, but it was a very welcome surprise. Bob led the group forward again, toward the ridgeline, where they could hear the sound of trees being broken and occasional shouting. There was no doubt that their target was there, and that they would be able to find it without much work. He had already planned their combat strategy to have Ray held in reserve for evening watches, so the current formation was the golems surrounding the casters, with Karl in the rear and Thor at his right flank. The lightning Cerro made an impressive shield on his own, and having him on the warrior's sword side kept him from getting charged while he was fighting with his back turned. For a young beast, Thor had proven to be remarkably well adapted to combat strategy, and he seemed to instinctively know what to do. That was actually mostly Karl and Thor giving him insights into the situation and letting him make his own decisions, but the remainder was just his pure love for smashing things. Hobgoblins, smashing poles, and barriers had a lot in common. Everyone ready, there is a fight ahead, and we don't know who the other parties are. Bob warned the rest of the group as they approached the ridge. The deep bellows should be an ogre, or possibly 2 of them, but the others weren't making any sounds that would give away their species. If they were lucky, the ogre would have come across an aggressive predator and both would be half dead when the group arrived to finish them off. But that was a lot of luck to ask for. He led them over the ridge, and Karl sensed Thor's joy as Hawk circled back to the immediate fight instead of scouting in the distance to make sure they didn't miss anything. There were more people here. New people, including ones in white. The ones in white knew just how to rub his head ridges, Thor informed Karl smugly, as if he was a neglectful master. The Cerro is with us. Bob shouted as he leveled his shield in front of himself and charged at the back of the group. 3 ogres were leading a party of lizard men against another of the 5-man teams, and the numeric advantage had put the humans on the defensive. Thor put his head down and bowled over the lizard men before spearing an ogre with his front horn in a place where no man would ever want to be speared. The ogre screamed in pain, but he was lifted onto his toes by the Cerro, and couldn't turn to effectively hit him. Karl and Hawk both threw a barrage of rend attacks at the giant humanoid, who was wearing crude leather pants and what looked like a flattened cook pot as chest armor. It was no match for the attacks, and blood began to flow freely from the wounds before Thor flipped his head to the side and dropped the ogre on the ground. He was under attack from both sides, and he lifted his tail to smash. Earthquake incoming. Karl warned, just in time for Bob to jump into the air before the skill activated and destabilized the lizard men warriors. Nice skill. One of the twins laughed as she threw a pair of fireballs into the lizards, burning scales off and clearing the area around Thor. The other team of elites was regrouping, while engaged in battle with the other two ogres. The sudden reversal had taken the monsters by surprise, and the lizard men weren't sure which group to deal with first, as their leader had been taken out entirely incidentally by one of the fireballs. Karl turned to the left as he sensed something hostile coming his way. Activating refreshing lightning to surround himself caused an obsidian dagger to glance off his throat as another group of monsters rushed out of the trees, screaming in Goblin. The small green monsters were going to be a real nuisance, but Hawk was already moving downward on a strafing run, preparing to bathe them in fire, and the two wood golems on that side were moving to intercept. Karl sent a wave of rend flying at the goblins with his sword, and the front line hit the ground, ducking underneath to save their lives, but leaving the second rank unaware of the imminent danger. The attack sliced them clean in half, and the ones behind them as well, but there were still more coming out of the trees and into Hawk's stream of fire. He flapped hard and moved back up to 50 meters in the air to get out of easy ranged attack range, but that put him in position to see more incoming enemies. 20 more scaly people behind the goblins. He warned. Check the other side as well. I think we walked into a trap. Karl cautioned. More lizard men are coming behind the goblins, like they're herding them to us. Karl warned as the cowardly little beasts halted and tried to run away from the wall of flames. The second group of humans was moving toward them, running past where Thor was fending off the last ogre with his tail, using Earthquake directly on the creature's chest to send it flying. Their warriors were wounded, and they only had one mage and one cleric with them, but the cleric was a student from the seminary academy. He looked utterly terrified to be out here, but he had to be at least awakened rank to have been sent on this mission, and once he saw Doug, he began to gather his wits and remember his training. The two of them were enough to heal the minor wounds that the warriors had, but the mage was looking exhausted from keeping up defensive spells. The goblins and lizard men fell back, regrouping just like the humans were, while their reinforcements arrived. For a moment, it looked like the ogre that Thor hit with Earthquake was going to get up, but as soon as it moved, it began coughing up blood and collapsed again, unwilling to try moving until its natural healing had more time to work. Bob assessed the situation. I count 20 lizard men in total, some wounded. Under 30 goblins left, all terrified, and no more ogres. Mages, keep up the pressure with the fire spells, but don't burn too much mana. Thor, come to me and defend against frontal attacks. Karl and Hawk can deal with the attack side. Hawk was good with that. The lizard men couldn't throw those spears high enough to hit him. Ray woke up while they were catching their breath and looked out at the battlefield. You guys went wild while I was asleep. Which spot is mine? She asked. You can take the left flank of the lizard men. Hawk will attack from the right, and I will back you up. But most of our attacks will be going toward the middle, where their numbers are denser. Ray appeared behind a tree on Karl's left and adapted her short fur to match the tree bark. Ray is on the left. Karl warned the others. The mages relayed the meaning to the others in a whisper that the monsters wouldn't hear, and both sides prepared to attack. They're going to charge. Thor warned, just as the lizard men shouted something and the goblins did exactly that. They were met with a barrage of spells from the mages, while Karl and Thor aimed for the taller lizard men. They were the ones giving the orders, and the best fighters of the group. Then Ray attacked, piercing two with her forelegs while biting the head off another, and the new arrivals screamed in terror. The warriors visibly steeled their resolve for a hard fight, not quite grasping that Ray was on their side, but Karl's attacks were precisely where they needed to be, keeping the other lizard men from being able to get close enough to properly attack Ray while she fought 3-on-1. One was already dead, but he had been replaced with another, and the two who had taken her forelum spikes through the chest were fading fast as lacerate prevented them from stopping the bleeding. A limb flashed out, leaving a long but shallow wound on the fresh target, and it began to gush blood, leaving the creature suddenly weakened to the point of dropping its spear. Karl finished the three with Rend, and Hawk worked on the other side with Shred and Fireballs. The monsters were effectively surrounded, but they were determined, and the remaining lizard men charged through the burning grass into the line of warriors and Thor, who threw one high in the sky before thinking about his target. Incoming! Doug warned as a flying lizard man crashed into the group of casters. It wheezed as it tried to get to its feet, but Doug was faster, clubbing it on the head and knocking it out, so the mages could finish it off with magic arrows. The fight wound down as the last of the lizard men was killed by the concerted efforts of the warriors, and the second team collapsed onto the ground in relief. You have no idea how thankful we are you showed up when you did. The attack seemed to go on forever, they just kept coming. The team leader thanked Bob with a tired smile. No problem. It's right at the edge of our territory for the search, and we heard the fight. There are more, unless you killed some ogres before we arrived. Our scout spotted at least 10 ogres this morning around our zone, and there are only 3 here. He replied. This battle still left them with plenty of questions, like if Hawk's description of big green things were all lizard men, or a mix of them and hobgoblins. The fact that the lizard men had pressured the goblins into working for them wasn't too surprising, but allying with the ogres was. The two were both powerful in their own right, and they were notorious for not sharing well. Seeing them in the same spot was unusual, but if they had all arrived last night, then they hadn't had time to stake their territories yet, and there would be some level of power struggle between the species as they worked to establish themselves. Doug brought over a water skin for the others, and motioned for them to stay seated. Catch your breath, maybe get a bite to eat before you move out again. We've got to keep going and search our zone, but we will wait here until you've recovered a bit. The cleric assured them. We will call in the incident. If things got that bad for us, then the other groups need to be warned as well. With 2 groups working together it was easy enough, but solo, they could be in trouble, and I heard that we're not the only ones who have a student with us. The other team leader informed them. Doug nodded and gestured toward Karl. We have one with us as well. The Beastmaster, whose Cero thinks that lizard men are lawn darts. Karl chuckled and Thor looked embarrassed. The warriors weren't too worried about it, and they patted him on the side in assurance that they weren't upset. But when Ray returned to stand behind Karl, the others were visibly concerned. This is Ray. She's the ambush attacker of the team. Effective, isn't it? Karl asked. Beyond effective. One scratch and that lizard man warrior nearly bled out. Is that lacerate? The mage from the new group wondered. Indeed it is. I hadn't thought that it would be so effective, but I have underestimated her skills many times in the past. Karl agreed. Bob nodded. We all do. The bloodbath spiders are a force to be reckoned with, and Ray is talented well beyond the average. She even made us a safe fort last night so that nothing could sneak up on us. The student cleric looked like he might cry at that bit of news. Safe places to sleep. That's unfair. We were attacked 5 times last night. If you counted every monster that was caught in the nets, Karl's team had likely seen more attacks last night, but none of them got close enough to bother them until the last one in the morning. The appearance was a few hours before dawn this time, so if you clear the area around your camp well, then you should have it fairly easy for the first part of the night. Bob suggested, running a hand through his short black hair in concern as he thought of ways to make a secure camp. Thanks. I think that we will move tonight. There is a nice cave in our area, and that only has one entrance, which should be easy enough to block off. From experience, the monsters usually don't appear right on top of anything else that's living. The second group leader ate a protein bar and a few mouthfuls and got his team back on their feet. Good luck out there. We have handhelds set to channel 6 if you need to contact us on the shortwave radio. He reminded Bob, who nodded and took a small radio out of his pocket to change the channel. We will monitor channel 6 as well. Stay safe. The two groups went their separate ways, and Hawk began to scout the route ahead, looking for monsters that might be near their route, but not quite on it. Now that Ray was awake, she joined him, rushing off into the trees to see what she could find, but only after using the leather vest of a lizard man to clean the blood off her legs. Karl's group left all the possible loot to the other group, partially because it was in their area, but mostly because they would need something to pick up their spirits after having a close call in the wilderness. Once they were well away from the other group, Doug stepped back to walk beside Karl. I hope you're not all rattled by the situation back there. Things like that sometimes happen, and it doesn't always have the best outcome. You know how it is, we might be elites, but when it comes to taking care of monster threats, we're still the low men on the scrotum pole. The cleric explained. Karl gave him a curious look at the unfamiliar phrase, and the mages laughed. What he means is we don't have the power or the seniority, so we get screwed. If it were a more valuable group out here, they would have sent artillery and conventional troops with us. You know, keep us safe. But we're not famous or particularly wealthy, and power makes the world go round. One of the twins explained. Bob cleared his throat. Come on now, no need to scare the newbie. Besides, give him another year, and he will likely be up with the commanders, drinking fine whiskey and choosing the teams to go with. Doug shrugged. It's just part of life. The strong rule the weak. But we're all civilized, so it's not as obvious as it is with the animals. If you want to find out how benevolent the world really is, try to directly say no to one of their requests. Karl smiled and patted the priest on the shoulder. I seem to recall playing a similar game with the foreman at the mines. He would promise something in exchange for added productivity, usually a time and a quarter pay bonus for the day, and we would do just enough to get it done. But dragons help you if you failed because they would dock you for every imagined infraction that month. The cleric smirked back. The green dragons always like it when people understand how things work. Perhaps you're more in tune with nature because of your class. Or perhaps your class is because you understand how things work a bit better than the average. I have a theory that the markings are actually perfectly suited to everyone who gets them, and that some people just can't accept that aspect of themselves. That's an interesting way of looking at it. But you might be right. I think the hard part is telling the ones who aren't all that good at their class that they likely wouldn't be better at another. You're all ascended rank, I believe, so you're not at the very bottom, but there are seniors at the academy who have barely broken into awakened rank. They wouldn't take it well. The mages smiled at him. That's why we're hoping to push for commander after this mission. If we can get a decent resource or two, maybe something that helps with growth, we should be able to make it past the test. There aren't nearly as many commanders as there are ascended elites, and they get a lot more respect. They also get the better resources. There is a whole collection of commander rank resources that are nearly impossible to get for anyone else. Karl nodded in understanding. Well then, I hope that we come across something beneficial. It's always good to have friends in high places. Their joking was interrupted by Ray returning silently and spinning a web across the trees in the direction that she arrived from. There are more ogres coming. They will be here in a few seconds. She warned. They saw you? Karl asked. No, Hawk threw a tree monkey at them. There are ogres incoming. Everyone in position to defend from the direction of the web. Karl warned the group. Already. I wasn't expecting to find another group of monsters for hours. They have a habit of wandering out of your path as you search for them. Doug muttered. Thor gave a soft laugh, well aware of what was going on, and the cleric immediately became suspicious. They lured them to us, didn't they? It won't be Thor, he would have just made noise. So is it Ray or Hawk that got bored and wanted to fight more? The cleric wondered. Karl gave him a startled look, which made the others laugh. You will find that he's pretty good with all things nature, including both plants and animals, Bob informed him. The stomping sound of ogres was accompanied by the shrieking of monkeys, and the sound of Hawk's screech as he taunted the giant monsters. What in the world is the bird doing? Did I just see him throw a tree monkey at an ogre? Danny asked, pointing at Hawk as he flew overhead. They were in a sparsely treed area, where Hawk could easily attack from overhead, and the group could defend themselves without anything getting in the way, but with enough growth around for the wood golems to easily grab weapons. Most likely. It's one of his favorite tricks to taunt monsters. He actually learned it from the tree monkeys, but he uses them as projectiles, instead of throwing nuts and sticks at people. Karl explained as the ogres stormed into sight and Hawk settled into the branches of a tree behind them. The enraged monsters almost looked grateful for a moment, like they were thinking that the Hawk had lured them here to kill the humans, but then it turned to hatred for the humans, and they pulled out their weapons to attack. None of the blades looked all that special, but there was a ring on one of their fingers that Ray and Hawk both recognized as magic. With only 3 targets, the flurry of spells that came from the human team was overwhelming, and the ogres stumbled to a stop even before Thor hit them with an earthquake and knocked them to the ground to be finished off. That was easier than expected. Bob sighed as he realized that the monsters weren't even going to make it to him this time. I think they're on the weaker side of awakened. Is that normal? I thought that the ogres were supposed to be nearly ascended. Karl asked. Everyone turned to Doug for an answer, and he just shrugged. It varies. There are strong and weak ones, but I don't know enough about them to tell them apart. But what is that magical ring? That might be a useful item for someone. Danny walked over and used her dagger to cut the finger containing the ring off the ogre, then slid the ring free and wiped it clean on a large leaf. There is some sort of inscription on it. Give me a moment and I think that I can translate it. It should be written in the ancient arcane language. She explained. It took her a few minutes to decipher the faded inscription, but when she did, she had to resist the urge to laugh. It is a magical item that is supposed to increase wisdom. Either it is broken, or he was in the running for the world's dumbest person to chase Hawk into a trap. She joked. Bob shrugged. It increases wisdom, not intelligence. He figured out that Hawk wanted him to follow easily enough. He just wasn't smart enough to realize that we were too strong for him to handle. The mage slid the ring over her wrist like a bangle, and frowned as she didn't feel any discernible difference. Well, it might add up. Maybe it is a long-term thing that will help with your mana growth. Doug suggested. Once the bodies were cleaned of anything valuable, Doug cast a spell that caused them to sink into the ground, letting the forest absorb them as nutrients instead of leaving the obvious and rotting corpses out to attract more monsters and stink up the area. This is going to be a long mission, isn't it? Karl sighed as Hawk updated him on the nearby monsters. There were more than a few, and at least 3 groups of goblins, one of which Hawk was taking care of now. Doug gave him a soft smile. They always are. But once we have cleared the area, tomorrow shouldn't be as heavy, and then it will just be maintenance. Some days we will barely get anything in an entire zone, and some days will be like this, where we will get dozens of them. Bob led them toward a group of goblins, while Ray joined Hawk in searching out the final group that he had identified. The common rank creatures were no threat to the 2 of them, and they could move through the forest much faster than the humans. It was just the more powerful monsters that everyone was worried about, but Karl knew firsthand that if the goblins weren't dealt with, they would be an existential threat to the regular townsfolk. A single pair of fireball spells took out the small goblin camp, and Bob paused a moment to mark the location on his map. They were almost to the far side of their zone already, and it was time to start turning back so they would get to their fort before dark. Hawk and Ray were still scouring the area, but something was off. The area was far too quiet. Where there had been a variety of monsters in the area at the start of the day, not even the small ones were around this area. Everyone could feel that something was off, but none of them could locate the source of the wrongness, and no matter how many times the two beasts circled the area, they didn't find anything that would indicate what could be causing the problem. Bob frowned in annoyance. I will mark this area on the map for tomorrow. It might be a lingering problem, or something about the area's composition that is scaring all the monsters away. We should keep moving, though. We need to finish our route before it gets dark. But the greatest travesty of the day was only now happening, and it was only when they reached the immediate vicinity of their fort that it became obvious. Some thieving bastard stole my snacks. Ray shouted in Karl's mind as she searched her webs. She could smell another monster, and it hadn't freed the creatures that had been trapped. It had taken advantage of her absence to kill them and take them for itself. Keep your eyes open. Something looted Ray's webs, and it might still be in the area. Karl warned the group. That's brave. It had to realize what or who those webs belonged to, and that they weren't long abandoned. If it was desperate enough to loot them today, it's likely starving. Doug noted. Or it's stupid and arrogant. Bob added. Doug smiled. That's always a possibility. But if it comes back to check again while Ray is here, it's in for a bad night. How much did it steal? Karl waited for Ray to answer as she inventoried her loot and threw the bodies into the beast space. For webs, at least 15 small monsters, all common grade, none of them goblins. She replied, outraged. She says at least 15 small common grade monsters. Karl relayed. For a moment, he thought that the mages were going to say something about those not being valuable creatures, but then they seemed to realize that Ray didn't care about the danger level. She was planning to eat them, and someone had stolen her dinner right off her proverbial plate. So, it's likely not a powerful creature, and it can navigate the webs well enough to not get entangled itself. We will have to watch for another spider tonight. Doug decided. And make sure that our fort is secure before we enter. It might have tried to move in, or leave traps for us. Some forms of monstrous spiders have poisonous webs to weaken their prey. Bob added. Ray scurried up the tree and scented the area. It didn't come up here. But I know the scent now, and I will find it if it comes back to steal from me again. She says it's clear, we can head up. Before they headed up to the fort, an irate Ray had finished checking her catch and returned to her space to have a nap before evening descended, and she went on guard to make sure that nobody else was going to steal from her. She had been active all day, so Karl didn't begrudge her the rest. Thor was returning to his space as well, since he couldn't climb to the fort, and Hawk had already settled into the nest he made in the fort last night. That might be the reason that nothing came up. It would have smelled like Hawk and humans to them, and that would be enough to repel most forms of common monsters. Even in her sleep, Karl could sense Ray's annoyance. The thief was most likely just some common-grade monster who saw an opportunity and took it, but she took it very personally. In her space, there were no threats, and things stayed where she put them, so when someone looted her webs in the real world, she was not mentally prepared. Doug prepared dinner again, and Karl relaxed against the wall of the fort as they all waited for the food to be ready. Aren't you afraid of falling? One of the mages asked, and Karl opened his eyes to look their way. Honestly, not really. It's a strange thing, but I don't have any sort of fear of heights. With the durability that I have, I likely wouldn't suffer too badly if I did fall, but here with the wall at my back, it doesn't concern me in the least. He replied with a shrug. It's got to be a class thing. Even for the warriors, the fear of heights and sense of vertigo is inherited. Bob wouldn't be seriously injured either, unless he landed on his head, but even he stays closer to the middle of the net. She explained. Hawk thought that the whole conversation was funny. Karl couldn't fly, but a little fall wouldn't hurt him. Maybe you should grow wings. Hawk suggested. And how do you suggest that I do that? Karl replied. Attach them to your uniform. I saw a video of soldiers with a big round net over their heads and they could float. Wings can't be that much harder. Hawk replied with absolute certainty. That's a parachute. It does let them float fairly well, but actually flying is harder for humans. We're heavy. Hawk lost interest when Karl announced that he wouldn't be able to fly, but the idea was an intriguing one. If he had a hang glider or a squirrel suit like the extreme sports people on TV, he might actually be able to nearly fly and attack monsters from the sky. Hawk would love it. They settled in for their usual watches after dinner, and at some point during the night, Ray woke up to patrol her webs because she was awake and in a much better mood when Karl was gently shaken awake for his watch. Did you find something good on your web? Karl asked as he sensed her change of mood. I found a very good thing. The stupid thief is a box tree spider family. Ray replied. Karl wasn't sure why that was a particularly good answer, so he thought about what he knew of the species. They were scavengers that blended in perfectly with tree bark and could flatten their bodies to avoid detection. That was fairly benign. They were also a common grade spider, and barely considered a magical creature, as their only supernatural ability was their ability to disguise themselves so perfectly. Fortunately, Ray felt like explaining. I talked to them, and they're very sorry for stealing from me. But we have an agreement. I will leave webs here for them to use, and exchange, they will keep anything from climbing up our tree while we are away. Then when we have to go for a long time, they can take over our den until we return. That would likely end poorly for the box tree spiders when another group came here and saw the fort, but for some time, they would be able to live in peace, and the stronger webs that Ray made would trap prey much more effectively than the ones they could make themselves. They weren't actually web-building spiders, they were burrowing and hiding spiders, and they would either ambush the weak or scavenge other monsters' kills. I will warn the others when they wake up. Karl informed her. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode.